Konoha's 48th Spring. Training ground number 12 outside Konoha village in the country of fire. At this time, the Uchiha clan was not far away from the center of the village, and there were still a few months before the Kyuubi attacked the village. Uchiha Itaki was already 5 years old at this time. But now is not the time to think about this, it is better to deal with the problem at hand. The endless forest is filled with all kinds of poisonous insects and beasts, and screams can be heard from far away from time to time. A small child stood on the trunk of a tree, alert to predators hiding in the darkness. Uchiha Mizuki, 5 years old, his parents were killed in the Third Ninja War. Long black hair, thin figure, and big cute eyes, this is the first impression he gives to others. The war has just ended, but the village still has not lowered its alert to other countries. In order to make up for the lack of military strength, these children had to participate in the training organized by the Ninja Academy to screen out talents who could become outstanding genin, commonly known as cannon fodder. Run faster, you bunch of rubbish, those who don't arrive at the mission location within the specified time will all die here. The Konoha Jonin, who was blind in one eye, shouted, the scars on his face becoming more and more ferocious. Logically speaking, he, a member of the Uchiha clan, would not be treated like this. It's a pity that his parents are not high-ranking figures. Not long after his parents died, the family transferred him here for training. Speed up, there are still 10 minutes left. If you don't reach the finish line, just stay here and feed the beast. Hiding on the tree trunk, Wii looked at the students who had not followed, his face full of pity, and then he rushed towards the finish line not far away. Fortunately, he came to this world relatively early and secretly mastered the method of condensing chakra, otherwise he would have died in this forest like those helpless orphans. Holding on to time, Wii arrived at the finish line neither too fast nor too slowly, and successfully saved his life. Although the large-scale war is over, the small-scale conflicts have never subsided. If there are interests, there will be conflicts, and if there are conflicts, some people will ask others to die. Whether he is reborn or reincarnated, Wii doesn't know yet, but the only thing he has to do now is to ensure that he can survive. Looking at these children with different identities around him, he felt a little complicated. In his original world, a child of this age should go to kindergarten under the care of his parents, but now he has to prepare for the battlefield. This world is really cruel and chilling. Half an hour later, it was completely dark. The training ground is closed and we will gather at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. The Jounin gave the order cruelly, and Wii also walked out of the building with those who arrived on time. There is no doubt that this Jounin has the shadow of root in his body. It seems that the main person in charge here should be Danzo, whom he is familiar with. Returning to the somewhat shabby dormitory, Wii lay tiredly on the wooden bed, without the strength to move at all. Chakra accumulation is completed. Do you want to copy the current model? No, they say you should give gold fingers when you travel through time, and a gold finger like me is probably the best. Wii's face was a little pale, and his expression was extremely tired. This sparkling crystal hidden in his soul is what he brought with him when he traveled through time. Its only function is to create an energy creature copied by the crystal. After injecting spiritual power and chakra into this model, it will generate a special life form with consciousness. Wii was quite happy in the first few days when he got this thing, but when he found that he needed to save energy before using it, his mood instantly fell to the bottom. According to those ninjas, he himself is the kind of person who is born with scanty chakra, and it is much more difficult to accumulate energy than those who were born with huge chakra. In the past 2 years, he could barely make more than a dozen crows. This kind of crow made of crystal is not much different from ordinary crows, but they don't need to eat, and they don't know what it means to be tired. He has natural control over these creatures. After all, it is a life composed of chakra, which is much easier to use than a real crow. In the past 6 months, he had escaped several dangerous situations relying on these crows. It's a pity that these creatures place a heavy burden on his body, but they can be considered as flaws. Early in the morning, Wii arrived at the 12th training ground. Someone had been waiting here for a long time. Hinata, Nara, Yamanaka, Abarame, Uchiha, most of the people who come here are people from separate families. It's no wonder that people from the master's family don't receive such treatment. After a while, yesterday's instructor walked up to them, followed by 2 Chuyunin. Today's training is a survival trial that you have to live in this training ground for 7 days. Those who survive will get 3 days of rest. A kunao was placed in front of them, and the surrounding atmosphere instantly condensed to a freezing point. The Jonin in front of him didn't say any rules. In other words, there were no rules, even killing was allowed. It's a little troublesome. From time to time, eyes were peering at him, and many people were wary of those around them. It has been almost half a year since he came here. During this period, he has often been behind other people's backs, and there are many people who regard him as a thorn in their side. Those who receive the weapons immediately enter the forest, and the next batch will be ready in 5 minutes. 15 minutes later, Wii's name was called. Fortunately, there were basically no reconnaissance ninjas among the people who went in with him, except for one member of the Hyaga clan. After all, most of the people here are war orphans. Even if there are children from rich families, most of them are not taken seriously. Disperse. Following the instructor's order, Wii chose an uninhabited direction and rushed there. Not long after leaving, 3 crows appeared from Wuyu's body. Bang! The smoke dissipated, and the 3 figures rushed in different directions. This was what he used to deal with the scouting ninja, crow clone. Each clone is an entity with the same chakra properties, while the main body converges its own chakra and hides under the terrain, so that it will not be easily noticed by others. No one can detect this change except those with special reconnaissance ninjutsu. Where did he go? Judging from the traces, it should be in those directions. Is it the clone again? That bastard. Are you sure you can invite those reconnaissance ninjas over? Maybe not much. Most of them are from the Konoha clan and are not on the same path as us. Let's go first. Be careful of being discovered by others. After another half an hour, Wuyu surfaced from the ground. This is his way of survival, trying not to provoke enemies who can find him. Ga. Wuyu suddenly heard the cry of a crow in his ears, and the sound made his expression change. Trouble, has something happened to her? Wuyu's eyes were a little cold, that was his only ally here. In the lush jungle, a huge python swallowed up a small bird resting on a branch. It had long been accustomed to the explosion sound not far away. Several figures kept intertwining, and the sound of clanging weapons echoed in the forest. You are really annoying. I really don't know where Wuyu is. The person at the front stood on the branch, looking at the few people chasing behind him, with a helpless expression on his face. Do you think we'll believe it? Tell us the location of Uchiha Mizuki, and we'll let you live. We are both from the Uchiha clan, so I don't believe you don't know. The enemies in front of her made her a little depressed, and once again she saw how capable he was of causing trouble. This is the third wave, that bastard. I will blackmail him when I get back. While she was thinking about what to blackmail, a slightly thin figure came out from among the few people. Uchiha Haru, tell me the location of Uchiha Mizuki. Hyoga Mizuai, why are you hanging out with them? Uchiha Haru's face was extremely ugly. That if the people who were chasing her before were a group of miscellaneous fish, then he was a very difficult enemy. Hyoga Mizuai, the only person who voluntarily entered this training, the secret ninjutsu he mastered was not something that a clan that was not valued like them could resist. That man killed my friend, of course I have to repay him well. Just as she was hesitating, a crow's cry came from the silent jungle, faintly surrounding everyone present. You said I killed your friend? Who is your friend? One of the crows flew next to Ching and gradually transformed into a boy with long hair. If you don't come here, I will die here. Remember to compensate me for the losses later. If you really die, I will go to your grave to worship. Seeing the 2 people ignoring him, the blood vessels near Hyoga Sansui's eyes suddenly bulged. Uchiha Mizuki, was it you who killed Nobuko? Nobuko, let me think about it. That you are talking about that woman. Since she attacked me secretly, I must be prepared to die, and so are you. Matsuki's words made Hyoga Mizuai become even more angry, and the students behind him were also ready to fight. Can you do it? Do you need my help? You'd better leave first, I'm afraid it will affect you later. As if thinking of something, Uchiha Haru's face was full of fear. Before Wuyu could say another word, she ran away directly, as if something terrifying was chasing her. Okay, the troublemaker is gone, let's have some fun. As soon as he finished speaking, figures one after another quietly surrounded them. Taking a closer look, the images of these people are exactly the same as Wuyu. Blind eyes, how is that possible? How can you possibly know the art of shadow cloning? Hinata Mizuai's face was full of shock. How could a person of this level still be in this kind of training camp? People who can use shadow clones would have graduated from here long ago. Didn't I say it? Let's have a good time. The 2 hands kept changing, and Wuyu's expression became cold and cruel. Art fire escape ho fireball. 9 huge fireballs flew towards the enemy in the center, and the surrounded children already looked desperate. A huge mushroom cloud rose, and the explosion that echoed through the jungle attracted the attention of the trainees who were training. Hyoga Mimaiza stood in the middle panting, and the fireball just now didn't seem to hurt him. Interesting, is this the Hyoga clan's secret ninjutsu kaiten? Shadow clone, powerful fireball technique, haven't you ever exposed your strength in front of those jounin? Hyoga Mizuai looked at him in disbelief, as if he had discovered the true face of the monster. Because I don't want to go to the battlefield. Don't you understand such a simple truth? Just when Wuyu was about to say something, the warning crow made a warning sound. I'm sorry, those jounins are here, so I'd better ask you to shut up forever. Laugh. A figure emerged from behind him, piercing his heart silently. The crow clone slowly sank into the ground with the body, and no one found any trace of their coming here. After a long time, the jonin who was blind in one eye came here with several Umbu ninjas. His face became extremely ugly. Can you find out who did it? There is no trace at the scene. There are no clues except for these kunao that were burned by the flames. The hands and feet are quite clean. Damn it, this is the 3rd time. Which bastard did it? The blind jounin's face was extremely pale. This kind of thing has happened 3 times, and each time several people died here, but there was no way to find out who did it. Because of this incident, he has already recruited 3 new students. If he doesn't find out who this person is, he will be dismissed. The students he leads are as powerful as jonin, and it is quite honorable to tell this. Now is the time of war. With such strength and not going to the battlefield, it is difficult not to doubt how loyal he is to the village. This matter, I will report this matter to Danzo-sama, and then please try your best to find out who it is. The two Umbu left, leaving only the instructor with a gloomy expression staring fiercely at the jungle. Located in the underground river of this training ground, Wyu retracted his palm and looked at Hinata Mizuai's body with regret. A caged bird, what a pity. If I could master the Byakugan model, I would have another means of reconnaissance. He has been staying in this underground river since the beginning of the exercise. All Wyu in the training ground are crow clones. As long as they are not controlled to self-destruct, the crow clones can restore their power by absorbing chakra. Although I don't know the origin of this crystal, it is the only thing I can rely on. 7 days later, outside the number 12 training ground, Wyu walked out of here with a tired look on his face that he wanted to take a good rest in the next 3 days of vacation. His fatigue was not fake. He continuously replenished chakra for more than a dozen crow clones. A person with scarce chakra like him almost died from exhaustion. Coupled with the fact that he had to multitask to control those crow clones, one can imagine how exhausted he was. It would be great if I could find a chance to let the crystal scan the tailed beast. Then I wouldn't be as tired as a grandson like now. Miyu, who looked exhausted, did not arouse the instructor's suspicion. With little chakra, it was impossible for him to release that level of fire escape. Could it be someone else? The worried instructor finally gave them a 3-day holiday. Without paying attention to the cheers behind him, Wyu walked towards his long-lost home. Wyu-kun, I will go find you tomorrow to discuss compensation. After whispering in his ear, she quickly left here with a sly smile on her face. Women, troublesome creatures. Returning to her long-lost home, Wyu felt as if her brain was about to burst. Supporting so many crows, and having to multitask to control their actions, I was lucky that I didn't have a nervous breakdown. Chakra represents the physical strength and mental strength of a ninja. Scarcity of chakra means a lack of physical strength and mental strength. Crow clone self-awareness was mostly catalyzed by Wyu's mental power, which also indirectly led to his physical weakness. No, you have to find a way to save yourself. If you continue like this, your body will definitely not be able to bear it. After thinking for a moment, a relatively feasible method appeared in his mind. It would be nice if there were tailed beasts. Lying on the sofa, Wyu couldn't help but think about it again, and then he fell into sleep completely. The crow clone automatically transformed into a crow and hid around to protect him. In the early morning, Wyu, who was lying on the sofa, heard the knock on the door downstairs and reluctantly opened the door with his tired body. Why are you still looking like you haven't woken up? Didn't we agree to go eat dumplings together? Uchiha Haru was wearing casual clothes and looked speechlessly at the little boy in front of her who was still awake. When did I promise? Yesterday, did you forget? Really? Then wait for me for a while. After tidying up for a while, Wyu and Ching walked towards the nearby dumpling spot. Looking at the happy-looking residents and members of the police force around him, Wyu felt a little strange. Do you know what happened? Ching whispered, what else can we do? The war has ceased completely. We will be assigned to the ninja team to perform tasks in a while. He quite understood why she was like this. Being pushed out by your own tribe for brutal training, and told at the end that you don't need it anymore. What is this? This matter was considered good news to him. Finally, he no longer had to worry about going to the battlefield. It felt good to save his life. A truce is not bad. Has the long-lost peace finally come? Even though he said this, Wyu couldn't help but think about it in his heart. In a while, the third generation will take the blame and resign, and the fourth generation will take over. Is it nearly a year until the Kuwabai incident? It's too long. No moon, no moon. Ah, sorry, I thought of something. Let's go eat dumplings. Looking at the little girl beside him, Wyu once again felt the reality and cruelty of this world, and it also made him understand that only strong power can control his own destiny. Vacations are always short, but for people like them, a short vacation has become a yearning thing. For some people, vacation is just a time for recreation, but for Wyu, this is his only chance to save himself. As the number of crows controlled increased, his body could no longer hold on. Now he was betting all his hopes on that man, hoping that he would not disappoint. In the early morning after the holiday, everyone gathered at the training ground as usual. The Jonin, who was blind in one eye, looked at the people in front of him strangely, with an indescribably ferocious expression. Today, there are some special arrangements. Let's go to the fourth training ground now. Wyu frowned subconsciously, feeling that something was wrong. What happened? Ching leaned close to him and asked softly. I don't know. It's best to be prepared. It's not a good thing anyway. The group of people followed him and walked towards the training ground, neither fast nor slow. Looking at the sets of standard equipment, Wyu's bad premonition came true. Next, you two team up, only half of you can leave here safely. Standard equipment was handed to them one by one, and their cruelty even made Wyu, who had been prepared for it, feel uncomfortable. It's really a Gen style. By the way, did they read the letter? Wuyu felt a little anxious in his heart that if this continued, he could only consider leaving the village and finding another way to make a living. Just when everyone was about to enter the training ground and start fighting, a gentle voice sounded from behind everyone. Please wait a minute, what are you doing? Everyone turned around, and a young man with blonde hair and spiky hair came here following the third Hokage. The third Hokage, this is training. Training, then why can only half of the people get out of this training ground alive? The gaze of the third Hokage made the Jonin's forehead become covered with cold sweat. With a cold snort, the third Hokage looked at the children in front of him and said, "The war is over. Even training cannot do such cruel things. They are the future power of Konoha. I will never allow something like the Blood Mist Village to appear in Konoha." The Jounin who was blind in one eye was constantly being scolded by the third generation, and the man with a gentle expression was also looking for something among these children. The training camp ended in an anticlimactic manner, and 20 children who were supposed to die also saved their lives. And the person who did all this also breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards, the quarrel between Danzo and the third generation was unclear. They were also sent to a real ninja academy to receive mild brainwashing education. The impact of this incident was that the roots under Danzo's command had disappeared a lot, and Wuyu also reduced the number of crow clones, and his overall mental state also recovered a lot. However, just when Wuyu relaxed his vigilance, a man with a special identity came to him, and he also brought with him a white-haired boy wearing umbu clothes. Uchiha Matsuki, right? The hedgehog head in front of him looked at him gently, but Wuyu felt like trouble was coming. "Hello, Namikaze Jonin, what can I do? This letter was sent by you, right?" No, this matter has nothing to do with me. That you have found the wrong person." Matsuki quickly denied it. If Danzo knew about this, his situation would be in danger. Don't rush to deny it. He saw with his own eyes a crow that looked exactly the same as the one when he delivered the letter that day flying into your balcony. Minato patted the young Kakashi on the shoulder, his expression as kind as possible. Numb, Wuyu felt like his whole body was numb. Taking a deep breath, Wuyu asked with a deaf mentality, "Then do you have anything important to do with me? Are you interested in becoming my disciple?" What? Wuyu felt that his brain was a bit out of control. Would he become a disciple of the fourth generation? After thinking for a moment, Wuyu said fearlessly, "I reject." Now it was Namikaze Minato's turn to fall into a state of panic, and even Kakashi behind him looked at the child in front of him in surprise. Seeing their shocked looks, Wuyu walked toward his home with disdain. If he really became Minato's disciple, then the task of cleaning up the rebellion would probably fall on him. He wouldn't do the hard work of fighting Fugaku with the Mangekyo Sharingan activated. Among the Konoha ninja students, Muyu was typing haki boredly. He was not interested at all in what the female ninja teacher told him above. In this classroom, except for 4 or 5 familiar faces, most of the others are children who have never seen blood. Children like them who smell like blood stand out in this classroom like chickens. Although it's not like I have to stay here for 6 years as I remembered, it is good news to be able to spend this time safely. He also needs to take advantage of this time to solve the problem of the crystal. Multitasking consumes too much mental energy. Reducing the number of crows to 6 is the limit that Wuyu can tolerate, and if the number is reduced any further, his safety will not be guaranteed. Just when he was so bored that he was about to fall asleep, a ninja suddenly came in and whispered a few words in the teacher's ear. "Students, there will be an impromptu practical test next, everyone should perform well." The female Chuyunin's words gave Mizuki a vague premonition in his heart. When Minato Namikaze walked into the classroom, he found that the premonition came true. "Students, let's go to the nearby training ground. The genius Jonin Kakashi will guide you in actual combat." Minato smiled at the children in the class, and when he looked at Matsuki, his smile grew even brighter. "You're such a stubborn guy, you're in trouble." Under the leadership of Minato, more than 30 children came to the training ground nearby. Kakashi was currently fighting with the students from the next class. Looking at his lifeless eyes, you could tell that he didn't put much effort into dealing with these kids. "Sandame-sama, the students of class dash are in place." "Minato, why are you holding this training?" Sarutobi Hiruzen held the pipe in his hand and looked curiously at the young man who was about to take over as the fourth Hokage. "There is a talented person hiding here who doesn't want to expose his strength. You won't be disappointed." Minato smiled gently and looked at Mizuki who was hidden in the crowd. "That child, I remember he came out of that training camp a few days ago. Is he a child of the Uchiha clan?" Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly, and there was a look of thought in his eyes. "Yes, he is definitely a rare talent." At this time, just as Wuyu was thinking about how to get through, an unusually gentle voice sounded in his ears. "Uchiha Matsuki, do your best to deal with Kakashi. I will consider whether to show the letter to Mr. Danzo based on the situation of this battle." At this time, Wuyu's heart felt as if it had been trampled by 10,000 alpacas. What about the gentle personality that she'd promised? What about your persona? Kakashi should have the Sharingan now, he would really choose my opponent. Soon, the students of the third class ended the battle, and no one could survive Kakashi's hand for 5 minutes. After all, he is the youngest Jonin, so his strength cannot be underestimated. Uchiha Mizuki, please prepare. The Jonin responsible for protecting the safety of the students stood in the center of the two people, waiting for their signals. Kakashi-senpai, do you want to take a rest? I'm a little different from them, I don't know the severity of my attacks. Wii thought for a while and finally decided to use half of his strength to deal with this battle. No, I also want to know why Minato-sensei values you so much. Are you ready? The Jounin, who was the referee, asked, and after getting the replies from the two men, he gave the signal to start. 3, 2, 1, start. Ding! The kunao collided with the white blade, and the sparks splashed out attracted everyone's attention. Are these the white fangs of Konoha, as expected of Kakashi-senpai? The weapons of the two collided continuously, and the speed of their attacks was enough to produce an afterimage. In just 10 seconds, Wii felt Kakashi's tricky spot. The speed is about the same as mine, but in the end I still suffer because the strength of this body is too weak. Is this still going to be the case? With his eyes focused, Wii already had a plan in mind. Just when Kakashi's white teeth were about to pierce his body, Matsuki laughed strangely and suddenly rushed towards Kakashi's body. White teeth pierced Wiyu's body, and not a trace of blood flowed out. When Kakashi saw Wiyu's smile, an ominous premonition filled his heart. Not good. Crack! Matsuki's body exploded instantly, and Kakashi was also covered by the explosion. More than 10 meters away, Kakashi, who had successfully escaped, looked at the expanding fireball, with cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. What kind of ninjutsu is it? Kakashi-senpai, being distracted is a stupid mistake. A small pale hand stretched out from the ground and held his ankle. Two Wii stood in front of him, forming seals with their hands quickly. Art fire escape ho fireball. 2 done 2 Lyubi. Crack! The blazing flames melted the earth wall instantly, and the land at the center of the explosion turned into a sea of fire. Substitute technique. He is indeed a genius Jounin who is only 12 years old. 3 figures emerged from the ground, looking at the white-haired boy in the distance with interest. Is it an illusion? No, they are all entities, shadow clones. The light blue electric light condensed in his hand, and the chirping sound was like the chirping of 1,000 birds. Is this Chidori? It's a bit difficult to handle this level of chakra. Not far away, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato looked at the child in amazement, with no trace of surprise on their faces. I remember the child must be only 5 years old. Uchiha Mizuki, 5 years old, both parents are dead, and he is not valued in the clan. 5 years old, it's a good time to develop your character. If you train well, there will be another genius in the village. I know, he won't let you down. After thinking for a while, Sandei continued, the peace terms of the Earth Kingdom have been negotiated, and I plan to recommend you to become the 4th Hokage. Why is this? Your body is obviously still very healthy. Although the Earth Kingdom has surrendered, some people don't want me to still sit in this seat. Minato, everything about the village will be left to you. After a moment of silence, Namikaze Minato agreed with a solemn expression to Sarutobi Hiruzen. At the same time, the winner has been decided on the training ground. After Kakashi's Chidori impaled 2 of Matsuki's crow clones, he raised his hand to signify his defeat. He gave up when he saw fit, and if the fight continued, all of his old skills would be exposed, and the Jounin who was stunned at the side also announced that Kakashi was the winner. Not paying attention to the puzzled look in Kakashi's eyes, Wii returned to his position without a care. Mizuki-kun is so strong, he was able to contend with a genius Jounin for so long. Yes, if you look closely, she looks pretty good. He didn't pay attention to the little girls chirping at the side, and he had no idea about it. Suddenly, a malicious sight appeared in Wiyu's perception. When he looked up, he saw that it was the blind Jounin from the training camp. Smiling at him, Wiyu retracted into the crowd again. After this attack, he may be automatically regarded as a member of the 4th generation faction by others. There are 2 sides to everything. When you take risks, you will definitely have your own gains. Although Danzo will miss him, the benefits are also very good. Not to mention the ninjutsu that the 4th generation has mastered, the freedom to move freely within the Fire Country is something he urgently needs now. More importantly, he may have the opportunity to directly contact Nine Tails. This is why he wants to show his strength at the risk of exposing himself. According to Wiyu's estimation, chakra is a combination of physical strength and mental power. Letting the crystal create a life form similar to Nine Tails can definitely solve his problem of scarce mental power. Anyway, it is a creature created with its own mental power, so there is no need to worry about the tailed beast inside the body sometimes being disobedient like the Jinchuriki. In the training ground, the last student ended the actual combat training, and all the students in the 4th class also completed today's course. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato left the training ground long after his battle with Kakashi ended. It is estimated that the day when Namikaze Minato becomes Hokage is not far away. When you successfully copy the Nine Tails, leave here, little Konoha, don't wait. Just as Wiyu continued to think, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. I heard that you were able to compete with that genius Jonin Kakashi, which is quite impressive. Ching, you are here to ridicule me. The girl next to her smiled extremely brightly, and her big eyes became as charming as crescent moons. But what should the clan do? It doesn't matter, I didn't reveal my Sharingan, you should be the one to worry about now, right? TCH, you're really boring. However, the people in the clan won't just let go. You'd better be careful, Ching said solemnly, without hiding the worry in her eyes. It doesn't matter. Even if the Uchiha clan is wiped out, I won't die. Laughing heartlessly, Wii whispered. Forget it, figure it out for yourself. Don't worry, you will know after a while. Mysterious, I will ignore you. With a snort, Ching walked towards the distance, and he sighed helplessly and walked towards his home. I really don't understand things like women's hearts, so it's better to think about how to get those things. He began to have a headache when he thought about the conditions required to activate the eternal kaleidoscope. Forget it, there must be a road before the car reaches the mountain, just take it one step at a time. In the afternoon, the news of this battle was placed in front of the desks of the Konoha clan, and naturally the Gen and Uchiha clan's share was indispensable. Bu Root, hidden in the underground headquarters, a slightly older man stood with his hands behind his hands, silently listening to the report of the blind Jounin. Can you use secret techniques similar to shadow clones at the age of 5? It has the characteristics of entity and self-destruction. Unfortunately, he is a member of the Uchiha clan after all. Pay a little attention to his movements. If there is any abnormality, deal with it secretly. The old man's words made the blind Jounin who was reporting feel happy, and then disappeared. Shortly after the blind Jounin left, the old man touched the bandage wrapped around his right hand, and an inexplicable look flashed across his left eye. How about, your body can't bear it anymore? The rejection reaction is larger than expected. After all, it is the cells of the first Hokage. It is safer to add a sealing technique. A gloomy and hoarse voice emerged from the darkness, and the long-haired man slowly walked to the old man's side. The strange thing is that this man's pupils are as cold and cruel as snakes. Orochimaru, you should already know about the third Hokage. I will recommend you to them. As you please, Orochimaru said indifferently, turned and left here. His pursuit has never been such a boring thing, only learning ninjutsu is his long-cherished wish. For this reason, certain experiments that can realize his ideals are the reason why he still stays in Konoha. Silence returned to the dark underground once again, and the roots hidden under Konoha also began to take action of their own. On the other side, the Konoha police force. Wuyu's information was placed on the desk, and Uchiha Fugaku just glanced at it and ignored him. A child who has not yet opened the Sharingan is not worthy of his attention. In comparison, the things about the debris after the war and the upcoming resignation of the third generation Hokage are more important. Regarding timing, Wuyu consciously did it relatively secretly. No matter what genius comes out of the village, it is not as important as the upcoming competition for the position of Hokage. Ever since, this matter was passed over like this, and was ignored by the senior officials without even a splash of water. As it relates to the village chief's dispute, all clans in the village are waiting and watching, and no one will take action against other wealthy clans at this juncture. In a blink of an eye, summer has arrived. The advantage of showing his strength is that the monthly pension provided by the clan is increased, and the money provided by the village has also increased by a certain amount. The pension that was originally only 2,000 taels a month has now risen to about which is almost as much as the entire income from a D-level mission. As expected, he skipped a grade. The class he is in now is only 1 year away from graduation, and soon he will become a ninja student in the graduation stage. The Jonin responsible for leading him is definitely a stable faction that favors the third generation. But this was not bad, as he could sneak into Minato's side and look for opportunities to touch the Kyuubi. The crystal's copying ability only takes effect when touched. It's still very cost-effective to try it once for your own plan. Let's go. Don't you want to go to dinner? You're in for a treat. Can you not go? What do you say? Sighing that he was being unkind to others, Wuyu clutched his wallet with a slightly distressed look and walked towards the barbecue restaurant not far away. The bright red charcoal fire was roasting the bright red beef in front of them, and the alluring aroma whetted their appetites. Time flies so fast, a child who would tremble at the sight of blood half a year ago can now compete with that genius Jounin. Eating is all about eating, okay? Don't expose your dark history, okay? Wuyu felt ashamed when she thought of how she was shaking when she saw the blood. Well, do you feel nostalgic? Your reaction at that time was so unexpectedly cute, hahaha. Lao Suo, if you continue to be so long-winded, be careful and I will leave you here. He turned over the barbecue in front of him and took a satisfied bite. Compared to the half year I spent in training camp, it was like heaven. It's a great feeling to have half a day's leisure. However, just when he wanted to continue to relax, the familiar white-haired boy appeared in his sight again, followed by a watermelon head wearing green tights. Hey, Kakashi-senpai, what a coincidence. Watermelon Head glanced at Wuyu and asked Kakashi beside him, Kakashi, are you an acquaintance? No, just a weird kid. After he glanced at Wuyu, he left without looking back. Is that the 12-year-old genius Jounin? How cruel. Who knows, after all, leave some for me. The afternoon passed like this while laughing, but when he checked out, his wallet had shrunk by half. This month's living expenses are gone. Alas, lamenting his poverty again, Wuyu returned to his home. The price of a detonating talisman is about 600 taels, and the highest reward for a D-level mission is only 5,000 taels. In other words, if you can afford a detonating charm for a mission, it is considered a good profit. After all, there are 4 people in a ninja team. The combined pensions of the village and clan were only 4,000 taels, and he could buy 7 detonating charms even if he was exhausted. For a person like him who loves art, he would probably be completely exhausted after a battle. Art is an explosion. After school the next day, just as Matsuki was about to go home, Namikaze Minato came to him again. How are the courses at the academy? It's all right. For ninjas, cultural classes are also an important part. However, the ninjutsu here is very simple for you, right? Namikaze Minato smiled gently, with a very sure look on his face. Fortunately, there are only a few ninjutsus anyway, so it's not really a problem. It just so happens that I recently developed a new technique. Are you interested in trying it? Wuyu narrowed her eyes, a look of curiosity appeared on her face. What could it be, Raisnon or the zombie seal? No matter what, learning is over. Of course, I'm very interested. Minato smiled and held out his right hand. I saw that the chakra visible to the naked eye continued to rotate in the palm of my hand, and a round chakra block appeared in front of Wuyu. Sure enough, Raisnon. Wuyu looked at the ball in his palm with a serious expression. The amount of chakra required for a ninjutsu like the Raisnon was destined to be used only twice by his body. When Wuyu saw this ninjutsu, he was sure that this thing was not something that his body could afford. The chakra amount of each crow clone is almost twice that of his original body, but the crow's life structure has its own limitations on the chakra it can bear. Being able to withstand twice the chakra of his original body is already the limit. If you want to use this ninjutsu flexibly, you can only rely on those crow clones. Mr. Minato, this jutsu seems to be very difficult. Has its name been decided yet? It's decided, it's called Raisnon. Raisnon, that's a pretty good name. With his naming skills, he was pretty good at coming up with the name Raisnon. This jutsu seems to consume a little too much chakra. Are you the kind of person with scarce chakra? But that day in the battle with Kakashi, you didn't care about the consumption of chakra at all. In my opinion, this ninjutsu is very suitable for you. Minato was a little surprised. The explosion and fire escape that day were both ninjutsu that consumed a lot of chakra. At the end of the battle, he didn't look like he was over-consuming at all. Let me try it. Controlling his own chakra, a small light blue whirlwind condensed in the palm of his hand. They look somewhat similar in appearance, but the actual amount of chakra gathered together is much less. The learning difficulty of this ninjutsu is level A, you have to work hard. Minato smiled gently at the boy in front of him, and then he left the third training ground. He has a lot of things on his hands right now. If he can allocate some time to guide Wuyu, it means he pays attention to it. The people he competes with in the ring are not easy to deal with. Next, he still has to win the recommendation of other big clans. As for whether he can learn this ninjutsu, it depends on his own efforts and talent. After Minato left, the crow clone appeared on the ground. Its hands were held empty, and 2 opposite chakra whirlwinds merged together, and strong and disordered chakra appeared in the palm of the crow clone. After all, it is a living body composed of chakra, and its control over the amount of chakra is far more powerful than my own body. Nodding with satisfaction, the chakra ball in the crow clone's hand blasted towards the big tree beside him. The high-speed rotating chakra instantly drilled a huge hole into the tree trunk in front of him, and the inside of the trunk was as smooth as if it had been thoroughly polished. Wuyu nodded, he was particularly satisfied with the destructive power of the Raisnon. Unfortunately, the consumption is too great. The plan to copy the tailed beast model must be prepared as soon as possible. How can we touch the tailed beast safely? Forget it, take one step at a time. Just when he wanted to rest, another trouble came to his door. As soon as he reached the door of his house, he found someone from the Konoha police force standing in front of his house. Uchiha Mizuki, this is the pension given to you by the clan. Tomorrow night at 7 o'clock is the clan meeting, so don't be late. The thick wad of banknotes in his hand was handed over to him along with the address of the meeting, without even giving him a chance to refuse. Have you also been notified of the gathering? What happened to the clan recently? Even the neglected orphans have been notified of the gathering. Ching, who also received the assembly envelope, rushed here in a hurry, looking a little cautious. Don't you know, the 3rd generation will resign soon, and the clan also wants to take this opportunity to concentrate its efforts. These are my guesses. If I'm wrong, just pretend I didn't say anything. But the resignation of Sande is true. I can guarantee this with my conscience. Conscience? Do you have one? There's still a little bit left, not to the point of nothing. Seeing that she was still a little worried, Wuyu comforted her and said, don't worry about it. If anything happens, you'll still have me. What you said made me even more worried. It was the same in the past. Your ability to cause trouble is top-notch. I don't know how you made so many people dislike you. Don't worry, I'm very stable this time, Wuyu said confidently. After Ching left, Wuyu opened the envelope in his hand. It's quite a lot of money, a full 10,000 taels. By the way, does the Uchiha clan give a sum of money to every ninja and ninja trainee? With a sigh, Wuyu opened another envelope. The main hall of Nanga Shrine, the shrine not far from Nanga River. Sure enough, this is still the world I know. Furthermore, the content on this specially treated paper can only be seen clearly with the Sharingan. Has it been discovered? When did you notice it? After thinking for a moment, Wuyu decided to go there. He was very interested in the tampered stone tablet. Will you be regarded as a double agent? This kind of thing happens all the time, but it seems that everyone's ending is not good. Forget it, I'm going to separate myself anyway. If I encounter danger, I'll just blow myself up. By the way, what are you going to eat tonight? The ordinary and joyful day passed like this, but what he didn't expect was how difficult the things waiting for him tomorrow would be. Konoha 48. In the evening, Wuyu and Ching stood in front of the shrine door, looking slightly serious. The pattern on the torii gate is the emblem of the Uchiha clan. From time to time, ninjas walk in twos and threes. Is this a shrine dedicated to Shikigami? Ching observed the surroundings with curiosity in her eyes. Well, this is a shrine dedicated to Shikigami and a gathering place for the clan. Let's go in now. Others will arrive after a while. Entering the hall, a statue of an enshrined god caught Wuyu's eyes. Susanoo, this is definitely Susanoo. Is this the Shikigami worshipped by the Uchiha clan? No wonder, after all, it is the power that resides in the kaleidoscope, and it is not surprising that it is enshrined by the Uchiha clan. Seeing Wuyu's reaction, Ching stopped in front of the statue and asked curiously, what happened to this idol? It's nothing. I always feel that this statue represents something different. After suppressing all the thoughts in their hearts, the two quickly walked to the main hall of the shrine. Among a group of adults, those children were always unusually conspicuous. In addition to the two of them, there was another child about the same height as the two of them, which caught Wuyu's attention. Uchiha Shisui, who should be about 5 years older than me now, has already begun to show his talents. The Uchiha clan is really full of talents, but it's a pity that their minds are not normal. Smiling at him, Wuyu took Ching and sat in a corner, waiting for Uchiha Fugaku to arrive. Time passed slowly, and everyone patiently waited for the clan leader to appear. About 10 minutes later, the door of the shrine was completely closed, and Uchiha Fugaku also appeared in front of everyone. He had no intention of looking down upon this patriarch who secretly turned on the kaleidoscope. As the person who opened the main Jikaya Sharingan during the Third Ninja War, he was not sure of saving his life in front of Fugaku. Therefore, Wuyu could only appear in front of Fugaku using his crow clone, without any intention of revealing the location of his true body. The factor that determines a ninja's fighting ability is the information gap, and what he knows about Fugaku is basically nothing except Susanoo. Fugaku glanced at the ninjas below and said in a low voice, the main content of today's clan meeting is only one thing, and that is the selection of the fourth Hokage. As soon as these words came out, all the ninjas in the shrine looked shocked, and a few senior officials showed no signs of surprise. Although the Sandaime will still be in power for a while, we can't agree on the candidate for the fourth Hokage. There are two confirmed candidates, Namikaze Minato, known as Yellow Flash, and Orochimaru, known as one of the Sunin. These two ninjas should be familiar to the clan. There are also people who have had contact with them among the clan members here. While Fugaku spoke, he glanced at him without trace. Wuyu smiled at him, and then retracted into the crowd. I would like to hear your opinions on the clan's next policy. Conversations in twos and threes appeared, and the hall became noisy and chaotic. Did you already know about this? Ching poked Wuyu, who was pretending to be dead, and asked in an imperceptible voice. What happened? Did I say something? Why don't I remember it? As he said this, Wuyu's fingers overlapped. Ching glanced at it and naturally ignored the topic. Ahem, cough, be quiet. Before deciding who to support, it's better to let people who know them evaluate them. Right, Uchiha Matsuki. Everyone's eyes were focused on the corner, and Wuyu, who was hiding next to Ching and pretending to be dead, could only stand up. Well, I don't have anything against him. However, with the support of the third generation, he should be the one who can become Hokage. Wuyu finally said his suggestion. Regardless of whether they believed it or not, he believed it anyway. Someone saw him teaching you ninjutsu on the training ground a few days ago. You have a pretty good relationship with him, right? It's okay. Compared with the relationship in the clan, my relationship with him is much closer. After all, he is the one who holds the handle, and he is much stronger than the clansman who sent him to the training camp. Next, I want you to find out Minato Namikaze's attitude towards the clan. As a member of the Uchiha clan, this is your responsibility. Really? Wuyu's slightly contemptuous attitude aroused the anger of those around him. Hey, what's your attitude? You guys, do you want to compete? Are the children these days so arrogant? Do you know what it means to respect the elderly? A few impulsive people stood up and glared, and the eyes of the senior clan leader sitting next to the clan leader also turned into red Sharingan. Ching, who was beside him, pulled the corner of Wuyu's clothes, signaling him not to act rashly. Seniors who want to compete, I will accompany you. I will be at the third training ground every afternoon. You are always welcome to come. As for this matter, I have always believed that if you want to get something, you have to give something first. I am right, Patriarch. Crow clones appeared behind those who showed hostility to him, and Wuyu's figure appeared silently behind Fugaku. I see, is this the special ninjutsu you master? Your body never entered the shrine from the beginning. I had no intention of hiding it from you in the first place, so why bother making such a fuss and embarrassing myself? The matter can be discussed slowly, and the conditions I proposed will not embarrass you. Putting away the kunao in his hand, the moonless crow clone smiled and walked away from him. The tribesmen on the side looked at him dumbfounded. With their Sharingan activated, they were completely unaware of when he activated the ninjutsu. Fugaku signaled those tribesmen who were about to rush forward not to act rashly, and looked at the child in front of him solemnly. I understand your attitude towards the clan. As for your conditions, let me tell you, ninjutsu, money, and secret techniques related to the Sharingan are all fine that I won't choose. Wii smiled brightly, and the smile on his face made people want to punch him. Okay, I promise. The senior management on the side looked at Fugaku in disbelief, their expressions extremely exciting. Thank you very much. I will definitely tell you his attitude towards the Uchiha clan accurately. After Fugaku readily agreed, he once again retreated into the corner. Although the people around him were secretly watching his every move, Wii seemed not to notice, smiling heartlessly at Ching beside him. Why would you do such a thing? It's not in line with your style of doing things. You can't give them information in vain that you should do things that can benefit you. Anyway, there will be no Uchiha clan anymore. This sentence can only be thought in Wiyu's heart. If he really said it out, he would probably be beaten to death by them. The gathering of the clan ended like this. Except for those clansmen who glared at him, the ending was relatively happy. Why are you so quarrelsome with those people? The way they look at you is a bit wrong. Since you have to do it, of course you have to do it resolutely. Anyway, I don't care here. Just when Wio wanted to say something, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. Uchiha Mizuki, you are a very outstanding young man. I know you have resentment towards the clan, but you have always been a member of the clan. I hope you can contribute some strength when the first clan is in crisis. Only the first clan is the most solid backing behind you. Wii shrugged, nodded perfunctorily to Fugaku in front of him, and left here directly with Ching. Captain, why don't you let me teach that brat a lesson? You can't deal with him. If a conflict breaks out within the shrine, the clan members will be involved. The man next to him couldn't believe that he, a member of the elite police force who had been using the Sharingan for many years, could not deal with a brat. Information says that his clones can self-destruct. In such a small space, you have no way to resist a fire escape attack that is more powerful than the detonating talisman. Uchiha Mizuki, he is able to create that level of ninjutsu at the age of 5. His talent is amazing. Fugaku watched the two people leaving, and he subconsciously thought about how to make him feel a sense of belonging to the clan. Although the prosperity of a clan does not depend on 3 or 5 geniuses, 3 or 5 bridges to communicate with the village are also necessary. The night after the clan meeting ended, Wio got his wish and obtained the Uchiha clan's fire escape ninjutsu and a large sum of money. This blackmail allowed him to temporarily reduce his need for money. Although he didn't know much about Minato Namikaze, he knew that he would be the 4th Hokage in the end. Phoenix Immortal Fire, Dragon Fire, Hawohuankan, I really gave it. I have no choice but to see if there is a chance to meet him recently. Admiring Fugaku's handiwork, he carefully wrote down these scrolls and put them away. He will definitely do what he promised, but he can't tell how much effort he will put into it. The scene in his eyes changed, and the surveillance ninja hiding in the dark appeared in his sight. Is that annoying fly the monitor sent by Danzo? This figure looks familiar. It turns out to be him. Wii seemed to have discovered some interesting toy and smiled strangely. Do you want to take action? Forget it, keep him alive, it might be useful in the future. However, preparations still need to be made. The crow hovering in the sky locked onto the surveillance ninja hiding in the dark, its black wings blended into the darkness, and silently approached him. The blind Jounin hiding in the shadows still didn't realize that the danger was quietly approaching. The crow landed on his shoulder. The blind Jounin subconsciously looked into the crow's eyes, only to find that 3 Megatama were slowly rotating in the eyes that should have been pitch black. Not good. He subconsciously wanted to avoid looking, but his body became extremely stiff and he couldn't exert any strength. Successfully used. What is the best way to set it up next? With a flash of inspiration, he set the illusion to be triggered by attacking himself. Once activated, it would drag the people around him to death. The inspiration for this move came from Itaka's time difference pupil technique and Shisui's other gods. However, Mizuki's pupil power is not as strong as the two, and he doesn't know whether it can be hidden from Danzo. If it works, it will be very interesting then. I can't wait. Taking back the crow, he lay on the bed and began to think about the future path. Based on the information currently known, if you want to gain the power to protect yourself, you must become a being similar to the 6 Paths Sage. In other words, if you want to avoid infinite Tsukuyomi, you must at least have the Samsara Eye. If you want to open the Samsara Eye, you need at least the Eternal Kaleidoscope plus Hashirama cells plus the power of Indra. As far as he knew, the only people who had opened the Samsara Eye were Uchiha Madara and Urju, and the other Uchiha had opened the Kaleidoscope at most. He didn't know whether Indra's power was a necessary condition for opening the Samsara Eye. Just in case, Wii still included him. Who in the village knows the soul-related ninjutsu? The 4th generation must know it. After all, he personally sealed the Kyuubi and Orochimaru. I really don't want to deal with that pervert. That guy believes in science. If he finds out that I am not the original owner of this body, I can't imagine that ending. By the way, why did I forget the Yamanaka clan's heart-turning technique? That ninjutsu should also have some reference value. Most ninjutsu involving the soul are top secret. According to his estimation, the power of Indra and Asura should be hidden in the deepest part of the soul. Unless certain conditions are met, it is impossible to detect the existence of the six paths sage from the souls of the two people. Orochimaru's reincarnation technique should not be completed yet. It is slightly more difficult to obtain the heart-turning technique. It is too dangerous to seal the fourth generation of corpses. There is only one option left, and that is the sealing technique controlled by the Uzumaki clan. After much thought, Wii decided to turn on the kaleidoscope first. This condition was a bit too harsh for him. His parents are gone, and the only person who can be considered a friend is Ching. It's so troublesome, let's talk about it tomorrow. After clearing his thoughts, Wii fell into sleep. Early the next morning, he came to the training ground as usual. A boy with a watermelon head was standing on one hand not far away, exercising his body. You were the one who was with Kakashi-senpai that day. Is he also a ninja? The watermelon-headed boy glanced at him, seemingly recalling where he had seen him. Are you an acquaintance of Kakashi? That's right. I have competed with Kakashi-senpai once. He is worthy of being a 12-year-old jounin. After hearing his words, Watermelon Head looked a little unbelievable that a 5-year-old child could actually compete with Kakashi. My name is Uchiha Mizuki, where is Senior, Mike K. The atmosphere became a little silent at this time, and Wii, who was standing beside him, said, Senior Kai, how about we have a competition? Yes, this is his true purpose. Mutsuki wants to use the Sharingan to copy Kai's taijutsu movements. For Mutsuki, who has little chakra, taijutsu is also one of the shortcomings he wants to make up for. For Kai, who is passionate about exercise, he will never refuse if someone invites him to compete in physical skills. Okay, how do we compare? Right here, no ninjutsu or genjutsu required, time limit is 5 minutes. Is that okay? Kai nodded and waited for Wii to announce the start. As soon as he finished speaking, Metkai's figure appeared next to Wii, and a whip leg with fierce wind hit his right arm hard. The speed is very fast and the strength is ridiculously strong. If you don't open the Sharingan, you can't catch his movements at all. He took a few steps back to remove all the force of the blow from his body. Senior's physical skills are indeed very powerful. Now you have to take it seriously. The chakra in Yafen's body is constantly circulating, and the body's functions are also greatly improved. His body swayed, and a powerful punch hit the ground under his feet. The flat ground cracked instantly, and the powerful impact rushed towards Kai, who was not far away. This is a physical technique he developed based on a certain woman's strange power. The effect seems to be only half of the original owner's, but the power is not something that ordinary ninjas can withstand. Very powerful. Now I believe you can compete with Kakashi. I'm going to get serious next. Full bloom of youth, Konoha's powerful whirlwind. Without paying attention, the crow clone fighting Kai flew into the air, and Kai appeared behind him as Wii expected. Shadow Wii, Senior, please be serious, please don't hold back. This level of attack has no effect on me. Wii's words made Kai behind him a little unhappy. The bandage wrapped around his arm tightly bound his body. Beauty Lotus. The crow clone was locked by Kai, and the whirlwind caused by the high-speed rotation began to roar in the ears. Hidden in the dark, Wii completely cut off the perception of the crow clone. He felt that it would be very painful if he still used sense sharing at this time. Bang! The crow clone was smashed to the ground, and the chakra that formed the human form also dissipated. You, what exactly are you? Senior, what's wrong? Wii subconsciously touched his head and found that part of the chakra that originally fixed his head disappeared. It seemed that a small part was dispersed by the force just now. Oh, this is just my clone. The real body cannot appear in front of seniors for some reasons, but it's a bit rude. After dozens of seconds, the chakra that made up the brain was completely replenished, and Wii smiled and expressed his apology. However, the smile on his face and the scene just now made him feel creepy no matter how he looked at it. The time is up, Senior Kai. It seems that there is no winner. I am going to school next. If you still need someone to practice with, you can come to me. I will practice here every morning. After saying goodbye to Kai, Wii went to the Ninja Academy as usual, and a few crows hidden in the corners were also flying in the direction of the Ninja Academy. Shadow dancing leaves, expressing Lotus. Today's harvest is not small. Recalling the movements in taijutsu he had copied with his Sharingan, the corners of Mutsuki's mouth curled up slightly. To achieve physical skills like Kai's, it would take at least 10 years of training to achieve impressive results. But he is different. As long as he has a huge amount of chakra, he can make his abilities unreachable in a short period of time. Naruto's birthday is October 10. In other words, Minato will become Hokage in a while. There are still about 3 months of preparation time, which is a bit tight. Frowning slightly, he felt that there might be some changes in the plan he had prepared. Why are you looking so sad? Have you gotten into some trouble again? Ching, who came from not far away, looked at him with a helpless expression on her face again. It's nothing. I remember that the patriarch's child is now in the same class as you, so that's right. Are you talking about Uchiha Itaki? I heard that he is very popular among other girls. Are you envious? Wio replied without any hesitation. I won't envy other people, and even if I do, I won't admit it. Since it's something I don't have, why not just take it from me? You guys are still as bad as ever. Ching looked at him with a smile, as if she agreed very much. How could a child who was sent to a training camp early have a sound outlook on life? Let's go quickly. If you don't go, you'll be late. Urging Haru beside him, Wio quickly walked towards the ninja academy not far away. Next, he may be extremely busy and consume a lot of money. If he wanted to touch the Kyuubi head-on, he would need a body that could protect him, which was the secret technique that he had always envisioned in his mind but had never tried. After spending the day in a daze, Wio hurried towards his home. When you have something to do, other things will come to you automatically, just like Namikaze Minato in front of him. The gentle expression as always was intertwined with a feeling of exhaustion that could not be hidden. It can be seen that he definitely has a lot on his hands. How about it? Have you learned that ninjutsu? Wio stretched out his right hand, and the violent and disordered chakra kept spinning in his hand. The power contained in it was intoxicating. Did you learn this jutsu in only about a week? You are indeed a genius. Mr. Minato. If you don't mind, you can call me teacher. It will make you feel closer. Since he said so, Wio would naturally not be polite. Minato-sensei, are you going to become Hokage? Oh, you are very well informed. It will take a few days before you officially become Hokage. Remember to keep it a secret. The next step is someone else's request, and it's up to you whether you want to answer it or not. Wio said slightly perfunctorily, as if he really didn't want to ask this question. Will your attitude towards the Uchiha clan be like that of the third Hokage? Minato thought for a moment and then said firmly, as long as I can maintain the peace of Konoha, I will do my best to stop it no matter what happens. The Uchiha clan is a member of the village, and I will face them with a fair attitude. After getting the answer he wanted, Wio said with a smile, it's really troublesome. People in the clan insist on asking me to ask you about your attitude, and I'm too embarrassed to refuse. Hahaha. With a sincere smile, Wio explained. It's okay. Everyone has something they can't refuse. Frankly speaking, it is easy for people to feel close to the man in front of them. It is a pity that he died a little early, otherwise the Uchiha clan might have escaped the fate of annihilation. After bidding farewell to Minato, Matsuki walked towards the direction of the Konoha police force. After all, I collected the things, and I had to tell others the news no matter what. In front of the police force, several familiar people appeared in his sight. Ha, aren't these the seniors who came to compete with me a few days ago? Long time no see. You guy, what on earth do you want to do here? Just when the conflict was about to break out, Hyugaku's figure appeared in front of everyone. Stop. After glancing at everyone, the majesty of the leader of the clan was fully displayed. Come with me. Wio chuckled a few times and followed him into the police force's office. What's wrong with you coming here? Shrugging his shoulders, he said, as long as I can maintain the peace of Konoha, I will do my best to stop it no matter what happens. The Uchiha clan is a member of the village, and I will face them with a fair attitude. These are the exact words of the fourth Hokage. Now it is confirmed that the fourth Hokage is Minato Namikaze. I have finished what I promised you. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. After relaying Minato's words, he left Fugaku's office without any intention of stopping. It has nothing to do with him what the Uchiha clan has planned. By the time Konoha really suppresses them, his body will have already left here. When Wio came out of the office, several members of the police force who were unhappy with him followed him secretly, trying to teach him a lesson. Just when they wanted to take action, they didn't know whose order they accepted and evacuated silently. Knowing the news that Minato was about to become Hokage, they have also restrained themselves. It is really a reality. The trick of pulling the tiger's skin is really universal, but the risks involved are not small, especially when the Nine Tails attacked Konoha. It can be seen from the reaction of the third Hokage that they are afraid of the Sharingan. This shows how great the impact Madara Uchiha had when he controlled Nine Tails and fought against the first Hokage. When he got home, the sky was already dark, and the dark room was filled with a sense of deathly silence. Even he, a determined person, could not bear the loneliness. Now is not the time to be sad, it would be better to experiment with your conjectures. Crow clones appeared in front of him, slowly covering the main body surface. At this time, Wio was wrapped in light blue chakra, giving people the feeling of being protected by these living chakras. Sure enough, this kind of thing similar to the tailed beast clothes can only be successfully constructed by these chakra beings with self-awareness. This is also related to the fact that they and my spiritual power come from the same source. What's a good name? Well, just call it Crow Feather. Protect your feathers. Although it can protect one's body, it is still far inferior to a real tailed beast suit. After all, it is only made of one's own chakra, and there is still a gap compared to the tailed beast's endless chakra. The limit that my spirit can bear now is 12 crow clones. If I don't use them, I can add up to 2 more. It's a bit difficult, but it's not impossible. Immersed in my own spiritual space, the crystal I haven't seen for a long time is shining with its own light. Subject Spirit Link, Biological Sample Selection. Subject link authorization completed. A. The current biological sample selection is completed. The currently selected biological sample is Crow. During the construction of the mental model, the filling of the biological model begins. A. Current filling energy name Chakra. A. Construction begins. A. Bones, flesh and blood, feathers, various organs. Like a miracle from the creator, a vivid crow appeared in front of Wu. No matter when you look at it, this godlike power is chilling. What is its origin? The authority of the gods, or is it the crystallization of technology? Forget it, it's better to hold on to your own life first. The brilliance of the crystal became a little dim, and it would be 7 days until the next time it was fully charged. According to Matsuki's estimation, it would only take a day for the Jinchuriki to accumulate the power of this crystal, and it might even be less than a day. The next day, he prepared to go to the ninja academy as usual, but found that people on the street were talking from time to time. The candidate for the 4th Hokage has been decided, it's Yellow Flash. Is it him, the hero who ended the war? I heard that someone has been sent to hire a carver to make the shadow rock. It seems to be true. Not paying attention to the news from the passers-by, Wu sat aside and waited for Ching to come to her. In his opinion, if Minato had lived longer, something might have changed, but he was destined to be the Hokage with the shortest reign. After waiting for a long time, it seems that my worries are unnecessary. But how do you know that he can become Hokage? The two of them walked down the street together, but she still couldn't suppress her curiosity. I don't know, maybe the Uchiha Shikigami is protecting me. Seeing Wu didn't want to say anything, Kinja also had a tacit understanding and didn't ask any more questions. By the way, there's another genius in the school. I heard he's the patriarch's child. Do you know? The clan leader's child? You mean Uchiha Itaki? Has he enrolled in school? When did it happen? Ching tilted her head and looked at Wu, shaking her hands in front of him. Are you confused? It's June 6 st. That you won't forget the enrollment time every year. Really? Maybe I forgot. Wu answered perfunctorily. Are you okay? Did you have that problem again? While your relationship with the Hokage is good now, it's better to go to the hospital for a checkup. Ching said worriedly, the twinkling light in her eyes was called concern. There's really nothing wrong with it. It's probably because the clone was overused. Just go to school and take a rest. When there are too many Crow clones, his spirit will become extremely exhausted. When he was rescued by Haru, his mental power and chakra were nearly exhausted, and his brain would suffer a tearing pain. Officially, the two became allies who helped each other. During class, the instructor standing on the podium explained the will of fire to the children listening below. Every child has a yearning expression, even those who are about to graduate, except Wu. The freshman entrance ceremony ended a few days ago, and he didn't pay much attention to it at that time. Now that Namikaze Minato has officially become Hokage, he can focus on his own affairs. No one would take action against a child taught by the Hokage, unless that person no longer wanted to be in the village. Now that you are about to become a ninja, you should also prepare for the genin exams. Some of you definitely don't have to worry. The lecturer above even took a special look at his position. The genin exam, how many clones should I use to deal with it? Wait a minute, after passing the genin exam, does that mean you can leave the village openly? What an opportunity. He had long wanted to find other Jinchuriki and those with blood-stained boundaries. It seemed that he would be more serious about this genin exam. You are going to become a ninja, so enviable. On the way home, Wu chatted with Ching beside him. Sensing her insincere blessing, he guessed what Ching was thinking. There is no way, this world often does not work as people think. In order to survive, we can only force ourselves. It would be nice if there were no ninjas. Ching was a little disappointed, and those gray-white memories kept reappearing in her mind. It's not necessarily that good without ninjas. As long as there are disputes over interests, the fights between people will never stop. He would definitely not say this directly, but at the moment he couldn't think of any words to ease the atmosphere, so he could only continue on like this. At a familiar fork in the road, the two are about to go in different directions. Don't die, I will be sad then. Don't worry, I won't die that easily. Speaking confidently, an expression called confidence appeared on Wu's face. If someone like him who mainly relies on clones to fight can die easily, then the safety factor of this village is too low. After saying goodbye to Ching, he walked towards his home. Just as he was thinking about what to eat tonight, a few people who were a bit troublesome to him quietly walked out from the shadows on the street corner. Long time no see, Uchiha Mizuki, I heard that you were going to become a ninja. Oh, isn't this the clan leader? What's the matter with you? If there's nothing else, please come back. He really didn't want to be too closely related to the Uchiha clan, which was seriously inconsistent with his style of clinging to life. Let's talk about it after we get inside. That you don't even want us to take a step outside your home, do you? Fugaku's words completely blocked his thoughts of declining. Uchiha has not yet completely declined. If he really angers Fugaku, it will still bring him some trouble. Please come in. Reluctantly opening the door, Fugaku and his two confidants followed him into the living room. Because he often ordered the crow clone to clean, the whole house was relatively clean. Long story short, what do you want? Seeing that there was not even a cup of tea, the two people behind Fugaku were somewhat dissatisfied, but their captain didn't say anything, so the two of them didn't speak. Uchiha Mizuki, the clan hopes that you can be responsible for the communication between the Hokage-sama and the clan. This is decided after the clan's research. I hope you will not refuse. A spy is a spy, don't use that elegant expression. But why do you think I will agree to your request? Wu asked confidently. Whether you stand on the side of the clan or not, the blood originating from Uchiha is destined for others to regard you as a member of the clan. Of course, as a member of the clan will not deduct your contribution. A scroll was placed on the coffee table, and Wu looked at it curiously. These are the conditions we can offer. If you think there are any problems, you can tell us directly. He opened the scroll casually, and the content on it made him a little interested. Ninjutsu, secret techniques, money, ninja tools, trading points, protection when necessary. The conditions are very thoughtful. But I have a question, why choose me? Team leader. When the person next to him wanted to say something, he was stopped by Fugaku. This is not a secret that you are also a member of Uchiha. It's time to know the current situation of the clan and the village. Fugaku rubbed his forehead and said slightly tiredly, since I took over the position of clan leader, the village has never relaxed its guard against the clan. Although the village has not made any overt actions, its secret vigilance has never relaxed. The village is too afraid of the power of the Sharingan. If you activate the Sharingan in the future, you will also be wary of them. Now that the fourth generation is about to take office, I also hope that the village's attitude towards the clan will change. If this continues, the clan's dissatisfaction with the village will deepen, and conflicts may even break out. Wu looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with some admiration in his heart. As expected of the leader of the clan, are you aware of the upcoming danger now? Unfortunately, things often develop beyond your expectations. He was extremely curious now. What was Fugaku's mood when Itaka slashed the knife in his hand at him? I agreed. However, there is something I need to make clear first. He looked solemnly at Fugaku in front of him and said something that surprised several people. I want Izanagi and Izanami. Fugaku looked at him in surprise, while the two people behind him were a little confused. How do you know these two techniques? I have a general understanding of it, and I also know some of the conditions for use. After a long silence, Fugaku agreed to his request. Just before he left, Wu suddenly stopped him. No matter what the outcome of the Uchiha clan is in the future, I can promise that the Uchiha bloodline will not be cut off. Wu whispered, and the two guards beside Fugaku didn't notice at all that he was the only one who heard Wu's mumbling, but in the end he didn't turn around to ask what the words meant. That night, the secret technique promised by Fugaku and the items he needed were delivered directly, and his responsibility is to always pay attention to policies that threaten the Uchiha clan, and to contact Fugaku directly when necessary. Who would have thought that the fourth Hokage would only reign for a few months? Who would have guessed that someone could channel a nine-tailed demon fox to attack the village? Watching the secret technique in his hand, Wu smiled strangely. In Ninja Academy, Matsuki's class, these students were bored and waiting for the jounin who was about to lead the team, and some even started shouting. There will always be idiots, he thought from the bottom of his heart. Okay, now decide the order of classes. The long-lost female teacher once again appeared in front of the students, holding their long-awaited class placement list. Let's start dividing into classes. Your jounin in charge will come to take you to the training ground in a moment. First class, Miyazu Haruko, Hinata Gensho, Yamashiro Shin. Instructing Jonin Karama General Class, Marinara, Tamaki Akimichi, and Natsuki Yamanaka. Instruct Jonin Saratobi Kenji. Class, Uchiha Matsuki, Mitarashi Anko, Onogo Wataru. Instruct the jounin Orochimaru. The arm that was holding Lien slipped and he almost fell onto the table. Wu shouted, Teacher, who is the instructor jounin? He is Mr. Orochimaru, one of the legendary three ninjas. With such a guiding jounin, you will definitely make rapid progress. Looking at the female teacher in front of him, Wu just wanted to kill the talented person in the class. Who did it, the yandame or Danzo? It really gave me a big trouble. Wu calmed down his mood and waited for Orochimaru's arrival. Mitarashi Anko, Orochimaru's future disciple, has an active personality and a fondness for sweets. He should be 10 years old now, and it should be next year when he actually becomes Orochimaru's student. Onogo Wataru, a student who came out of the same training camp as Mizuki, has average strength and is good at ninjutsu but unknown. Looking at the two people around him, Wu only felt that there was some trouble. One of these two people is bold and the other is gloomy. Plus, he is a person who takes things seriously, so no matter what he thinks, it's not going to be good. It was midsummer now, and Hongdo was wearing a black short-sleeved shirt on the upper body, and shorts and fishnet stockings on the lower body, which suited his taste very well. It's a pity that the age doesn't match, and now is not the time to think about such nonsense. Uchiha Mizuki, I never expected that we could be assigned to the same group. I've heard of your name when you were in the training camp. Uncharacteristically, Onogo Wataru actually talked to him, which surprised him. Well, we are considered acquaintances, so there is no need to introduce ourselves. Out of fate, I would like to remind you that this man known as the Sunin is a complete pervert. It's not a good habit to speak ill of others behind their backs. Uchiha Mizuki-kun, a hoarse and gloomy voice whispered in Miyu's ear, and the slippery python was tightly wrapped around his body. Orochimaru observed Miyu, who could not move with interest. Teacher, please spare his life. Just when Anko and Taro tried to ask Orochimaru to let him go, Matsuki, who was still struggling, turned into crows and flew in all directions. A kunai was held at Orochimaru's waist, and Matsu's body slowly emerged behind him. Although it is bad behavior to speak ill of someone behind their back, is it a bit too much to joke like this, Mr. Orochimaru? The surrounding students looked at this astonishing scene with some chills in their hearts. Especially Onogawa Taro, although he had heard about Matsuki's strength, he didn't expect his illusions to be so powerful. Ho 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 ho, it's a good illusion. You are really interesting. Is the test over, teacher? Can you put your shadow clone away now? If you want others to put away their clones, shouldn't you also be more conscious? You are such an ungrateful child. The white mist dispersed, and Orochimaru walked in from outside the door. The dark crow slowly landed on the seat, and the long-haired Wii also appeared beside the two of them with a smile. Monster, how can I be assigned to the same team as this person? Cursing secretly, Onogawa Taro smiled and smoothed things over. Hungu on the side also remembered something and quickly followed him to ease the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Anko Mitarashi, Taro Onogawa, and Matsuki Uchiha, I will be your instructor Jounin from today on. Please take good care of me. Ho 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 ho. Please also take care of me. Wii smiled strangely, and the strange color in his eyes became more and more obvious. Ha ha ha, please take care of me. Yeah. Ignoring the two people laughing awkwardly at the side, Wii waited for his decision. Gather at the third training ground later. Don't be late. Giving him a meaningful look, Orochimaru left the classroom. Taro Onogawa leaned on the back of his chair and gasped for air. The murderous aura generated during the confrontation between the two almost froze the classroom. After apologizing to the scared teacher, Wii walked towards the third training ground without looking back. Aren't you leaving yet? If you don't leave, the pervert will come again. Anko and Kawataro looked at each other and could only follow quickly. I originally thought that they were all novices, but now it seems that the future of this team is a bit worrying. In the third training ground, the three of them were sitting on a bench, patiently waiting for Orochimaru's arrival. Introduce yourself, hurry up. Although Orochimaru's eyes looked at the three children in front of him equally, Mizuki felt that most of his attention was focused on himself. Anko Matere likes sweets and hates spicy food. Her dream is to become a powerful ninja and is good at fire escape. Onogawa Taro, he likes to be strong but hates talking. He is good at physical arts, earth escape, and has no dreams. Uchiha Mizuki has a lot of things he likes, and a lot of things he hates. As for his dreams, I can't talk about them for the time being. He's good at, fire escape, clones, taijutsu, and genjutsu, that's about it. The corners of Orochimaru's mouth were slightly raised, and the vertical pupils in his eyes looked cold and cruel, giving people the feeling of being stared at by a snake-like creature. Gather here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning to start the first team mission. With a low chuckle, Orochimaru left the training ground. Now that we've been assigned to a group, how about we go out for a dinner party? I know a good dumpling shop. Okay, where is that store? To their surprise, Wii was the first to agree. Seeing that the two of them were still stunned, he was speechless. Didn't you say we were going to the dumpling shop? Why are you still staying there? Let's go. For a moment, the two of them didn't know what to say, so they had no choice but to follow him to the dumpling shop that Hundu mentioned. Does Wii-kun also like sweets? It's alright. Time always slipped away unknowingly, and when he returned home, the sky was completely gloomy. Orochimaru, it's really tricky. For this person who lived from the beginning to the end, Wii felt fear from the bottom of his heart. Orochimaru is an out-and-out scientist, and his moral bottom line is quite flexible. People who are targeted by him basically don't end well. Especially for some taboo experiments, there is no mercy for those experimental subjects. The reason why he hasn't betrayed Konoha yet is because his experiment has not yet reached the critical stage. When he actually betrays Konoha, it means that the time for the Uchiha clan's annihilation is coming soon. Matsuki seriously suspected that the time when Orochimaru defected was not far from the time when Itaku wiped out the clan. However, it is also beneficial for Orochimaru to be a guide to the Jonin. At least he can get some research results when he joins in the evil, just like Anko's curse seal. Thinking of the research results in Orochimaru's hands, Matsuki felt a little excited. Whether it is forbidden arts, Hashirama cells, senjutsu, etc., Orochimaru is involved in them all, and he can be said to have the most ninjutsu in Konoha village. But when he thought of his current identity, Wii felt something was wrong. Danzo has blatantly supported Orochimaru, and even after Orochimaru defected, he was still related to him. He is still a spy for the Uchiha clan, and if he betrays him again, he will be in full condition, with all the labels attached, and he will repeatedly wander into danger. No matter what, the ninjutsu or forbidden jutsu involving the soul must be obtained, and if you don't find it, don't blame me. A sharp look appeared in his eyes, and the crow clone disappeared into the darkness. At 9 a.m., several people arrived as scheduled. Although Orochimaru's moral bottom line is not high, he still abides by the time he has set. Then, let's start the first mission. The expressions of several people became much more serious, and they listened carefully to Orochimaru's words. There are 2 bells here. The one who snatches the bell from me first will pass. As for those who fail, ho ho, you don't want to know the consequences. The eerie laughter made them even more nervous, except for those who were pretending to be asleep. Survival exercise, begin. Dismiss. As soon as he finished speaking, crows flew towards him. Anko and Kawataro looked at each other and rushed over according to yesterday's plan. The dinner was not for nothing. After discussing their special ninjutsu, several people came up with a relatively mature combat plan. Earth Dungeon, Earth Flow Great River. While Orochimaru was affected by the genjutsu, Kawataro relied on Earth Release to turn the ground under his feet into a river of mud. Anko, who was standing aside, immediately took out his best attacking ninjutsu, Fire Escape, the technique of Dragon Fire. The scorching flames evaporated the mud river on the ground, and the temperature was so high that the ground melted into magma. Success! Just when the two were happy, Wii poured cold water on the side. It's still early. The smoke dissipated, and the imaginary scene did not appear in front of them. The only thing left on the ground was an empty shell. The art of snake shedding seems to be wary of illusions. It's our first time to work together like this. You guys really gave me a lot of surprises. Familiar voices came from a tree not far away, and there was a bit of coldness in the hoarseness. There was no doubt that Orochimaru was hiding in that tree, admiring their performance. There is no way to continue to entangle him, so he simply relies on his own large-scale ninjutsu to fight. Plan B. Wii looked at Orochimaru, who was watching him not far away, and kept making seals between his hands. Fire Escape, the fire is extinguished. Flames like seawater emerged from Orochimaru not far away, and the scale was so large that even he himself couldn't believe it. Interesting. As if he saw something precious, Orochimaru turned into a snake body and burrowed into the ground. The mountains and forests in the distance were all covered in flames, and black smoke filled the sky. With a click, the rock was drilled silently, and long snakes emerged from the ground one after another, strangulating the 3 of them tightly. After a moment, the 3 people who should have been unable to move turned into crows and flew around. Wonderful illusions. Do you still want to play these boring tricks? Our opponent is Orochimaru-sensei. Of course we must do our best to win. Sounds appeared from all directions, giving him no chance to use the sounds to confirm his location. He, ha 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 ha, interesting, so interesting. Uchiha Mizuki is such a slippery guy. Hidden in the dark, Mutsuki silently stared at Orochimaru, who was laughing wildly, without any change in the expression on his face. In the Hokuchi's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Minato Namikaze watched the exercises of several people, temporarily forgetting even the government affairs at hand. Yandame, are you sure this child hasn't activated his Sharingan yet? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, looking like he couldn't believe it. I haven't asked him. Even if the Sharingan is turned on, he won't tell others casually based on his character. Minato's words made Sarutobi even more worried, and the gap on his old face deepened. Keep him away from Shinjina in the future, and the same will be true after the child is born. Such powerful eye power is simply not something a child can possess. It is too dangerous for him to get close to the Jinchuriki. Minato didn't object after hearing this. It was about the safety of his wife and children, so it was right to be cautious. After a long silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke again. To be able to fight Orochimaru to such an extent at the age of 5, the Uchiha clan still has the power to be wary of. Minato looked at the crow clones fighting in the crystal ball, and for a moment he began to think about how to deal with the relationship with the Uchiha clan. On the other side, 2 crow clones tightly surrounded Orochimaru, and Anko and Kawataro could only occasionally provide support. Have you used up all your chakra, or is this all your jutsu? Teacher Orochimaru, everything is over. When Orochimaru realized something was wrong, the bell hanging on his waist had already fallen into the hands of 2 other people. The special illusion activated by sacrificing the chakra power of 2 of his crow clones is not something that can be solved so easily. After using this move, Wiyu's eyes began to bleed. Judging from Orochimaru's ability to attack, he didn't even use half of his true strength. Certain things are shady. Once used in front of certain people, he will have no choice but to completely give up his identity here. It's so difficult to deal with. The necromancy is useless, the Rashomon is useless, just using the ordinary latent shadow snake hand and snake shedding technique can force me into this. If I meet him head-on, I have a % chance of escaping, and that's even if a Izanagi is included. The 3 ninjas deserve their reputation. The survival exercise is over, you are qualified. Gather at the Hokuchi's office building at 7am. The day after tomorrow for your first mission. He. Ignoring the 2 cheering people behind him, Orochimaru walked towards the distance. Looking at his back, Wii felt that the gaze on her disappeared. At the same time, a familiar hoarse voice reached Wiyu's ears, and the content of the words attracted his attention. You are really interesting. It would be a shame to be with Minato. Are you interested in coming to my place? With his eyes narrowed, he knew that the long-awaited opportunity had arrived. Teacher Orochimaru, your proposal is very interesting. May I know what I can gain by following you? What can you get? It depends on what you need. I will only give you one chance. Whether you can grasp it depends on your own ability. After pondering for a moment, Wuyu laughed strangely. What can he gain? Give him a chance and he can get everything he wants. Would you like to celebrate? Anko immediately perked up when she heard this. Are you still going to the dumpling shop yesterday? Wuyu interjected, I know a good barbecue restaurant. It's just the right place to replenish the energy you've consumed. Seeing him suddenly speaking, the two of them were embarrassed to refuse. After all, Wuyu was the main force this time to get through this exercise safely. Anyway, it was just a meal, no matter where he went. After a few people left, a crow slowly flew in the direction Orochimaru left. It didn't have any chakra on it. Without careful inspection, it would be impossible to tell that it was actually a creature with chakra. The midday sun shines in the lush forest, and birds fly from above from time to time, and occasionally they land on the branches to rest. The predators hidden in the wood show their fangs from time to time, and the whole forest gives people a sense of tranquility but with a hint of murderous intent hidden inside. The figure in the distance gradually approached the forest, and a crow followed closely behind, not daring to relax at all. This is close to the border of the Kingdom of Fire. If you walk a little further, you will completely leave the Kingdom of Fire. Matsuki didn't know why Orochimaru would send his clone to bring him here, but when he thought about it again, he understood that there must be his secret stronghold nearby. The two chased each other and soon came to a strange forest. Okay, no one will interfere here. Ho ho ho. Orochimaru stopped and turned to stare at the crow following him. So that's it, a secret barrier. It seems that I still have a lot to learn. The crow landed on the ground, the chakra that made up his body continued to change, and Wuyu's figure appeared in front of him. Teacher Orochimaru, why did you bring me to this place? Orochimaru laughed a few times and asked in a low voice, oh, when did I bring you here? Didn't you come with me yourself? The smile on Wuyu's face completely disappeared and she spoke expressionlessly. Mr. Orochimaru, if you have anything to say, it's better to say it directly. I'm also very busy and I don't have time for you to play here. Ah, has your true nature been exposed? Forget it, it's nothing. Let's get to the point. Orochimaru looked at Wuyu solemnly, and his hoarse voice sounded in the forest again. I'm very interested in your clone technique, so can you please cooperate with my experiment? What surprised Matsuki was that Orochimaru didn't take action after finishing speaking. It seemed that his clone really left a big impression on him. Sorry, original ninjutsu, never exchange. Really, that's a pity. Orochimaru looked at him regretfully, and then said something else. Are you interested in becoming my disciple? Be his disciple? Wait, Uchiha Itachi hasn't become a ninja yet. In other words, he hasn't been attracted to the Sharingan yet. When Wuyu realized this, he understood that the time had come at this moment. Mr. Orochimaru, your suggestion is good, but I don't have the habit of becoming someone else's disciple. However, I have a deal. Do you want to hear it? Tell me. Do you know the forbidden art of the Uchiha clan? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and curled up the corners of his mouth. Obviously, this topic attracted his interest and made him understand that the person in front of him was actually the same type of person as him. It's very interesting, go on. Izanagi can instantly turn all the unfavorable factors of the caster, including death, into a dream, and can also turn all the attacker's favorable factors into reality. It is the ultimate illusion that can be freely controlled between reality and dreams, and cast on oneself. It's also a ninjutsu that can change one's destiny at a critical moment. Are you interested? Wuyu said with a smile, without any exaggeration. So, what is the price? Since it is a forbidden technique, it means that the cost of this technique is much greater than imagined. Orochimaru looked unmoved. In his opinion, this forbidden technique was indeed good, but after all, it was not something he, an outsider, could use. I heard that you helped Danzo do a little experiment. Matsuki did not continue speaking, because he knew that Orochimaru in front of him had already guessed something. He had already given enough hints that if he gave more hints, it would be almost the same as telling the truth. You are indeed very interesting. Are you really not coming to my place? Wuyu smiled and shook his head. I never ask anyone with similar strength to myself as my teacher. Ha 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 ha, what do you want, Uchiha Mizuki? Wuyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and finally got to the point that if he continued like this, his body could hardly hold on. I want to know what ninjutsu can penetrate into the depths of other people's souls. After Orochimaru thought for a while, he said helplessly, I don't know. There are basically no ninjutsu that can penetrate into the depths of other people's souls. There are quite a few ninjutsu that involve a little bit of spirituality. Don't you even know? Matsuki was a little surprised. According to his memory, the Fuso reincarnation developed by Orochimaru was obviously a ninjutsu involving the soul. It's just an idea. It's not time to actually experiment yet. Ninjutsu involving the soul is not so easy to develop. Wuyu was a little disappointed that she didn't get what she wanted. It seems that the plan to obtain the power of 6 paths can only be put aside temporarily, but he is not the kind of person to give up halfway. In that case, I'll leave first. If anything happens, you can contact me through this. A black crow flew next to Orochimaru and stared at him quietly. But before I leave, I want to remind you, be careful of the third Hokage. The crow clones turned into crows and flew towards the distance, and the crows hiding underground also evacuated. No matter what, he and Orochimaru were on the same line, and it was also a way out. If the plan to copy the Kyuubi fails, he can also get Hashirama cells from Orochimaru, and then secretly wait for the opportunity to achieve his goal. It's not like my trip was in vain. At least I got the barrier communication code for leaving the village. When exactly do I have to wait until I get my kaleidoscope? Are you finally going to find a solution for her? Before getting Hashirama cells, rashly turning on the kaleidoscope will eventually affect yourself. Let's talk about it after a while. With a helpless sigh, several crows flew back to the village from different directions. Now most of the crow clones are attached to Wuyu's body, and being able to control 3 crows to fight is the limit of what he can bear. Coupled with the genjutsu used to deal with Orochimaru, Matsuki felt that it was a miracle that he could survive until now. What's wrong? It feels like you're completely stunned. Ching, who was a guest, felt a little strange. She stayed here for less than half an hour, and Wuyu became distracted 3 times. It's nothing. I haven't been in a good mental state lately. I just need to take a rest and I'll be fine. After a long silence, Wuyu suddenly asked, Ching, if one day you have to make a big choice, what will you do? How to choose? Of course it is your own life that counts. That's right. Wuyu smiled. This was the Ching he knew, who put her own life first in everything, even if it meant threatening her loved ones. Only one last option left. I thought I wouldn't think about this plan, but in the end I still have to rely on science. The conditions for the Uchiha clan to activate the main Jikaya Sharingan are very simple, that is, to subject their brains to extreme stimulation. As for whether he should kill his relatives and friends with his own hands, Wuyu felt that it was not necessary. Most people who turn on the kaleidoscope normally witness the death of relatives and friends, Itaki, Obito, or kill their friends with their own hands, Indra. As a lonely person with both parents dead and no sister or a house, Uchiha Mizuki is very aware of the difficulty of opening the kaleidoscope. If you want to rely on intense pain to gain strength, you can only rely on certain means that cannot be known. For example, when a person is sad, the brain automatically reduces the secretion of dopamine. This also means that he can control his body through some special means, so that he can fall into an inexplicable sad state to stimulate his brain and achieve the purpose of turning on the kaleidoscope. However, he didn't know whether this method would affect the secretion of chakra in the brain. If it fails, the price is not something he can afford. Apart from this method, there is another method, which is to make up a family with his own hands, and then let Wuyu's parents die in front of him. Considering his current level of illusion, the problem is not too big. However, if something unexpected happens, no one knows whether Wuyu, whose memory has been sealed, can survive. No moon, no moon. After coming back to his senses, Ching looked at himself angrily, and his cute little face almost turned into a bun. Sorry, I'm not in the right state today. Wuyu stood up, but her feet slipped and her whole body fell on Ching. The atmosphere fell into embarrassment for a moment, and his brain went into a panic state. Oh, your condition is indeed not right. That you should go to the hospital as soon as possible. Although Haru didn't say anything, the excellent vision brought by the Sharingan allowed Wuyu to see the slight blush on her face. After sending him to the bedroom, she left directly without even saying hello. The pain of tearing the body came again, and Wuyu could only withdraw the crow responsible for guarding. After the crow integrated into the body, the pain eased slightly. Is your mental energy exhausted? If I had known better, I wouldn't have been so cruel. The chakra in his body flowed bit by bit to the exhausted crow clones, and he felt that his spirit was a lot more exhausted. No, we can't go on any longer, we have to find something to eat. After struggling to get up from the bed, Wuyu dragged his unusually heavy body towards the kitchen. Looking at the empty refrigerator, he suddenly remembered that he had finished all the food. In desperation, he took out a special box from another refrigerator. I really didn't expect that I would have to rely on Bingliang pills for a day. Eating too much of these pills may affect my growth. Grabbing a handful of Bingliang pills and putting them in his mouth, he once again felt the malice of life towards him. 2 days later, in the early morning, Wuyu took inventory of his ninja equipment as usual. The ninja tools sold by Granny Cat are pretty good, but it's a pity that they are so expensive after discounts. It was normal for his weapon to explode everything else, except for the detonating talisman, which he had prepared 40. With the crow clone and the detonating talisman, the scene must be spectacular. After packing up, Wuyu walked directly towards the Hokage's office building. Although the meeting time is 7 o'clock, there is no problem if you arrive a little early. When he arrived, he saw that everyone else had arrived except him, and Orochimaru was also in the team, chatting with Anko. There is no doubt that the two of them are very fond of each other. It seems that the two of them are destined to form that incomprehensible master-disciple relationship. Sorry, because a black cat fell in front of me, so I sent it to the hospital. Ho ho, it doesn't matter, the time is just right. To the surprise of both of them, Orochimaru was the first to speak. let's go and get the mission. Under the leadership of Orochimaru, several people walked into the mission hall. The person sitting in the Hokage seat now is Namikaze Minato, and the original third-generation Hokage sits aside as an advisor. When he saw Orochimaru coming in, his eyes glanced subconsciously, and then he looked squarely at the team in front of him. It seems that he still feels a little sorry for his apprentice, but Orochimaru doesn't seem to think so. From walking into the room to standing in the center, in just a few seconds, everyone's expressions changed completely. While observing, Wu did not forget to show off his smile, which could be said to be disguised to the extreme. After greeting Minato with a smile, he waited for Orochimaru's decision. As a ninja who made contributions in the Third Ninja War and is regarded by Konoha as one of the legendary three ninjas, there is no problem for him to choose a mission by himself. Ho ho, the mission has been decided, that's it. After Orochimaru handed the mission scroll in his hand to Minato, their mission was officially determined. These children are in your care, Orochimaru-sensei. It doesn't matter, I'm also very interested in them. Humph, ha ha ha. The gloomy and hoarse laughter sounded again, and Wu only felt that this place was a bit boring. Sea Kingdom, Gold Nugget Transportation Mission, if my memory serves me right, there should be a laboratory there. No wonder. Sea Level Mission, transporting the Royal Gold Carrying Ship, the reward level even reaches B level, a full 20 taels. Kawataro said in surprise. With Orochimaru-sensei here, this mission will be easy. Hongdu also looked admiring, and it seemed that the two of them had a very good conversation. Don't get me wrong, I won't take action easily at non-critical moments. You should work hard on your own. Haha. Mizuki looked indifferent. His current physical condition would be great if he could dispatch 2 crow clones. If he encountered jounin from other countries, he would just hide behind Orochimaru. Otherwise, he has called teacher so many times in the past few days, and it would be a bit of a disadvantage not to let him contribute. Okay, let's talk about the rest on the road. Orochimaru glanced at Sarutobi and whispered, then let's go, Sarutobi-sensei. Uyo glanced back, then followed without hesitation. As expected, something very interesting was about to appear in front of him in the territory of the Kingdom of the Sea. After Orochimaru left, Sandai silently smoked his pipe, and an unknown premonition appeared in his mind. Minato, ask the child to pay attention to Orochimaru's movements and contact the village immediately if anything goes wrong. Saname, are you saying that Orochimaru-sensei has thoughts that are detrimental to the village? No, it's just a precaution. I'm worried that his talent will lead him to the abyss. After the smoke dissipated, Sarutobi slowly walked out of the mission hall, his back looking a little old for a moment. The Kingdom of the Sea is one of the many small countries with a population of about 30. Because it is an archipelago country, the entire country's territory only consists of 4 small islands, and it does not even have the strength to form its own ninja village. In order to protect themselves from the intrusion of other countries, they had to sign a military agreement with the water country to protect their own country's security. When it comes to reaching the mother island in the center, there is no other way than taking a boat. There are only 2 passenger ships in the Kingdom of the Sea every day. After they arrived, they discovered that there were still at least 4 hours before the evening ship. The task was so important that everyone had to prepare their own sailboats and head to the mother island. On the sparkling coast, silver-white fish leap from time to time, and even the sea breeze carries a slight salty taste. At this time, Uya was not admiring the rare scenery like the 2 people beside him. Instead, he closed his eyes tightly and sat quietly on the boat. This is the first time I'm so far away from the village. If it weren't for the shadow clone following me, Crow's disguise would have been exposed long ago. He didn't expect that the mysterious crystal in his eyes would also be limited by distance. Fortunately, the shadow clone was with him, so he could control the crow clone's actions with peace of mind. Teacher Orochimaru, when will we arrive at the Kingdom of the Sea? There are still 2 hours left, and we will soon be able to see the shadow of the island. After looking at a few people mysteriously, Orochimaru withdrew his gaze. Time flies, and several people who have endured the torment of the waves landed on the mainland, and all of them showed expressions of peace of mind. Walking on the streets of the Kingdom of the Sea, several people discovered that the residents here were obviously different from the residents of Konoha. Teacher Orochimaru, why are the people here different from the people in the village? Anko was the first to speak, asking about her doubts. Very keen, how is this place different from Konoha? Because they are weak. Orochimaru praised Anko, and then continued, the country here is weak and can only pay a large amount of money to nearby big countries every day for peace. As a result, the people here live in poverty. Konoha is one of the 5 great powers, so life in the village is naturally peaceful and prosperous. Uyu followed a few people and silently watched the people walking on the street, without any thoughts in his heart. This is the most real side of this world, far more real than the illusion in Konoha village. After a long time, Orochimaru stopped in front of a hotel called Shirogaiku Hotel. This is the mission location, come in with me. After several people expressed their intention to come, they were taken to the most luxurious room on the 2nd floor by the service staff in the store. A bald, middle-aged man with a beard sat in the middle and motioned for several people to sit down. I am the escort leader of the Royal Gold Ship, Hikesing. Thank you for accepting this mission. Your accommodation has been arranged for you. The departure time of the gold transport ship is 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'll be in trouble for you then. Humph, I see. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he left here directly, and several people followed him, not daring to relax at all. Uchiha Mizuki, are you interested in going to a place with me tonight? A familiar voice appeared in his ears. Orochimaru was contacting him through the crow. Of course, I'm very interested in why you chose this assignment. After replying to him, Wuyu, who was hiding in the dark, once again condensed the chakra in the shadow clone. Just in case, he had better prepare as soon as possible. Orochimaru was famous for being moody, and even if he turned against him, he had to avoid being publicly manipulated by him. The hotel prepared by the Kingdom of the Sea is undoubtedly the most high-end in the country, and the food is also to Wuyu's taste, except that it is a bit bland. At night, when everyone fell into dreamland, two figures quietly rushed towards Ghost World Island, one of the 3 secondary islands. Logically speaking, he should tread water like Orochimaru, but in order to ensure the safety of his clone, he still chose to follow him in the sky. Do everything to the best of your ability, only in this way can you save your own life. Less than an hour later, Orochimaru stopped near a stone wall, waiting for him. It seems that we have arrived at our destination. Please let me admire your hidden stronghold. The crow in human form kept less than 1 meter away from Orochimaru, wary of his ninjutsu. Okay, then come in with me. But don't regret it then. Wuyu really didn't want to comment on his laughter. Without any hesitation, Wuyu followed him into this gloomy corridor. The dark corridor gave him the feeling of entering a villain's base, which was indeed the case. Orochimaru, who is obsessed with pursuing the truth, has lost countless innocent lives under his hands, and the same is true for the laboratory in front of him. Soon, the dark field of vision suddenly widened, and petri dishes that made people feel uncomfortable appeared in front of Wuyu. It can be said that he has been mentally prepared for what is soaked in this place, so his expression does not change much. Lord Orochimaru, you are here. A man with a ponytail and a white coat appeared from the darkness and saluted Orochimaru with a respectful expression. When he saw Wuyu behind him, he asked curiously, Lord Orochimaru, is this a new experimental subject? Wuyu's eyes became extremely cold, his dark eyes turned blood red, and 3 megatama slowly rotated in his eye sockets. After just one glance at the man, his hands strangled his neck. Orochimaru snorted coldly, and the man in front of him woke up from the genjutsu. Thump! Kneeling on the ground, the man looked fearfully at the child in front of him who was no taller than his legs. Mr. Orochimaru, it's better to choose someone smarter as your experimental assistant. I'm worried about whether he has enough brains to help you complete the experiment. God knows, you go down first. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with fear and excitement, and then he took Wuyu to visit here. This is one of the places where I experiment with many magic techniques. It's pretty good, isn't it? It's spooky and I doubt the taste of the builder. Without any intention of giving him any face, Wuyu taunted him directly. Okay, since I've been here before, please give me a handle to check and balance. Humph, ha. A Konoha ninja who was tied to the ground appeared in front of the two of them, looking at the boy in front of them in fear. Orochimaru, there is no need to bring out unnecessary things like this. Or, do you really want to break up with me? As a double agent, this behavior was of no use to him. Of course I know, but I know more about whether you will kill the Konoha ninja in front of you. Before he finished speaking, the Konoha ninja in front of him lost his life. Sure enough, you were born to be on this side. After sneering a few times, he walked deeper into the base. Looking at the man's body, there was no hesitation on his face. It is a sin to be born in this cruel world. I pray that you will have a good birth in your next life. Wuyu moved towards the direction Orochimaru left, leaving only this gradually cold body. Soon after, several people moved the body out and began experiments on his illusions. In the silent night, Wuyu's heart felt extremely cold. Jars and jars of petri dishes were filled with human corpses, except for a few people who were still bubbling inside. Everyone else had turned into cold specimens. A rough estimate shows that there are at least dozens of people who have become experimental subjects. This is still an insignificant one among Orochimaru's many experimental bases. Looking at the label on the petri dish, Wuyu left here as if nothing had happened. The sum of these jars can exactly form the body of a living person, and no anesthesia was even used to maintain accuracy. As for why he knew so clearly, it says on the label. Following Orochimaru's footsteps, Wuyu came to the laboratory deep underground. What appeared in front of him was a little girl who was slightly younger than him, but she had fish-like scales on her body and web-like structures on her hands and feet. How about it? She's pretty good, isn't she? With this kind of body structure, she can breathe freely underwater, and she can also return to her human appearance. Although I keep underestimating your moral bottom line, I have never seen this kind of scene. Morality, there is no need for such a thing in the pursuit of truth. There was disdain in Orochimaru's eyes. It seemed that he hated those who pretended to be themselves. Compared to this child, you interest me more. Staring at Wuyu with great interest, those cold snake eyes seemed to be able to see through him. You can open the Sharingan at the age of 5, and you are definitely among the ranks of geniuses in the village. Why did the Uchiha clan put you in this dangerous position? After a moment of silence, Wii asked, isn't it the same for you? As one of the 3 ninjas who have made great achievements, why would you conduct such a cruel and inhumane experiment? Before Orochimaru could answer, he continued, we all have our own pursuits, wouldn't it be fine as long as we make sure it won't hinder our respective goals? Why do you continue to ask questions like this? This is not your style. Ha 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 ha, Uchiha Mizuki, what is your purpose? I want to go out and see, get out of this world and find out if there is other life. There was surprise in Orochimaru's eyes. This answer was beyond his expectation. Get out of this world, you're really interesting. Just when he was about to say something else, Wuyu's figure flickered. It's time, Orochimaru-sensei, let's talk next time. Without hiding her smile, Wuyu completely disappeared in front of him. What kind of technique is this weird chakra, and the clone that can't even be detected in the realm of connection? As he muttered questions to himself, Orochimaru felt that the mystery surrounding Uchiha Mizuki was becoming more and more confusing. Lord Orochimaru, who is that child? Tenchi appeared behind Orochimaru and asked with a scared look on his face. That child, he is a ninja that even I can't see through, a person who can truly be called a ninja. Uchiha Mizuki, is this the power of the Uchiha clan? Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Orochimaru became interested in the Sharingan. After he calmed down a little, Tenzi said, Lord Orochimaru, the child's body cells you found have officially obtained some results. What do you think this research should be called? After thinking for a while, Orochimaru spoke, Curse Seal. The result of this experiment is called Curse Seal. Sort out the data and send it to my room. Yes. The 2 of them disappeared into the darkness one after the other. At Beiju Hotel, Wuyu rubbed his forehead, trying to relieve the pain in his mind. Depend on, if I had known earlier, I would not have pretended to be that star. Are the side effects so serious? Different from directly self-destructing, the clone facing Orochimaru first consumed a large amount of chakra to use illusions, and then held on until the exchange was over. The consumption of mental power was much greater than other crow clones. Mainly because that idiot named Tianzi irritated him, making his already unstable mental state even more irritable. With a twitch in his mind, Wuyu subconsciously did this. By the time he realized something was wrong, it was too late. Maid, next time you see that bastard named Tianzi, you must kill him. Cursing several times in his mind, Wuyu took a Bing Liang pill and continued to rest. Tomorrow was the time to go on a mission, and Orochimaru couldn't let Orochimaru find out that he was in a bad state. The next morning, Wuyu woke up as usual, but his face was a little pale. Maintaining a shadow clone for a long time is not an easy task, especially when the main body is weak. It is even more difficult to maintain the activities of the shadow clone. He was able to maintain his shadow clone for a long time only by relying on the crystals in his soul to interact with each other. There were only a handful of ninjas who could do this, which made Wuyu even more certain that he still did not understand all the abilities of the crystals. During breakfast, Anko stared at his face carefully, feeling as if she had discovered something. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? No, it's nothing. I feel like you've become a lot whiter. As soon as these words came out of his mouth, he was speechless. I thought she would find out that something was wrong with me, but this was the result. Is the difference between men's and women's concerns so big? The door was slowly opened, and Orochimaru walked into the room. When passing by Miyu, he smiled at him. Teacher Orochimaru, the breakfast here is very good. Get ready, the mission is about to begin. Several people looked solemn. Their first mission was finally about to begin. At 7 o'clock in the morning, several huge ships appeared in front of everyone. Hixing had already led a group of escort members to board the escort ships on both sides. At this time, they were waiting for everyone to board the ship. Anko, Kawataro, you 2 are in charge of the escort ship at the front, Uchiha Mizuki, and you alone are in charge of the one at the rear. Orochimaru gave a brief explanation, and then went straight to the main ship where the money was stored. Several people did not object at all to this, and Wuyu went directly to the ship at the rear. He really didn't want to face Orochimaru now, so it was better to stay behind and wait until the mission was over. Judging from the reward given by the Kingdom of the Sea, this mission will encounter some kind of exiled bandits and ninjas. After all, it is a fleet transporting money, so there is no guarantee that desperados will not take risks. After all, this was a time of war, and there was no telling where a fugitive ninja would come from. Let's collect some ninjutsu by the way. No matter how much you have, you won't mind it. After making a decision in his mind, Wuyu walked into the room specially prepared for him and let crows stand in the sky to guard against possible enemies. 3 days have passed since the departure of Class Dash. Apart from some exiled bandits, they have basically not encountered anything too troublesome. The journey has progressed less than half, and they will reach the border of the Kingdom of Water in 4 days. Their mission will be completed the moment they arrive at the border. People in the Kingdom of Water don't want Konoha's ninjas to step into the country, especially a dangerous person like Orochimaru. After finishing the necessary homework for today, Wuyu frowned and observed the group of exiled ninjas who had been following him since the second day, with a trace of dissatisfaction in his eyes. When are we going to do it? Isn't this a pure waste of time? Really convinced. They were discovered by Wuyu as soon as they appeared, and they have no intention of taking action until now. The guy in the lead seemed to be waiting for something and never issued his own order. Although it would be in vain for anyone to come in front of Orochimaru, he wanted to take this opportunity to collect some ninjutsu. Seeing that those water escape ninjutsu were pretty good, he let them follow him. If he wasted his time anymore, he would have no choice but to take action directly. Just as he was thinking about whether he should report this incident, those ninjas finally started their actions. The crow in the sky hovered above, with a trace of human sarcasm flashing in its eyes, carefully observing the actions of those people. What is this seal? The art of Kirigakure in Kirigakure village in the land of water. Why do I think it looks so familiar? These people really have something in store for them. Secretly using Sharingan to memorize this ninjutsu, Wuyu's shadow clone walked out directly. What's going on? Why did it suddenly fog up? The microphone in his ear rang, and Kawataro asked the two of them. I don't know. There may be enemies. Be careful. Anko responded cautiously, always ready to confront those beings hiding in the dark. There are 4 enemies. The ninjutsu used is suspected to be the Kirigakure jutsu of Kirigakure village. 2 guys have gone to your side, so be careful. After providing the two of them with information, Wuyu stood on the water and waited for the arrival of the 2 exiled ninjas. I have to say that the trick of treading water is a relatively practical trick. It would be even better if there was a trick of walking in the sky. Regarding Takan, he was just thinking about it. If he can really walk freely in the air, that will be when he becomes a real immortal. The thick fog gradually approached, and the 2 people officially appeared in front of him. Why is it a brat? Be careful not to be fooled by appearance. The man wearing a bamboo hat seemed to remember something, and his whole body was trembling. I said, these uncles are the rebel ninjas of Kirigakure. If you don't leave here quickly, they will rob the gold ship. Can you tell me what you think? Anger appeared in the lanky man's eyes, and he stared at him angrily. You little brat, do you really want to die that much? The man in the bamboo hat stopped his companion and carefully observed the background of the kid in front of him. You are a ninja of Konoha. How can you know our pain? Get out of the way, or we will attack. The two of them put their hands together slightly, making a gesture of forming a seal. I just waited for you to take action before letting you live until now. I found traces from last night when you were following me. What are you waiting for? Come on, damn bastard, let me show you how powerful we are. The hands of the 2 people were constantly changing, and Wuyu could see the seals they formed. Water escape, water dragon ball technique. Water escape, great waterfall technique. The huge water dragon rode on the waves and directly submerged Wuyu's figure. Just as the 2 were rejoicing, Wuyu's figure appeared in front of them again. Is this all you have? Then you can go die. A kunai with a detonating talisman hanging on it appeared at their feet, and the impact of the explosion directly opened a hole. Oh, with the help of the effect of water mist on vision, you can separate the water body. It's really surprising what you 2 can do. On the rocks dozens of meters below the sea surface, the 2 of them observed Wuyu's actions with horrified expressions. Who is that bastard brat? How did he avoid those 2 ninjutsus? The lanky man looked at him in horror, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. This is the sea, which is the most suitable place to use water escape ninjutsu. Even ninjutsu of that level can be avoided. It is hard to believe that he is still a child. Doesn't that kid have some special blood inheritance limit? If this is really the case, then they will be in danger. The man in the bamboo hat looked worriedly in another direction, his face becoming extremely solemn. Found it. A childish voice appeared behind them, and a pair of blood-red eyes completely subdued them. Sharingan, you are the brat of the Uchiha clan. It's annoying to always call others brats. Isn't the most important thing you should learn as a human being to respect the strong? Forget it, hand over all the ninjutsu you have. Before the 2 of them could speak, Mutsuki used his Sharingan to make the 2 of them completely unconscious. After a while, Wuyu, who had ended their lives, went back cursing. After wasting a long time, they only mastered 4 or 5 ninjutsu. Except for the great waterfall jutsu and water dragon bullet that he used at the beginning, there were no ninjutsu that he liked. A Chuyunin and 3 genin dare to rob a gold ship. If they encounter Orochimaru, they may die miserably. When he returned to the ship, Anko and the others were fighting back and forth with the defecting ninjas. Adhering to the idea of AAAA allowing them to gain some practical experience, Wuyu simply returned to the cabin to condense chakra without any intention of helping. After the 2 of them ended the battle with scars, Wuyu had already finished lunch leisurely. Orochimaru withdrew his gaze and returned to his room. It's not the time to defect yet, he will still do the show he needs to do. Mizuki-kun, have you already had lunch? Anko was a little tired and had consumed a little too much chakra in the battle. Well, today's lunch is good. The chef also prepared red bean daifuku. Why don't you try it? Anko daifuku, then I'll go take a look. Kawataro stood aside and gave him a somewhat complicated look, and the gap in talent was reflected. The opponent had already killed 2 ninjas and had finished lunch, but he could only deal with 1, and the battle was extremely thrilling. When the other person is younger than yourself, this huge gap can no longer be described in words. Then I'll go first. See you. Waving his hands nonchalantly, Wuyu returned to his room. He was not in the mood to spend time with a little child, and it was impossible to activate the Mangekyo Sharinan even if he killed him. A few days later, at the border of the Kingdom of Water. I can't thank you enough this time that your mission is over. After Hixing smiled and expressed his gratitude to several people, he directed the gold transport ship to sail into the Kingdom of Water. Okay, let's go back. Haha. The first mission of several people ended in this way, and they rushed back towards the village under the leadership of Orochimaru. The Kingdom of Water, also one of the 5 major countries, is far more mysterious than other countries, and their confidentiality regulations are also extremely strict. In order to avoid conflicts, several people could only leave immediately and look for a boat nearby. In a town on the border, Hunga frowned and observed the people passing by. Most of them were armed with weapons and had fierce expressions on their faces. Don't worry, the border is like this, you will get used to it in the future, haha. Orochimaru chuckled on the side and explained patiently. If you don't understand his true nature, you might be fooled by his inexplicably charming smile. Orochimaru-sensei, how long do we have to wait before we can return to the village? Wii interrupted. He glanced at Wii and explained with a smile. It takes about a week on foot, and only 3 days by boat. The Kingdom of Water is one of the big countries. Although Kirigakure village is a bit mysterious, the transportation is still very developed. The other 2 people also started chatting with Orochimaru. Judging from the smile on his face, there should be a breakthrough in some experiment. Wii observed the surroundings patiently, with an inexplicable color flashing in his eyes. This saying can be said to be very appropriate here. The country of water is not rich in products and should have tried its best to develop trade. However, due to the policies of the country and the ninja village, the lives of the people under its command have become even poorer. There were 4 incidents of robbery and theft just before his eyes, and there was also a pursuit in the distance. It can be said that human lives are like a piece of grass. Got it, Teacher Orochimaru, the ship is coming. Kawataro was a little excited and quickly said to Orochimaru beside him, let's go, it seems we are in good luck. Orochimaru walked towards the big ship, followed by several people, carefully watching the surroundings. Some thieves are so skilled that even ordinary ninjas can't detect them, so it's natural for the 2 of them to be vigilant. After a while, Orochimaru came back. This ship is used by the singer to perform on tour. It happens to be passing through the land of fire. Let's go. After a few people got on the boat, a short, fat middle-aged man said with a smile, I am the captain of this merchant ship, Haitengd. I will trouble you all in the next few days. Mr. Captain, you're so polite that's why we want to thank you. A few people boarded the ship smoothly, and from time to time there were a few little girls looking at them curiously from inside the ship. Wii, the girls here are all cute. Really? Wii took a closer look and found that the quality of the girls on this ship was indeed good. Think about it, after all, it is a boat used for commercial performances. It is impossible for an ugly person to become a singer, unless her talent is so amazing that people can ignore her appearance. Bang! A fist as big as a sandbag hit Kawataro on the head. You bastard, what on earth are you going to teach a 5-year-old? Anko appeared behind the 2 of them, looking at Kawataro angrily. 5. Kawataro subconsciously glanced at Wii beside him, with an expression of disbelief. You're lying, isn't that girl who is usually very close to you your girlfriend? She is a very close friend. The 2 of us helped each other to survive. After a moment of silence, he said bluntly. The fire of gossip appeared in Hunga's eyes, and he asked curiously, who is she? Can't you reveal her name? Kawataro was a little sad. Stay alive, we are lucky. After reluctantly dealing with the topic, Wii sat at the stern of the boat and admired the scenery. Enjoying the long-lost peace, he unconsciously fell asleep. Anyway, it's a shadow clone, and now the mission is over. Even if it disappears, there won't be any trouble. The warm sea breeze blew against his face, and the merchant ship swayed slightly towards the west. The family fell into a dead silence, and everything seemed to be a long dream. When he opened his eyes again, a little girl about the same age as him was sitting next to him, looking at the sea in the distance with an indifferent expression. Judging from her clothes, she must be a singer on tour. Wheel was a little confused. Could such a young child become a singer? You look like you're in pain. The little girl's voice was like an iceberg that never melts, with a hint of alienation in the coldness. Wuyu's pupils shrank and her face became extremely ugly. Who are you? There was coldness and murderous intent in his tone that although he didn't know why she could find out about his state, he would not let go of this guy who might threaten him. If Orochimaru on the ship discovers that this child has this ability, he will be really in danger. Star, Moonleaf Star. She noticed the murderous intent in Wuyu's eyes, but there was no trace of fear on her face. Do you want to kill me? I want to do it very much, but it's a pity that I don't have the chance to do it. I don't know when, but there was a gaze watching Wuyu secretly, as if protecting the child's safety. It's such a shame, I wish you could have killed me. Without any intention of covering up, she stood up from Wuyu's side. Before leaving, a small white hand touched Wuyu's forehead, and he unconsciously passed out. What's this? Why is it so comfortable? Konoha Village, 300 meters underground from Uchiha Mizuki's house. A pale child was lying on a small wooden bed, his eyes bloodshot. The tearing pain struck again, and he endured it silently as usual. Suddenly, a strange power appeared in his body, and the pain caused by the excessive loss of mental power and the control of many crow clones was relieved. A slightly hoarse voice appeared, and the light shining in his eyes was called desire and greed. That child, that wonderful power. You seen, you are destined to be mine. Crow clones appeared on the surface, 12 in number. As the crows transformed into Wuyu's figures, the body lying on the wooden bed began to scream. The sweat on his body was flowing like a stream, veins popped up on his face, and the bloodshot eyes were even more obvious. Let's go, bring that child back. After another heartrending roar, he said ferociously, even if we can't bring her back, we must kill her completely without leaving any physical clues. Go quickly. Under the night sky, crows evaded the umbu who were watching around them and flew towards the east. In the early morning, hazy fog filled the sky, and the cruise exchanges could be heard from time to time at the stern. Wuyu looked at Haimian worriedly, feeling extremely heavy. The little girl's status on this ship was somewhat special. No matter how much he snooped around, he couldn't get any useful information. In desperation, he had to use illusions on some crew members, and then he learned something useful. It turns out that the crew of this ship are not kind people. Most of them secretly rob some girls who are beautiful or have special powers and sell them to the nobles of some big countries. As for who they really are, how could a small crew member know? From the crew member's mouth, he learned that the only purpose of this voyage was to sell the little girl named Sing to the country of Fire. He didn't know who the buyer was, but the buyer who can allow their boss to travel in person and escort him must be one of the top dignitaries in the Fire country. After erasing the memory of this crew member, Wuyu's expression changed. He knew how it was possible to randomly meet a child who had the ability to soothe his mental state. He is not the protagonist, nor does he have the so-called luck. This is the most common thing to happen to. Can the 12 crow clones successfully snatch her away? To be on the safe side, wait until Orochimaru leaves before taking action. Just as he was thinking about how to take action, Orochimaru appeared quietly behind him. Uchiha Mizuki, what's wrong? Why do you look so ugly when you see me? Is there something on this ship worthy of your attention? The air condensed to freezing point. Wuyu did not hide the malice in his eyes. Mr. Orochimaru, these words are really disgusting. Weren't you the first to discover the strangeness of this ship? After exposing his hypocritical face, Wuyu played with the kunao in his hand and asked disdainfully. Humph, so be it. But I'm more curious about where your true body is. Who knows, maybe we will meet one day, but I don't know when. Relying on the fact that he is a shadow clone, Matsuki can be said to not be timid at all in front of Orochimaru, and he is very willing to kill me if he has the ability. Humph, ho 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 ho, I won't leave Konoha for the next period of time, and then I'll trouble you to take them to accept the mission. Are you really willful? Has there been any breakthrough in the experiment? You seem to know me very well, are you interested? I'll name it the Curse Seal. Wuyu knew very well that the reason Orochimaru was difficult to deal with was because he integrated his own selves and soul memories into the Curse Seal. As long as there are still people controlled by the Curse Seal, Orochimaru will have countless opportunities to be resurrected. I'm not interested, I happen to have something to do, so I wish you success first. Wish me success, haha, you are indeed a very interesting young man. It was precisely because he knew how cold-blooded those experiments were that Orochimaru was surprised that someone could wish him success. After Orochimaru left, Wuyu still stood there, quietly waiting for the girl named Hoshi. After a long time, the little girl wearing a sky-blue kimono appeared in front of Wuyu again. Are you waiting for me? A familiar voice appeared behind him, still as cold and distant as in his memory. Can you tell me what the power you have is? Without hiding his greed, Wuyu stared straight at her. Strength. Her voice rose and fell, and it seemed that she was recalling some impressive past events. You are a ninja, right? Can I entrust you with a mission? Barely, but what kind of reward can you give? Uexing hesitated for a while, then placed a colored crystal around his neck into Wuyu's hand. This crystal was placed next to me when I was born. I would like to ask you to go to Sunny Town in the Kingdom of Rainbow and find the Tsuki family living in the west of the town. See if they are still alive in this world. There was a trace of hesitation on Sing's face, as if he still hadn't given up his inner hope. Not enough. After Wuyu spoke, the hope on her face completely disappeared. What do you want? This is my only wealth. Why are you looking for me? Wouldn't it be more appropriate to look for that gloomy ninja? Wuyu asked with interest. There is an aura about him that makes me feel uncomfortable. The other two people are obviously not as strong as you, which can be seen from their attitudes towards you. What should I say? This little girl's powers of observation surprised even him. The Kingdom of Rainbow is a tributary of the Kingdom of Water, and it is too dangerous to infiltrate hastily. Besides, the reward you paid is not worth my death. Uexing looked pale as she watched the child, who was a little shorter than her, talking, feeling as if she was facing an adult. So, the reward I offer is you. Uexing stared at him blankly, seemingly frightened. The two fell into silence, Wuyu waiting for her answer. If he agrees, his methods of robbing people will be gentler. If he doesn't agree, he will knock them unconscious before proceeding. Okay, I agree. What should we do next? Yu Yexing looked like she had given up completely, waiting for his answer. How to do it? You don't have to do anything, just bring this thing with you. I will come to you when the time comes. A crow's tail feather appeared in Wu Yu's hand, and he placed it on Yu Xing's body. Can I trust you? Who knows? What the girl in front of him didn't know was that he had regarded it as a signal amplifier with auxiliary effects, waiting for him to plunder. There were only dozens of combatants on the ship at most, and they had to protect those expensive women. He sent a dozen crow clones over, so naturally he showed no fear at all. All the fear comes from the lack of firepower, and his firepower obviously has no worries in this regard. Be careful, the leader of this caravan is also a ninja. After Yu Yexing finished telling the last bit of news he knew, he quietly left here. A ninja too, just in time. I took the opportunity to expand my ninjutsu, hoping that he would have some interesting techniques. As the crow clone got closer, he felt that another part of his chakra was missing. Can't we support it with just 2 shadow clones? After all, it is still a child's body, and the amount of chakra is limited. The crow that landed on his shoulder screamed loudly, as if announcing the arrival of death. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west, and the day passes quickly. Except for the 200 people who knew nothing about the situation, everyone else more or less smelled something wrong. On the third day, a familiar port appeared in front of several people. The land of fire has arrived. Thank you very much. Let's go now. Where is it? It's fate that we met each other. I won't give it away. Next time we meet, please come up and say hello. After Orochimaru said goodbye to Kai Tang, the group of people rushed towards the village. As soon as they left, Hai Tang, who was originally smiling, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and looked scared. I never expected that I would meet Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas. After sighing for a few times, Hai Tang shouted impatiently, Watanabe, don't stop here. After the supplies are finished, go directly to the master's territory via the waterway. Boss, why are you in such a hurry? I always feel like something is wrong. My premonitions are never wrong. What is the problem? When Hayden found that his men were still stunned, he shouted directly, what are you doing standing there? Go quickly. In a dumpling shop on the roadside of the land of fire, Anko looked at the sky and said, look, there are many crows flying to the east together. It's so strange. Orochimaru glanced at Wu subconsciously, sneered a few times and then stopped talking. Wu was closing her eyes to rest her mind at this time and didn't say much. Yu Yexing took out the feather in her arms and waited patiently for his arrival. The ship set sail, and the merchant ship sailed toward the distance as if it had encountered something terrifying. However, no matter how fast they are, can they be faster than the crow flying in the sky? Half an hour later, a crow with red eyes hovered over the merchant ship, silently estimating the distance to the coast. That's it, try to be as clean as possible. 10 crows transformed into Wu and quietly lurked on the boat. The man standing on the observation deck felt his shoulders sink, and he glanced subconsciously. A red eye appeared in his sight, and then he lost consciousness. The same thing happened everywhere on the ship. When more than half of the people lost their ability to fight, Hayden finally discovered something was wrong. Just when he was about to escape alone, a familiar voice sounded behind him. Mr. Hayden, where are you going in such a hurry? He looked back and saw Wuyu's eyes staring at him closely. He slowly selected 3 Megatama, and his whole body exuded an inexplicable sense of oppression. Those eyes, you are a brat of the Uchiha clan, what are you going to do? Sleep quietly, you will die without any pain. As soon as he finished speaking, Haitang felt that his eyelids were getting heavier and he soon lost consciousness. After a while, Wuyu spoke, come out. Yu Yexing walked out from behind him, looking like he couldn't believe it. She knew that Wuyu was very strong, but she didn't expect that he could silently control the entire ship. This kind of power made her a little afraid. A crow landed in front of her and turned into a moonless form. Use the power you used that day on me. This is the one in front of you. Move quickly. Yu Yexing hurriedly stretched out her little hand and touched Wuyu's forehead. The cool power kept pouring into his mind, and even his body far away in Konoha village got a chance to breathe. What does it cost to use this power? I feel a little tired every time I use it. I can use it almost every time I take a few days rest. Wuyu frowned and continued to ask, tired, is it physical or mental? Looking at her confused expression, Wuyu could only helplessly shake his head. It is impossible for a child who has not received ninja training to understand this, and he only asked this question because he was so anxious. Forget it, how long does it take to get to the Rainbow Country from here? About a week, if it's quick it'll only take 5 days, Singh said quickly. Seeing a hint of hope on her cold face, Wuyu said nothing more. Your job is to deliver that power to me when I need it, do you understand? Aha. Sighing helplessly, Wuyu directed the ship to sail to the Kingdom of Rainbow. On the other side, after several people returned to the village, Orochimaru said, you go in hand in the mission. During this period, Uchiha Matsuki is in charge of Team Dash. Do you understand? After the two nodded, Orochimaru walked away. Mizuki-kun, do you know what Orochimaru-sensei is busy with? Kawataro also pricked up his ears after hearing this, waiting for his answer. The development of a new technique, right? I don't know the specific situation. Don't worry, I will take on a few more suitable tasks and won't mess around. After appeasing a few people, they arrived at the mission hall of the Hokage's office building. How was your first mission? Minato put down the scroll in his hand and asked the children in front of him softly. Teacher Orochimaru is not only knowledgeable but also very strong. I still have a lot to work on, Anko replied with a smile. Me too, I feel like my strength is a little lacking. Kawataro was a little helpless. It seemed that the battle was very difficult. The mission rewards for the 3 people were officially distributed, with each person receiving a full reward of 60,000 taels. Looking at the money in his hand, Minato explained, Teacher Orochimaru gave up his reward and gave his share to you. After several people reported again, Anko and Kawataro left here. How's it going? Is there anything worth noting about Orochimaru-sensei? As expected, the village has begun to pay attention to his actions. Nothing unusual was found. That maybe my strength is low. It doesn't matter. For the safety of the village, I have wronged you. After carefully asking about the details of the mission, Wuyu left here smoothly without him noticing anything unusual. When he returned to his long-lost home, a member of the Uchiha clan walked towards him with a backpack on his shoulder. There was no doubt that his second tranche of operational funds had arrived. After receiving the funds, Wuyu immediately wanted to visit Grandma Mao's ninja shop. If you want to touch the 9 tails, you must restrain its movements. The first choice weapon that can control the movements is naturally those extremely strong chains. He just did what he said, carrying his backpack and walking directly towards Granny Cat's ninja shop. In the empty area, through the annoying pipes, Wuyu arrived at Grandma Cat's shop. Isn't this the kid who came here last time? Is he here to buy explosive charms again? Where are Tahu and Hina? I brought cat grass for them. After putting down the cat grass in his hand, Wuyu explained his purpose. Huh, a chain that can trap a giant beast hundreds of meters high. This is a ninja shop, not a trap shop. There is no such thing. Granny Cat shouted, looking like Wuyu was looking for trouble. The little girl who heard the sound came out of the back room and looked at him curiously. Wuyu smiled at her, and the little girl smiled shyly, turned around and returned to the house. There are 30 taels here. Please find someone to make it no matter what. It's really troublesome for you. Oh, I'll try my best. After delivering it, he directly dispelled the shadow clone, leaving Grandma Cat alone to sigh. It's already July, time flies so fast. After pulling out the weeds nearby, Wuyu stretched and stood in the yard refreshed. Mizuki-kun, can't we do a few challenging missions? Yes, these days I have either been cleaning up weeds or picking up garbage in the river. I feel like my body is going stiff. Wuyu helplessly looked at the 2 people who were complaining, and said with a slightly pitiful tone, this is really not what I want to do, but this is the commission given by Lord Hokage. We can't force him to change the mission for us. He persuaded the 2 of them a few words, and then went to hand in the task. The current result is exactly what he wants. The main body is now focusing most of its energy on the ship. It would be good to be able to allocate some of its energy to deal with them. It's a pity that even with the help of Seeing, we can't break through the 14 crow clones. Before Obito channels the 9 tails to attack Konoha, it would be useful to bring her near the village, a little extra help. Walking on the street, he subconsciously glanced behind him and found a familiar figure. Long time no see, Mr. Patriarch, who is this? Wuyu glanced at the child following Fugaku and immediately understood his identity. Uchiha Mizuki, long time no see. My child is the same age as you. Really? Then I won't disturb you and take my leave. Looking at you with a smile, Wuyu left here. Frankly speaking, that boy's appearance was only slightly inferior to him, but overall he was better looking. Well, absolutely right, Wuyu thought confidently. Just when he was still immersed in his appearance, the chakra gathered into his figure shook slightly. Sorry, please go home after handing over the task. The original leisurely mood disappeared without a trace in an instant, and he quickly rushed to the mission hall. At the same time, a heavy rainstorm was sweeping across the sea near the Kingdom of Water. How is this going? The moonless crow clone shouted. Sir, the storm is too big, what should we do? The people from the observation deck quickly rushed to his side and asked anxiously. Let them take in the sails first, and go quickly. The person who was rushing outside to trim the sail subconsciously stopped and asked with some confusion, who are you? TCH, because of the heavy rain, the illusion was lifted? Kunao crossed his throat, and Wuyu walked towards the cabin where the shadow clone was. Pushing open the door, Wuyu's shadow clone was now lying in Sing's arms, a pair of white and tender little hands relieving the pain in his mind. We're about to abandon ship. Is there anything else you need to prepare? Sing shook his head, indicating that everything was ready. Let's go then. What should the people on the boat do? After hesitating for a moment, she asked the question. I'll let them sleep painlessly. Wuyu's voice was slightly cold. There were only 2 situations where people could survive after his clone took action. One is that it cannot be defeated, and the other is that it is useful. The people on this boat are obviously not among them. There was a look of struggle on her face, but she didn't say anything in the end. Nodding secretly, Wuyu was very satisfied with her performance. The world is still in a state of chaos, and everyone can only deal with it alone. If Sing really begged him to let these people go, Wuyu would have no choice but to execute them all in front of her. Wuyu would never let go of anything that might reveal his whereabouts. He is still too weak now, and he is looking for death if he fights against the ninjas of those big countries. After a long time, Wuyu's crow clones gathered in Sing's room. There were 3 crow clones holding a large bag of things in their hands, and the others were looking at the shadow clone in the center with serious expressions, and the seals between their hands were constantly changing. Yu Yexing stood in front of him with a small package in his hands, his face flushed. He looked helplessly at the little girl who was struggling with her luggage. A crow clone squatted in front of her and said, "Come up." In the pouring rain, several young figures walked on the water and left this exquisite merchant ship. After estimating the distance, Wuyu let out a low drink. Crack! The merchant ship behind the few people instantly turned into a huge fireball, and the wreckage of the ship was completely immersed in the depths of the sea. That night, several figures quietly entered the border of Rainbow Kingdom, and no one noticed their traces. In the Kingdom of Rainbow, in a dilapidated fishing village, Wuyu wiped the rain off her body, while Xingyi had already fallen asleep by the fire. He was very satisfied with the effect of crow feather. After traveling for such a long time, his shadow clone did not feel any fatigue. As for the few packages he brought over, they contained the wealth on the ship. No matter where you are, money is always indispensable. Especially when he was buying ninja tools, he understood this truth. The reason why the daimyo of the 5 major countries can firmly control those powerful ninja villages is because they control resources to the extreme. Ninja tools, medicines, food, buildings, etc. There is no one that is not under the control of those daimyo. Only with resources can those ninjas work for themselves willingly. This is a truth that has never changed. However, in the face of absolute power, those famous names are just like them. Unconsciously, he fell into a deep sleep thinking about these miscellaneous things. In the early morning, the golden sunlight passed through the dilapidated hut, dispelling the darkness inside. Wuyu, who was dozing off, woke up, and Sing beside him was still asleep. He naturally has no idea about this kind of kid, absolutely not. Thinking about the current situation, Wuyu suddenly came up with a surprising idea. Does the shadow clone need to eat? If the food is not digested in the stomach, then where does the food go? Just when he was struggling, Sing stood up from the side. She looked around subconsciously, and then remembered where she was. "Are you awake? We have entered the territory of the Rainbow Kingdom now." "Thank you. You're welcome. Leave here after this is over, and then follow me to the land of fire." Grumpy. Sing's face turned red and he quickly introduced, "This is not. This is." The more she tried to explain, the less articulate she became. Seeing this, Wuyu could only let Crow Clone catch a few fish to make a meal. This place is out of the way and has no shops, and even if you have money, you have nowhere to spend it. It can be described as a happy misery. When the sun rose, the 2 of them walked towards the Kingdom of Rainbow one after another. The Kingdom of Rainbow is one of the affiliated countries of the Kingdom of Water. The area is much larger than that of the Kingdom of the Sea, but because it is close to the Kingdom of Water, it is also forced to become a member of the military agreement. The 2 of them walked like this on the muddy path. Where is the sunny day? Sing couldn't remember it clearly. Her only memory was that there was a hill nearby where it was easy to see a rainbow. According to her, she was abducted aboard the ship by the crew when she was almost 4 years old. She has no memory of who her biological parents are. She only remembers that someone placed the crystal next to her. The family named Yuya were the adoptive parents who adopted her. The family was relatively well off and did not take away her crystal. Therefore, she was quite grateful to that family. After she was abducted, the only people who couldn't worry were her adoptive parents. Regarding Sing's life experience, Wuyu didn't have any strange feelings at all. In such an era, not having power is the greatest original sin. If you want to survive, you must use everything to strengthen yourself. At this time, the crow patrolling the sky crowed several times, and a group of people armed with various weapons surrounded them. "Why are there 2 children? The strong man at the head looked at them and asked gloomily. "Boss, look at that little girl's clothes." The man on the side reminded him very thoughtfully, and the man glanced at Sing's clothes subconsciously, and then he stared at the clothes. Although there is a lot of dust on it, this kind of luxurious clothing is definitely only suitable for those who are wealthy. "Children, hand over the packages you are carrying, uncle will spare your lives." He said this, but he had already planned to sell these 2 extraordinary-looking children somewhere. "After walking for so long, I finally met a living person. Do you know where Sunny Town is? You little brat, our boss is asking you questions." When the younger brother on the side was about to step forward and catch Wuyu, his eyesight dwindled inexplicably. Struggling to look back, they found that their brothers were buried in the soil. Earth Dungeon, the art of beheading in the heart. He had used this technique before when he competed with Kakashi, and it was a very good ninjutsu for capturing the enemy alive. The situation in front of them made them completely understand that this kid with long hair was a ninja. Wuyu put her hand on the head of the leading man and said speechlessly, I'm asking you a question, who knows where Sunny Town is? Master Ninja, please let us go, we really don't know where Sunny Town is. As for me, I hate people who waste my time the most. Think clearly before speaking. The cold voice shattered his last fantasy. Now he regretted it very much. If he had known, he would have come out a little later. I know, Ninja-sama, I know where Sunny Town is. After a speechless look, a somewhat thin child shouted, his face becoming extremely excited. Tell me about it. If you really know, then I will let you live. Sunny Town is in the far west of the Rainbow Kingdom. It will take at least more than a month to get there. I know there is a market there. If you buy a carriage there, you can get there in half a month. Good, you've earned yourself a chance to live. The soil that bound his body loosened, and a dagger was thrown in front of him. Kill the others and you'll live. Wio's words were like the whispers of a devil, making the child's face turn pale. Watanabe, don't believe him. Fourth brother, have you forgotten what we did to you? Brother Watanabe, no, don't believe that brat. The familiar cries put the young man named Watanabe into a complete trance. His hands were trembling on the dagger, and he didn't know what to do for a moment. Finally, he raised the dagger and stabbed Wio. Smart and stupid. The smart thing is that he figured out that Wio would not let him go, but the stupid thing is that he didn't realize how big the gap in strength between the two was. 10 minutes later, there was no body here, only some bloodstains remained on the land not far away. Where is Sunny Town? It's really far away. After exploring the memory of the insider, Wio frowned slightly. It seems that we really have to rent a carriage in a town not far away. Unexpectedly, Sunny Town is actually near the so-called world border in this world. At the border of the world, there is a legendary land where no crops grow. Even a desert is much better than that. As for the actual situation, we have to ask a certain woman and her sons who were sealed on the moon. Let's go, there is a town nearby. Go there to rest for a while, and then follow me to buy a carriage. Singh, who had witnessed the whole process of Wio killing people and burying corpses, followed him directly without any hesitation. Nurturing her will make her an excellent ninja. Unfortunately, I don't have the leisure to do so I'll just use her as a mobile power bank. After letting the crow clone on the side carry her up, the two of them walked towards the town not far away. From the boy's memory, I learned that the reason why they became robbers was because they could not afford the high military protection fees. There is nothing surprising about this. How could those powerful people take this money out of their own pockets? In the end, it will not fall on these people who live a hard life. The town they were in was called Komatsu Town, and the actual people in charge there were the Komatsu family, one of the powerful people in the Rainbow Kingdom. For Wio, the best choice is to finish this commission and rush back to Konoha. The rest of the things have nothing to do with him. It was now the beginning of July, and in more than 2 months he would have the opportunity he had been waiting for. The most important thing right now was to completely master his crow feather. The second step is to soothe your mental state, allow yourself to officially touch the 9 tails at its peak state, and copy its biological model. Hold on, it's time to speed up. After speaking to the star on his back, he increased his speed again. Time is tight, so it is best to complete the commission as soon as possible and let her cooperate with him wholeheartedly. The two figures continued to shuttle through the jungle, and soon, a small black dot-like town appeared in front of them. Wio-kun, can you stay in that town for a while? What's matter? I have something I want to deal with. After thinking for a moment, he said, okay, let's take a rest at the hotel there, I'll trouble you then. When he felt that his mind was beginning to tear apart again, he agreed to Sing's request. Grateful, she thanked him happily, and then the familiar purring sound appeared again. Xiaosong Town, in a luxuriously decorated hotel. After freshening up, Sing sat in the room, enjoying the food quietly. Wio sat aside, patiently controlling the crow clone to condense chakra. As a shadow clone, he can only feel the taste of food when he eats, but it cannot satisfy his hunger. The essence of the crow clone is chakra life. If you want to taste the taste of food, you need to connect your senses. This is obviously a bit difficult for him now. Singh put down his chopsticks and asked in a low voice, Wio-kun, don't you eat some food? Now I am a shadow clone, so I don't need to eat. Shadow clone? What a convenient ability. A look of yearning appeared on Singh's face. Is it convenient? That's right. Maintaining a shadow clone for such a long time is not something that ordinary people can do. Singh, who didn't understand this, didn't know how difficult it was. He struggled to control 3 shadow clones to maintain daily operations. There is also a limit to the number of shadow clones that a person with sparse chakra can create. 0.3 shadow clones like him are already the limit, and he still has to control 2 digits of crow clones. If it weren't for the strong will that he had developed over the past few years, coupled with the role of the mobile power bank, you would have suspected that he was suffering from some kind of mental illness. The crow clone has gone to buy a carriage. It will probably be hard for a while, so you'd better get ready as soon as possible. I can't thank you enough. Thank you so much, Sing said solemnly, her eyes filled with gratitude. It doesn't matter. I'm more curious about how you got your power. Unfortunately, time is a little tight. Wio laughed, and for some reason, her originally delicate face looked a little strange at the moment. It would be great if her power could be studied. Wio thought about it in his heart more than once, but the most he could do was just think about it. The only person he knew who could be called a researcher was Orikimura. If Tsuki's star was handed over to him, he might be able to research some means against him. However, I have a more or less understanding of her abilities. That kind of power should be transformed from her physical and mental power. Its properties are similar to chakra, but it can soothe emotions, replenish and stabilize mental power. From the current point of view, there should be no risk of consuming lives, but it is impossible to determine whether there will be any sequelae. As for the others, Lita S observed them later. Half an hour later, the Crow clone drove the carriage and heard the sound near the hotel. The carriages here are so expensive. One costs 4 taels. It's really amazing. After secretly cursing the black-hearted boss, the Crow clone drove the carriage to stop in front of the hotel. Thank you very much for your business. Welcome to come again next time. The hotel owner sent the two of them out with a smile, looking like it was a pity that they didn't stay for 2 more days. In just a few hours, Wu spilled a bunch of banknotes, and the damn fat man almost died of joy. After the two left, the smile on the fat man's face disappeared and returned to an expressionless look. Tell the thieves nearby that there are 2 children heading west with a huge fortune. Then, the fat man continued, also, notify the people at home to follow if there is nothing wrong with the 2 children, then seize all their belongings. Yes, when the man next to him heard this, he released a tame bird directly. Then he rushed towards the location of the powerful people here, the Xiaomatsu family. There is collusion between government and businessmen, and those evil forces are still being raised in the dark. This is the world he is familiar with. The crow hiding in the dark silently watched the birds flying in the sky, with a hint of human sarcasm in its eyes. After leaving Xiaosong town, the 2 people drove west along the somewhat broken mountain road. In Kanaha village, Uchiha Mizuki's home, a ninja cat put down the scroll in his hand and waited for something. After he took out a bottle of cat grass, it left with satisfaction. It also comes with free shipping, which is really good. Speaking of which, where should I experiment with this thing? Wu suspected that if he really summoned this thing, he might not be able to put it back. His understanding of time and space ninjutsu is limited to the substitution technique, and he basically has no chance to come into contact with the rest, and the same goes for psychic techniques. After sending the scroll to the main body, he began to rest as usual. Today is Saturday, so of course we have a day off. Orochimaru is not here, and he has the final say over the entire class. Of course, he can do it as easily as possible. The feeling of privilege is good. Just as he was thinking this, a troublesome man came to the door. Boom, boom, boom. Come, who is it? After the commanding crow clone opened the door, several umbu wearing black robes appeared in front of him. Uchiha Mizuki, this is the first time we have met. The hedgehog-headed old man on crutches appeared in front of him, completely blocking his sunny mood by dark clouds. Welcome, Mr. Danzo, please come in. He slightly made way for himself to go in. In the living room, Danzo watched him silently, his eyes curious and cold. There is no more tea, and I never prepare these things at home. What do you want from me? It's nothing. I'm very curious about you. I also want to come and take a look at the man who can even praise Orochimaru. Danzo's voice was a little low, but his whole person had a sense of calmness and dignity. At first glance, it was the majesty cultivated by being in a high position for a long time. Are you interested in me? I think you are interested in my eyes. It's amazing that you can resist the erosion of the first-generation cells. Before Wu could finish speaking, an old arm dug toward his eye socket. In the quiet living room, light blue chakra surrounded Danzo's hand. The scene was as weird as it was weird. Don't bother, the person in front of you is just one of my clones. It seems that Orochimaru hasn't told you my news yet. Looking at the old man in front of him with disdain, Wu sneered a few times. You are indeed a dangerous existence. As if nothing had happened, Danzo quietly sat back on the sofa. Do you want to try to become my enemy? I am more difficult to deal with than Orochimaru, especially those things on your arms. I know them very well. Danzo's pupils shrank and he stared at the child in front of him with a gloomy expression. In the evening, Danzo left here silently, as if he had never been here at all. Annoying flies, it seems that the Jonin's time difference technique has been discovered, otherwise the old fox wouldn't have appeared in front of me like this. Wu frowned, and then just pretended that this incident never happened. It's July, October is coming soon. After laughing twice, his figure disappeared into the darkness. On the 10th day after Danzo left, the two finally arrived at the small town called Sunny Town. Are you sure this is the place where rainbows often appear in your memory? Wu's tone was a little suspicious. The town that appeared in front of them was already dilapidated, and the ruins not far away told its story. How could it have become like this? Sing couldn't believe it, but the places that overlapped with her memories made her understand that this was her hometown. Let's go take a look first. Maybe we can meet a few people who know the situation. Seeing her like this, Wu could only lead her towards the ruins. The vigilant crows in the sky told him that there was still a little smoke nearby, and it seemed that there were still people living nearby. The two walked for a long time before they found an old man living alone nearby. Ui Sing's condition is really not very good, so he can only handle the negotiations. Grandpa, is this Sunny Town? The old man put down the hatchet in his hand and observed the two children. Sunny Town, this is Sunny Town, why are you two kids here? The old man picked up the pipe on the side and took a puff silently. The name Sunny Sky Town seemed to remind the old man of something. I want to ask what happened to this town. This town, that happened a few years ago. At that time, a group of bandits came to rob this town. Then they set fire here, and everyone in the town was buried in the sea of a fire. The old man sighed a little, then picked up his pipe and took a deep puff. That day, I happened to go to a nearby town on business, so I escaped disaster. Where is the Ui family? Where is the Ui family who lives in the west? Sing, who was in Wiyu's arms, asked, the sadness in his eyes not concealed at all. The old man shook his head and said nothing more. Sing's eyes completely lost their luster and he fainted. When Wiyu put his hand on her forehead, a vague fluctuation made his face change slightly. What does this feel like? A sealing technique that blocks memory. Who on earth planted it in her mind? Even I didn't notice that memory blocking technique. Wiyu's face was a little gloomy. This level of sealing technique was definitely not something for ordinary people. Thank you very much. This is a small kindness. Please don't refuse. Wiyu took out a small stack of bills from her arms and placed it next to the old man, preparing to take her for one last look. That direction is the former location of Yu's family. I hope you can find some useful clues. The old man gestured in a direction with his pipe, and then silently returned to his hut. After living alone in this deserted place for so many years, the old man couldn't let go of his hometown. Among the ruins, Wiyu stood here quietly, waiting for her to wake up. The inner pillar that supported him suddenly collapsed. This was not something a child should bear. After a long time, seeing Yu woke up. When she looked at the ruins in front of her, tears fell again uncontrollably. Are you ready? We are going to the land of fire. Mr. Wiyu, what do people live for? Does the hope that people talk about really exist? Her tone was a little cold, even colder than when he first saw her. I don't know why others lived, I only know that I don't want to die, that's all. When people feel that they are aging, they often become more fearful. When he came here, he understood the fear and despair before death, the nostalgia and prayer for life. Now that he knows how to achieve immortality, he will pursue and plunder it without hesitation. If you have no purpose in living, then live for me. His words didn't seem to have any effect. Sing's face was still cold. Thank you very much. I will go to the fire country as you requested. I hope you can be the pillar of my survival as you said. She looked at Wiyu expressionlessly, trying to seal away everything about herself. Well, we're getting ready to go. Time is a bit tight, so there's no time to rest. After signaling her to get in the car, Wiyu hurried towards Konoha. Everything was ready now. As long as Kyuubi showed up on time, the things he had planned for a long time could be officially taken into action. Late at night, Wiyu, who was resting, laughed inexplicably. Counting the days, today is when Uchiha Suzuki was born. It's a pity that I didn't get what I wanted, so I can only postpone it until later? 9 out of 10 people in the world are unhappy, and things will always happen that cannot go as they wish. Now that he couldn't get the power of Indra, he could only wait until he had the power of the 9 tails before making any plans. This body is not yet 6 years old, so he has plenty of time to wait. When the Uchiha clan is exterminated and the 4th ninja war begins, age will be his greatest asset. He is still young, still young. The root ninja who monitors his whereabouts from outside, the special identity of a spy on all sides, and a member of the Uchiha clan, all destined his whereabouts to be monitored in a way that ordinary people can't imagine. However, this is of no use to him. There are indeed many people in this village who can threaten his existence. There are basically no people who can influence his body through his clone. Be patient for a while longer, and one day, I will get everything I want. The familiar sharp pain came again, and the painful roar echoed in the dark room. In the early morning, as usual, the moonless crow clone was exercising in the training ground. As he was getting ready to go home, Minato took a very pregnant red-haired woman for a walk in the neighborhood. Minato-sensei, long time no see. Is this the master's wife? Long time no see, Mizuki. This is my love, Uzumaki Shinkuna. Minato greeted him gently, and the woman on the side also looked at the child curiously. This is our first meeting, master. I am Uchiha Matsuki. Please take good care of me. Ah, what a good and polite boy. Just when Minato wanted to say something, Matsuki said, Minato-sensei, I'm leaving now. I'll be late later. We have time to chat. After bidding farewell to the two of them, Wiyu quickly hurried towards his home. After he left, Shinkuna said to Minato beside him, I don't know why, but I always feel like there's something wrong with the kid. Compared to those normal people, he feels more like he's hiding something. Can you sense there's something wrong with him? Minato asked seriously. That's not the case. I didn't feel any malice in his emotions. Instead, he seemed to be enduring something. The two of them, who couldn't figure it out after thinking for a long time, had no choice but to give up. Since it was determined that the child had no ill intentions, let him go. As the days passed, people after the war silently licked their wounds. The pain caused by the fighting is also healing bit by bit, and the hatred in the dark is constantly accumulating until it finally breaks out. As the Sunin who have been famous in the village for a long time, they are naturally busy with their own affairs. Orochimaru was conducting experiments in the dark that could not be brought to the table. At this time, Jiraiya should be teaching those children who he regarded as hope near the Rain Ninja village. As for Tsunade, she seems to be suffering from blood phobia due to the death of her lover and is unable to undergo surgery. This was an opportunity, and I had to admire Obito. His timing was so accurate. There are only a few ninjas in Konoha who can take action. It is impossible for Danzo to take action, and those few Hokage advisors are basically useless. Hidden in the secret room deep underground, the pale-skinned Wii was a little excited. Close, this feeling. This is the power. The strings that were stretched to the limit relaxed slightly, and he felt that he had another chance to breathe. Wait until the Crow clone comes back and start that plan. What power will her eyes have? So curious. At the same time, the Crow clone who was on a mission outside seemed to sense something and couldn't help but laugh. What happened? Anko and Kawataro looked at him and asked curiously. Nothing, let's go, we found the little guy. Wii smiled, and his figure instantly appeared on a big tree. He has a bow on his right ear, brown fur, and a king character on his forehead. Holding the scruff of its fate firmly, he returned to the two of them. How on earth did this cat do it? It ran faster than me. Kawataro looked helpless. He almost ran away and didn't catch up. Well, after all, he is Madame Chihao's pet, so he should have some skills. Let's go back. In the mission hall, several people saw Mrs. Shijime, who was a little too plump. Wii, is this person really the wife of Chihao? Don't say anything, be careful they hear you. The whispers between the two were not discovered. Mrs. Shijime hugged the cat and kneaded it crazily. Yeah, he deserves it. That stupid cat should be taught a lesson. Kawataro was smiling happily on the side, but Anko was a little unhappy. It's no wonder, after all, they are all carrying out simple D-level tasks these days, and anyone who does chores for a long time will get bored. In this case, he, the temporary squad leader, will come into play. How about we go to the dumpling shop after this? I'll treat you. Really? Great. Anko cheered. It's a bit embarrassing to ask you to treat me all the time. How about I treat you once? It's okay, I just happen to have something to pass by. Wii smiled, and then took the two of them to a famous dumpling shop in the village. At night, a crow appeared on the edge of the village. This is where those war orphans live. These children often have to survive on their own, and their hands are somewhat bloody. After searching for a long time, Wii finally found a child of similar size to him. It was obvious what would happen next. Don't blame me, blame this chaotic world. The crow clone penetrated the child's body, and the light blue chakra began to help the child regain his breathing. This is the most authentic disguise, isn't it? Ha ha ha. After laughing twice, the crow clone walked towards the outside of the village. Next, he will add some stories of his own to the original script. The genius boy protected Konoha from Kuwabai's men and then died of exhaustion. After witnessing the death of her best friend, the young girl opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, but what awaited her was betrayal. What a perfect script. Even he, the screenwriter, felt a little disgusted with this vulgar story. It's a bit vulgar, but it can still have some effect. Although those old foxes may not believe that he is dead, there is no way for a dead person to issue a pursuit order. Regardless of whether Orochimaru and Danzo believed it or not, he believed it anyway. Next, whether you turn on the kaleidoscope or look for those tailed beasts, you need to be active in the outside world. Keeping this identity would waste his energy, so it would be better to end it directly. As for the rest of the celestial arts, maybe you can start with Tsunade. After all, she holds the key to the wet bone forest. Based on the currently known intelligence analysis, Shijulin's immortal mode is likely to bring powerful physical activity and regeneration capabilities to the user. On the highest hill outside the village, a small wooden house appeared here, with all daily necessities available. Next, just wait until the main body completes the plan, and then place this disguised and flawless corpse on the final battlefield to consider it a success. However, Orochimaru would definitely find something wrong with this body. Whether he would hide it for Wii or not, Wii didn't know. By that time, he had already fled with his wealth, and there was no way to catch him even if he wanted to. At the border of the country of fire, a passenger ship slowly docked at the port. We're finally here, I can't wait to see you. The crow clone wearing a black robe said with a smile, but received a blank look in return. The two children walked straight down the street, but no one could notice their presence. Recalling the hard work along the way, he almost cried. The illusion spell that he had used all the way was able to cover the two people's whereabouts. Until now, no two more people were found on the ship. The price was that he was almost exhausted from exhaustion. Fortunately, we can reach the vicinity of Konoha in another day or so. Taking advantage of this opportunity, we naturally need to prepare a few more crow clones. Are you familiar with Konoha? A place of hypocrisy, of course, but also a place where I grew up. Seeing felt a little strange. Hypocritical place, why do you say that? Isn't this your hometown? Wii was silent for a while and then said, this will never be my hometown, and I will never have the chance to return to that place. The atmosphere fell into silence, and the two of them rushed towards Konoha. Late at night, the pale-skinned Wuyu walked out of the secret room. This was the first time since he left training camp that he stood under the moonlight. The Umbu ninjas who were monitoring him had long been unknowingly controlled by illusions. No matter how hard they tried, they never imagined that the birds flying in the sky were all his clones. There are still more than 2 months, I hope nothing will happen again. The scene turned to Minato's home, where Sarutobi Hiruzen was sitting in front of Minato and talking about something. In Minato's home, the third Hokage and his wife sat in front of them, looking extremely serious. "Minato, is Kushina's due date confirmed?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, sitting opposite Minato and his wife. "It's been confirmed, it's October 10th. Minato glanced at his wife gently, and both of them smiled happily. "Kushina, as we are about to give birth, there are some things that I must explain to you clearly." Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became solemn, letting the two of them understand that what he said next was definitely related to them. He picked up the pipe in his hand and wanted to take a puff, then subconsciously remembered something and put the pipe down. "The same goes for my predecessor, Mito-sama." During delivery, he almost broke the seal of the 9 tails. "To be prepared, I'm very sorry that I have to force you to give birth in a barrier a little far away from the village." Minato saw worry on Kushina's face, and immediately said next to her, "It's about the seal. I will be by your side during delivery." Kushina's face turned slightly red, her worried look disappeared, and the smile appeared again. "Minato, Taji from Anbi, and my wife, Lake Baiwa, will be by your side, all of which will be done in secret." Both of them knew the seriousness of the matter, not to mention the seal of Kuwabai, so Minato and his wife nodded solemnly. Sarutobi also understood the two people's worries and quickly spoke to them. "Of course, the Umbu directly under me will also be responsible for guarding." Minato gently held Kushina's clenched fist and said with a smile, "I'll go ahead and prepare." Kushina looked at her husband with trust in her eyes. I will be responsible for taking you there." Sarutobi Baiwako raised his voice slightly when he saw Kushina was distracted. "Kushina. Ah, yes, thank you very much." Late at night, 2 figures avoided the Umbu patrolling near the village and arrived at one of the highest hills near the village. "This must be the first official meeting. Let me introduce myself, Uchiha Mizuki. Please take care of me." Wuyu, whose skin was pale and bloodless, walked out of the darkness, his eyes filled with bloodshot eyes. "No, it was me who caused you trouble during this period." Singh thanked him solemnly, and then said, "Is it still the same as on the road?" "No, there are some things that need to be verified. What happens next may be a little strange. Please don't be surprised." Wuyu smiled, and the bloodshot eyes became more intense. "Yes, although it was a little strange," Singh agreed. Wuyu stretched out his right hand, and an inexplicable light appeared from his hand. "Don't be afraid, it's not life-threatening." His hand was placed on Singh's forehead, and wisps of soft light penetrated into her body. "Unknown power detected. What is the current power named?" "Sure enough, this message means that this power does not belong to Chakra. What is it named?" After thinking for a moment, Wuyu said, "Name it star power and compare several power models." 3 models appeared in front of Wuyu, each of which was not only the same. Unlike Chakra and pure spiritual power, does the star power model have an additional model that can assist the fusion of Chakra and spiritual power? Maybe one day we can figure out what this model does. Withdrawing the hand that was placed on Singh's forehead, Wuyu said to Singh, who closed his eyes, "Okay, it's over, I'm going to trouble you next." Wuyu lay on the wooden bed beside him, and the crows slowly integrated into his body. Star placed her hands on his temples on both sides, and the soft star power entered his mind, soothing his nerves. At this moment, Wuyu felt that she was sleeping extremely soundly. How long had it been? How long had he not relaxed like this? Cannot remember. After a long time, a hint of fish white appeared on the horizon. "Thank you very much. If you need anything, just tell the crow. There is enough food here for you to eat for a week." Before leaving, Wuyu seemed to have thought of something. "I will bring you a change of clothes tomorrow. Don't let those ninjas find out that you are living here. We will leave here in more than 2 months at most." Sing Chiang nodded, then fainted on the wooden bed beside him. After traveling for so long and having to stay up all night to relieve his mental problems, it was already very difficult to survive until now. Wuyu left here and walked towards the village. Before leaving, he left another crow hiding in the dark to protect her safety. Now this feeling of relaxation has not appeared in his body for a long time, and Wuyu found that the limit he could bear was much higher. However, it still takes a while to accumulate energy again. The model on the recording star just now has exhausted the power of the crystal. All the shadow clones have been taken back, and then the crow clone can act on his behalf. "Hey, who is that?" A familiar figure appeared in Wuyu's eyes. "Kakashi-senpai, long time no see. Are you visiting the grave?" Kakashi glanced at Wuyu and left here quietly. Is his mission over? It seems that Kushina's escort work has been taken over by the 3rd generation Umbu. Walking towards the tombstone of his parents in this life, Wuyu slowly swept away the dust accumulated on the tombstone, but he was thinking about the upcoming moment in his heart. "Long time no see, are you here too?" Kingsley stood in front of Wuyu with flowers in one hand and a bucket of water in the other. It's not good to come without bringing something to visit the grave. I'll give you some of mine. After she put the flowers in her hands aside, she gently poured some water on the tombstone. It's just that I suddenly came to take a look, and I didn't prepare anything. This is not okay. My uncle and aunt will be angry if they find out. Ching patiently arranged the tombstones while scolding Wu Yu. Looking at her thin back, Wu Yu said, "If I die in front of you one day, will you be sad?" She paused subconsciously, and then said nonchalantly, "No. After coming out of that training camp, I knew the ending that was waiting for us." "Really? Forget these words." Wu Yu smiled freely, and then said carelessly, "How about we go find a place to eat in a while? I heard that there is a new barbecue restaurant in the commercial street that is very good. You're tired of eating barbecue in the morning, so why not go to my house? How about I prepare some more bread for you?" "Okay." The two left the cemetery and walked towards Ching's home. After the two said goodbye, Wu Yu looked at her back and silently said sorry in his heart. Although his next move may be a bit cruel, he can only continue to do it for the sake of his long-cherished wish. Konoha 48. The weather is starting to get slightly colder, and many people are already wearing autumn clothes. In the early morning, the crow clone walked towards the mountains with several large packages, which contained not only children's clothes but also food. Wu Yu didn't know Xing's size, so he bought a few outfits in her own size and sent them to her. Now Konoha's security is getting tighter and tighter, and there are even more manpower that usually patrol at night. In this regard, Wu Yu could only avoid it. It would not be Miji's move to confront them at the moment. Except for the routine relief every night, he basically didn't stay here, which made Xing, who was still a little wary, feel relieved a lot. "These are autumn and winter clothes that you should put them away yourself. The security in Konoha has increased a lot recently, so I may be late for a few days." "Thank you very much. You deserve this, no need to thank me." This is Wu Yu's attitude towards other people, that he can satisfy useful people as long as they don't put forward excessive conditions. He won't care about useless people as long as they don't mess with him. The premise is that you don't provoke him when his brain is twitching, otherwise he will definitely try his best to kill him. For example, the guy whose name he completely remembered, God knows, dare to say that he is an experimental subject, and kill him after finishing his work. After a few exchanges, Wu Yu's crow clone left here. During this time, she lived alone. Except for occasionally letting crows help her find wood, she does everything else she can by herself. It has to be said that this kid is much stronger than he appears. Withdrawing his thoughts, Wu Yu looked at the wooden stake in front of him. If you want to touch the Kyuubi, you must have the physical skills to get close to it. For this reason, his cultivation during this period of time was all about body action, without any intention of laziness. With a flash of figure, Wu Yu appeared among the three wooden stakes. Click! There were three crisp sounds in succession, and the wooden stake used for training broke. If you look closely, you will find that there are shadows of Metkai in his movements, and there is also a part of his own style. The current taijutsu is enough to deal with ordinary ninjas, but if you want to deal with tailed beasts, are you thinking of Dizzy or Crow Feather? I don't know if it will go smoothly. After all, his Crow Feather is the product of a copycat tailed beast suit. It would be good to be able to save his life when facing the real tailed beast. If he wants to rely on his own crows to suppress the nine tails, unless he has thousands of crow clones. It's not like there's no hope at all. Looking at the small gift he had specially prepared for Kyuubi, Wu Yu had that weird smile on his face again. After the practice, when he returned to his home as usual, a somewhat familiar person stood in front of him. "There will be a clan meeting at 7 o'clock tomorrow night. Don't be late." The member of the police force who often delivered supplies to him left after speaking, which showed how unpopular he was among the clan. "It's nothing, he's already used to it anyway." At 7 o'clock in the morning, when Wu Yu arrived at the mission hall as usual, Honda ran to him excitedly. "Mizuki-kun, Orochimaru-sensei has accepted me as his disciple. Congratulations. Now that the Sunin has accepted you as a disciple, you will at least become a special jounin in the future." Matsuki was not surprised at all that Orochimaru accepted her as his disciple. Judging from the future results, Orochimaru did not treat Anko badly at all. Even before Orochimaru was about to defect to Konoha, he gave Anko a chance to choose. Even if Anko chose Konoha, Orochimaru had no intention of killing her. Instead, he chose to seal her memory to avoid the possibility of Anko exposing her whereabouts. What's more, Wu Yu now sees something different from the teacher-student relationship in Honda's eyes. He just wanted to say, "Girl, do you know you are playing with fire? Uchiha Mizuki, how about you also become my master?" Orochimaru, who had not seen him for a long time, appeared in front of him, seemingly very happy. "Teacher Orochimaru, you are too polite, I will forget it." After politely rejecting him, Wu Yu asked, "Teacher Orochimaru, are you here to accept a commission?" "No, I want to take Anko out for a trip. There are some things that need to be dealt with." Wu Yu's pupils shrank. Trouble, class dash, is about to be disbanded. Orochimaru laughed hoarsely twice, and then continued, "The Hokage already has an idea about your arrangements that you will know when you go inside." Although he didn't know what kind of medicine was sold in Orochimaru's gourd, Wu Yu still walked in. Kawataro had been waiting for a long time. When Wii saw the person standing opposite him, his face could not help but darken, and then returned to a smile. Kakashi-senpai, long time no see, it turns out that our new instructor Jounin is you. Minato knocked on the table and said, there is another person joining your team next, remember to get along well with him. Boom boom boom. A man wearing a turban and carrying a long knife came in. This is the first time we meet, cough cough. My name is Moonlight Hayate, please give me some advice, cough cough cough. Moonlight Blast, familiar acquaintance, the guy who comes out early and gets his lunchbox early should be pretty good. Uchiha Mizuki, please give me some advice. Onoga Wataro, please give me some advice. After Minato saw that he was almost familiar, he spoke. Okay, because the situation is a bit special, Mr. Orochimaru has something to do temporarily, so you should get along well during this period. In addition, your next task is to patrol the streets. The task period is 1 month. Take this opportunity to get familiar with your teammates. The task will officially start tomorrow. Several people said in unison, yes. On the way home, Wuyu's face was quite gloomy. Kakashi is here, his good days are over, he can no longer fool them with his crow clone like before. Forget it, let's deal with this clan meeting first. Anyway, it's only more than 2 months away. It's really troublesome. At night, Wuyu controlled the clone to stay at home as usual, and the main body had already quietly arrived at Nanga Shrine. When the people of the Uchiha clan found out about his arrival, they often didn't give him a good look, and Haru next to him was also implicated. Why don't you stay away from me first? It doesn't matter, that's it anyway. No matter how difficult it is, will it be more difficult than it is now? Looking at the smile on her face, Wuyu's remaining conscience ached in pain. I really don't want to be too cruel, unfortunately, there was really nothing he could do. In their sight, Uchiha Fugaku arrived belatedly. As soon as he stood in the crowd, his eyes turned towards Wuyu. Recently, the alert level in the village has been increasing, and even the police force has begun patrolling everywhere. The clan has roughly guessed what happened. Uchiha Mizuki, do you have any suggestions? Wuyu stood up feebly, and squirted before speaking. Advice, my advice is to carry on as usual and don't give them a chance. After expressing his thoughts straightforwardly, Wuyu continued chatting with Ching in the corner, not wanting to say anything more. Even if Fugaku does appear near Kuwabai, he will be forced to retreat by Danzo. The people in the village will never give the Uchiha clan a chance to get close to Kuwabai, even if he is a spy. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, and then continued, we are members of the same clan, and we have the same blood. No matter what, I hope we can make the Uchiha clan strong again. Fugaku began to give daily speeches to increase cohesion and make the clan believe that their clan leader could lead them back to the glory of the Uchiha clan. Wuyu in the corner looked at him meaningfully, and then looked away again as if he remembered something. There are rumors that Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharinan has the ability to predict the future, but I don't know if it is true or not. Thinking of Fugaku's actions before his death, Wuyu guessed that it might be true. If Fugaku's eyes really had the ability to spy on time, then he would take anything from it. Originally, there were no more than 10 people who could turn on the kaleidoscope, and he was the only one with the precious ability to peek into time. Regardless of whether the rumors are true or false, they have plunder value. Calculating the time, it will be 5 years before the Uchiha clan is destroyed. 5 years, I should turn on the kaleidoscope by then. It would be nice to have one more alternative, well, that's it. With a sinister smile, Wuyu suppressed the malice in his heart. There was nothing important left, and the clan meeting ended with nothing to do. On the way back, just as he was about to go to Sing's place to relieve stress as usual, a somewhat familiar boy appeared in front of him. He has a hedgehog head, a short sword on his back, and a pair of Sharinan eyes. Are you Uchiha Shisui? What's the matter? No, I just want to get to know you and chat while walking. After giving him a slightly curious look, Wuyu said, Can. In the dark night, 2 figures, one tall and one short, walked near the square. No one could detect their whereabouts. Uchiha Mizuki, I don't know why, but I always feel that you were alienated from the people of your clan. Could you please help me solve this doubt? After thinking for a moment, Wuyu said, before that, I want to ask you a question. One day, when you have to choose between the village and the clan, which side will you choose? Uchiha Shisui looked at the child in front of him and didn't know what to say for a moment. After a long silence, he said slowly, I will stop this from happening, no matter what the cost, even if the being you want to protect will betray you? Wuyu looked at the young man in front of her with a smile, waiting for his answer. No matter what the cost, I will stop this from happening, even if it's my life. This child is hopeless. After realizing that he had been brainwashed by the will of fire, Wuyu gave his own judgment. How about you? Me, I don't choose either. The only person I love is myself, and the only person I care about is my only friend. Do you understand? Without waiting for Shisui to speak, Wuyu continued, don't use your eyes to affect my judgment. What's in front of you is just a clone. From the moment Shisui opened his mouth, Wuyu found that his control over the crow clone had weakened. It seemed that the name of the most powerful illusion was well deserved. Is this the pupil technique that resides in your eyes? It can actually control other people's will without knowing it. It's an amazing illusion. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong partner. The figure became illusory, and crows surrounded Shisui. Let's forget it this time. I don't want to know who asked you to come. Before leaving, can you tell me the name of this illusion? After a moment of silence, Zisui said, don't be a god. Sure enough, it seems that he has some contact with the village at this time. Uchiha Shisui, let's meet again by fate. The crows flew away into the distance, leaving him standing here alone. On the mountain road outside Konoha village, Uyu silently glanced behind him and continued walking towards the mountains with an expressionless face. Uchiha Shisui, whose father is Uchiha Kagami, is one of the second-generation Hokage guards who are loyal to the village. His father, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Danzo Shimura are the most trusted ninjas of the second generation. Unfortunately, not only died at the hands of the enemy, Danzo also took away one of the open kaleidoscopes, which is still installed in Danzo's right eye. This poor child was also deceived and became lame, and now he is still connected to the village. What would happen if he knew that his father's eyes were taken away by Danzo? Whenever he thought of this, he couldn't help but chuckle. Danzo has been able to form such a large-scale root so far, and Kagami's eyes have played a lot of uses in the dark. Thinking about his final outcome, Uyu felt a little pity for him. Forget it, it has nothing to do with him anyway. The most important thing now is Kuwabai's matter. As the critical moment approaches, he doesn't want any more surprises to happen. The Uchiha clan, the fourth Hokage, Shimura Danzo, and the last appearance of Uchiha Obito are really a mess. While he was immersed in his own thoughts, the wooden house appeared in front of him. I'm going to trouble you today too. It's nothing. I always feel that your mental state is getting more and more tense. A gentle hand placed on Wuyu's forehead, the familiar power constantly soothing his brain. There's nothing you can do. Something is going to happen here. Let's leave here after it's over. Misfortune? Singh didn't believe it. As one of the strongest forces in the 5 major countries, how could such a big change happen to Konoha? You'll see it, even on this mountain, you can see it, absolutely. Uyu smiled, as if he had already seen the figure as big as a hill and the extremely powerful chakra. It always feels like you're looking forward to it. I have been waiting for this day for a long time, and finally, I am about to take my first step. Uyu smiled, and then fell into his own relaxing moment. At this moment, the crows hidden in his body emitted a cry that only he could hear, and then fell into a deep sleep. On the streets of Konoha, several children wearing forehead protectors were patrolling the streets in front of them. One of them was holding an ice point in his hand. Hey, we are on a mission anyway, please pay attention to the impact. It's okay Kakashi-senpai, we'll take care of it right away. After 3 mouthfuls and 2 mouthfuls at a time, Uyu solved the ice point in his hand and quickly followed. It has been more than half a month since the new 9th team went on a mission. Apart from occasionally picking up lost items and helping lonely old people, they have not encountered anything interesting. Well, it's so boring, how long will this patrol continue? Kotaro on the side began to complain. His personality seems to have changed a lot since leaving the training camp. It seems that the environment still has a great impact on people. It will be much better after October. By the way, have you heard about the Chunin exams? Uyu said to Kotaro beside him, an imperceptible smile flashed in his eyes. Chunin exam? Why haven't you heard Kakashi-senpai mention it? Kotaro subconsciously looked at the new captain and teammates, and immediately understood that even if they knew, they wouldn't tell him. Kakashi usually has a cold look, and Moonlight Hayate is already an official Chunin, so he has no time to care about this kind of news. Uyu, you are the most reliable, tell me now. Just when he was about to talk to Kotaro in detail, Kakashi sitting aside said, it's rest time, get ready to go. Captain, don't be so heartless. In the end, Kawataro had no choice but to start patrolling another community, but did not find any information from Uyu. In the evening, Yuzuki took the bathware and prepared to go to the hot springs near Konoha to take a bath. However, on the wall near the hot spring, he saw another guy who made him feel troublesome. Shouldn't he go out and travel and write a book? How could you come back? Am I remembering it wrong, or did he come back temporarily several times? After thinking for a while, Uyu shouted, there's a pervert peeking into the women's bathroom. With a ping-pong bang, the strong man with his big head sitting in embarrassment sat on the ground. Who is shouting from behind? Uyu smiled at him and then ran away quickly. Now that Jiraiya has temporarily appeared in Konoha, he must be more careful with his recent actions. At most he can stay here for a while and then travel again. It was even possible for Jiraiya to leave without even showing his face. With his style, anything could happen. Forgetting this incident, Uyu soaked comfortably in the hot spring, pretending to be harmless to humans and animals. But what he didn't expect was that after a while, a familiar big man walked in. You guy, it turns out it's you, little brat. Uyu pretended not to recognize him and mocked, oh, isn't this the lecherous uncle peeking into the women's hot spring? The sound is so loud that it can definitely penetrate into the women's hot spring next door. Forget it. If you don't care about the kid, I'll let you go today. Uyu ignored him and silently enjoyed the feeling of soaking in the warm water. After a long time, you left here. The white-haired middle-aged man picked up the wineglass placed aside and whispered, "What a brat now. Bye-bye, horny uncle." He subconsciously clenched his wineglass and finally put it aside as if nothing had happened. Early in the morning, the big man stood in front of the water gate and knocked on the door. Coming. When he opened the door, Minato was a little surprised. "Jiraiya-sensei, long time no see. How is your new book?" "Well, we are planning it. Speaking of which, you have become the fourth Hokage, are you still used to it?" Jiraiya walked in and sat on a chair nearby, rubbing his forehead unconsciously. "I drank a little too much yesterday, and I haven't completely sobered up yet. Everything is okay. With the help of Sandai, there are no major problems. Teacher, don't you stay in the village for a little longer?" After taking a sip of tea, Jiraiya said, "When I come back once for something, I won't stay in the village. Where are the other people?" "Teacher Orochimaru has left because of something, and the third generation is now free." Zille also shook his head. "Where's Kushina? If I'm not mistaken, she should be here soon." "Yes, it will arrive in more than a month," Minato said calmly, but a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. "Forget it, I won't bother you." Just as he was about to go out, Jiraiya suddenly thought of something. "How about I wait until your child is born and teach him?" Before Minato could answer, Jiraiya laughed and said, "Just kidding, children should be taught by their fathers. You will be a good father, Minato." After saying that, Jiraiya left here humming a tune. Not long after, Kushina came out of the room with a little difficulty. When she saw the teacup beside her, she asked, "Husband, has anyone been here?" "Jiraiya-sensei has been here, so he left first because he was afraid of waking you up." "I haven't seen Jiraiya-sensei for a long time, why don't you stay here for a while? Teacher also has his own things to do." At the same time, Uchiha Mizuki felt a little helpless as he looked at the familiar scene. "I said, this lecherous uncle, can't you avoid the place where I patrol? Yesterday's brat, are you a ninja from Konoha? That family crest turns out to be a brat from the Uchiha clan." He rubbed his forehead helplessly. "That's what the lecherous uncle who doesn't want to be robbed in broad daylight says. Anyway, let's go to the police force and have a chat with me first." Just when Wio was about to take action, Kakashi rushed to his side. "Jiraiya-sama, long time no see. Kakashi, have you also become an instructor Jounin?" Jiraiya looked at the expressionless Kakashi and said with interest, "No, I'm just temporarily replacing Lord Orochimaru." "Orochimaru, it's really strange that Orochimaru would become the instructor of Jounin. Then this brat is Orochimaru's student?" "Yes." After hearing this, Wio said to Kakashi, "Since you are an acquaintance of Kakashi-senpai, I'll leave it to you. I'll leave first." Then he walked directly into the distance. He didn't have any thoughts about Jiraiya. Maybe he possesses the magic that Wio urgently needs, but Wio and him are not the same person after all. That kid has a lot of character. By the way, remember to keep the news about my return a secret. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge toad appeared at Jiraiya's feet and left. The weather is gradually getting colder as we enter late autumn, and pedestrians on the street have also put on autumn clothes. At this time, the reorganized teamed Dash is gathering in the mission hall, patiently waiting for the next mission. "Your mission is over. Thank you for your hard work. Now take a good rest," Minato said to the few of them. The third Hokage beside him smoked the pipe in his hand and looked at the bored Mutsuki from time to time. "Teacher Watergate, don't be nervous, it's just an ordinary vacation until the 12th of next month. You'd better take advantage of this time to have a good rest." Minato gave an explanation, and Class Dash also ushered in a month-long vacation. This was definitely the first long vacation since you could remember. After a few people left, Minato sighed softly. "Sandaime-sama, do you even have to be wary of Kakashi? It's about the Kyuubi, so try to avoid any oversights." Seeing Minato, who was still working seriously despite worrying about his wife and children, Sarutobi couldn't help but nod slightly. "You should go back as early as possible during this period, and leave the rest to me. 3 generations of adults. It's okay. After all, she is my wife. It's normal for you to be worried. Thank you very much." Downstairs in the Hokage's office building, everyone in Class Dash left in different directions. Kakashi was visiting the graves of some of his long-dead friends, while Moonlight Hayate was there to practice his taijutsu. Compared to the two of them, Kawataro and Mizuki seemed to be doing nothing. "Wio, where are you going next?" Kawataro asked in a low voice. I may stay at home like this for a month. My doctor advised me not to overwork myself and maintain my mental state." Yes, Wio thought twice and went to the ninja hospital. Unfortunately, the doctors there didn't give him any useful advice, and there were no specialized hospitals for psychiatric treatment here, so it didn't look normal. "You're lying, I originally wanted you to practice with me, but then I have to find someone else." Kawataro left here with a depressed look on his face, and Wio also began to wander around the store, preparing to buy some supplies. He had to live outside Konoha village for a month and had to bear the daily necessities of 2 people. If he hadn't taken all the money on the ship, he would have lost this task long ago. The 3 ninja taboos really make sense. Wio even wanted to borrow a small amount of money before leaving. Money is often not too much when needed. Accompanied secretly by those Wuyu spent a long time shopping in the commercial street, and finally bought all the things he needed. Late at night, a bird left Wuyu's home as usual, and no one could find its trace. In order to prevent unexpected situations like the one in the report letter, he had prepared more than a dozen shapes of common birds in Konoha, so that he would never notice that his body had left Konoha. As for those packages, just let the crow clone throw them in an inconspicuous place in a few days and wait for the crow to pick them up. On the hill to the west of Konoha village, Moonless appeared in the cabin as usual. Wuyu-kun, why did you come so early today? Sing was a little surprised. Usually he would come here in the early morning. I will rest here during this period, and we will leave here in more than a month. Is there anything unusual happening nearby? No, now that it's autumn, there are fewer bugs in the mountains, but there seem to be a lot more snakes nearby. After hearing this, Wuyu nodded slightly. As long as there are no changes, if there is any special situation, he doesn't know if the crow clone he left here can protect her safety. Looking at some of the narrow wooden houses, Wuyu felt that it was necessary to get another wooden bed for herself, as she couldn't sleep in a sleeping bag every day. Forget it, let's talk about it tomorrow. Lying in his sleeping bag, Wuyu was concentrating his chakra as usual, and the crows slowly swam inside his skin, and then merged into his body again. After working hard for so long, I finally got it together. Counting the crow clones and the vigilant crows in Wuyu's home, the number of crows he created was a full 18, and he felt that he had not yet reached the limit of tolerance. Space is like the sea, there is always room for squeeze. Now Wuyu plans to push his mental limits to ensure that he can really survive in front of Kuobai. Early in the morning, Wuyu opened his eyes and walked out quietly. Beside him, Sing was still sleeping soundly on the bed, with a much softer expression on his face than when he was talking to him. The crow responsible for patrolling has already circled around and has not found anything worthy of his attention. Strictly speaking, the surrounding area of this wooden house has actually been hidden by him with a barrier, and its function is very simple, to hide the sound and smoke. It had been almost a year since he got the sharing on, and it was still very simple to learn some simple barriers from the training camp. With the cooperation of those crows, it is easy to lay something that can be hidden from the patrolling ninjas, except those who have white eyes. Every time someone from the Hyuga clan showed up, he had to fly over and use the Sharingan to modify their memories, and he was almost annoyed to death by them. As usual, after Wuyu moved his body for a while, he began to plan an evacuation route nearby. He is not virtual and cannot freely shuttle on the ground. Naturally, the more escape routes, the better. Half an hour later, Wuyu returned to the wooden house, holding a lot of wild fruits and a hare in his hands. After taking a deep breath of the fresh morning air, he began to prepare today's breakfast. The natural environment here is much better than his previous hometown. There are no unpleasant car exhausts and chemical emissions, and even his mood has improved a lot. Staying underground all the time will make you feel depressed. After all, he is not a gopher. Wuyu-kun, I'm sorry I got up late. It's nothing, it's just that I got up very early. Can you be a rabbit? Star nodded. I know a little bit. Those people don't know what the interests of those powerful people are, so I also learned a little cooking skills. Wuyu looked at her curiously. Is that so? How about you let me try your cooking skills? Very happy to. The morning passed like this, and he also enjoyed today's breakfast. On the other side, Wuyu, who was wandering around, spotted a somewhat familiar figure and a baby in his arms. Oh, power of Indra, what a shame. With a few sighs in his heart, Wuyu began to lead the around the village. The followed him closely, completely unaware of the crows flying towards the west hill with more than a dozen small packages in their mouths. The night before the vacation ends. In the small wooden house hidden in the forest, the painful sound of sex continued to echo in the room. Sing anxiously put his hand on Wuyu's forehead, and wisps of light soothed Wuyu's pain. What's going on? Why is it so serious today? It's the third time. Why is it still not getting better? She looked a little tired, and she didn't even notice the sweat dripping from her forehead falling on Wuyu's face. After a while, Wuyu, who had recovered a lot, said, "You rest first, you'll be fine later." As he spoke, more than 20 crows kept wandering around his body, trying to escape from Wuyu's control. I was careless. I didn't expect that after breaking through 20, the self-awareness of crows would be so strong. Although he has natural control over the crows, their unconscious actions will also place a strong burden on Wuyu's body. But your body. It doesn't matter. You go and rest first. I'll be fine after a while. After taking a deep look at Wuyu, Sing obediently returned to his room and closed the door, without any intention of spying on him. After a moment of silence, light blue chakra needles condensed from Wuyu's body surface and slowly penetrated Wuyu's skin. This is one of the plans he envisioned, dipping acupuncture points. By blocking the chakra acupuncture points hidden inside the human body to prevent the flow of chakra, this trick had a high success rate in his imagination. It was inspired by the attack skills of the Hyuga clan. Crows are chakra creatures in nature, and stopping their own chakra flow will definitely make them calmer. As his acupuncture points were blocked, Wuyu felt that his mental strength had recovered slightly. It works, it's a pity, it would be nice if I could get a real Byakugan. It is not unusually difficult to obtain the bloodstain limits of the Hinata family. Let's not talk about the ninjas of the Zone family, even the people who split up the family are unlikely. Being able to hide from their eyes and lurk around them is basically impossible for Wu Yu now. The chakra acupoints he now understands were obtained through some shady experiments. There are only two ways to learn more about chakra asterisk channels. One is to learn the knowledge of those medical ninjas, and the other is to copy the model of the Byakugan so that he can create a creature with the bloodstain limit of the Byakugan. The difficulty of both is similar, because medical knowledge involving chakra acupuncture points is considered quite secretive knowledge in Konoha, and it is impossible for him to have access to it in his capacity. Therefore, it is better to get the Kyuubi first. Speaking of which, the originally born Nine-Tails chakra shouldn't be too strong. After all, it's a creature created with my mental power, so it shouldn't cause trouble for me like the Kyuubi. Wu Yu always felt a little unreliable to let another soul live in his body. But the current situation is that the arrow has to be fired when it is on the string. No matter what the situation is, he must prepare some back UPS in advance to avoid the kind of thing that worries him. Finally, the unconscious chakra began to stabilize, and the mental power that had been torn to the extreme slowly healed. Subconsciously touching his face, Wu Yu found that his clothes were completely soaked with sweat. It's really troublesome to change clothes and take a shower. After getting up and taking out a change of clothes, Wu Yu walked towards the stream at the foot of the mountain. Wu Yu-kun, are you feeling better? After seeing walked out of the room, he was shocked by his body. With densely packed light blue needles piercing his well-proportioned body, Wu Yu now looked just a little stronger than a hedgehog. Well, there's nothing else to do. I'm leaving tomorrow. We'll leave here by this time next month. Yes. Sing's reaction was not beyond Wu Yu's expectations. She didn't seem to have any ideas of her own about where to live. Thinking about it, after all, she is now being protected here by Wu Yu in a semi-forcible manner, and there is no so-called freedom at all. Early in the morning, Wu Yu quietly returned home and replaced the clone who had been staying at home for more than a month. On the familiar streets, residents of Konoha were walking scatteredly, most of them rushing to go to work. The patrolling ninjas occasionally hit the ground, waiting for the person to hand over to them. At this time, underneath the Hokage's office building, Kakashi and Moonlight Hayate were waiting for the arrival of the other two. Kakashi-senpai, how was your vacation? Wu Yu walked to his side from a distance. What happened? No, nothing. After hesitating for a moment, Kakashi still didn't ask the question. Wu Yu was not surprised that he could detect changes in himself. In any case, the chakra on his body is really amazing, and even Wu Yu's carefully prepared techniques cannot completely suppress it. Kakashi, who has the Sharingan, can definitely detect some abnormalities in him, but it will not cause him too much attention. He just lost a trace of chakra, and he didn't blatantly attack Konoha, so he wouldn't attract special attention from others. Soon after, Kawataro also rushed over. After everyone arrived, Kakashi led several people into the mission hall. However, the person sitting in the main seat was not Minato, but Sarutobi Hiruzen. The fourth Hokage has some important matters. I will arrange your tasks during this period. Afterwards, several people were assigned several tasks and they were sent away. Weeding, picking up garbage, taking care of the elderly, and looking for cats. I'm convinced, can't we do more difficult tasks? Don't complain, the task will be completed once it is accepted. Kakashi gave him a rare scolding, and then rushed towards the mission location. Really? Although Kawataro was a little dissatisfied with the mission, he still followed it. Moonlight Hayate was still the same, coughing non-stop on the side, but still worked with a few people for a day. In the evening, after several people said goodbye, Kakashi glanced at Wu Yu and walked silently towards the Hokage's office building. Did the chakra escape? I understand that if there is any special situation, just come to me and report it directly. After Kakashi left, Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his pipe and looked at a physical report. My mental state is not right, my body has experienced a large amount of chakra flowing, and today's chakra escapes. Uchiha Mizuki, what are you hiding? After returning home, Wu Yu took off his clothes. Tiny seal words appeared on the body surface one by one, and a trace of light blue chakra escaped from time to time. The sealing technique is still somewhat lacking, it's really troublesome. The current spells are already at the limit of his abilities, and the only stronger sealing spells are those that can seal tailed beasts. However, with his status, how could he possibly obtain such a strong sealing technique, unless the fourth generation had lost his mind? Even if he could really get it, he wouldn't dare to use it on himself. Slowly pulling out the chakra needle pierced into the acupuncture point, the seal fixed on Wu Yu's body cracked instantly. Balls of chakra began to unconsciously wrap around his body, but their shape gradually became fixed in the shape of a feather. It's really troublesome, I have to restabilize the seal every time I get home. Forget it, we don't have long anyway. Feeling the unprecedented strength in his body, Wu Yu's confidence also expanded a little. At least there was no problem in escaping. Late at night, Wu Yu once again counted the ninja tools that he would need that day, and fell asleep peacefully. Time passed and October came in a blink of an eye. Although there was no overt action in the village, secretly, the atmosphere began to become increasingly tense. Except for the villagers who knew nothing about this matter, most of the few senior officials were anxious. After all, Kyuubi almost came out in the first generation. If Kyuubi really came out this time, the loss to the village would be huge. Things like tailed beasts are used to balance the power between villages. If the Kyuubi takes the opportunity to wreak havoc on Konoha, the peace that was finally ushered in will once again start a war. Of course, this basically has nothing to do with him. When Kyuubi appeared, all he had to do was watch the show. With the third generation's efficiency and Danzo holding him back, Mutsuki would have been finished by the time he arrived on the battlefield. On this day, Wii was heading to the cabin on the mountain as usual, when the sound of footsteps nearby attracted his attention. When I walked in, I saw that it was a group of Umbu members wearing animal masks. What happened? Why would someone from Umbu appear near here? Wii felt something was not good and quietly approached them, trying to figure out their purpose of coming here. I checked it out. Sure enough, someone set up a barrier here. An Umbu member wearing a fox mask reported the results of the investigation to the member wearing a white robe, which also made Wii feel a trace of murderous intention in his heart. Do you know anyone in the barrier? The Umbu member in the fox mask said hesitantly. She seems to be a little girl of 7 or 8 years old. It seems that she doesn't know ninjutsu. Just when he wanted to continue speaking, the white-robed squad leader suddenly protected him behind him. Who? The dull sound did not wake up the sleeping animals, and each kunai was nailed to the nearby tree trunk. People's curiosity will lead them into the abyss. Why must they seek death? Wii walked out from behind the tree, and he threw back a kunai with his backhand. A few people took a closer look and saw that the person whose whole body was wrapped in light blue chakra turned out to be a child. What's even more frightening is that those red eyes are staring at him with undisguised murderous intent. Who are you, Uchiha Mizuki? Why do you appear here? Do you want to defect? The atmosphere instantly reached freezing point, and the three Umbu members silently stared at his feet, waiting for Wiyu's actions. At the same time, the squad leader secretly warned his companions. Be careful, don't be careless just because he is a child. This guy is designated by Danzo-sama as a genius ninja with Jonin strength. He has Sharingan, and his power is stronger than ordinary Sharingan. Captain, what's going on with that light blue chakra? The chakra wrapped around him was about to condense into a solid form. A perceptive Umbu member shared the information he had learned with his teammates on the side. His voice trembled unconsciously when he spoke. Don't be nervous, I just need you to sleep for a little while. It will pass soon. In the sight of everyone, countless crows rotated around him. The strange thing is that every crow's eyes are red Sharingan, and the world in their eyes has turned into black and white, completely losing sight of their teammates. What's going on? I obviously didn't look at his Sharingan. When several people were panicking, Wiyu's childish voice passed through their minds. You don't have to see the eyes to activate the illusion. Okay, let's take a rest, you are too tired now. In the woods, Wiyu took out the kunai in their hands and ended the lives of these people. He didn't want to attract other people's attention at this juncture, but there were always people who couldn't restrain their curiosity and came to die in person. A team should have 4 people. Where did the 4th one go? Hundreds of crows flew around, trying to find the missing Umbu member. Wiyu's body also walked into the cabin to confirm the situation of UI Star. Shortly after he left, a man wearing a gorilla mask emerged from the ground. The sweat on his forehead dripped down the mask onto the blood-stained weeds. In an instant, just an instant, his captain and 2 teammates lost consciousness and life. If it weren't for his special hidden ninjutsu, he might have followed his teammates to meet the god of death. That level of genjutsu, and that kind of ominous chakra. No, we must go back and report to Danzo-sama immediately. Just after he took a few steps, he suddenly felt his shoulders sink. Looking back subconsciously, the whole person was frozen in place. Got you. His vision went dark, and the man wearing the gorilla mask completely lost consciousness. Wiyukan, is nothing wrong? Yu Yexing walked out of the room, looking a little scared. He really couldn't find his location by himself, but K-Sing was able to provide him with the location of this Umbu with his perception ability, which made him a little surprised. There are quite a lot of secrets in her body, and I can try them out when I have the opportunity in the future. Nothing, just dealing with a few annoying flies. Pack your things and get out of here now. As if thinking of something, Wiyu added a few words. There is no need to waste time on the road, just follow me closely. Afterwards, the two walked into Konoha village without anyone noticing their traces. Over the past few months, he had known clearly the changing times of the patrol team. He even knew who was on duty today. After the two walked for a long time, they stopped at a 2-story building. This is my residence. I will live here for a while. The only requirement is that you cannot go out. If those ninjas find out, there is nothing I can do. After giving her the room next to his bedroom, Wiyuo returned to the underground secret room. The seal is a little loose, and he needs to strengthen it a little more. Year 48 of Konoha, early morning on October 10th, Uchiha Mizuki walked toward the mission hall refreshed. The time was up, and he finally no longer had to suppress himself like this. I feel like you're in a good mood today. Did anything good happen to you? Kawataro looked curious. Wii looked at him and asked with a smile, want to know? After seeing him nod, Wii answered, secret. Cut. Watching Kawataro leaving with a bored look on his face, Wii thought in his heart, what's good for me may not be good for you. Several people came to the mission hall and began to complete today's mission. Time flew by and it was evening in a blink of an eye. After the few people finished handling the last chores, they went their separate ways. Wii returned home and gave her final instructions to the stars around her. Don't panic when there is a tremor, just follow it. A man wearing a gorilla mask and umbu costume stood beside her silently. Although she was still a little scared, she nodded vigorously. Just when he was about to say something else, the crow of a crow came to his ears. After Wii connected his eyes, he carefully observed the surrounding area. Sure enough, a middle-aged woman with long brown hair and a pregnant woman with red hair were walking out of the village. There were many umbus secretly protecting the safety of the two of them. Has it finally begun? Then it's time for me to take action. Subconsciously touching his ninja bag, Wii looked relieved. Next, everything is about to begin. At 6 o'clock in the evening, it was sunny downstairs. Wii made an appointment with her a few days ago to go out for dinner tonight. As one of the protagonists tonight, Wii's perspective, he naturally did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Waited. It doesn't matter, I just arrived a while ago. Let's go. There are many new snacks opened recently on the commercial street in the center of the village. How about chatting while shopping? Okay. The two walked slowly towards the center of the village. Ching looked happy, as if she cherished this moment very much. At the same time, on the outskirts of the village, there was a cave specially prepared for the nine-tailed Jinhyuriki. The cave is surrounded by the strictest magic techniques, and the people chosen are the most trustworthy. You don't have to worry. The best thing you should do is to protect the seal carefully. Seeing that Minato was still a little worried, Saratobi Baiwako reminded him from the side. But, okay, I'm the fourth Hokage after all, why am I the mother-in-law at this time? Just do your job and leave the rest to us. Baiwako said impatiently, and Minato could only stand awkwardly beside Kushina, silently holding his wife's hand. In the evening, a sharp scream came from the cave covered by trees. Wow, it hurts like hell. The woman's screams echoed in the forest near the creek, and Kushina's delivery reached a critical moment. Omitted below, use your own brain. Well, this is the first time I've seen Kushina scream in pain like this. Does it really matter? Minato put his hands on Kushina's belly and asked Baiwa next to him with a worried look on his face. It's okay, you should keep an eye on the Kuwabai seal. What? But this can. Lake Baiwa interrupted Minato and said solemnly, as the fourth Hokage, don't be so flustered. It would have hurt a man to death, but women are very strong. As he spoke, Kushina's seal was revealed. A crucified red fox was struggling inside her body. The powerful force made Minato, who was guarding the seal, look solemn. So strong. Kuwabai is struggling to come out. He glanced at Kushina, who was in pain, and silently prayed for their mother and son. Come on, Kushina, come on, Naruto. Outside the cave, three Umbu were on guard against possible enemies, unaware that danger was about to strike. A moment later, the space behind an Umbu surged like a whirlpool, and a hand grasped his throat from the darkness. In just a few seconds, all the alert Umbu collapsed to the ground, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. The man looked at the barrier in front of him, and a trace of anger and murderous intent flashed in his eyes behind the mask. Step by step towards the barrier, his figure actually blended into the mountain protected by the barrier, without triggering the barrier's alarm at all. The head is out, there's still a little left. Kushina, come on, Miss Kushina. Inside Kushina's body, Kuwabai was struggling with all its strength. It feels that the seal that binds it is weakening, and if it doesn't struggle, it will miss the opportunity to be free again. There were faint traces of sweat on Minato's face, and the chakra in his body was continuously maintaining the Kuwabai sealing technique. Naruto, come out, Kuwabai, don't come out. What? Sharp moans echoed in the cave, followed by the cry of a baby. Quick, get hot water. Baiwako urged from the side, and the medical staff on the side quickly handed over the hot water prepared in advance. Kushina's clenched hands relaxed, and crystal tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Minato stared blankly at the child in Baiwako's arms, forgetting the movements of his hands for a moment. Born! The baby's cries echoed in the cave, and the medical staff carefully wiped the skin of the newborn Naruto. The child's face had a fox-like beard, and he was crying with all his strength. Minato happily wiped away his tears and said happily, I am a dad from today on. It's a healthy baby boy. Baiwako took the child and walked towards the two of them. Naruto, don't touch him. Baiwako's words were so frightening that Minato retracted his outstretched hands and walked towards Kushina as he spoke. Let him see what his mother looks like first. Minato looked at the backs of the two of them in despair, his expression unexpectedly helpless. Kushina tilted her head with difficulty, tears in her eyes flickering under the candlelight. Naruto. Looking at her child, she looked a little pleased. Finally see you. Okay, let's have a good rest. Be good. Baiwako coaxed the child and walked towards the crib that had been prepared. Minato held Kushina's hand and asked with a gentle expression, "Kushina, are you feeling okay?" Seeing his wife, who used to be strong in the past, so tired, he spoke with a complicated expression. "Thank you, Watergate." Kushina's eyes were filled with tears, as if she was immersed in this moment. "Okay, although it was very hard for you to give birth to the baby just now, but now you have to completely suppress the Kyuubi." Just when Minato was about to completely seal the Kyuubi, two screams echoed in the empty cave. "What?" Hearing the scream, Minato retracted his palm and looked in the direction of the two of them. Grandma Bippako. Tatsuji. I saw a man wearing a black robe and a white striped mask holding a child with his right hand on Naruto's face. The man looked at Minato warily and said in a cold tone, "The fourth Hokage Minato, stay away from the Jinchuriki as soon as possible. Otherwise, this child's lifespan will only be 1 minute." The couple stared closely at the man in black robes, their eyes full of vigilance. How did he get through this barrier? Who is this guy? Minato subconsciously prepared for battle, and Kushina's moans made him even more anxious. Aha! The black spell crawled along her belly and onto her face, and the sealing spell swelled again. Kushina, Kyuubi's seal is still. Hurry up and stay away from the Jinchuriki. Don't you care about this brat's life or death? Turning his palm, the sharp kunai was aimed at the child in his arms, and the man in black robe urged again. "Wait, calm down." "You should calm down, Minato, I'm very calm now." As soon as he finished speaking, the child in his arms flew into the sky. The two looked at each other, and the man in black robe jumped up, stabbing the child's body with the sharp kunai. Just when he was about to hit, Naruto's figure disappeared from the sight of the man in black robe. It's a yellow flash, but what happens next? The man tied a knot with one hand, and the detonating talisman attached to the cloth flashed with bursts of white light. Minato, Naruto. Amid Kushina's call, the two figures disappeared within the barrier. Okay, the troublesome person has left, then let's go. The man in black robe put his hand on Kushina's forehead, and after a whirlpool-like wave, the two of them disappeared into the cave. After a while, the crow hiding in the dark crowed twice and then flew towards the village. In a small wooden house in Konoha village, Minato held his child and fell into deep thought. After a while, the two figures disappeared into the empty forest. On the other side, Mizuki, who had just left the restaurant, was wandering aimlessly with Haru. After hearing the crow of crows in his ears, he intentionally or unintentionally led Haru towards the direction of the Uchiha clan. Not far from the Leaf Village, downstream of the creek, Kushina was hoisted up. Judging from the few stone pillars and the unknown techniques, the man in black robe had obviously planned this for a long time. "What the hell do you want to do? Take the Kyuubi out of your body and destroy Konoha." Kushina looked at the man in front of her in disbelief. "What did you say?" There was coldness in the man's eyes, and a hint of indifference flashed through his red eyes. Minato's teleportation technique can teleport from the space with the technique mark to other spaces. It seems that the mark is written on this sealing technique. Minato has always protected you, but now he has been turned away by me, and the seal of the Nine Tails will weaken when the Jinchuriki gives birth. Do you know how long I have been waiting for this only flaw? Both hands continued to form seals, and the spirit of the man in black robe invaded Kushina's body. A tightly locked fox stared at the man in front of him, the stern look in his eyes not concealed at all. "You are..." Before it could finish speaking, the man in black robe's eyes narrowed, and 3 Megatama were spinning crazily in Kyuubi's eyes. Kyuubi was completely controlled by him. The unknown chakra was like lava melting the chains bound to the Nine Tails' body, and the wooden stakes nailed to it were slowly pulled up one by one. "Okay, come out quickly, Kyuubi." The light red chakra turned into reality, and Kushina fell on the rock, losing the strength to move. A 100-meter-tall demon fox stood in the forest, roaring crazily towards the bright moon. Its roar resounded through the forest, and the man in black robe looked at the scene in front of him with satisfaction. "Okay, let's go straight to Konoha village." The man walked towards Konoha, not paying attention to where Kushina was panting. "Stop." The man was also a little surprised when he heard the voice behind him. "The Uzumaki clan is really powerful. Even if the tailed beast is drawn out, won't it die immediately?" The man looked at Kushina, who was struggling, but his tone did not fluctuate at all. Kyuubi's eyes looked at Kushina, who was sitting on the rock, and a trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes. "You were once the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, let this guy kill you." The huge claws splashed water more than 10 meters high, and flying dust scattered around. Then Kyuubi noticed something and stared closely at the top of the toy-sized tree in front of him. 2 figures appeared in front of it. "It's really a yellow flash, but it's too late." "Minato, Naruto. Naruto, is he okay?" "Well, he's fine. He's in a safe place now." "Great." After learning that her child was fine, Kushina solemnly said, "Minato, stop that man in Kyuubi now. He wants to go to Konoha village." Minato gave him a cold look and then disappeared from the sight of the man in black robes. "Did you fly away again? Forget it, we have to rush to Konoha next." At night in Konoha village, most of the villagers enjoy this warm moment. From time to time, there are groups of young men and women on the street, and lively izakayas are constantly entertaining passersby. In this peaceful atmosphere, some ninjas with sensitive senses noticed a dignified atmosphere. Heite Kakashi frowned and looked around, looking a little wary. In the heart of the Uchiha clan, the young Itachi Uchiha was holding his younger brother with a serious look on his face. What's going on with this feeling? Mom and dad are not here. Suzuki began to cry in his arms, and Itachi quickly comforted him. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's room, the third Hokage clenched his hand and blew out a puff of smoke. How can that be possible? Among them, naturally included Wuyu, who had been waiting for a long time. The chakra with an ominous aura is approaching here. Is it finally coming? Kuwabai. A man in black robes appeared on the streets of Konoha, the Sharingan in his eyes spinning wildly. Spirituality. Bang! The huge white mist dissipated quickly, and the strong wind instantly blew the surrounding buildings and villagers into the distance. What is it? What happened? That is. His red eyes scanned the ants on the ground, and his 9 tails swept behind him freely and unconsciously. It's hard. Can't you tell? As the Kuwabai roared, the man shouted in terror. It's Kuwabai. The frightened people immediately ran behind them, and screams were heard from time to time. Do it, Kuwabai, the man in black robe said coldly, hiding quietly and admiring the scene in front of him. The 9 nearly -meter tails of Kuwabai shook subconsciously, and countless buildings were destroyed instantly. Its roar flies far away with extremely powerful sound waves, and just one move can take away the lives of dozens of people. In the third generation's room, an Umbu member quickly rushed in front of it. The third Hokage, Kuwabai. Kuwabai suddenly appeared in the village. I understand that I'll stop that guy that you are responsible for protecting and evacuating non-combatants. Sarutobi, who was ready to fight, quickly ordered. Yes. After the Umbu left, Sandei's thoughts were racing rapidly. Has Kushina's seal been released? It was already so heavily guarded, but it still failed. Pipa-san. At this moment, Wuyu looked at this giant beast that was nearly 100 times taller than him, but there was no trace of fear in his heart. Wuyu-kun, what is this? Ching, run away, get out of here. Balls of light blue chakra wrapped Wuyu's body, and the huge chakra did not bring him any sense of security. Wuyu, what's wrong with you? Escape. Kuwabai's eyes focused on him, and the inexplicable pressure made Wuyu feel a little cold. Although he had overestimated the danger of the Kuwabai as much as possible, he did not expect that he would only understand how terrifying the extremely powerful chakra was when he actually faced it. Your opponent is me, Kuwabai. The sharp claws flashed across like lightning and fell hard in the direction of Wuyu and Ching. The hard ground seemed to have been hit by a meteorite, with countless cracks spreading in all directions. Ching, who originally thought she would die, discovered that she did not die here. Taking a closer look, it turned out that Miyu was holding on to Kuwabai's sharp claws with difficulty and protecting her. Can you still move? No, it's broken. Sorry, it seems this is the end of my life. Ching smiled sadly, her expression seemed a little sad. At this time, Jue also discovered that the 2 little ants that were supposed to be crushed to death were still alive, and his eyes were filled with unusual anger. More chakra than all of Wuyu's crow clones was concentrated in front of him, and a lavender-tailed beast jade slowly took shape. The powerful power even surprised the man in black robe hiding aside. Damn you bastard, let me fly. At this moment, there was nothing left to hold on to. The light blue chakra burned rapidly. Mutsuki, who had been suppressed, instantly appeared on Kuwabai's neck and kicked him away. The huge Kuwabai was kicked to the ground by this powerful kick, and the unformed-tailed beast jade also flew into the sky, shattering in the air thousands of meters high. At this moment, the Umbu members in Konoha police force who were evacuating the villagers were completely stunned. Someone kicked Kuwabai away. Who is that person wrapped in chakra? At this time, the angry Kuwabai raised his head, and a tailed beast jade took shape again, and quickly rushed towards the shadow rock that represented the past generations of Hokages. Before the hit, Wuyu could clearly see the dark spell sucking in the tailed beast jade, and a powerful earthquake was felt far away from the village. The 4th Hokage is finally back. In just a moment, the black-robed man forcibly pulled Minato away from the battlefield. Wuyu also knew that the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally come. The white mist dispersed, and another Wuyu appeared beside him. Warm-up is over, Kuwabai. On the other side, the police force is organizing an evacuation. Captain, let's go and provide support too. No, the police force was ordered to evacuate non-combatants. But, let's go. Without being noticed by others, the Megatama in his eyes slowly rotated and soon turned into a complex pattern. Uchiha Mizuki, is this your trump card? Not far from Kuwabai, the 3rd Hokage stood silently on the roof, his eyes extremely serious. What exactly is going on? Who is the person fighting Kuwabai? The Umbu team leader on the side reported hurriedly. Sandaime-sama, after verification by the ninjas from the sensing class, the identity of that person was confirmed. Who is it? Uchiha Mutsuki. Subconsciously, the information about Uchiha Mizuki was connected together, and Sarutobi Hiruzen also had a lot of guesses about his situation. Is it a secret technique, or some other forbidden ninjutsu? After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. Didn't I say non-combatant evacuation? Why is a 5-year-old at the front? Sandame-sama, the location where Kyuubi appeared is near Uchiha Mizuki, and the news of the evacuation has not yet been conveyed to him. Hearing this, Sarutobi narrowed his eyes subconsciously. Coincide, premeditated, or had you expected this scene to happen? Although he still had many questions, Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed these questions calmly in his heart. Now is not the time to care about this, but to think about how to drive Kyuubi out of the village completely. Staring at the Kyuubi in front of him, the chakra on Wuyu's body began to split. Soon, another Wuyu appeared next to the main body. The crow clone, chakra incarnation, the physical crow clone, and the main body looked at each other and acted according to the predetermined plan. The physical crow clone on the side held the main body's hand and threw it towards the top of Kyuubi. The two clones took this opportunity and rushed straight towards Kyuubi. There are only a few minutes, so we must save as much as possible. Two huge balls of chakra continued to rotate, and wisps of flames rose from the crow clone's hands. The astonishing heat hit Kyuubi's head with a strong whirlwind. Suddenly, two crimson tails protected Kyuubi's head, and the clone's attack did not go as smoothly as planned. Fire release, Dayama Raise Non. The two dancing firestorms continuously impacted the nine tails, but apart from the blackening caused by the flames blowing on the nine tails, there was basically no damage. Wuyu in midair looked at Kyuubi below, and a huge scroll appeared in his hand. Next, please just calm down for a while. When he bit his teeth, blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth, and was smeared on the scroll that Wuyu had prepared. Bang! A dozen chains hundreds of meters long appeared in Wuyu's hands, surrounded by the chakra on his body. Ninpo technique, crow binding. The crow clones responsible for delay also appeared next to Kyuubi, forming a triangle and locking it tightly. Kyuubi seemed to feel something and began to struggle subconsciously. The strength far exceeded his expectations. Depend on body, the power of Kyuubi is so strong that it may not be able to trap him. Hold on for a few more minutes and you'll be fine in no time. Wuyu's body appeared on Kyuubi's head, and the soft light penetrated into Kyuubi's body. Biological model scanning begins. Estimated completion time is 180 seconds. Depend on, why does it take so long? Do you want to use this trick now? Just as Wuyu was hesitating, the third Hokage arrived nearby with the Umbu. The medical team is going to rescue the wounded. The Umbu people are coming with me to assist Uchiha Matsuki at any time. Just when the third Hokage was about to arrive at his side, Matsuki's true form shouted, "Don't come over, I can't suppress it anymore." During the conversation, the chains that bound the nine tails continued to tighten, and the huge chakra caused tiny cracks in the chains protected by crow feather. Is there anything I can help you with? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the child in front of him cautiously. With this kind of strength, he is definitely qualified to raise his name in various countries. Even if he is just a child, it still makes Sarutobi cautious. 3 minutes, I can still hold on for 3 minutes. The third generation will take advantage of this time to push Kyuubi out of the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him deeply. I see. As time passed by, the strength of Kyuubi's struggle became stronger and stronger. What others don't know is that the body at the head of Kyuubi is quietly absorbing Kyuubi's chakra. Kyuubi, who is in the illusion, is naturally not aware of this at all. Model recording is completed. Do you want to generate the current creature? No. Well, his plan is finally almost complete. Next, it's time to exit. Necromanticism Ape Demon Ruyi Golden Cudgel. The Sandai on the side was ready to push Kyuubi out of the village at any time, and Matsuki also removed the ninjutsu that restrained Kyuubi at this time. Stretch it out, Golden Cudgel. As Wuyu expected, the third generation psychic technique pushed the nine tails out. What others didn't know was that Wuyu chuckled twice in the dark. At this time, no one around him noticed that not long after Kyuubi's original pupils returned to their original vertical pupils, they turned into their original appearance again. However, this time the person controlling was not the man in black robe, but him, Matsuki Uchiha. In an instant, the Kyuubi in front of him made an action that no one else could have imagined. It grabbed hold of the ape demon that had transformed into a golden hoop, and pulled it fiercely to the side. Without paying attention, the third Hokage was also pulled over by Kyuubi. The familiar tailed beast Jade appeared again. Matsuki pretended to be weak and shouted loudly to the Umbu on the side, "Use earth release, lift Kyuubi's feet." Only then did these Umbu react, and several ninjas who were proficient in earth escape quickly formed seals. 2 done 2 Lyubi. Although thanks to the efforts of those Umbu personnel, the tailed beast Jade was slightly deflected, many innocent people were still affected. But Kyuubi's actions once again plunged the ninjas into despair. The second tailed beast Jade took shape again, and this time, the 9 tails aimed at the center of the village. It's almost time for me to exit. He struggled and rushed in the direction of Qing, with a trace of determination on his face. It's okay, let's get out of here quickly. After just briefly treating the injury, Qing tried to rush towards the shelter with Wuyu. It's too late, I hope we can survive. An ominous premonition appeared in Qing's heart, and when she looked at Kyuubi behind Wuyu, a look of despair appeared in her eyes. Tailed beast Jade rushed towards her. Its speed was so fast that it was impossible to react. An attack of this intensity could not even be avoided by a substitute, let alone the two people who were injured now. Qing hugged Wuyu tightly and welcomed death calmly. It's okay, we can definitely survive. The light blue chakra formed a coat like crow feathers, and the warm power protected the lives of the two people. The tailed beast Jade struck Crow Feather with astonishing power, and the ravine it created made it impossible for anyone to believe that anyone could survive this hit. Bang! In the earth-shattering explosion, all nearby buildings within hundreds of meters were reduced to ashes. After a moment, two embarrassed figures crawled out from the ground. One of them could be described as horrific. Mizuki-kun, don't die, medical class, where are the people in the medical class? Just when Qing wanted to drag Wuyu to the medical class, the person she was dragging pushed her away. Laugh! The sharp claws pierced his body. Wuyu smiled and said to the little girl in front of him, live for me. Then, he completely lost his voice, leaving only a cold corpse. At this time, Qing's eyes were constantly seeping blood, and the original 3 Megatama were spinning crazily. After a moment, a complex pattern appeared in Qing's eyes, and he completely lost consciousness. In the distance, Saratobi finally came to his senses and tried his best to prevent the rampaging Kyuubi from entering the village. The ninjas who came to support also tried to stop it at the cost of their own lives. However, what they didn't know was that an Umbu wearing a gorilla mask appeared next to Haru and quietly took her away. Before leaving, a corpse identical to Qing's was placed on the ground. Soon after, the fourth Hokage rushed back and moved the Kyuubi to a stream not far from the village. If it had followed its original development, many ninjas would have been sacrificed in the current village. However, under Wuyu's difficult stop, the casualties in the village were obviously more severe than the original casualties. After all, the original Kyuubi only fired 2-tailed beast Jade, but the Kyuubi under his control fired 3 or 4. No surprises. Yes, everything is fine. Yu-Sing walked out of the darkness, looking frightened. It seemed that she was also quite afraid of the legendary 9-tailed demon fox. Taking off the mask, Wuyu had a smile on his face. Now that things are over, it's time to enjoy the rest of the story here. Not far away, the fourth Hokage Minato was making preparations for the seal. His tired figure showed that he had already run out of fuel. Putting Qing on his shoulders under the tree aside, he laughed at himself helplessly. I really don't know how to play such a tragic drama, but the result is pretty good. I basically got everything I wanted. It seems that I still have a high status in her heart. Putting away his emotions, Wuyu stared at Minato, who had already begun the final step of sealing with an expressionless face, feeling a little pity in his heart. What a pity! If I could absorb all the Kyuubi's chakra into my body, I could save a lot of time. Forget it, people in this world are unhappy. It's my luck to be able to accomplish 2 things. After briefly treating Qing, Wuyu carried her and walked towards the west. Wuyu-kun, where are we going now? First find a place nearby to rest for a while, and then go to the Kingdom of the Seed. I've been putting up with this bastard for a long time. The 3 of them disappeared into the darkness, as if they had never appeared in this world. In the afternoon, the sky was filled with clouds. Many ninjas gathered in the Martyrs Square of Konoha village to hold memorial activities. In the darkness, the child placed on the tombstone was more conspicuous, and his cry made the back of the 3rd generation look older. Among the people who came to mourn, Uchiha Fugaku's face was extremely gloomy. At some point, word spread in the village that the Uchiha clan controlled the Nine Tails to attack Konoha. If the 5-year-old genius of the Uchiha clan hadn't died in battle this time, the clan's situation might have been even more difficult than it is now. Although the current situation is very difficult, as the leader of the clan, he cannot show any trace of sadness on his face. At this time, the guard on the side said, Captain, Uchiha Mizuki's Sharinan has been retracted, but... What's wrong? I don't know why, but the remaining pupil power in those eyes dissipated very quickly, as if someone had cast some forbidden spell. After thinking for a moment, Fugaku said expressionlessly, let this matter be as it is. Uchiha Mizuki has saved a lot of things for the clan, so there is no need to pursue it any further. Have you been to his home? Yes, we have checked it out and found no secret technique he used that day. Is that so? That's fine. But Captain, that's a secret room that can compete with Kyuubi, the guard on the side said unwillingly. With his personality, would that kind of secret skill really be recorded on paper? At this time, Root headquarters. Danzo was in a very bad mood, so bad that he could hardly suppress it. Originally, he should be the happiest person about this accident, but now he has an ominous premonition. The 4th Hokage died protecting the village, and the Hokage seat became vacant again, and he could compete for the Hokage seat again. However, his old enemy Saratobi had to bear the pressure to serve as Hokage again, and now his hopes were basically dashed. Before he could change for a while, another bad news came from his subordinates. The team sent out to monitor Uchiha Mizuki were all dead, and he couldn't hold him accountable. Intelligence showed that Uchiha Mizuki died in the Kyuubi attack because he happened to be nearby when Kyuubi appeared. In that battle, he also showed extremely powerful physical skills, and was able to delay Kyuubi alone until someone came to support him. I originally thought he would leave some clues, but after a secret search, nothing was found. What's more, Danzi knew very well in his heart that as a person who was familiar with the forbidden arts of the Uchiha clan, how could he die in the hands of Kyuubi? It was obvious that he was faking his death. As for what his purpose is, Danzo doesn't know. But after his body appeared on the battlefield, and the Uchiha clan also confirmed that it was the body of Uchiha Mizuki, he had no way to make any wanted move against a dead person. He could only let his men secretly alert. In front of Wuyu's tombstone, his teammates or people he was familiar with stood in front of the tombstone, feeling a little sad. How could you die in the hands of Kyuubi? It's really sigh. Kawataro was a little sad. After all, he was a member of his own team. When he learned of the death of his friend, he was naturally in a very low mood. The corners of Anko's eyes were a little moist, and she kept crying on the side. For this very precocious kid, she still subconsciously took care of him as her younger brother. Although she was usually taken care of, when she learned about Wuyu's sacrifice, she always felt unbelievable. When she stood in front of Wuyu's tombstone, she realized how fragile life is, which also strengthened Hundu's belief in becoming stronger. Not far away, Kakashi looked at the tombstones of his teacher and Mizuki, and once again fell into sadness. Next to him, Metkai quietly stared at his close friend beside him, not knowing how to comfort him for a moment. Orochimaru, who was standing not far away, silently watched everything in front of him, with a strange look in his eyes. The crow is not dead yet, it seems you are still alive. Uchiha Mizuki, why did you leave the village? How interesting. Haha. Looking at the morning people, Orochimaru seemed to sigh. There is no point in lamenting the dead. If death has any meaning, it exists only insofar as it can be used. Just as he was deep in thought, the young Itaki walked up to him. What is the meaning of life? It has no meaning. If there is, it only exists during the eternity of life. The breeze ruffled the tips of his hair, and Orochimaru's eyes flashed with an inexplicable expectation. After taking a look at the child beside him, Orochimaru walked towards his laboratory without any hesitation. He has seen the same scene countless times, and now his only pursuit is the wish he had when he was young. After the morning was over, Hiruzen Sarutobi returned to the Hokage's office building. Pipa Zi. Although he was a little sad, the current situation gave him no chance to grieve any longer. Most of the buildings in the village were destroyed, and the casualties of all ethnic groups were huge. Economic losses were secondary, and more importantly, the impact of this incident. Now, with his old face, he can barely suppress the emotions of all races. However, who is the culprit behind this situation is something that must be investigated. Piles of things just piled up on the desk, making it overwhelming. At this moment, the third Hokage, who had experienced a long war, also felt the passage of time, and his originally strong body became extremely tired. The next morning, in the conference room of Konoha village, all the clan leaders in the village were absent, in order to discuss the division of regions after the war. The plan should have been to live in peace, but the current atmosphere seemed a bit subtle to the Uchiha clan. The Kyuubi's attack caused damage to many parts of the village. Taking this opportunity, the village needs to make some changes to the regional planning. Danzo began to explain the plan that had been laid out. He did not make any unnecessary moves in the plans of other big clans. When it was the turn of the Uchiha clan, Konoha's attitude towards Uchiha was revealed. Then, the destroyed police force headquarters will be rebuilt here. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at it, his expression slightly ugly. At the same time, the Uchiha clan also. Before he could finish speaking, Fugaku couldn't help but stand up. Danzo-sama, Uchiha are the police force that maintains security in the village. This place is too far from the center of the village to handle emergency tasks. The heads of the various clans present looked up at Danzo, waiting for his answer. When there is an emergency, Umbu will be dispatched. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at him in shock, and then looked at the third Hokage and several advisors, with a vague premonition in his heart. Sarutobi, who was sitting in the main seat, said, "The police force often goes to and from the training ground for training. This place is adjacent to land suitable for training. It can be used as a training ground exclusively for Uchiha." Seeing the attitude of the third Hokage, Fugaku's heart completely fell into the abyss. Danzo glanced at him silently and continued. With the withdrawal of the police force, the Uchiha clan also moved away. Uchiha Fugaku sat back down and clenched his fists unconsciously. At noon after the meeting, in the Uchiha clan's Nanga shrine, the reason why our Uchiha was not dispatched for the Kyuubi incident is probably because he was afraid that Uchiha would use the Sharingan to control the Kyuubi. Not only that, some people even say that the person who caused the Nine Tails incident was an Uchiha person. The purpose of driving us to the corner of the village is to restrict our movements. After all, we have been gathered in a corner of the village since the second generation, which is equivalent to being isolated. They were pushed further this time. The village is suspicious of us. Captain, we cannot agree to such a move and should firmly refuse. Team leader. The tribesmen below were chattering away, and Uchiha Fugaku's premonition came true. If this continues, there will really be huge turmoil in the Uchiha clan. After a moment, Fugaku opened his eyes. Your opinions are correct, but other families also accept the relocation, and Uchiha can't be the only one who refuses. But the captain. I will negotiate further regarding the conditions, but I have to accept the move. Notify others. That's it. Disband. At this time, a crow quietly appeared behind the Uchiha Shikigami, silently observing the scene. After the Uchiha clan members dispersed, Fugaku said, "Come out. What's the point of showing up here? You have noticed, too, the ill will towards Uchiha in the village." The crow hidden in the shadows appeared and slowly transformed into Wiyu's figure. "Why do you want to appear in front of me now? You must have expected today's situation when you faked your death and left the village." The Megatama in Fugaku's eyes changed, and he stared at the clone in front of him with cold eyes. "That's right. Who makes them afraid of this power?" Wiyu chuckled a few times, with an indescribable free and easy expression. "What is your purpose?" "I want all the ninjutsu and secret techniques of the Uchiha clan." "What makes you think I will hand it over to you?" Fugaku looked at him coldly. If Wiyu's answer didn't satisfy him, he would immediately kill the clone in front of him. "Do you remember what I told you? I promised that the bloodline of the Uchiha clan will never be cut off. This is the reward I can give you." His words were a little cold, but also a little sincere. "What do you mean? When the oppression and injustice suffered by a clan reaches its extreme, what do you think those old antiques who have experienced the Long War era will do?" The answer has always been obvious, but you are not willing to think about it. Wiyu's words shattered his last illusion, and Fugaku's face became extremely ugly. What will happen when the Uchiha clan truly threatens the safety of the village? The answer is of course self-evident. After a long silence, Fugaku asked in a low voice, "Where is your true body?" "I'm recovering from my injuries. The Nine Tails is not just a toy. It's really very powerful. Tonight, I will open the storage location of the secret technique. How much you can remember depends on your own ability." Fugaku stood up and walked towards the door, his expression calm again. "Remember your promise. That's natural." As he left, the crow followed him closely, and no one noticed its figure. In a town more than 10 kilometers away from Konoha village, Miyazuki laughed while lying in the hotel. He knew that in order to protect the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku would definitely allow him to watch the treasured secret techniques. After creating a shadow clone to control the crow, he looked at Ching lying beside him, feeling a little worried in his heart. Maybe it was because his acting skills were so good that Ching was so stimulated that she didn't even wake up now. Wiyu also asked Sing to try it, and the only thing that was certain was that Ching was still alive. According to his observation, this may be a stress reaction due to strong stimulation, but he happens to have no knowledge in this area. There was no other way. Wiyu, who originally planned to go to the Kingdom of the Sea immediately after recovering from his injuries, could only rest in the Kingdom of Fire for a while longer. If Ching hadn't woken up during this period, he could only take the two of them to casinos around the world to try their luck, hoping to find the woman who had bad luck in gambling. Before that, there were still many things waiting for him to deal with. In Wiyu's mind, a tiny fox was taking shape, and the power carried in its body made Wiyu quite fascinated. It takes at least a month to generate the nine-tailed model. During this month, you have to work day and night to supply power to the crystal. The soul of the tailed beast is more troublesome than imagined. Sang walked in with a basin of water as usual. Wiyu also left the room, and before leaving, he placed a crow in a dark place to protect the safety of the two of them. Fortunately, he had plundered all the valuables on the merchant ship at that time, otherwise he would really not be able to afford the living expenses of the three of them. Looking at the light food in front of him, he frowned slightly and didn't say much in the end. The little Nine Tails will take shape in a month, but the problem is, it doesn't mean that you will have the power of the Nine Tails immediately after taking shape. It will take at least hundreds of years for it to grow to that level. Is there any way to help it grow? After thinking for a long time, Wiyu still couldn't think of any way to grow quickly. Finally, under the surprised eyes of other guests, Wiyu returned to his room. If you want to increase the amount of chakra extracted, physical strength is naturally an essential condition. If you want to maintain your physical strength, the most important condition is food. He had eaten breakfast for 10 people and still felt a little hungry. I don't know if it was the influence of the Nine Tails chakra, but Wiyu's digestive system was extremely active, and his ability to refine chakra also improved a lot. It may also be because his mental burden has been reduced. After all, there are only 3 of the more than 20 crow clones left. The Kuwabi's tailed beast Jade is not that easy to deal with. Even if he had reduced the strength as much as possible, it still destroyed his 17 or 8 crow clones at once. However, this feeling of relaxation put him in a good mood, but he never wanted to experience the feeling of his soul being torn apart again. For this reason, a brilliant idea appeared in Wiyu's mind, and he was waiting to officially start the experiment after the birth of Kuwabi. Late at night, in the Uchiha clan's library, a crow quietly turned into a human form and carefully flipped through the information in front of him. Why aren't there general categories for the Mangekyo Sharinan? it always feels like a part is missing. Wuyu's face looked a little ugly, and he had a rough guess in his mind about where the remaining information was. Before leaving, Wuyu closed the door thoughtfully and sealed the door of the library again. I got what I wanted, and now I have to meet another acquaintance. In Orochimaru's laboratory, the expression of the crow who was tightly trapped by him using a certain technique changed, and there was a hint of humanity in his eyes. This technique is quite strong that if you put this crow here, aren't you afraid that it will starve to death? After a long time, Orochimaru walked out of the laboratory, with some blood still remaining on the medical gloves on his hands. Don't worry, I will feed this little guy regularly. However, I am curious, what ninjutsu did you use that day? I created my own ninjutsu. I definitely can't tell you the specific information. However, out of our friendship, I will reveal a little bit. Crow feather, this is the name of this jutsu. With a low chuckle, Wuyu carefully observed the most promising scientist in the entire ninja world. Crowfeather, you are indeed very interesting. So, why did you come to me? It's nothing, I'm just here to remind you to be careful about the third generation. However, if you want to talk about things, I do have one thing here. Wuyu knew in her heart that after the small talk, it was time to get down to business. Mr. Orochimaru, do you know where your fellow son and Tsunade is now? Tsunade? Why should I answer you? Staring at the crow in front of him with interest, a smile appeared in Orochimaru's eyes. Everything has its own price, and the same goes for intelligence. Please give me a price. Ha ha ha. Very good, I want your secret technique, crow feather, and information about the Uchiha clan. After a moment of silence, Wuyu said, Mr. Orochimaru, in my opinion, the value of this news is not worth the cost of my secret skills. So, let's change the conditions. Is that so? It seems you were not the one who was injured. Did you leave Konoha with others? A trace of thought flashed in his eyes, and he said without hesitation, let me guess, it should be the little girl named Uchiha Haru. Why did she leave Konoha with a useless person? Crow's eyes did not change at all. No matter how much he guessed, a child of 6 or 7 years old could open the 3 Megatama Sharingan. Mr. Orochimaru, can you consider our deal? Although I really want to get those interesting secret techniques from you, I don't know where Tsunade is. The corners of Orochimaru's mouth were slightly raised, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Depend on, waste time. After cursing a few times, Wuyu smiled and said, since Mr. Orochimaru doesn't know where Tsunade is, I'll leave first. I'm looking forward to what expression Mr. Orochimaru will have on his face the day he defects to Konoha. As soon as he finished speaking, the crow returned to its normal appearance, tilting its head and looking at the strange human being staring at it. Defecting Konoha, maybe this day will come, ho ho. Throwing the gloves in his hands into the trash can, Orochimaru returned to his laboratory again, conducting unfinished experiments. In the hotel, Wuyu opened her eyes, her face full of depression. Does Orochimaru really not know Tsunade's whereabouts? This is not necessarily the case. After the third generation sealed Orochimaru's ninjutsu at the cost of his life, it only took his men less than half a month to find her. It's definitely nonsense to say you don't know, it's just that the deal hasn't been finalized. There is no other way. Now I can only hope that Qing will wake up on her own, although this hope is not too great. Just as he was thinking about countermeasures, an inexplicable attraction continuously sucked the chakra out of his body. Oh, if you continue like this, you will really get sucked dry. What should you do? Wuyu said to Yu Sing, who was counting stars at the side, saying, ask the hotel people to prepare food, prepare 2 more portions than usual. Okay, do you need to prepare anything else? Need not. Sing trotted out of the room, and the familiar wailing sound appeared again. Within a few days of Wuyu's stay here, the hotel hired 2 more chefs, and sometimes even the proprietress had to go to work in person. As a child, he can eat as much as a dozen adults. When he first arrived, the hotel chef almost died of exhaustion. If he hadn't just thrown 30 taels to the boss when he stayed at the hotel, they would have almost kicked him out. It's not an option to rely on food all the time. Wuyu entrusted people at the hotel to buy the raw materials for making Bingliang pills a few days ago. Next, he will have to trouble Sing, who is a little bored staying here. Just generating a soul is so laborious. How strong was the sage of 6 paths who split the 10 tails into 9-tailed beasts in one go? While he was thinking, tables of delicious food were placed in front of him. Forget it, let's solve the problem at hand first. Picking up the chopsticks, Wuyu started to eat happily. The chefs in this hotel are really good. Not only do they handle seafood in a unique way, but even the grilled fish is extremely delicious. As the saying goes, it takes 3 years to skewer, 8 years to plan, and a lifetime to grill. To be able to grill the fish so deliciously, you can see that the chef is also very attentive. Zinja sat in front of him and started today's dinner. Compared with his exaggerated portion of food, Sing's food intake seems much more normal. Starting tomorrow, I will trouble you to process the things bought by people at the hotel into military grain pills. Isn't it going to cause you any trouble? It doesn't matter, I have to find something to do. I'm happy to be able to help Wuyu-kun. Taking a sip of green tea, Wuyu felt a little uncomfortable. People here like to grind tea leaves into powder, which makes him even more uncomfortable as a person who doesn't like drinking tea in the first place. After finishing the dinner in a hurry, Wuyu felt that the lost power filled his body bit by bit. grumble. It's really troublesome. He left here quickly and walked towards the toilet not far away. Needless to say, what the enhancement of the digestive system means, he is a little overwhelmed by it so many times a day. When he thought that this kind of life would continue for more than half a month, his face became a little gloomy. He liked delicious food very much, and he also liked getting stronger, but the two together made him feel a little uncomfortable. There was no good solution at the moment, so he could only grit his teeth and get through it slowly. 1 month later, the Fire Nation officially entered late autumn. The branches and leaves all over the mountains and fields turn golden, and the nearby red maples float to the courtyard from time to time in the autumn wind, making people lament the passage of time. With such beautiful scenery in front of her, Wu couldn't smile at all. He saw a bowl of military food pills placed in front of him, and he swallowed them into his stomach one by one. Sing was also constantly transmitting the power of the star to him, and the sweat on his forehead dripped down the ends of his hair. On the tatami. At present, the biological model of the Ninetales seems to have reached a critical moment in its evolution, and its demand for energy is getting stronger and stronger. What is the most critical core of biology? Soul, the soul that can exist as a living thing in this world. Even for chakra life, the soul is an indispensable existence. When the Sage of Six Paths created the tailed beast, he naturally also created a soul structure that could bear that kind of power. This special structure may be a reference to the soul of the Ten Tails. No, the Kyuubi soul is originally part of the Ten Tails, so it is natural to have this ability. Time continued to pass, and it was late at night in a blink of an eye. Sing had fallen asleep from exhaustion, and Wu's figure had become extremely thin. Except for the strong spirit of grammar in his eyes, his whole body looked like he was about to starve to death. At this moment, the attraction to chakra in his body gradually weakened. After Wu relaxed for a moment, he fell into a coma. In the haze, a childish voice called something in Wu's mind intermittently, and then fell into a deep sleep again. In the early morning, the golden morning light shone on Wu's face. He opened his eyes tiredly, and the scene in front of him made him fall into deep thought. On the light blue water surface, a palm-sized fox was sleeping innocently, rolling over from time to time. What about the mighty and domineering Kyuubi that we promised? At least it should be the same height as him. Looking at the tiny nine tails in front of him, Wu felt that his fingers were almost the same as its tail. Hey, wake up, hey, ugh. Who is it? After seeing the person in front of him with sleepy eyes, little Jue screamed in surprise. Father. Ha, you call me father. If you think about it carefully, there is nothing wrong with the name of the cute creature in front of you. He provided chakra and mental power, and used the power of crystal to create the little Kyuubi in front of him. He is indeed its father. After picking it up and looking at it curiously, Wu frowned slightly. Don't you have the characteristics of ordinary creatures? This is quite convenient. What's your name? After thinking for a long time, Wu said, since you call me father, let me give you a name too. Well, let's call you July. I hope you will be worthy of this name in the future. Okay, father, from today on, my name will be July. The little Kyuubi in front of him was extremely happy, as if he liked the name very much. By the way, when did it learn to speak? Father, I learned it from your memory. But I always feel that my father is so mysterious. There is a large part of the memory that is obscured by something. After listening to July's words, Wu's expression changed. What is that thing that blocks your perception? Oh, I don't know. I only remember a colorful light, but I can't remember the rest. It can be felt that July is extremely distressed, as if something is covering up its perception. How can I feel your emotions? Wu was a little curious, but a guess came to mind. I don't know why, but I seem to be able to feel my father's mood since I was born. I digressed. Let's get back to the topic. July, can you lend me your power? Power, is it what my body is made of? Yes, this is it. Can you lend it to father? Oh, let me try. After July was silent for a long time, wisps of crimson chakra continued to flow into Wu's soul. At this time, Sing woke up with a tired face, and the scene before her eyes once again made her wonder if she had not woken up. Wu's body exuded a soft golden light, and her golden cloak was dotted with megatama. Her aura gave her an inexplicable feeling of peace of mind. 3 seconds later, the golden light slowly dissipated, leaving Wu standing there with a confused look on her face. This is the end? Returning to that place again, Wu found that July had fainted from exhaustion. Well, after all, it's too small and can't sustain it for such a long time. He smiled to himself, full of confidence in the future. Anyway, I have also experienced the tailed beast mode. Next, it is better to increase the number of clones. If there are too few clones, there will be no sense of security. Wu opened her eyes and looked at Sing with a confused look on her face as she asked him, Wu-kun, your body just glowed. What on earth is going on? Keep it secret. After smiling and speaking to the little girl in front of him, Wu left the room. Finally getting rid of the big eater of Kyuubi, he would now enjoy some delicious food. Meanwhile, inside a baby, trapped in the dark and damp sewer, Kyuubi opened his eyes. What's going on? This inexplicable irritability. This feeling made it extremely unpleasant. Yandame, Shinkuna, just wait, I will definitely kill this child completely. His cold eyes were full of hatred, and Kyuubi slowly closed his eyes. It has been trapped in other people's bodies for decades, and its long life has given it great patience. No matter how far away that day is, there will eventually come a day when it will break away from other people's bodies and usher in true freedom. In the Beisha Hotel, Wu Yu, who had a normal appetite, gave a sigh of relief to several chefs. They swore that they had never seen a child of several years old eat to such an extent. When Wu Yu only ordered a meal for one person, several chefs almost dropped their jaws in shock. Silently enjoying the food in front of him, Wu Yu fell into deep thought. How can we make Kyuubi grow quickly? It seems that the key point of the problem is chakra. Chakra, I remembered, aren't there some special bloodstain limits and ninja tools that can absorb chakra? There should be quite a few of these, let me think about it. The same hata of the Kirigakure's 7 ninja swords, the dark release of the blood succession limit, the hungry ghost path of the Rinneganai, the wood release of the wood dragon technique, and the kiss of a corpse from a certain miscellaneous fish. Depend on, it seems that except for the first two, the other things don't seem to be very reliable. Let's wait until July wakes up and ask it if it needs chakra. Not thinking about those troublesome things, Wu Yu buried his head in the food in front of him. On this day, when Wu Yu was condensing chakra and trying to restore his crows to more than 10, the July in his body kept calling him. Have you finally woken up? After whispering, Wu Yu returned to the depths of his soul. 3 days have passed since he got the tailed beast clothes experience card. For these 3 days, July has been sleeping in Wu Yu's body, and no matter how much he screams, he can't wake him up. On the light blue water surface, Wu Yu looked at July, who had woken up and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. If it really fell into a coma, wouldn't it have been in vain for so long? How's it going? Does anything feel wrong? Father, I always feel so tired that I'm hungry. Does the tailed beast need to eat? The only thing energy creatures can eat is energy. After hesitating for a long time, Wu Yu slowly placed his hand on July's head, and the light blue chakra was continuously integrated into its body. When Wu Yu gathered half of the chakra in his body into July's body, he stopped the transmission of chakra. Before letting go, Wu Yu subconsciously rubbed July's little head. It feels good. How are you feeling better? Ugh, I still feel like I'm not full. Father, can you give me a little more? Sure enough, it was definitely because it was just born and had too little chakra to support it. Isn't my mental power affected in any way by feeding on chakra? It may be because the model of the power of the stars is added to its body composition, or it may be the special nature of the tailed beast. It seems that we really need to find a way to get the special ability to absorb chakra. When thinking of this, Wu Yu felt a little pity. It's a pity that he can only transmit chakra to those crows and can't take back the power past there. It would be great if he could retract and release it freely. July, if I can get you a lot of food, will your body be affected in any way? Xiao July stared blankly at Wu Yu, frowning and thinking for a long time before speaking. Ugh, I don't know. Think about it. What could a little guy who is less than 4 days old know? The tailed beast experience card is an unexpected surprise, so you can't be too demanding on it and make it figure out its own affairs immediately. Have a good rest and remember to call me when you are hungry. After leaving here, he began to think about how to get those special means that can absorb chakra. Samki must be dying. The village leader of Kirigakure is still the 4th Mizukage. It's not worth risking your life with someone who can freely transform into a tailed beast. Only the last option left, escape. When thinking of Ming Dun, Wu Yu thought of the being who was addicted to research due to lack of talent, Bei Liuhu. That guy is also a very troublesome existence in Wu Yu's eyes. He possesses 4 blood inheritance limits and is very strong in both physical and ninjutsu. Even if he were placed in Akatsuki, his strength would still be ranked above mid-range. However, judging from the current time, Bailahu's Inagara technique has not been successfully researched yet. This is good news. He can't remember exactly who the owner of Ming Dun's blood succession limit is. Wu Yu was just an ordinary person before, so it was normal to have many details that he didn't remember. However, as long as Bailahu can be found, he can get clues about those blood successor ninjas. Although he was putting the cart before the horse, he was quite interested in those blood inheritance limits. Steel Escape, Swift Escape, Ming Escape, and Lan Escape, each ability has its own advantages. If Beilio really gets hold of the 5 blood inheritance limits, no one knows what will happen. Boom boom boom. Please come in. Wu Yu-kun, where are we going next? Sang walked in and asked. Has Ching woke up? It's still the same, nothing has changed. After Wu Yu thought for a moment, he slowly said, help her clean up and leave here tomorrow and go to Mount Samuro in the Kingdom of Earth. Just when Sing was about to leave, Wu Yu stopped her. I thought about it. It's not a good thing to put you in such a dangerous environment. Are you going to abandon me? There was no sadness or joy on Sing's face, as if he had already noticed this. It's not a good habit to interrupt others when they are talking. I just wanted to ask if you would like to learn ninjutsu from me? Sing was a little shocked and looked at the young man in front of him in disbelief. Ninjutsu, can I do it too? Try it out. Although I don't know what kind of changes your mental power will have on ninjutsu, there may be some surprising situations. Thank you very much. Sing bowed solemnly to Wu Yu, almost crying. No need to be polite, just get what you need. Before I teach you ninjutsu, I have to talk about one thing. If you are on the opposite side of me, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Wuyu's tone was full of coldness. He has been such a person from the beginning. No matter how beautiful his enemy is, as long as it threatens his life, he will kill it without hesitation. I know, I will never betray you, Singh said solemnly, his eyes full of determination. Yeah, who knows what will happen next? Silently repeating these words in her heart, Wuyu signaled that she could leave. After the star left, crows appeared in front of him. Because the star's mental power model has been added to the crow, the distance of manipulation and the consumption of mental power have also been reduced a lot. It seems that the limit of the crystal is far beyond this. Judging from this level, the number of crows that can be controlled can reach at least 30, which is considered good news. After letting the crows return to the dark place according to the original arrangement, he completely relaxed. Everything went smoothly as planned. There are still at least 7 years before the Uchiha clan is exterminated. This period of time is enough for him to activate the Mangekyo. Sherry Nan. Earth Country, Grass Country. Speaking of which, the IWA ninja village in Earth Country has 2-tailed beasts, 4-tailed and 5-tailed. Just in time, let's take this opportunity to have some fun with them. Wuyu smiled strangely, and a very feasible plan appeared in Wuyu's mind. Just as he was supplementing his plan in his mind, the call from deep in his soul appeared again. So, you're hungry again? Julai looked at him pitifully, as if she was hungry again. After supplying a quarter of the chakra in his body to it, Wuyu felt that his plan to seize the Ming escape must be advanced. In the silent night, a slightly evil plan emerged in his mind, followed by Wuyu's somewhat creepy laughter. There was no doubt that his intermittent twitching had returned. A few days later, a carriage left the Whitesha Hotel and headed towards the land of Earth. Chakra comes from a certain proportion of mixing of power and mental power in cells. If you want to exercise chakra, you must develop excellent physical strength. The crow clone sat on the carriage and moved forward slowly, while the main body and Singh followed the carriage and ran slowly. Different from Singh beside him, Wuyu looked like he was warming up, and it was impossible to tell that he was practicing. At noon, Singh, who was sweating profusely from exhaustion, looked enviously at Wuyu, who didn't show a drop of sweat, with a complicated expression. What happened? Noticing her gaze, Wuyu asked without looking back. It's nothing. I wish I could be as powerful as Mr. Wuyu. It's best not to be like me. It's very uncomfortable to be stuck in a bottleneck. With a helpless smile, he prepared today's lunch. From the moment he left training camp, Wuyu basically showed no major improvement. This is true whether it is ninjutsu, genjutsu, or taijutsu. He knew very well that this was the limit of his body. He could fight against those ninjas with shadow-level strength because they didn't understand his own methods. If not, he wouldn't have attracted the attention of tailed beasts and Mangekyo when he was still underage. Bottleneck? What does this mean? It means that you can't make progress. I hope you never encounter it and don't be like me now. After serving her a bowl of broth, Wuyu took out a few dry biscuits from the bag and ate the broth silently. There are only 2 ways to break through your own limits. One is to open the Mangekyo, Sharinan, and the other is to obtain the so-called Hashirama cells. After turning on the kaleidoscope, the Shikigami Susanoo residing in the eyes can be awakened. Susanoo, who is said to be able to compete with the tailed beasts, will definitely greatly increase the body's ability to carry and contain chakra. Another term for Hashirama cells is actually the sacred tree cells. As the source of chakra, people who possess Hashirama cells can naturally possess a large amount of chakra. Although he can use the chakra of the crow clone to perform ninjutsu that consumes a lot of chakra, the power of his original body is still weaker. The current situation dictates that Wuyu can only use his own power to cultivate Julai, otherwise his body is destined not to appear in front of the enemy. If he died, there would be nothing. In this world, it is no big deal to live in obscurity. Where did you talk about it before? Chakra. Yes, chakra. When you sense chakra, you are qualified to become a ninja. What I am going to talk about below are the 3 experiences of ninjas, namely ninjutsu, illusion, and taijutsu. The sun rose in the east and set in the west, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The carriage of 3 people stopped in a small town. Wuyu secretly left a few crows behind and then walked towards the town not far away. This is a famous gambling house nearby. If you want to get news about Tsunade, this is the best place. After all, she is famous as a fat sheep. However, at his current age, he could not enter the casino. In order to avoid accidents, Wuyu disguised himself to a certain extent. When he got off the carriage, a slightly delicate young man silently took out a mirror. I miss you so much, I'll look like this from now on. This somewhat thin body and appearance were Wuyu's appearance in his previous life. Since he had the transformation technique, he wasn't afraid that others would be able to see it. The streets of the town were extremely lively. From time to time, people walked into the casino in groups, and occasionally drunkards were left on the street. There are also many young girls in scantily clad clothes nearby looking for customers on the street, and from time to time they extend an olive branch to the travelers on the side. He was already used to this situation. Everyone has their own way of living, and he doesn't have the time to judge. After a few random turns, a small box appeared in Wuyu's hand and he walked into a casino. Come on, the purchase is gone. Open, 446 o'clock, big. Sorry, kill all, ha ha ha. Sitting at the gambling table, Wuyu directly opened the box in his hand. Several dealers subconsciously looked at the contents of the box, and then they couldn't look away at all. Stacks of banknotes were neatly placed there, each containing an astonishingly large amount. I have a question, if any of you know the answer. All the money belongs to him. Hey, this little brother, since you have come to the casino, you must abide by the rules here. A one-eyed middle-aged man walked out from behind Wuyu, his tone indescribably casual. When other gamblers saw this middle-aged man, their eyes shrank with fear. It seemed that this man was one of the gray forces here. After he heard it, there was an inexplicable color in his eyes. Okay, but I don't know how to bet. Is there any simpler way to play? How about betting on odd and even numbers? The one-eyed middle-aged man's men surrounded him, and it seemed that he didn't want to gamble anymore. Okay, how about winning or losing in one round? Okay, let's start. Just when he was about to start rolling the dice, Wuyu suddenly said, wait a minute, you haven't made a bet yet. You want to exchange 1,000 million taels for just one piece of news? That you don't think it's that simple, do you? As soon as he finished speaking, One-Eyed Dragon's men fell to the ground unconscious one by one, unable to wake up no matter how many others shouted. At this time, the One-Eyed Dragon in front of him understood that the person in front of him was not a simple lamb, but a vicious wolf in sheep's clothing. So, what do you think would be a good bet against you? How is your life? Looking at the one-eyed man's darkened face, Wuyu laughed strangely. Forget it, let's stick with that news. Your life is not important at all compared to that news. The rest of the people in the casino had long since disappeared without a trace. Wuyu looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and said, let's get started, don't waste time. The middle-aged man cautiously shook the dice in his hand and asked carefully, single or double? I guess it's single. The man opened the wooden bowl on top of the dice, and the number that appeared in front of Wuyu was indeed an odd number. I lost. Do you have any questions? Do you know where the fat sheep is? She's a blonde woman wearing clothes with the word gamble on the back and a pet pig by her side. After thinking for a long time, the one-eyed dragon seemed to have remembered something and said to him, the woman you are talking about, is she accompanied by a companion with short black hair? You know? That woman left after losing here a few months ago. She shouldn't be in the country of fire now, right? His tone was hesitant, and it was obvious that he was not sure whether the news was true. Did you leave after losing? This fits her character very well. After confirming that the man had nothing to hide, Wuyu left the casino directly. The ones in that group were just simple illusions, and since he had already used the transformation technique to change his appearance, he was not afraid of being recognized by the people of Konoha. As for the middle-aged man, he didn't take action. The power here was more or less related to the aristocracy of the Fire Country. If an exiled ninja takes action against these people, their owners might entrust people from Konoha to take action, which would be a bit bad. After Wuyu left, One-Eyed Dragon's men woke up one after another. Where's that guy? That's weird, why am I sleeping here? A few smart gangsters saw their boss's expression and obviously realized something. Boss, could it be that person is? It's probably a ninja, I just don't know what's going on here. Would you like to inform the adults above? Forget it, that person didn't hurt anyone. Just remember his face and don't mess with him in the future. After a few scoldings, One-Eyed Dragon told them to keep their mouths shut and then left the casino. No matter who that person is, if there is something like an exiled ninja in the land of fire, he will always report it to his boss. As for what the higher UPS would do, that was beyond his control. In the deserted alley, Wuyu changed her appearance again, but after purchasing the necessary supplies in a nearby store, she returned to the carriage. Winter will be here in a while, and it's time to think about the maintenance of the carriage and Tsunade's whereabouts. There are a lot of things. We still have to deal with them one by one. It's really troublesome. Although I got a clue from the one-eyed dragon, half a year has passed since this clue. It is incredibly difficult to find two ninjas in a huge crowd. However, a feasible plan has appeared in Wuyu's mind, and now there is only a little time to verify it. It takes at least more than a month to get to the border of Earth Kingdom from here, and by then winter will officially begin. It is simply impossible to take two children to the Samura Mountains. Once they enter a fighting state, Wuyu will not be able to distract themselves from protecting their safety. The country of grass, it seems like we have to find a place for them to stay there for a while. Wuyu, who felt that she still had a lot to do, could only sigh helplessly. How about it? No one has been here. Mizuki-kun, you are back. Except for a few sneaky people who have wandered here, no ninja has appeared. After Singh told him about the situation he perceived, he patiently waited for his answer. After being together for so long, she knew very well that Wuyu usually didn't mind explaining anything to her. Is that so? We have to change direction next. We originally planned to kill that bastard first. Now we can only go to the Kingdom of Earth to see if we can find the best medical ninja in the world there. The best medical ninja in the world? What kind of person is she? What kind of person? After thinking for a while, Wuyu gave his own evaluation of Tsunade. A very good ninja with a bad temper. He likes to drink and gamble. He occasionally turns into a miner to hide from his creditors. Sing's face looked very surprised. This medical ninja who was known as the best seemed to be a very bad existence. However, her medical level is definitely the best in the world. Even Orikimura can't compare to her. On the road, while educating Xingqiu on the common sense of the ninja world, Matsuki dedicated 10 minutes to introduce the strength and status of the Sunin. Forget it, you'll know when you see her. After smiling at her, Wuyu drove the carriage towards the northwest. Although the ninjas in the land of grass had nothing worthy of his concern, they were still a ninja village after all. In Kusanagi village, I always feel like I've forgotten something. Forget it, let us talk about it when we get there. The forgotten things shouldn't be important, otherwise he wouldn't be as calm as he is now. There is still plenty of time, so you should take this opportunity to prepare more trump cards. After letting the crow clone on the side drive the carriage for him, Wuyu returned to the depths of his heart again. At this time, Julai is completely transformed into a cute creature that only eats and sleeps, except for being able to say a few words when eating every day. The rest of the time is basically spent in sleep. Julai, wake up, it's time to eat. Wu, have you eaten? It subconsciously looked up at Wuyu, its eyes full of anticipation. Wuyu gave it a burst of chestnuts and then said with hatred, you know how to eat every day. Do you remember all the knowledge I taught you? Looking at Wuyu in front of her aggrievedly, Julai said with a cry, but I'm hungry. Apart from eating every day, I can only rely on sleeping to not feel hungry. I often don't feel full when I eat. As soon as these words came out, Wuyu felt a little embarrassed. But then he realized that he didn't feel hungry while sleeping. In other words, could he unconsciously absorb natural energy and convert it into chakra while he was sleeping? Speaking of which, after so many days, Julai's body seems to have grown up a little. I see it every day, but I didn't notice it for a while. I'll give you control of a crow later. See if you can control its actions. This is the method he came up with. If Julie can also control the actions of the crow clone, then the limit of what he can endure will definitely be increased a lot. As Wuyu put her hand on Julai's head, its eyes suddenly became shiny, as if it had gotten some toy. Father, what is this? It feels so fun. Stop making trouble and try to see if you can make it fly. On the other side, a light blue chakra ball surged out of Wuyu's body, and when the chakra was completely separated, it completely turned into a crow. The crow staggered towards the secretly observing star and said curiously, I feel a familiar smell on you. Are you my mother? Mr. Crow, you feel a little different from usual. Who are you? Sing asked cautiously. At this time, the originally fixed form of the crow gradually melted and then turned into a small nine-tailed fox. Wow, it's more comfortable like this. After shaking his head and stretching for a while, Julai said to the star in front of him, my name is Julai. My father asked me to try to control it. Father? Looking at Xiao Julai in front of him, Sing vaguely guessed who his father was. I let you try to see if you can fly. I didn't ask you to come here and chat with others. Wuyu's body surface once again surged with a ball of chakra. This time it directly transformed into Wuyu's appearance. Seeing Wuyu's serious expression, Xiao Julai subconsciously stuck out her tongue and started acting cute. Wuyu-kun, is it that one? That's right, it's just that it's a bit smaller. After explaining a few words to Sing, he said, don't be like this next time. If you change again, I won't let you out. Being in Wuyu's mind, Julai could naturally feel the seriousness in Wuyu's tone. All right. The crow controlled by Julai once again became its original appearance and began to fly crookedly around him. Wuyu nodded, and it seemed that he would be able to control crows quantitatively if he got familiar with them for a while. Very good. From today on, you will be familiar with the control of a crow. When you become proficient, I will give you control of a crow. Can we go out and play? That's great. Xiao Julai cheered subconsciously, completely unaware that Wuyu's face had turned completely dark. Forget it, I'm in a good mood today, I'll let you off for a while. Cutting off the connection with the crow, Wuyu slowly opened his eyes. Sure enough, chakra beings with consciousness can also control crows. It seems that he will be able to increase the number of crows he has as much as possible in the future. I just don't know if Julai's mental power can help him share the pressure. If it can, then he can consider forming a crow army. The self-aware crow army naturally obeys orders and is not afraid of death, which makes me excited just thinking about it. Late at night, the carriage stopped in an open grassland, and there were several wild wolves wandering not far away. After all, this is a world with special powers, and even the size of the beast is larger than what he has seen in his previous life. After signaling the crows to drive away the beasts, Wuyu began to prepare today's dinner. As for Sing, she was currently working hard to condense chakra according to Wuyu's request. After simply preparing some instant food, he took out a square piece of white paper from the ninja tool bag on the side and silently transmitted chakra. Half of the chakra paper in his hand burned into powder, and the other half was cut in half. These are the nature of his chakra, fire, and wind. The Uchiha clan is good at fire escape, so there is no problem with this. However, Wuyu was a little surprised that this wind attribute could appear on his body. The wind attribute seems useless. Smiling to himself, Wuyu walked to Sing's side. Pass the chakra you condensed onto this piece of paper and see what attributes your chakra has. After seeing received the chakra paper handed to her, she followed Wuyu's instructions and transferred the chakra in her body to the paper. Laugh. Half of the paper in Sing's hand was cut, and the other half began to wrinkle from the middle. Wind and thunder, how can such incompatible chakra attributes appear in humans? The human body is really amazing. Looking at the stars in front of her, Wuyu felt a little worried. Normally, one with 2 attributes can use the blood succession limit, but he didn't know what would happen to the blood succession limit generated by the conflicting chakras of these 2 attributes. Sing looked at Wuyu's face and asked carefully, Mizuki-kun, is it possible that my chakra is bad? This situation cannot be described as bad. To be precise, it is unheard of. I have never heard that wind and thunder can form a blood succession limit. Don't worry, although I don't know exactly what kind of blood inheritance boundary can be formed by wind and thunder, but I will definitely study it clearly. After reassuring her, Wuyu thought about the wind escape and thunder escape ninjutsu he knew, and subconsciously frowned. He really didn't know much about these 2 ninjutsus, and Fang Dun was unfamiliar with them except for the Raisin Shuriken. Lei Dun is better. After all, he has seen Lei Ki with his own eyes and has a better understanding of Lei Ki's release conditions. However, no matter how you look at that thing, it is not something that a little girl can understand. It is better to let her practice chakra honestly for a few years. After deciding on Sing's training plan, Wuyu prepared for today's dinner. The next morning, Wuyu formally informed Yu Sing of her training arrangements. In addition to the physical training she must do every day, he will teach some commonly used ninjutsu and genjutsu in the afternoon to give her more ways to save her life. In this way, the 1-month training officially began. Of course, as a training teacher, Wuyu would naturally practice with her. Exercising more will help refine chakra, especially in this situation. His need for chakra is even greater. He originally thought that having Kyuubi would make him feel more relaxed, but it turned out that he had to start exercising. Life is like this, it always makes you have hope first and then despair completely. From this day on, there were 2 strange children on the road leading to the land of grass. They always chased behind a carriage, following leisurely, and the carriage in front showed no sign of stopping. It just hung in front of the 2 children. Most of the passers-by were surprised when they saw this scene, but no one came up to mind their own business. 8 days after they left the town, a town appeared in front of them. Take some rest here tonight. I haven't had a hot bath for a long time. I'll teach you your first ninjutsu, by the way. Really? Great. Sing's little face was covered with sweat, and she was panting and cheering. These days, he has been using cold water created by himself using water escape to bathe. It's almost winter now, and his body can't bear it. As soon as the carriage entered the town, Wuyu smelled a strange aura based on the intuition he had developed over the years. Taking a closer look, he saw that most of the people in this small town had plenty of food to eat and looked like they were hungry, which surprised him. Logically speaking, it is late autumn now, which should be the harvest season. Why do people here look like they don't have enough to eat? Although he was very curious, Wuyu still didn't go over to join in the fun. This is the land of fire, and if something goes wrong, it should be resolved by the people of Konoha, and it has nothing to do with him. The crow flew above the town for a long time before finding the hotel in the west. The crow transformed into a middle-aged man and walked into the hotel with Wuyu and others. When the proprietress of the hotel listlessly greeted a few people to their rooms, the crow clone spoke, "Why do everyone here look like they haven't had enough to eat? The guest must be a foreigner. We only pay taxes here. There is no extra food to eat." The landlady lamented, complaining about the town's taxes from time to time. Wuyu just listened silently and didn't say much. The hierarchy in this world is so weird, not even ninjas can interfere with the affairs of those nobles unless it is entrusted by the lord of a country, that is, the daimyo. There will never be a task for a noble in their taskbar. After opening 2 rooms, the landlady thoughtfully prepared bath water and dinner for several people. After looking at the few salted fish, 2 plates of side dishes and a bowl of rice placed on the table, Wuyu felt that his decision had been wrong. Isn't this a hotel? Why is the food prepared so crudely? Are you sure this isn't breakfast? I was full of questions and I didn't know how to express them. The person who delivered these dishes couldn't help but swallow. Are the taxes here so scary? Early the next morning, Wuyu went to the nearby market to replenish food and fresh fruits as usual, but the result opened his eyes again. You dare to charge me 1,000 taels for 3 or 5 vegetable leaves? Are you crazy because of poverty? Wuyu looked at the store owner in front of him with a curious face, curious about how he set the price. This guest, you are a foreigner. When he found out that he was really a foreigner, the store owner quickly pulled him to a corner and whispered, "The prices here are set directly by the mayor, and I can't help it. If you want to buy fresh vegetables, you can only buy them from the mayor." What do you mean? At this time every year, the mayor's family will collect taxes. If they don't have money, they can only use the food and vegetables to offset the taxes. After he collects the taxes, he will sell them to us at a high price. The boss didn't continue. Wuyu felt that this town was so magical. You can meet such business geniuses. It's true that the world is full of wonders. Does he have anything to do with it? The guest is very well informed. The mayor is a subordinate of the Asakura family and has a good background. Asakura, this last name seems somewhat familiar. He remembered that this Asakura should be one of the counselors of the Fire Country daimyo, and was mainly responsible for handling affairs for the noble class. Everyone knows what aristocrats are like. They are all relatives when they pull out carrots and bring them mud. Now he understands why even the hotel here is so shabby. I bet this is where the Asakura family makes money. He turned around and left without asking any questions. As members of the Asakura family, they couldn't leave even if they wanted to. There is no way, if they dare to leave, these people may become the dead souls killed by the robber's knife. This is not surprising, because many nobles will keep some minions secretly to deal with problems that cannot be seen in the light. If these minions don't work, it will be the turn of the largest minion they raised, the ninja. After shopping around the street, Wio bought a lot of food that he liked from the vendors and took it back. Strange times, strange institutions. After lamenting the problems here, Wio returned to the hotel. Yesterday I didn't teach her the Hoshi ninjutsu because I was too tired. I'll teach her it directly while I'm still in a good mood today. Boom boom boom. Please come in. When he walked into Sing's room, he found that she was refining chakra, and there was a cup of green tea on the table that was comparable to boiled water. There was something unexpected yesterday, so the ninjutsu course will be postponed to today. That you can first demonstrate the basic 12 seals to me. After Sing nodded solemnly, his hands kept changing. After silently observing it, Wio found that her seals were fairly smooth, and at least there were no problems with her basic skills. It's okay. What I'm going to teach you next is the most basic ninjutsu, the transformation technique. Pay attention carefully. After Wio formed the Wei seal, he began to circulate chakra. Bang! The smoke cleared, and a person exactly like Sing appeared in front of her. There was another burst of white mist, and Wio released the transformation technique. Transformation technique, D-level ninjutsu, a trick learned by kindergarten children, but it has a wide range of uses. Do you understand? Sing nodded towards Wio, and then slowly brought his hands together to form the Wei seal. Bang! The smoke slowly dissipated, and another Wio appeared in front of him. Sure enough, because of his strong mental power, he is very good at this kind of technique that relies on controlling chakra. Nodding calmly, Wio said, "It's not bad. Get familiar with it. Sometimes it can save your life. I'll teach you new ninjutsu tomorrow." After hearing his compliment, Sing smiled imperceptibly. "I have something else to trouble you next." As Wio lay on the tatami, Hashiya understood what he wanted her to do. The slender Kaken slowly massaged Wio's forehead, and he also took advantage of this moment to enter the depths of his soul. When he saw the soft starlight blending into his and Julai's souls, Wio woke up Julai directly. "How's it going? Do you feel anything is wrong?" "Wow, I feel so comfortable, father. What is this?" After repeatedly confirming that this ability was not harmful to the body, Wio finally let go of his hanging heart. Afterwards, Wio spoke again. "Can this light make your body grow faster?" "Oh, it should be useful, but it definitely won't make you grow faster than eating." Nonsense. Of course he knows that this kind of power is not as fast as directly absorbing chakra, but he has to consider his physical ability. Okay, go ahead and sleep with you." After signaling it to be busy with its own affairs, Wio left here directly. "I have rested, and will leave here directly until tomorrow. We still have more than half a month to go, so we can't stay here forever." Thinking of this, he said directly, "Get ready, we're leaving here tomorrow." For some reason, Wio's intuition subconsciously reminded him that it would be better to leave here as soon as possible. Okay. Sing nodded to him and left his side, helping Ching, who was sleeping beside him, to move his body. It's a pity that if Ching was still awake, it wouldn't be so troublesome. I could just ask her to use illusions to help me make up a family. Shaking his head helplessly, Wio left Sing's room. If everything went as he wished, he wouldn't be a human being. Isn't the world wonderful because of the unknown? Early in the morning, the three people on the carriage continued to move towards the country of grass. Just as they crossed paths with a convoy, several ninjas wearing Konoha forward protectors caught the eyes of the crow clone. "Oh, isn't this Konoha's blue beast? Why are you here? Come on a mission." Metkai noticed the gaze of the crow clone, and the crow clone smiled politely at him, and then left here. "What's wrong, K? I always feel like I've seen him somewhere." Metkai thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure out who that person was, and in the end he could only continue to follow his teammates on the mission. At noon, the sun in the sky is like a huge furnace, burning the withered forests and pedestrians. A carriage drove quietly on the dilapidated dirt road. 2 children followed closely behind the carriage, making gestures with their hands from time to time. In the forest not far away, a group of disheveled bandits were ambushed in the bushes, with strong greed in their eyes. "Boss, there is no clan emblem on the carriage. Do you want to take action?" The thin bamboo pole on the side stared at the carriage and asked his leader. "Wait a minute, something feels wrong. Let's wait and see." The leading man looked at the approaching carriage cautiously, subconsciously feeling that something was wrong. At the same time, Wio, who was following Sing, glanced at the hiding place of the bandits and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. "Sing, do you still remember what I told you? Now is the time to test the results. Go ahead." After nodding to Wii, Moonleaf Star held a kunao and rushed towards the group of bandits. When they saw a little girl rushing towards them with a ninja tool in her hand, the bandits knew that they had been exposed. Clone technique. 5 stars surrounded them, their eyes full of coldness. Wii rushed over slowly, without any intention of helping. He found traces of these bandits when he was far away. The reason why he didn't kill them was to let Sing take action to kill them. The feeling of killing someone is completely different from seeing someone kill someone. Wii also wants to see if Sing, who is killing someone for the first time, can use the knowledge he usually teaches. Sing's clones surrounded the bandit, and the main body had quietly exchanged places with the clones. What do you mean? We didn't take action against you, so why can't we just leave in peace? The leader of this group of bandits tried to make a final struggle, but Sing was completely unmoved. It's useless. If you want to live, just kill her. I promise I won't take action. Seeing that they had lost their fighting spirit, Wii asked the crow clones who had secretly surrounded them to stand up. Human potential will completely explode when death comes, and the bandits who realize that there is no hope of escape can only seize the promise he gave, even if the hope is very slim. After a dozen bandits looked at each other, they all saw the determination in their eyes. With a loud shout, more than a dozen people rushed over thinking about this group of clones. When the enemy has more people than you, using clones to distract the enemy is a good choice, provided that this ninjutsu does not affect the use of ninjutsu. It was obvious that Sing's plan had some effect, but not much. Patiently admiring the fight in front of him, Wii had some hope in his eyes. When will it be used? Show me your talents. Sing is just a 6 or 7-year-old child now. He is not very good at either physical arts or ninjutsu, but he is only astonished by his talent in illusions. Perhaps her mental strength is different from ordinary people, and her blessing of illusions is quite terrifying. When Hoshi first used illusions, he could easily confuse the 5 senses of ordinary people, and his chakra consumption was much less than that of ordinary people. Regarding her abilities, Wii has specially designed a battle plan for her, and now is the time to verify it. Ding, clang. The clash of weapons resounded through the forest. Although Sing's expression was a little flustered, his pace did not lose its rhythm. Soon, the eyes of those who had fought with Sing became dull, and the weapons in their hands began to subconsciously slash at their companions. Sanlang, are you a club? One of the men who was stabbed by his brother fell to the ground with a look of despair. Upon seeing this, the bandit leader quickly shouted, "Be careful, they are under ninjutsu, stay away from those people." Wii, who was sitting in the carriage, frowned and whispered subconsciously, "The cast of illusions is a bit slow, and the idea of extending spiritual power through weapons is invalid. Well, there are still many areas worth improving." After Suxing slit the bandit leader's throat, he returned to him panting. Sing reluctantly faced him with his usual expression, but in the end he couldn't help but retched. It's normal to have this kind of reaction when facing an enemy for the first time. There's no need to hide it. After comforting her for a few words, Wii took her on his way. Overall, it's pretty good. It's much better than when he was killing people. I'll get used to it from now on. Towns near the border are generally not safe, and occasionally you will encounter unemployed exiled ninjas. They are an excellent place to increase your strength. The crows are flying freely in the sky, and they can also perform some difficult actions. July became more and more familiar with the manipulation of crows. Apart from eating time, this was the only time during which she could play to her heart's content. Wii's original purpose was to let it guard the surroundings for him when he had no time to be distracted, but now it seemed that it really regarded the crow clone as a toy. Just when he was about to go deep inside and reprimand him, the snowflakes falling on his shoulders attracted his attention. It's snowing, is winter about to begin? I'm going to be a year older again. Wii-kun, do you need my help? Sing walked out of the carriage and looked at the sky unconsciously. Is it snowing? Winter is coming. As if she thought of something, a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. We will reach the border in half a month. Let's take advantage of that time to celebrate the arrival of the new year, he said without looking back. How did Mizuki-kun become a ninja? How did I become a ninja? My parents were ninjas, so naturally I became a ninja. Training, killing, escaping. I got used to it without even realizing it. After all, we are the Uchiha clan. The corner of Wiyu's mouth raised, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Wii-kun, don't you have no nostalgia for that place? Sing looked at his profile and asked in a low voice. Nostalgia? I am full of nostalgia for many things there, but accidents are inevitable in life. What kind of would release ninjutsu? The filthy soil is reincarnated, 8 Gates Dungia. He was quite nostalgic. Especially the 2 powers in Naruto and Urju's body, he couldn't miss them anymore. But he can't help it, Fugaku and those ninjas were watching too closely. Wii hadn't mastered the soul ninjutsu that he wanted to do, so how could he provoke them? Looking out of the corner of his eye, Zinja fell into memories. Wii flicked her finger and bounced her back to reality. Children, don't think about what is and isn't. Just learn your own ninjutsu honestly before talking about it. Sing rubbed his forehead and said with a dissatisfied look, aren't you a child too? People are different. The gap between you and me is like the gap between a genin and a jounin, so just be obedient. The crystal snowflakes were floating in the sky, dyeing the earth a white color. The 2 of them slowly moved towards the mountains in the wind and snow. Half a month later, in the border town between the land of fire and the land of earth, there was a black market somewhere. It's too expensive, can't it be cheaper? No counter-offering, this is the price I have. No matter what he said, the man opposite was unmoved. In desperation, Weo could only buy the identity certificates and road guides of 3 marginal areas. If he wanted to leave the country in an honest manner, these 2 things were essential, which was why he spent a lot of money to buy these things. Ninjas don't need this stuff when they're out of the country on missions, because they are the violent institutions of the state, and civilians have to rely on these things to get past the border blockades. Things sold on the black market are still very safe, provided you know who is behind them. Just like the fat man in front of him, behind him are members of a clan in a remote area, so the things they sell are all real. Even if they go there to check, they will fabricate that person's life, relatives, and friends. In a word, professional. Weo bought the identities of 4 people in one go and pretended to be a family of 4 preparing to take their sick daughter to a foreign country for medical treatment. This was in line with their identities. When leaving here, Weo frowned and then placed the kunao on his waist in a conspicuous place. When those eyes noticed the kunao on his waist, they restrained themselves a lot. There is no way, the black market is like this, except for the unscrupulous thieves, the rest are the gangsters with backgrounds. If Weo went there in his true form, he would probably be treated as a lamb to be slaughtered. It was not like he was looking for trouble at this time as he was approaching the border. After returning to the nearby hotel, Weo knocked on the door according to the code he left. Weo-kun, how are you? Take a good rest today and leave here tomorrow. After explaining his identity to Lu Yin, he left the hotel again. The terrain in the country of grass is not good, and the carriage needs to be reinforced so that it can climb over some steep mountains. His weapons and shurikens also need to be replenished, and food, medicine, and cold protection measures all need to be carefully selected. When he finished his work, it became completely dark. Winter nights come earlier, and since we are very close to the north, it naturally gets dark faster. The next day, a slightly older middle-aged man rushed towards the border fortress, followed by a somewhat delicate child. A long queue formed at the city gate not far away. Most of them were traders, but a few were pedestrians like them. When the sun was almost rising overhead, it was their group's turn, and the speed was so slow that even Weo couldn't bear it. The garrison soldiers came to the crow clone to interrogate him, but Weo secretly cast an illusion on him without being discovered by anyone. After the interrogating soldiers found no problems, they finally left the territory of the Kingdom of Fire and headed towards the Kingdom of Grass not far away. Why didn't you see those ninjas stationed at the border? Weo felt a little strange. Normally, at least a team of ninjas should be stationed at the border of the Land of Fire. Could it be that something happened in Konoha? Forget it, whatever, as long as it doesn't affect my plan. The whip in his hand gently hit the old horse, and the carriage gradually accelerated. According to this route, we should be able to reach the country of grass before the new year. Weo's expression was a bit strange when he thought about the country of drafting. According to the memory in my mind, the ninjas of the land of grass were trashed. They were almost wiped out by the Taitorai clan back then, and their relations with other countries were not very good. The reason why it can survive to this day is entirely by selling other countries' intelligence in exchange for its own survival. Although it is called Grass Ninja Village, his village does not have its own ninjutsu, and most of the ninjutsu practiced are tortured from the mouths of captives. He is not afraid of this ninja village at all. The strength of a ninja village that can be destroyed by one clan can be imagined. I'm afraid there isn't even a single capable ninja in that village, let alone a cage-level ninja. As soon as his thoughts changed, Weo's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Located on the border, there are always some people who don't know whether to live or die. Most of them are bandits in exile, and a few are ninjas from Xianin village. The history of ninjas is accompanied by killings. Countless small ninja villages and small clans are destroyed every day. It was not until the establishment of the 5 major ninja villages that the situation improved. Those small tribes that were wiped out lost their inheritance and eventually became exiled ninjas. There are also small countries that cannot afford ninja villages. They disband their own ninja villages under the pressure of big countries and abandon those ninjas who have risked their lives for their motherland. Without the ability to survive, they can only turn into bandits and plunder those who come and go. Pedestrian. Although their life experiences were miserable, it was not worth letting Weo let them go. 11 people, 4 of whom are professionally trained, and the rest are ordinary bandits. We only want money, no harm to people's lives, and those who know how to do it will hand over all valuable things. What surprised him was that the leader of this group of bandits turned out to be a young man of 15 or 16 years old. It seemed that he was the teacher who taught them ninjutsu. Do you only want money? But I am very interested in the ninjutsu you master. Weo smiled strangely, and the 3 black megatama slowly rotated. Sherry Nan, you. Without even having time to be surprised, these bandits fell into the illusion. After a while, he drove the carriage towards the nearest road, leaving only corpses everywhere. The illusion of the Sharingan can spy on memories, and when used in conjunction with Hoshi's mental abilities, Mutsuki can perfectly erase other people's memories without being noticed by others. Most of these bandits were colluding, and Wio could also see the distribution of their forces from the young man's mind, which saved him a lot of effort. In addition, he also found an interesting ninjutsu, which was an unexpected surprise. In the early morning, Wio stood on the plain, making seals with his hands constantly. Fire release, ghost lantern technique. Dozens of small fireballs in the shape of evil spirits floated around Wio. With a thought, they rushed towards the open space in front of him in an instant. The power is not bad, and it is still very useful for dealing with miscellaneous fish. He nodded subconsciously and looked towards the fortress not far away. Ahead is the border of the Kingdom of Grass. It is better to wait until you have completely entered the Kingdom of Grass before experimenting with ninjutsu. Just as he was driving the carriage to prepare to enter the border, there was a quarrel not far away. The crow lingering in the sky quickly flew over, and a bright red color appeared in Wio's sight. A thin, somewhat disfigured woman with bright red hair was begging the station ninjas, asking them to let her and the child in her arms enter the country of grass. Those station ninjas looked at me and I looked at you. They had no intention of letting the mother and daughter in. The red-haired man, holding a baby in his arms, always felt like he remembered something. Wio frowned and subconsciously looked through his memories. Eventually, he was able to identify the mother and daughter. I always feel like I've forgotten something. The survivors of the Uzumaki clan, and this is still the country of grass. Aren't the mother and daughter the mother and daughter? At this time, there was an inexplicable look in Wio's eyes, and she subconsciously evaluated whether to help the mother and daughter in front of her. The Uzumaki clan's physique is born with powerful chakra. They are distant relatives of the Senju clan, and they are especially proficient in sealing techniques. Maybe we can get some useful clues from them, and the physical models are worth remembering. At this moment, a man with a square face walked out from among the station ninjas. It was obvious that he was one of the managers. Why are you approaching the country of grass, the survivors of the Uzumaki clan? There was a trace of scrutiny and contempt in the square-faced man's eyes, as if he looked down on these survivors who had lost their country. Please, just let us in. The woman was still pleading, but her performance did not change the expressions of those grass ninjas. Do you want to enter the Kingdom of Grass? It's very simple, as long as you show that you are worthy of being accepted by the Kingdom of Grass. The square-faced man laughed, and then said solemnly, as long as you give us all the sealing ninjutsu you know, we will let you enter the country, or you can show your other abilities. After Wio heard the square-faced man's words on the carriage, she almost died laughing. The credibility of the ninjas of the land of grass, do they still have such a thing? Laughter is a joke, business still needs to be done. Entering the depths of his soul, Wio woke up July, who was sleeping soundly. Wake up, it's time for you to be effective. Give me your chakra. A small amount is enough. After being woken up, July reluctantly handed over her chakra to him and fell into a deep sleep again. Chakra is here, what's next is seeing, lend me your spiritual power. Wio-kun, what's wrong? Although she was a little confused, she still put her hand directly on Wio's forehead. Crows appeared in the carriage one by one, and their feathers fell silently in front of the people who were watching the excitement. Along with the dark crow feathers, the expressions of the pedestrians became extremely dull. Even the grass ninjas fell into the illusion, and no one could avoid it. The tailed beast's chakra can amplify the eye power of the Sharingan, and Hoshi's mental power is conductive. This is the genjutsu he developed using these two characteristics, Yuluo. Although Wio's illusions were very powerful, most of them were aimed at a single enemy. This was the first time he used illusions like this that targeted hundreds of people at the same time. From the effect point of view, there is still no problem so far, but some preparations beforehand may be a bit cumbersome. Wiping the blood flowing from his eyes, Wio slowly stepped out of the carriage. Xingyi followed him curiously. She was really curious for someone like Wio to be so cautious. When Wio stopped in front of Xiangfo's mother and daughter, she saw a trace of pity in her eyes when she saw Xiangfo's mother protecting her child alone. Wio-kun, is this your goal? This mother and daughter are survivors of the Uzumaki clan. Their hair color is the best proof of their identity. Are the Uzumaki clan the distant relatives of the Senju clan you once said? Why don't they flee in the direction of Konoha, but instead go here? I don't know about this. Who knows what's hidden in this? After hesitating for a moment, Wio unlocked the illusion on the mother and daughter. In order to prevent accidents, he also set up a time difference illusion on the woman in front of him. When she woke up, she found two more children in front of her, and the people around her stood motionless, with dull eyes. You are. The woman's expression was a little hesitant, and she looked at them with a little vigilance. Survivor of the Uzumaki clan, I need your cooperation on something. That's better to come with me first. Get in the car. Wio returned to the carriage with seeing the woman hesitated for a moment and finally followed. Get her less food and some snacks. Seeing rummaged through the food box on the side, and Wio placed a glass of warm water in front of the woman. Thank you. After expressing her gratitude, she carefully fed the water to the child in her arms. You're welcome, I need your help. I wonder if you can show me the abilities you want to show those grass ninjas. Of course, that person is not me, but the unconscious girl. Wu Yu pointed at Qing, who still showed no sign of waking up, and waited for her decision. The woman hesitated, but when the child in her arms began to cry, her expression turned firm. She put her index finger in Qing's mouth, and Hashiya let Qing's teeth bite the woman's index finger. In Wu Yu's perception, wisps of chakra with a different kind of vitality poured into Qing's body and began to repair her body. If she is in a coma for a long time, her body will have some hidden dangers that are not easy to detect. No matter how meticulously Wu Yu and Xing take care of him, they can't compare to the medical ninjas who specialize in treatment and these people who are born medical ninjas. After a long time, the woman sat in the carriage tiredly, with sweat on her forehead. That's right. Are you interested in going to the Kingdom of Earth with us? Don't refuse yet. Listen to me. The ninjas in Grass Country are weak, and they are a small country, and wars are prone to break out here. If you are willing to follow me, I can guarantee that you and your children can survive. I believe you have seen my strength. You only need to follow me for 3 years, and I will entrust my friends to place you in a safe place. How about it? Don't you think about it? Wu Yu asked symbolically. As he lacked effective medical treatment, he would definitely not let go of the mother and daughter in front of him. Wait until Orochimaru defects before sending them there. For the survivors of the Uzumaki clan, coupled with their special physiques, Wu Yu believed that he would definitely protect the safety of the two of them. As for whether they want it or not, it's not up to them to choose when they get on the bus. After a long silence, the woman nodded vigorously to Wu Yu, who was talking eloquently in front of her, and fainted on the carriage. Xingmin came forward and observed for a while, then said complicatedly she was so tired. She walked for at least 2 days and didn't eat anything. Prepare some liquid food for her first, don't feed her too much, let's get out of here first. Controlling the crow clone to drive the carriage, the group officially entered the Kingdom of Grass. The memories of those passers-by have been processed, and even ninjas who are proficient in illusions will not find any problems. By the time their carriage was far away from the fortress, clarity gradually returned to the eyes of the pedestrians. The square-faced ninja was a little confused, and the ninjas behind him also felt a little strange. Why am I here, Xiaogang? Aren't you checking the travelers? Why are I here? Go to work quickly. Yes. The genin in front of the square-faced man had no time to be confused and continued their examination. The travelers also returned to their cars to accept the interrogation of the ninjas. At noon, the woman lying on the carriage woke up faintly. The first thing she did after waking up was to look for her child. The woman felt relieved when she found the child lying safely beside her. You wake up. We cooked some porridge, you can let the child eat something first. Xing placed a small bowl of porridge on the small table and left directly. The woman looked at the child's back and asked, Thank you very much. What is your name? No need to thank you, just ask for what you need. As for your name, we won't answer you, just like we won't ask for your name. Wu Yu opened the curtain and walked in, carrying a gray-furred hare in her hand. After seeing the woman nod thoughtfully, indicating that she understood, Wu Yu left the carriage directly and began to prepare today's lunch. The country of Grass is a small country and its area is not too large, which also means that they can reach the Samura Mountains very quickly. At the current speed, a few people can reach the town before dark. Matsuki had no impression of Kusanagi village except that they were almost wiped out by the Taketorai clan and were weak. He had no intention of taking these people directly to the Samura Mountains. Wu Yu had only one purpose, and that was to learn the news about those ninjas who had the blood inheritance limit from Bailahu. Especially Ming Dun is his first choice target. As for how to use the Ming Dun after he obtained it, he had already prepared quite a few plans, and all he needed was the Ming Dun's biological model. The aroma of meat began to emanate from the big pot in front of her. Wu Yu cut some vegetables and put them in, and then added some spices. After the broth was cooked, he asked Xing to bring her a bowl, and then he ate it hungrily. Now is the time to grow taller, and he will not treat himself badly at this time. After lunch, Wu Yu camouflaged the traces of the carriage and waited until it was almost afternoon before moving forward. Xiangling's mother carefully asked Xing where their destination was on the way. Xing also obeyed Wu Yu's words and only answered some irrelevant questions. When it was dark, a somewhat dilapidated village appeared in everyone's eyes. Judging from the vigilance of the villagers, it seemed that there was no peace in the land of Grass. You and it will pretend to be a couple later, remember not to reveal your identity here. After Wu Yu explained the specific details, a crow turned into a somewhat delicate young man and appeared in front of her. Xiang Lu's mother nodded, indicating that she was clear, and then put on the wig Wu Yu had prepared in advance. Originally this was a prop he prepared when he planned to disguise himself as a woman, but he didn't expect it to work at this time. Crow Clone got out of the carriage and said to the villagers, Please don't do anything, we are not hostile, we are just travelers passing by and want to go into the village to rest for a night. Xiang Lu's mother hugged Xiang Lu and stood beside the Crow Clone, which invisibly added some credibility to his words. Those holding farm tools saw the child in her arms and subconsciously started talking. Finally, a somewhat old man put them into the village, leaving 2 men to monitor the carriage. When the carriage drove into the village and Wu Yu and Xing also got off the carriage, the villagers believed the words of the Crow Clone. Excuse me, what's going on? Why do the villagers here look frightened? There are bandits roaming around here, and it's a joke for you. the village chief said kindly, leaning on a cane. Don't you care about the ninjas of the land of grass? As soon as these words came out, the surrounding villagers looked at each other, and the village chief also quickly said, how dare we bother those ninjas? Asking them to take action costs 10 taels. The whole village together can't raise that kind of money. Is that so? No wonder. The crow clone took out a few banknotes of considerable value and asked the village chief to help them prepare a place to live and some food. After the old village chief accepted it calmly, he asked a child to lead everyone towards a house that was obviously much better than other houses. After Weo and his group left, a man with sinister eyebrows whispered next to the village chief. How about it? Do you want to take action? Put something in your food and attack in the middle of the night, just like usual. Kill the men and keep the women. The man smiled knowingly and began to give instructions to the people behind him. The old village chief's face no longer had that kind look, and he looked at everyone's backs expressionlessly. It's interesting that I thought there were only a few people who were unclean, but I didn't expect a whole village to be like this. Task tisk tisk. The crow, blending in with the night, cleaned its feathers with its beak and looked mockingly at the people in front of it. They thought they had brought in a bunch of fat sheep, but little did they know that the people they invited in were existences even more terrifying than evil spirits. After a few people entered the room, the child who led the way left the room. Weo didn't speak, but the voice reached Sing's ears. Get ready. Today's task is to get rid of all the people in the village, not even the children. There was a trace of hesitation on Sing's face, but then it turned into determination. She took out a Bingliang pill and put it in her mouth, silently accumulating chakra. Not long after, the door was opened, and pieces of food that were rare for ordinary people were brought in. The village chief also sat in front of a few people with a smile. This is the only thing we can get out of this remote country. I hope the guests won't be offended. The village chief is too polite. This is already very good, but we are causing you trouble. Crow clone picked up a chopstick and put it into his mouth, but the corners of his mouth turned up strangely. When the village chief saw the crow clone putting the food into his mouth, a smile flashed in his eyes. Xiang Luan's mother subconsciously picked up the chopsticks, but when she found that the two children beside her had no intention of eating, she unconsciously put down the hand holding the chopsticks. Seeing that Xiang Ling's mother and several other children were not using their chopsticks, the village chief asked with concern, "What's wrong? Is the food not to your wife's taste?" "Don't worry, they don't have much appetite. If you don't mind, give me their share." The crow clone answered vaguely, and the movements of his hands did not stop while he spoke. The old village chief smiled awkwardly, and then started to persuade him to drink. At this time, the room fell into a strange atmosphere. On one side, the village chief was drinking and eating. On the other side, except for the handsome man who was eating a big meal, no one moved his chopsticks. Soon, the old village chief left the room with a drunken look. The crow clone wanted to give him a ride, but he stopped him. When the old man walked outside the house, his slightly drunken eyes instantly regained their clarity. How about it? Except for the man who ate the rest was untouched. Anyway, it's just a few women and children. They can't capsize the boat. We'll do it later. The man nodded, and then motioned to those people to use their weapons and get ready to take action. In the room, Wu glanced at Sing and asked directly, "Are you ready?" "Ah, let me see how much you've improved." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of men with swords broke in and charged towards them menacingly. However, what greeted them was a shower of swords formed by shurikens. The dark shuriken accurately hit every villager who broke in. At this time, Sing also pulled out the kunao hidden in the dark and rushed out. "Can you barely use the shuriken shadow clone technique? You're making rapid progress, but the chakra is still a little lacking." Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu is a ninjutsu developed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The learning difficulty level is a level that he was a little surprised that Hoshi could learn it so quickly. Unfortunately, due to age restrictions, Hoshi's chakra amount is still very small, so he can only use this move with the help of Bing Liangwan. Xiang Liao's mother stayed in the room holding her child, her body trembling slightly from time to time. She didn't expect that the little girl who looked cold and friendly to others could be so strong. What she didn't expect was that this boy, who was younger than her, would still be in the mood to smell those cold meals when faced with such a scene. Can he eat it? Although it was done very carefully, it still has a lot of medicinal smell. It must be an experienced hand. The crows wandering in the sky are always watching to see if anyone has escaped from the village chief, and occasionally they will go down for the final blow. The shouts of killing gradually subsided, and Sing's clothes were stained with blood, as if he had seen something shocking. "Weo-kun, what a bunch of bastards." Needless to say, I saw it. The group of villagers killed passers-by to seize the money. If there were women, most of them were locked in cells to give birth to children. For this group of people, in the lawless grass village, Weo would not find anything strange in front of him. About an hour has passed since we started, and the more than 40 people who escaped have been cleared away. Overall, it's pretty good. You pass. A moment later, the crow clone appeared in front of several people carrying an old man, and Hoshi stood beside Miyu with a cold expression, his hand already unconsciously placed on the kunao. "Tell me, why did you attack us, and what happened to that dungeon?" "Ninja-sama, this." "Okay." Miyu snorted coldly, frightened the old man and said tremblingly, "Ninja-sama, our village is already poor and there are few women. In order to prevent the village from becoming extinct, I came up with this method. Don't you want the village to be exterminated? It's okay, I'll help you solve it. If everyone is dead, then we don't have to worry about the problem of being exterminated. Wu Yu's eyes turned red, and then the old man ended his life like this. Mr. Wu Yu, what should I do with the people in the dungeon? Sing asked cautiously. What should we do? End their miserable lives and let them die more comfortably. When Sing subconsciously wanted to refute, Wu Yu gave her a cold look. I don't have that much time to sympathize with their plight. Letting them become Buddhas without pain is the greatest kindness. If you can't do it, then I will. I understand. Sing nodded heavily, the kunao in his hand now seemed extremely heavy. On the other side, the crow clone dug out all the wealth buried by the villagers according to the village chief's memory. The amount of money was so high that even he was a little shocked. There are almost over 1,000 million of them. How many people have they robbed? What a terrifying and bloody wealth. After sighing a few words, Wu Yu directly commanded the crow clone to move all the wealth and enough food for them to consume for a month to the carriage. By the way, he also collected a lot of clean clothes for several people to choose from. After finishing his affairs, Xing Qian also came back, but his expression was more complicated. Wu Yu didn't ask any further questions, and motioned for a few people to get on the carriage and prepare to leave, while he also had to make the final finishing touches. The carriage gradually moved away from this dilapidated village, and the smell of blood had begun to emit, even in winter. Fire escape, the fire is extinguished. What's the cleanest way to handle it? Of course, it was burned with fire. When it is burned to ashes, all traces disappear, not even the smell remains. After the carriage left the village for a few miles, Wu Yu started to light a fire and cook. After working hard for a long time, I didn't even have a bite to eat. I was really depressed. Before cooking, he thoughtfully asked others if they wanted to eat, but except for Xiang Lu's mother who said she would prepare some for Xiang Lu, everyone else rejected Wu Yu's kindness. My mental endurance is still too low. It seems that I need to strengthen training in this area. After some evaluation, Wu Yu made cup noodles and decided to make them dinner tonight. As for the phosphorus, he heated up the bottled milk for breakfast and then sent it to her. One night passed, and after everyone dealt with it for a while, they continued to move toward the northwest. Wu Yu has deeply understood the situation in the country of grass, and it can be called simple folk customs. Although the communication here is relatively closed, it is very close to the border, and someone will probably discover the situation there after a while. In order to avoid unexpected situations, he decided to hurry up first. If he encounters such a small village again, he will not go in. Who knows what bizarre things he will encounter. He has no curiosity about this. After all, he is here to find people, not to destroy the country. 3 days later, the snow was falling heavily, and the entire grassland was covered with a thick layer of snow. There was no trace of anyone except them. At this time, Wu Yu no longer had to worry about his whereabouts, because when the carriage moved forward, the wheel marks behind it were covered by the continuous heavy snow. If you don't have a way to identify your direction in this kind of weather, you will most likely get lost on the grassland. For him, this kind of problem is not worth worrying about, and the benefits of having more clones are also reflected at this moment. In the carriage, a handsome man slowly opened his eyes. It's the Chinese New Year tomorrow, right? The girl on the side pulled up her long hair that was scattered behind her and tied it into a simple ponytail. If I remember correctly, it should be tomorrow. What's wrong? A little further on is the town. Let's take a rest there. The horse can't hold on any longer. Wu Yu looked at the old horse trudging along in the wind and snow with an unusually helpless expression. Their current location has almost reached the middle of the country of grass. They can choose a place as a temporary residence after walking for more than 10 days. But the weather in winter changed at every turn, and this blizzard came unexpectedly. Even if he put a few thick clothes on the old horse, the temperature on the grassland was still unbearable. In the afternoon, the carriage slowly drove into the slightly prosperous town. The passers-by looked at the carriage with some surprise, their eyes full of curiosity and caution. To be able to reach here safely in such a heavy snowstorm, it seems that the people on the carriage must be very strong. The man who was driving looked around, and then rushed towards the hotel on the west side of the town. As New Year's Day approaches, most of the pedestrians on the street gather in small groups, hanging out in izakayas and shops from time to time. Singh looked at the passers-by on the street curiously, but the look in his eyes was a little nostalgic. Xiang Lu's mother held her child in her arms, with a complicated look on her face. She originally had a happy family, but now she had to put her hopes on these 2 children for the sake of her own children. Things in the world were really ironic. There is a good hotel nearby. We will stay there tonight. We will set off after New Year's Day. Wu Yu looked at the people on the carriage, and then continued, by the way, I'm going to buy some clothes. Seeing, you take Ching and the mother and daughter with you. If you need anything, call her via crow. A crow flew onto Sing's shoulder, with a wad of bills in its mouth. Ah, you take her with you first. I'll reserve a room at the hotel and wait for you to meet at the door of the hotel. After saying that, Wu Yu walked into the hotel and started to reserve a room. Xinjia, led by Crow, walked to a nearby shop selling clothes. The grade here is obviously higher than other hotels, and it can be seen that the background is not shallow. Open 2 guest rooms. It's 2 taels per room per night, no counter-offering. The service staff in front of him looked at Weo with a smile, unable to find any problems in terms of attitude. I'll stay for 3 days. Please take care of the carriage at the door. Okay, your room is on the far right side of the second floor. The hot spring is on the left side of the first floor. Today's dinner is seafood. Please keep your key. Under her sweet voice, Weo walked towards the second floor. The hotel staff thoughtfully delivered the luggage to the second floor, so fast that even he was a little surprised. What does it mean to be dedicated? He just got the key and delivered the things to the guest room. In the guest room, the warm layout makes people relax unconsciously. Weo sat next to the stove, relaxing her body. Looking at the shabby clothes on his body, he felt that he should buy a set of clothes. In the afternoon, the hotel staff brought him a lot of snacks, which were gifts given to guests here. Crow's perception was getting closer and closer, and he directly told Sing to go to the far right side of the second floor. The people at the hotel did not stop them, and seemed to know that they were with Weo. After a moment, the door was opened, and a girl wearing a blue kimono with star patterns stood in front of him. The girl's hair is spread behind her, looking cold and beautiful. The unconscious Haru was also put on a bright red kimono, with a sickly look on her face, giving people a delicate feeling. Xiangling's mother also changed out of the clothes she had found from the villagers' homes, and Xiangling also changed into a few small clothes. How about it? Sing asked in a low voice, with a look of anticipation in his eyes. I'm wondering if I need to change my clothes. The one I'm wearing is a bit old. After Sing heard this, he mysteriously took out a package and handed it to Weo. Open to take a look. Is it so sweet? He asked rhetorically. Thank you for taking care of me over the past 6 months. Just think of it as a thank you gift to the master. Thank you very much then. Weo opened the package in his hand, but his expression became a little subtle. The red and black patterned megatama scattered on his robe, as well as this strange shape, looked like he had obtained the tailed beast experience card. There was nothing wrong with the clothes inside, but the fact that the Uchiha clan emblem was true made him feel a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, there was also a set without the clan emblem, otherwise he really wouldn't want to wear it. Although Weo had no intention of targeting Uchiha, his current identity made him stand out in this outfit. The clothes are loose, but they don't hinder movement. It seems that he has considered fighting against others. Ninja bag and some small pockets are also available, and the design is extremely reasonable. Thank you very much. The style is not bad. But how did you make this kind of clothes so fast? It only took less than 3 hours, right? The tailors here are very good. I showed them the styles and they were able to do it to this level. Weo nodded, placed the snacks and dried fruits in front of them, and then dragged Sing to a nearby room. Although I am very grateful for the clothes you made for me, it seems that I can't wear the set, so please help me put it away. Also, remember not to release this clan emblem in front of outsiders. The Uchiha clan is well known in all countries. I don't want others to know that there are still Uchiha clan bloodlines outside. After carefully explaining the precautions, Weo directly controlled the crow to modify the memories of the tailors in order to prevent his information from being leaked. He is always careful in everything. This time he was careless and could not blame others. At night, a sumptuous seafood dinner appeared in front of everyone, and the hotel also specially prepared goat's milk for the several-month-old Xiang Phosphorus. After expressing his gratitude with a smile, the crow clone slowly closed the door. Don't be restrained, just start it. Weo smiled and stretched out the chopsticks in his hand towards the lobster. Seeing this, several people began to enjoy the long-lost time. Is Konoha 49 years old? I'm a year older too. As she admired the snowy scenery outside the window, Weo felt a little hopeful and sentimental in her heart. It has been almost 5 years since he came to this world, and his plan has just begun. Although there were many accidents, there was still no problem with the general direction. After finding Barahu, he can quickly make the Juri in his body stronger, and then immediately attack those Jinchuriki. Before that, it would be safer to open the main Jikaya. Sherry non yourself. Thoughts surged like a fountain, and countless thoughts came to his mind, only to be thrown out of his mind. There are still many things waiting for him to do. Leisure time is always short, and the current situation does not allow him to continue to be so leisurely. After getting the whereabouts of the blood successor ninjas from Barahu, we must immediately look for Tsunade. Haru has been in a coma for almost 2 months. If she is not sent to treatment, there may be some serious consequences. Although there is an alternative plan, that plan is not something he can implement now. At least he has to wait until the Uchiha clan is destroyed. Just as he was thinking about how to become stronger quickly, the door was opened directly, and the crow clone came to him holding 2 boxes. When he opened it, he found that one box contained all ninja tools, while the other box contained all detonating charms. After carefully putting them away, Weo took out some of the ninja tools and prepared to send them to sing boom boom boom. Please come in. Pushing open the wooden door, Weo saw Xiang Lu staggering to Sing's side, with a smile on her round little face. Ahem, put your things away yourself. Sing opened it and took a look, then carefully put these things into his ninja bag. Just as Wheel was about to return to his room, an inaudible voice came from behind. Happy New Year. As soon as he turned around, the wooden door was closed tightly. What is this? Someone actually said happiness to me. It's really complicated. At this moment, Matsuki was just like he wished Orochimaru a success that day, except that the complicated person changed from Orochimaru to him. Father, what is New Year? July, who was sleeping, asked. New Year is a time for life to grow. From today on, you are 1 year older. Ugh, it seems very complicated. I'd better go back to sleep. Wio didn't pay attention to July's words. It only ate and slept all day long, and it didn't look like a tailed beast at all. He silently looked out the window and remained silent for a long time. The streets and alleys were decorated with lights and colorful decorations, and many children were playing accompanied by their parents. Young men and women either walked into an izakaya with 3 or 5 relatives and friends, or wandered around the street corner with their lovers. The distance of only 10 meters was as far away as 2 worlds to him. False fetters will eventually be annihilated when they cannot resist. Only strength is the eternal truth. Putting away the sadness of spring and autumn, Wio silently returned to his room. Crow clones appeared around him, more than 20 in number. My mind is unusually relaxed, and the time to accumulate energy has been reduced to 6 days. Sure enough, my inference was not wrong. Even though it was just a tiny bit, Wio did feel that the speed at which he was accumulating chakra had accelerated a bit, and the amount of chakra had also increased a bit. Next, it's time to train on the change of nature. It seems that I can throw shuriken in the future. But I have to change my name. What is it called? After thinking hard for a long time, Yu came up with a name for the high imitation shuriken, Spiral Rinyu. They are all pirated copies anyway, not as thorough as piracy. Wio laughed when he thought of this, and a long-lost sense of joy appeared in his heart. Spa area. When Wio came here, he found that there was no one except him. Calculating the time, it was now afternoon. Normal people would come here at night, but he was very free, so he came here early. While he was enjoying the hot spring, an unexpected person appeared in front of him. Oh, there are so few people here. A white-haired strong man walked into the hot spring, and the familiar white hair made Wio's heart lift subconsciously. Jiraiya, why did you meet him here? Damn it, I traveled all over the world and came to the land of grass. I was really unlucky. Wio covered her face with her long hair that was spread behind her, and quietly changed her breathing rate and physical characteristics. While he was drinking, Wio quietly left here. Wio sighed subconsciously after returning to her room. What a bad fate. Why did you meet him in this place? He originally thought that there were no ninjas worth dealing with in the land of grass, but now that Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, appears here, this place is not very safe. For a whole day, Wio never left the room. During dinner, Wio reminded everyone to pay attention to a big guy with white hair. That bastard was a pervert. When Singh heard the characteristics of the man, he looked at him subconsciously, and then didn't ask any more questions. As the night passed, he became more and more worried about the source of danger living here. If the Julie in his body was in the form of a complete body or half a 9 tails, Wio would simply ignore him. Unfortunately, the current Julie couldn't even compare to the 9 tails nails. In order to prevent Jiraiya from discovering him, Matsuki decided to leave 1 day early. In the morning, the carriage with a strange look set off. The reason why it is strange is because the horse's body is wrapped in thick cloth, and the horse's hooves are also equipped with anti-slip measures, as if it is going deep into the forest. A man, a woman and 4 children drove this kind of carriage to the grassland where it had just snowed. No matter how you looked at it, you felt weird. As the carriage gradually drove away, Clone glanced at the window on the 2nd floor. A white-haired strong man glanced at him with a wine bottle, and then returned to the hotel. See through it? No, it should just be suspicion. After all, the aura of the Crow clone is very different from that. Then there can be no delay, and we must leave here immediately. This is the only thought in Wio's mind. Drive. A sharp whip was swung in the air, and the old horse picked up speed and rushed towards the kingdom of Earth. On the other side, Jiraiya in the hotel frowned, recalling the man on the carriage. Late at night, Jiraiya, who was about to fall asleep, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He remembered where he had noticed a similar feeling. Why does that kind of chakra look so similar to the kid from the Uchiha clan? I didn't think about it when I was drunk, but when I was about to fall asleep, my mind became much clearer. That brat, did I remember that he was not sacrificed? No, you have to ask carefully. In the middle of the night, a frog rushed towards Konoha village with a letter of inquiry. Please, let the Sandaime check the brat who died on the Kuwabai battlefield. The gourd toad nodded to Jiraiya and jumped into the hot spring. I hope it's not what I thought, otherwise we have to find out why the kid faked his death and left the village. Jiraiya looked seriously at the snow-covered grassland in the distance, his face full of coldness. It was a grave sin for a ninja to betray the village, especially for those who faked their own death and left. Once someone is found to have left the village, Konoha village will definitely send at least 3 Umbu teams to pursue the defector, regardless of life or death. The corpse will also be destroyed by Umbu to prevent other ninjas from discovering the secrets of ninjutsu from the corpse. Jiraiya reacted and subconsciously wanted to catch up, but it was snowing heavily now, and even a ninja dog with a good nose would not be able to catch up in this weather. What's more, if that brat is really a member of the Uchiha clan, he will definitely cover up his traces. On a residential house not far from the Hot Spring Hotel, a crow silently watched the leaving communication toad, with a trace of hesitation in its eyes. Do it, or let it go? After hesitating for a moment, Wuyu chose to give up. If he took action now, it would mean that there was something wrong with him. Even if he let it go, Wuyu believed they wouldn't be able to find anything. First, his camouflage skills are quite good, and the body of the dead imp did indeed participate in the battle against Kuwabai. The second is that he also has Uchiha Fugaku and Orakimura to help him cover up. Although the latter is a bit unreliable, he will never let go of the clue of crow feather that Matsuki mentioned in front of him. You're lucky. The crow gave the toad a cold look and flew away into the distance. On the carriage, Wuyu had an indifferent expression and directed the crow clone to continue on the road. The carriage was now more than 10 miles away from the town. Even if Jiraiya was willing to catch up, there would be no trace of the carriage. Their location is in the middle of the Kingdom of Grass, and the Sumura Mountains are in the northwest of the Kingdom of Grass. In other words, as long as they advance dozens of kilometers from here, they can reach their destination. Having said that, the Sumi mountain range is more than 10 kilometers long. It can be imagined how difficult it is to find a person in this mountain range. As a rebellious ninja of Konoha, Hiroyuki must have his own abilities. Although Onai Miluo's technique has not yet been completed, Mizuki has no intention of looking down upon him. According to his estimation, if the Onai Marajutsu is really completed, it may be the only ninjutsu besides the immortal body that can integrate the yin and yang changes of the 5 elements: wind, water, thunder, fire, and earth. Wuyu didn't know what would happen after completing this ninjutsu, but the only thing he was sure of was that after completing it, the person could no longer be called a human. As someone who plans to become an alien, I don't seem to be qualified to judge him. If you think about it carefully, isn't becoming a so-called immortal the process of changing from a human to an alien? Even if he is not a human being, he is stronger than that monster who is neither human nor ghost, and his image is better. At least he doesn't have to be covered in bandages. Thinking of this, Wuyu's mood improved a lot. It was windy and snowy, but the speed of the carriage did not slow down at all. The old horse's body was covered with a faint coat of chakra, which was currently protecting its life. Everyone in the carriage was already asleep, and he was the only one still controlling the crow clone to determine the direction and continue on the road. The cold wind blew away the sleepiness, and time passed by slowly. When the sky turned white, Sing woke up silently and stood beside him. Wuyu-kun, haven't you had a rest all night? There's a tough guy, he's probably found me. Sing looked at him curiously. Troublesome guy, who is it? That big white-haired guy is Jiraiya, one of the Sunin of Konoha. That he has seen my crow before, so I can only leave early. Jiraiya, as one of the 3 ninjas, he must be very strong. Sing asked him cautiously, with a hint of caution in his eyes. She knew Wuyu's identity. As a ninja, he had told Sing what would happen to those who defected, so she subconsciously asked Wuyu beside her, trying to gain confidence. Fortunately, if I fight hard, I will definitely lose. If I run for my life, he will never find me. A trace of confidence flashed in Wuyu's eyes. It's not that he's bragging. If it were a one-on-one fight, he might not be able to beat Jiraiya in Sage mode. But if we were talking about escaping alone, who could compare to Wuyu, who had shadow clones and crows? Not to mention anything else, these crow clones can cover his safe escape. Jiraiya's tracking methods are a little lacking, and it is impossible to catch up with him. The snow has stopped. Yeah, it finally stopped. Looking at the few rays of sunshine that penetrated the dark clouds, Wuyu's face was full of expectation. A few months later, the snow slowly melted, and Wuyu and his party arrived at the village on the border of the land of grass. After everyone bought a house, they lived here temporarily. The people in the village were originally a little repulsive, but after Wuyu used illusions to create a false memory for those people, a few people naturally integrated into the life here. Late at night, more than 30 crows flew in groups towards the Meru Mountains, preparing to search for clues to Bailahu along the mountains. Wuyu was mentally prepared to find Bailahu even if he turned over this stone mountain range. The Kingdom of Earth is surrounded by many mountains. The terrain is easy to defend and difficult to attack, which is a natural means of protection. The Sumura Mountains are a barrier facing the Kingdom of Grass. Many ninjas are stationed here on both sides, even in the Kingdom of Grass. As one of the 5 major countries, the Earth country lacks land for planting within its borders, so the only way for Iwagakure village to obtain sufficient supplies is to deprive its subordinate countries of the living resources. This world is a world of the weak and the strong. There is nothing wrong with the actions of the Earth Kingdom, but they have too many troops stationed in the Sumura Mountains, which makes Wuyu a little unhappy. There was not enough time in the first place, and now we had to find ways to avoid the ninjas in Iwagakure village, which undoubtedly greatly increased the difficulty of the search. In desperation, Wuyu hurriedly ended today's search work and turned his attention to the main body. In Wuyu's bedroom, he opened his eyes and looked at the stars beside him. How's it going? Have you seen the guy with the bandage on his body? The 2 hands folded together, and the pale golden light caused the chakras of the 2 to slowly merge. No trace of him was found, but there were a lot more ninjas nearby. Wu Yu's brows were furrowed, and the expression on his face was uncertain. What is going on? Why does the Kingdom of Earth send so many people there? Just as he was thinking, July inside his body was making a loud noise. July yelled as he entered the depths of his mind. Father, there is a familiar feeling around here. Familiar, a feeling familiar to July. Could it be that? Wu Yu quickly asked July to control the crow to fly in that direction, and sure enough, he saw a familiar figure. Red hair, beard, purple clothes, Lao Zi. Wu Yu's expression was solemn, with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Although he knew that the four-tailed Jinhyuriki was a traitorous ninja, he didn't expect to meet him here. When he discovered that the target of the group of Earth ninjas was Lao Zi, Wu Yu subconsciously observed the form with the crows around him. As expected of the four-tailed Jinhyuriki, Uegakur village actually dispatched 3 ninja brigades to pursue him. Aren't they afraid of the tailed beast going crazy? Dozens of ninjas carefully surrounded Lao Zi, their eyes full of vigilance. Senior Murasaki, please come back with us. Although I don't know what happened between you and Lord Tsuchikage, the village will definitely solve the problem fairly. The leader, Iwa Ninja Murakami, hid in the dark and used chakra to spread the sound in all directions to avoid being aware of his position. Is this voice, Wenya? Onoki and I have nothing to say. If we continue like him, we will never get true peace. You should go back. Stop chasing me. I don't want to kill any more innocent people. Lao Zi's tone was unusually kind, but Wenya was so cautious that he didn't even dare to show his face. The opponent is the four-tailed Jinhyuriki. Once the tailed beasts go berserk, then they are just going to deliver food. Damn it, those bastards gave me this kind of task. Complaining in his heart, Wenya continued to persuade. Brother Zi, no matter what, come back to the village with me first. I guarantee with my life that the village will definitely make the decision for you. Let's go back. Lao Zi walked towards the other side without looking back. The ninjas surrounding him looked at each other and finally chose to take action. That stubborn guy has no choice. Wenya reluctantly issued a battle order. He could die because of mission failure, but he could never choose to give up the mission out of fear. When those familiar faces appeared beside him, Wu Yu saw the helplessness and bitterness in Lao Zi's eyes. You have sacrificed so much for your village, but in the end you have to fight with these juniors before leaving? The light red chakra continued to boil like bubbles, and a magma-like liquid appeared on the ground where Lao Zi was standing. The ice and snow accumulated on the mountain instantly melted into steam. Is this the pattern of the four tails borrowing chakra? The four tails should be melting release. It must be very painful to be hit by something like that. Wu Yu began to evaluate his chances of winning against Lao Zi, but the result left him disappointed. With his current strength, he is basically unable to defeat such an opponent. Unless he activates the kaleidoscope, he will definitely be melted into slag. Is this the tailed beast clothes? Why hasn't that Han guy come back yet? Did Tsuchikage-sama really not consider the other person's personality before doing something? The only one who can keep Zi calm now is Ban. But we have to go on a mission at this time. If those bastards in the village don't come back, I won't do it anymore. The magma gradually flows, and the soil on the ground is mixed with magma and snow water, turning into dark red. Aren't you going to leave? Then don't blame me. The art of melting escape and burning river rocks. The huge magma ball rushed towards the earth ninja in front of Lao Zi, and the scorching high temperature instantly melted a river of magma several meters wide. Wait, brother Zi, everyone retreat and protect your own safety. Lao Zi also escaped from the encirclement along the lava river, and the leading ninja named Wenya also smiled bitterly. Brother Wenya, what should we do next? What should I do? Who knows? If you are not dead, it means brother Zi is showing mercy. The mission has failed. Go back. Laughing and crying, this is Wenya's mood. Just after completing the mission and returning to the village, he received an emergency order from the village, and the four-tailed Jinchuriki defected. He chased him out with the men he could bring, but in the end he didn't dare to take action. If another stubborn old man finds out about this, there may not be anything waiting for him next. Wu Yu almost died laughing when he saw the earth ninjas who were chasing Lao Zi retreating. Especially the expression on the leading ninja's face was really hard for him to describe. It's a good show. By the way, is Lao Zi so strong now before he has reached the peak of his strength? The dried persimmon Kisame who can defeat Lao Zi should not be underestimated. The only good news is that the four tails have been found. This news is worse than no news for now. Forget it. It's not a bad thing to find him first. At the very least, you can correctly assess the gap in strength between the enemy and ourselves. A crow quietly followed Lao Zi, and Wu Yu laughed subconsciously. Wu Yu-kun, what's wrong with you? Sing looked at him worriedly, but something was wrong with his expression. As for Wu Yu's inexplicable laughter from time to time, she was worried that Wu Yu had a mental problem. It's nothing, I just met a target that I care about very much, which gave me an unexpected surprise. A goal that you care about very much. Well, a very interesting middle-aged man with a very stubborn personality. A middle-aged man with a very stubborn personality. Is he a ninja? Sing looked at Wu Yu's appearance and asked cautiously. Yes, before, but now I can't tell. Regardless of whether he is a ninja or not, the only thing that is certain is that he is very strong, much stronger than me now. No matter what kind of ninja they are, Mizuki-kun will definitely become stronger than them. Sing's tone was full of determination, and Wii laughed happily after hearing it. I will definitely be better than them. While he was laughing wildly, his mother pushed open the bedroom door. Lunch is ready. What are you doing? It's nothing, I just encountered something happy. The two left Wii bedroom and walked towards the dining table. The two of them were searching the Samura Mountains every day and naturally had no time to prepare food, so this task fell on her. It just so happened that Xiang Lu's mother was too embarrassed to accept their care all the time. When Wii asked her if she was willing, she readily accepted Wii's proposal. At the dinner table, Wii wolfed down the rice, as if he was reincarnated by a starving ghost. Compared to him, the other people at the table were much more normal. Wii-kun, eat slowly, be careful not to choke. A glass of warm water was placed next to him, and Sing reminded him carefully. Sing, where do you think a defecting ninja should hide? He is still an experimental maniac and needs a lot of fresh materials. There are not many places that fit this kind of place, right? Not necessarily. The war has just ended outside. Many people's bodies are abandoned in the wilderness without anyone to bury them. After hearing Sing's words, Wii's movements subconsciously paused for a moment. Corpse? No one to bury? I see. After being inspired, Wii finished the meal in his hand, turned around and returned to the bedroom, leaving only 3 people staring with big eyes, wondering what he was thinking. If you want to get a large number of corpses, there is only one way, and that is to steal corpses. Most of the corpses of ninjas will be collected by the recovery teams of their respective ninja villages, and people in other ninja villages are also happy to collect the corpses of ninjas. Whether it is experiments or dissections, ninja corpses are loved by medical institutions, especially ninja hospitals. Most of them rely on corpses for certain medical experiments. For example, Orochimaru has at least double-digit experimental bases under his command, and Konoha is even better in this regard. The Hashirama cells that Orochimaru prepared for Danzo, the babies who were subjected to human experiments, the innocent people who lost their lives due to the development of forbidden techniques. But this has nothing to do with Wii. It's not him who died, and basically all his relatives and friends are gone, so he can be regarded as having no worries. There are only 3 places with a large number of corpses near the Kingdom of Earth and the Kingdom of Grass, and that is the final destination for the helpless, mass graves. Since noon, several groups of crows have quietly blended into the mass grave crows, secretly monitoring those who steal corpses. Huang Tian paid off, and on the 4th day, we have finally discovered the clue to Bailiahu. In the middle of the night, several crows used the supervision of the Sherinan and their own feathers as a means of hiding to hang far behind a white-haired adult. My hair is white, my face is pale, and my whole body is not covered with bandages. It seems that the art of Onieluo has not started yet. Except for the few crows that followed Bailiahu, most of the other crows returned to Wii. I'm going to be out for a while. You need to protect yourself and their mother and daughter. Sing nodded silently, indicating that he understood. Wii only left 1 crow, and he took the rest away. The lion has to go all out to fight the rabbit, not to mention that Bailiahu is still a defecting ninja. This time, Wii directly brought most of the clones with him in order to quietly control Bailiahu and get the news of the blood succession limit ninja from his memory. How to negotiate depends on Bailiahu's attitude. The means of negotiation are not only verbal, he is also very good at physical means. The crow responsible for tracking followed Bailiahu into a deep mountain, and a huge stone door appeared in front of the crow. I saw him quickly forming a few seals with his hands, the stone door in front of him slowly rising, and then he walked directly in. Seeing this, the crow did not dare to act rashly and could only stand there, waiting for the arrival of the main body. At this time, Wii, who was rushing towards the deep mountains, laughed. The 3 seals of Shen, Hai and Ren, it's quite simple. In the blink of an eye, only 3 of the more than 30 crow clones were left. Most of their bodies were covered with a layer of crow feathers, and all the violent chakra fluctuations were restrained. The border of the Earth Kingdom, deep in the Samura Mountains. After Wii's main body arrived, the crow flew directly to the sky and was responsible for assisting the main body in the battle. Sensory sharing can develop many implemented combat methods, and is an excellent means of capturing enemy motion. Recalling Bailiahu's movements, Muyu's hands quickly folded. Shen, Hai, Ren, solution. The stone door rose, and Wii rushed in quickly. Now that the stone door is open, Bailiahu can definitely detect that someone has invaded the laboratory, and the next step is to compete in speed. The scenery along the way receded rapidly, and Wii's figure instantly spanned dozens of meters. With July's perception ability, he could clearly detect the breath of life hundreds of meters away. This is it, Otama Ray's Nan. Several white jade-like spiral pellets drilled through the mountain. Wii and his clone appeared from the smoke, and an empty laboratory appeared in front of him. It's strange that there are guests here. Who are you? The white-haired man stood on a high platform not far away, with a blue-black substance next to him. It seemed that it was the unfinished Inagara Jutsu. Bailiahu, I want to know all the news you have about the blood succession limit ninja. Tell me your conditions. Wii appeared directly in front of him in his true form without any attempt to conceal his intentions. You know me, but I don't know you. Can you tell me where you got the news about me? Beilaohu asked Wu Yu with an expressionless face, and glanced at the big hole without any trace in his eyes. A rock wall of tens of meters was cut through in just a few seconds. This child seems to have mastered a very powerful ninjutsu. Is he also a talented genius? When he thought of those friends who were called geniuses, and when he thought of himself who betrayed his hometown because of his lack of talent, Beilaohu felt that the child in front of him was inexplicably disgusting. We are both Konoha rebels, so I have naturally heard about you. By the way, I am also very familiar with Mr. Orochimaru. Orochimaru, it's a long-lost name, but why should I tell you that news? Did the negotiation fail? Forget it, I was already ready to take action. Wu Yu's eyes turned blood red, and 3 Megatama slowly rotated in their eye sockets. Uchiha clan, your eyes are really good. Beilaohu's face was full of greed, and the blue-black substance beside him slowly squirmed. Click it! The stone walls in the cave slowly fell off, the surrounding petri dishes were shattered at the same time, and the blue-black substance emerging from the culture fluid surrounded Wu Yu. Fighting in the cave is a bit troublesome. A flash of black light flashed, Wu Yu's crow clone quickly formed seals, and shurikens fell like rain from the sky. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The blue-black substance protected Barahu's whole body, and all the shurikens that flew out were swallowed up by it. At this moment, 2 Wu Yu rushed to Beilaohu's side, the chakra balls in their hands spinning crazily. Fire Escape Helix Pill. The flames engulfed Beilaohu's figure, but Wu Yu did not lower his guard. According to the law of smoke and no injury, Beilaohu must have been hiding in the dark to peek at his weaknesses. Just when he was alert to his surroundings, a blue-black spike pierced Wu Yu's body. Poor, stupid kid, didn't your teacher teach you that ninjas can't open their backs? Beilaohu appeared from behind Wu Yu, and the blue-black substance had merged with his body. Wu Yu's body gradually became cold, and several clones gradually dissipated. Seeing this scene, Beilaohu became more certain that Wu Yu was dead, and the smile on his lips became more wanton. In order to seize the Sharingan, he deliberately cast a puppet technique on Kakashi's forehead, but he did not expect that an Uchiha child appeared in front of him and opened the Sharingan. Ha 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 ha, is even God looking after me? Click! The crisp sound echoed in the cave. Wu Yu, who had already lost his breath, slowly turned around. The sound on his cervical spine made even Beilaohu feel a little scared. Your teacher never taught you not to judge books by their appearance. During the conversation, the pierced Wu Yu gradually expanded, and the light blue chakra wrapped around Barahu's body, locking it firmly in place. In this cage composed of chakra, a pitch-black-tailed beast jade the size of a fingernail emits a pure white glow. Bang! The chakra cage continued to expand, but it did not break in the end. The blue-black substance on Beilaohu's body slowly weathered, and severe burns appeared on the body surface. Crow's clone self-destructs, a miniature jade version of the tailed beast. 2 other figures emerged from the stone wall, looking coldly at Beilaohu, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death. How could Wu Yu, who took life as his life creed, show his true body in front of the enemy? The person who communicated with him from the beginning was the crow clone. Although Barahu's talents are not very good, he is still someone who has experienced the Ninja World War, and his level of vigilance is extremely high. However, in the end, he still suffered from the loss of knowledge. He did not expect Wu Yu to have such a realistic clone. Chains locked Beilaohu's limbs one by one, and the Megatama in the eyes of the crow's clone spun wildly. Come on, let me see your memory. Birth, childhood, bitterness, grief, determination, all the information is peered into by Wu Yu. I found it. Is it in that country? This is a bit tricky. From Beilaohu's memory, Wu Yu got clues about the 4 blood successor ninjas. The misty hidden village in the country of water is auspicious, and the blood follows the boundary and escapes. Union Village in the Kingdom of Thunder, Troy, Shueji Landun. In the sand-hidden village of the Wind Country, Yakang, the blood successor quickly escapes from the boundary. In the country of the Earth, Union Village, hunting, blood follows the limit of steel escape. The oldest of these ninjas is in his 30s, and the youngest is only 5 years old. Beilaohu is very cunning, and even these ninjas have their own plans. The Kingdom of Water, the village of Blood Mist, Obito Uchiha, and the 3-tailed Jinhyuriki. It's a bit troublesome no matter how you calculate it. After deleting Beilaohu's memory, Wu Yu controlled the crow clone and left here. What he didn't know was that shortly after the crow clone left, a blue-black substance merged into Beilaohu's body. That brat is a bit too strong. He actually made me have to part with part of my memory. Is he another genius? Beilaohu's eyes were full of resentment that he had completely remembered this kid. When his Oniyeluo technique was completely completed, he would personally send him on his way. Sure enough, I always felt that something was wrong. Now it seems that the feeling at that time was not wrong. The crow hung upside down on the rock wall and stared coldly at Beilaohu, who left. Forget it, just leave him to cause some trouble for Konoha. The crow flew in the direction of the Kingdom of Grass. Now that the news about Minjaya was in hand, it was best to act as soon as possible. Although the Blood Mist village in the Kingdom of Water is very troublesome, it is not without opportunities. Just go to the Kingdom of Water to see if Tsunade is there. According to his speculation, Tsunade is very likely to be in the Kingdom of Water or the Kingdom of Thunder, and the Kingdom of Earth is the largest country with the smallest probability. The Third Ninja World War has just ended, and the Earth Kingdom and Konoha have just concluded a peace treaty. If Tsunade, one of the three ninjas, enters the Earth Kingdom at this time, you can tell with your fingers what will happen. Tsunade has been away from Konoha for at least a year. If she is not in the Kingdom of Water, she can only go to the Kingdom of Thunder to look for her. As for the Kingdom of Sand, how could a person who likes drinking and gambling go there to eat ashes? Returning to the Kingdom of Grass, William moved towards his temporary stronghold. After relaxing for so long, it's time to head to the Kingdom of Water. He didn't know the location of Kirigakure village, but he was confident that he would definitely meet someone who knew the location of Kirigakure village. After all, besides Konoha, the most rebellious ninja is Kirigakure. Kaijin Zabuza, Gansaki Kisame, the 7 ninja swordsmen, the 2 brothers from the Oniden clan. None of them are easy to deal with. The most important thing is that the 4th generation Nizukage is still alive and has become the 3-tailed Jinhyuriki. In other words, he should still be in control of Kirigakure now, not Uchiha Obito. It's hard to say who will be in the future. The living environment is cruel, the ninjas are strong, and they usually do not interact with other major countries. This is the Kirigakure of the Water Kingdom. To be fair, he would never want to go to that place if it weren't for the ninja who had escaped from the realm of blood and was in Kirigakure. But not everything in this world goes as people wish, and Wii has no way to make him need this kind of blood inheritance limit. There are 2 cases of the ninja's blood inheritance limit. Point 1 is directly applied, such as Bai's ice escape. The other one is more special. It appears directly on the human body, just like the corpse veins of the Taketori clan. The biggest feature of this kind of blood inheritance limit is that it will form certain special marks on the human body. Most of the bones of the Taketori clan and the black holes in the palms of the Dark Escape ninjas are like this. The above news is Wio's own speculation, and its authenticity has yet to be verified. However, if his speculation comes true, then he may once again improve the Crow clone and enhance his own strength. When Wio returned to the village, she walked through the door and saw Sing coaxing Xiangling to play. When she saw him coming back, she subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Get ready, let's go right away. Where are we going this time? The Kingdom of Water, the village of Blood Mist. Early the next morning, a carriage left this quiet little village. Different from when she first arrived, Xiangling can now walk. This child has diluted the haze hidden deep in Sing's heart, and her presence also indirectly conceals Wuyu's actions. When she learned that she was going to the Kingdom of Water, Xiangling's mother once again showed a worried look. After just a few months of peaceful life, she was once again on the run. It's a pity that judging from what that child means, I definitely can't refute it on my own, and I don't know when I can live a stable life. Can the child's promise really be fulfilled? At the same time, in Konoha village, the Hokage's office building, when the communication toad appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen with the news about Jiraiya, he felt something was wrong. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village has become increasingly tense. Even after the new year, the atmosphere here has not eased at all. It was obviously difficult to exhume Uchiha Mizuki's body at this time. In order to promote the image of a hero, the village even specially beautified him a lot. Now that his body is still cold, digging up the hero's grave in this environment would be humiliating to people outside the village if they knew about it. After thinking for a moment, Sarutobi asked the Umbu next to him to send this information to Danzo. In this situation, he could only step in. No matter what the outcome is, this kind of thing cannot be known to other big clans. The reputation of the village is at stake, so we can only trouble him, an old rival. Konoha village, the headquarters of Root. Danzo looked at the information placed in front of him, and the expression on his face became more and more sinister. So, Sarutobi asked you to deliver this information. Looking at the Umbu team leader who directly belonged to the Hokage in front of him, his tone was unusually low. Yes, Lord Hokage ordered Lord Danzo to conduct a thorough investigation in secret. A thorough investigation in secret. That guy Sarutobi still cherishes his reputation so much. Go back and say that I know. Yes, the white-robed squad leader flashed and disappeared. Danzo subconsciously rubbed his crutches, thinking about the child who impressed him so deeply. Uchiha Mizuki, what is your purpose? After a long time, a document came out from the Umbu, re-examining the death list of the Nine Tails attack, as well as the issue of comforting the families of the victims. In the corner of this document, a piece of information about the examination of the victim's body lay silently in the dark. In the afternoon, Orochimaru's ground laboratory. Anko patiently ground and pounded the ingredients in the potion jar, while Orochimaru patiently guided her. It can be seen that he is still very satisfied with Hongdu. When the Umbu's order was sent here, he chuckled a few times with interest, with a look of gloating on his face. Hongdu, go feed the crow there, don't let it starve to death. Yes, Orochimaru-sensei. Hongdu jumped up and picked up a box of bird food and walked towards the fat crow in the corner, which looked like a fat cat. When the crow saw Hongdu coming, it crowed a few times, as if it was very familiar with her. Orochimaru glanced at the direction of the crow, and he might find him next. After all, among the ninjas in Konoha village who are the best at human body, he ranks in the top 3. If nothing unexpected happens, he can also take this opportunity to learn about the secret technique that can greatly enhance physical fitness. He can knock over the 9 tails with one kick, and an attack of this intensity can destroy the Rashomon he recently learned. His curiosity is very strong. Uchiha Clan, Konoha Police Force. When Uchiha Fugaku saw this document, he subconsciously wanted to reject it. In the eyes of his tribe, Uchiha Mizuki was a hero who protected the village, so how could he commit such an act of desecrating the bones? He was the only one who knew the true inside story. Although the other tribesmen were not angry with Wuyu's actions during his lifetime, they still regarded him as one of the representative figures of the tribe. Now that the village wants to open the coffin and conduct an autopsy, the opinions and differences among the tribesmen will definitely deepen again. This incident will also have a certain impact on the reputation of the village. After much hesitation, Fugaku formed a seal secretly, and then waited for the response from the other side. After a long time, a word slowly emerged from Fugaku's right hand, and he placed the document in the corner of his desk with a complicated expression. He didn't know whether it was right or wrong to help him leave the village. For the sake of the family's inheritance, he had to make preparations in advance. The oppression in the village is becoming more and more serious, and the clan station is also surrounded by other major clans. His intention to be on guard is self-evident. Whether he can survive outside can only depend on himself. However, a genius who can open the Sharingan at the age of 5 will definitely ensure that Uchiha's bloodline is not cut off. Please go back and tell Lord Danzo that I agree to the village's request, but only Uchiha Matsuki alone. The Umbu ninja waiting on the side nodded, and then left the police force. After seeing the Umbu leave, several people from the police force immediately entered Fugaku's office. Captain, what happened? Why are Umbu people here? It's nothing. The village plans to check Uchiha Mizuki's body, and I agree. Several people looked at each other with complicated expressions, and then asked in a low voice, Captain, why do you agree to what they do? No matter what, Uchiha Mizuki is also a member of the clan. Surprisingly, the person who said this turned out to be someone who had once disliked Wuyu, and the same was true for several other people who threatened to cause trouble for Wuyu. When Fugaku saw this, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. He was proud of the unity of the clan. Even if they had conflicts with the child, they would not let outsiders desecrate the corpse. It doesn't matter. The village won't do anything with corpses. To be on the safe side, I will follow them to complete this matter. Team leader. Needless to say, the blood of the Uchiha clan will never be spread to outsiders. Seeing that their captain was so confident, several people also silently withdrew. Since the clan leader is so confident, he must have a way. In the evening, accompanied by Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Mizuki's grave was slowly dug out. Danzo stood with his hands behind his back, staring coldly at the corpse in the coffin, a cold light flashing in his eyes. At the same time, a big brown python hidden underground quietly dug a big hole and spit out a corpse with the same appearance. After a brief inspection, the autopsy man nodded to Danzo. Danzo-sama, we don't see any problems. Captain Fugaku, since we haven't found any problems, we will go back first. Please forgive me. Danzo-sama is too polite, so we won't send it away. The Uchiha members on the side were a little angry, but under the restraint of the clan leader, they could only angrily put the bones of Uchiha Mizuki back into the coffin. After Danzo left with the people, Fugaku took a few people out of the cemetery. In the evening, at the headquarters of Konoha Umbu's roots, Danzo stood there quietly, waiting for his guests. You seem to be looking forward to it. A cold hoarse voice sounded, and Orochimaru appeared from the shadows. Now I don't have to worry about it. What's the result? Judging from the autopsy report, no problems were found in body movements or muscle tissue. Coupled with the huge flow of chakra, we can be sure that this is Uchiha Mizuki's body. Is it? Danzo asked in a low voice, and then he walked directly into the darkness. Orochimaru chuckled a few times, turned around, and left, returning to his laboratory. It's a perfect disguise. Even I didn't find any problems. How did you do it, Uchiha Mizuki? You are indeed very interesting. After getting what he wanted, Orochimaru became more interested in the forbidden technique called crow feather. That kind of huge chakra was enough to rival the Jinchuriki. How is this kind of forbidden technique that requires huge amounts of chakra developed, especially the chakra properties that are similar to the chakra of the tailed beasts? It seems that you still have a lot of secrets hidden in your body. Teacher Orochimaru, it's not a good habit to ask for details. The crow preened its feathers, and a young boy's voice came from its mouth. Why did Danzo suddenly check your body? The old man Sande also acquiesced in this matter. Have you been exposed? Orochimaru's expression fully explained what it meant to take pleasure in one's misfortune, leaving the fat crow in front of him speechless. Nothing, I just met an acquaintance of yours. By the way, what do you think of immortals? Sage, Jiraiya, the so-called sage is just mixing natural energy into the chakra in the body. Orochimaru answered Matsuki's question in a low voice, but there was a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. He was more or less concerned about Jiraiya, his childhood friend. Is that so? I have a different view on this. Matsuki did not continue speaking, just like Orochimaru was stuck at the key point. The atmosphere in the laboratory fell into silence, and both of them heard something different from their respective words. Do you have anything else to do? Oh, I almost forgot. Are you interested in the survivors of the Uchiha clan? As soon as he finished speaking, Orochimaru stared at the crow in front of him thoughtfully, with a curious expression on his face. The Uchiha clan? Is it the Uchiha clan that was wiped out? This is quite interesting. As for me, I have taken in a mother and daughter. They are both survivors of the Uchiha clan. I believe Orochimaru-sensei, who is a researcher, will be very interested. Interesting. What do you want to do? Nothing. I want you to help me take care of them until you defect. When he heard the word defection, Orochimaru's mouth twitched subconsciously. I always feel like you're cursing me. No way, I'm just blessing you. After doing so many experiments, you can escape Konoha safely. Isn't this my greatest blessing to you? The contact was interrupted, and the fat crow in front of him screamed again, leaving Orochimaru alone to stand quietly. Inside the Hokage's office building. An autopsy report was placed in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. Is everything normal? Who did the autopsy? Hokage-sama. It was Orochimaru-sama who did it. Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed the pipe in his hand, narrowed his eyes subconsciously, and took a puff. I know, you go out first. After signaling the Umbu squad leader to go out, Sarutobi carefully observed the report in front of him. Facing his outstanding disciple, he always felt a little guilty in his heart. After hesitating for a long time, he finally chose to trust. A moment later, the communication toad appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. A piece of intelligence and an autopsy report were placed in its stomach, and it rushed towards Jiraiya's location. In the sky above Konoha, a crow clone hiding among the normal crowd of crows saw this scene. Wuyu laughed subconsciously. Who would have thought that he also had an insider in Konoha? Moreover, the status of the internal agents is not low, and they are willing to help them hide it. However, it was the corpse he made himself that played the decisive role. Not only the body's muscle tissue, personal habits, the hidden wounds left during training and the cuticle of the epidermis, he even deliberately manipulated his blood type, making it perfect. With a disguise that was exactly the same as his own body, coupled with the chakra meridians that were damaged due to the large amount of chakra flowing, nothing could be found even if Tsunade personally presided over the autopsy. Letting the crow clone act according to the original plan, Wuyu focused his attention on what was in front of him. The carriage drove towards the east, and most of the people it met along the way looked nervous. This is the border of the Kingdom of Grass. Next, they will pass through the four kingdoms of Taki, Frost, Field, and Iron. They will board the boat from the pier of the Iron Kingdom and head to the Water Kingdom. There is no way, Wuyu doesn't want to step into the border of the Fire Country. Now that he has just been temporarily cleared of the suspicion of faking his own death, he can no longer act rashly. Before the border, the ninjas of Kusanagi village were searching carefully for something. The people in front and behind them were still discussing the village that was burned by the flames, and the fear in their eyes was not concealed at all. There was such a massacre in the country of Grass. If those ninjas didn't do something, wouldn't they look very incompetent? The country of Grass consumes so much money and resources every year, and as a result, the daimyo of the country of Grass comes up with such a thing. If he were the daimyo, he would have to remove the village chief of the Grass Ninja village now. As a result, the number of ninjas stationed at the border of Grass Country doubled, and now there are not many people in their villages. The guards were tight, and the Grass ninjas were checking the passers-by bit by bit. The inspection was stricter than when Wuyu entered the country of Grass. It was not 1:30. The sun was setting in the west, and it wasn't until the afternoon that it was Wuyu's group's turn. Why are you leaving the city? Treat my daughter. The moonless crow clone replied in a sincere tone, with a trace of sad tears in his eyes. The censoring ninja opened the curtain of the carriage and saw a woman holding a child in her arms. There was also a little girl lying inside. Two children sitting there obediently looked at him with curiosity in their eyes. After careful inspection, the examining ninja found nothing of note, and then let them leave the country of Grass. When the carriage completely left the border of the country of Grass, the corners of Wuyu's mouth curled up, and a flash of disdain flashed in his eyes. Can they detect their disguise based on their level? Don't be kidding, they look like they are just perfunctory. It can be seen that there is something wrong with the relationship between the ninjas of the land of Grass and the daimyo. However, for now, the focus is still on the country of Taki. This ninja village hidden by a huge waterfall is not as simple as it appears. Nanao Jime has two forms, larvae and adults. It can fly in the sky and is extremely fast. It is one of the tailed beasts after the 8 tails and 9 tails. The fighting method is unknown, and Mizuki is not clear who the current Jinchuriki is. The only thing I know is that it is very difficult to deal with. As a tailed beast that can fly, the sky is naturally its home field. The flying ability of Wuyu Ekro's clone is definitely not as good as that of the extremely fast Chongming. Nanao's tailed beast Jade coupled with the home field advantage in the air makes it a bomber fighter capable of close combat. Therefore, Wuyu's last intention this time was to lock the location of Taki Ninja Village and leave. Now he did not want to fight Chongming. As for the secret treasure in Taki Ninja Village, although he was very interested, he was still on the road right now and would wait until he had the chance to come back and see what the secret treasure was. The carriage continued to move towards the east. As one of the small countries with ninja villages and tailed beasts, the country of Taki could survive until now entirely due to the excellent confidentiality of its own village. Coupled with the deterrence of the tailed beasts, there is no need to pay huge protection fees like those small countries, so the residents here are neither rich nor poor. Compared to the country of grass, Muyu's impression of the country of Taki is pretty good. A few days later, the border of Taki country. The sun hanging high in the sky emits soft sunlight, warming the bodies and minds of passers-by. From time to time, the spring breeze blows from afar, taking away people's sleepiness. On the plain covered with green grass, a carriage was slowly advancing. The man driving the car had a gloomy expression, and the young man sitting next to him also had an ugly expression. Starting yesterday, when Xing was nourishing Qing's spirit, she found that her will had become a little weaker, which meant that Ming Qing's will to survive was also much lower. If this continues, let alone until he finds Tsunade, there's no telling how long he can survive. In desperation, he could only inject some Nine Tails chakra into Haru's body to protect her mental state. Unlike the normal Nine Tails chakra, the Nine Tails chakra mixed with the Star Spirit model has an excellent protective effect on the body and mind. But no matter how excellent she is, it is not her own spirit after all. Only when she wakes up can her spirit return to normal. We are about to enter the country, so we can relax for a while. The country of Taki is not as complicated as the country of grass. Seeing that the people in the carriage looked a little nervous, Uchiha whispered a few words of relief to reassure them. As the sun gradually rose, the surrounding scenery also changed significantly. The originally vast grassland has also experienced ups and downs, and the old trees have shed their dead branches in winter, glowing with new shoots representing vitality. Not far away, a large river appeared in the sight of several people. The sound of rushing water echoed in the forest, and the splashing water looked beautiful and natural under the sun. The carriage drove into the forest and walked along the river. Halfway along the river was Wuyu's goal, Taki Ninja Village. As soon as he entered the country, Uchiha felt the difference between this place and the country of grass. Most of the people in the country of grass looked tense, their clothes were torn, and they were worried about encountering bandits from time to time. Although the people of Taki country also live in poverty, the smiles on their faces are sincere and there is no sign of oppression at all. Not far away, a simple inspection camp appeared in the sight of several people, and no ninja was found there at all. There was a sparse queue at the inspection camp, and most of the pedestrians were wearing rags. The situation in the country of Taki is special. There are no special commodities or precious mineral veins in the country, so the people who come here are usually fleeing. Unlike the kingdom of grass, although the lives of the people are miserable, the upper-class nobles live in luxury. Because the country of grass is one of the only routes for merchants to go to the country of earth, the duties paid along the way and the filial piety of the merchants are enough for them to live an extremely comfortable life. After a brief inspection, the soldiers of Taki country let them in without any intention of searching carefully. This fully illustrates the saying that as long as I am poor, I am not afraid of being invaded by others. This actually makes Uchiha, who is well prepared, feel like he has been punched in the cotton. After entering the country of Taki, dozens of crows flew in all directions to warn Uchiha of possible approaching enemies. People here are very happy. Xing stepped out of the carriage, holding Xiang Phosphorus who was babbling in his arms. This place is not in a war-torn state like the country of grass. Those people naturally look happy. Uchiha fell into memories, and there was a hint of imperceptible coldness in his eyes. If he hadn't opened the Sharingan at the critical moment, he might have died in the forest and become the dung of wild beasts. It always feels like a fantasy. It's because you have stayed in the darkness for too long and have lost confidence in everything in front of you. Xing silently looked at Wuyu's back, and an inexplicable feeling made her blurt out her question. What about you? Uchiha was silent for a long time, until a huge waterfall appeared in front of her eyes and then she whispered, "What's the point of being disappointed when you haven't believed in something in the first place?" Subconsciously touching his eyes, Uchiha smiled strangely. Isn't it because this child is so heartbroken by despair that he can wake up from his deep sleep? It's such a huge waterfall, how can you go up there? Xing looked a little surprised, and Xiang Phosphorus and her daughter also came out because of the sound of the waterfall. You go back to the carriage first. Don't be afraid when it flies up. You won't fall down. After hearing Wuyu's words, several people quickly returned to the carriage, looking a little flustered. After they all went back, Uchiha entered the depths of his heart. Are you ready? Wu, father, get ready. At this time, Julai looked at Uchiha with full fighting spirit, eagerly waiting for his order. His body shape also changed from a slap in the face to a ball. Closing his eyes and concentrating, the dark-tailed beastcoat with golden megatama appeared on Wuyu's body, and its tail composed of chakra wrapped around the carriage. Bang! The ground beneath Wuyu's feet suddenly cracked, and a dark spider web formed instantly. With one strong step, he led the carriage and horses directly to the top of the waterfall without making any sound. After a moment, he directly released the tailed beast mode, subconsciously estimating the duration of the tailed beast mode this time. After such a long period of accumulation, can tailed beast 1 last for more than 10 seconds, which originally took less than half a second. This result can only be said to be extremely bad. That when the winner of a game can be decided in just 10 seconds, it can only mean one thing: and that is that the strength gap between the two sides is really too big. 10 seconds of power can be used as a trump card at critical moments, but Uchiha wants to use it as a common fighting method, otherwise he will be nothing more than a miscellaneous fish in that group of battles. What kind of nine-tailed beast suit plus sage mode, what kind of single-eyed Rinnegan, coupled with the past Hokage who stood up from the underworld, the reincarnated Uchiha Madara, no matter how you think about it, it's a battle. The existing 5 cages are just bigger salted fish. Even if they are still the leading figures in various ninja villages, they will inevitably end up becoming trash fish. Just as Uchiha was patiently recalling any important information he had forgotten in the corner, the crow of a crow came to his ears. Did you find it? Then hide yourself first and wait for my order. Crow has arrived near Taki Ninja Village, but he has no intention of entering Taki Ninja Village immediately. Observe secretly to see who the seven-tailed Jinchuriki is now. Try to avoid being discovered by the ninjas of Taki Ninja Village, and be prepared for future attacks. Time is still very long, don't rush for the moment, and be patient in everything. This is Wuyu's life creed. Sure enough, it came up. What on earth is that black tail? Singh stepped out of the carriage and looked at the young man who was covered by the thick fog with confusion. He couldn't help but have random thoughts in his heart. That child is crying, you'd better go and comfort her. Wuyu suddenly spoke. Singh was stunned for a moment, and then walked directly into the carriage. After waking up the unconscious old horse, the group continued towards their destination, the Kingdom of Water. In the country of Taki, in a remote village. After Wuyu and his party replenished their supplies, they decided to rest here for a day to relieve the fatigue caused by the long journey. In the BNB in the village, the enthusiastic villagers did not rip off customers as Wuyu imagined. Instead, they only received a small amount of payment, which surprised him. Faced with Wuyu's confusion, the villager in front of him who guided Wuyu answered his doubts. The things in the village are not expensive, so I feel guilty for charging you so much. Besides, if your child is sick and needs medical treatment, you'd better collect it yourself. Although this man who looked like an old man was only over 50 years old, the calluses on his hands and the waist that had been weighed down by life looked extremely dazzling. The reason why the villagers here let several people live here seems to be to take care of their lives. After a while, a somewhat dilapidated courtyard appeared in the sight of several people. A little boy was sweeping the fallen leaves on the ground with a broom. When he saw the old man coming back, he greeted him with concern. Grandpa, why did you go out? Didn't the doctor say you can't move too much? Okay, Persimmon, we have a guest. The crow clone looked at the grandfather and grandson in front of him, as if he had realized something, and didn't ask any more questions. Led by the child named Persimmon, several people walked to the guest room nearby. Although the rooms here are cleaned frequently, they can still be seen in a bit of disrepair. Wuyo-kun, why do I feel like something is wrong here? It's normal. There are traces of shuriken practice in the yard, but the traces are very old. It seems that this child's parents are both ninjas. Is it because of the war again? The war that is sweeping the world cannot be avoided even by this country that seems to want to be in a paradise. In the Third Ninja World War, all countries fought in chaos. Not only the powerful countries fought, but naturally none of these small countries survived. As a country with tailed beasts, the country of Taki is originally pretty strong, but it doesn't show off at ordinary times, but it can be extremely powerful at critical moments. The evidence is Kakuzu, the rebellious ninja of Taki Ninja Village. Kakuzu's strength can barely be regarded as a high-level miscellaneous fish in the later period. Although it is not known why he defected, the weakening of Taki Ninja Village seems to be inseparable from it. Not interested in delving into the bad relationship between Kakuzu and Taki Ninja Village, Matsuki began to accumulate chakra as usual, preparing to gather some more crow clones for emergencies. In addition to daily training, Singh also learned many common life skills from Xiangling's mother. With his keen eyesight, he once saw her dictating a lot of things to Singh, which surprised Wuyu. I thought she didn't have the inheritance of Uchiha village, but now it seems that she still retains a lot of things. But it doesn't matter, he will ask after Xingdu has finished learning to see if there are any ninjutsu that can help him. In the evening, some fresh fish and some side dishes appeared in front of several people. The old man smiled reluctantly and said to several people in a somewhat old voice, I'm sorry. The village is remote and these are the only things we can use to entertain guests. Old sir, you are too polite, I would like to ask you not to refuse. The crow clone put a 1,000 tael note in the old man's hand and motioned for him to buy something for his grandson. This, old sir, if what I say next violates your taboo, please forgive me for being rude. Where is your son? Wuyu's words made the old man's hands tremble subconsciously for a few times, and then he answered with a bitter look on his face. She died to protect the country of Taki, leaving only one child, Persimmon. My father is a hero, everyone in the village says so. When the little boy mentioned the hero, his tone was obviously a little more excited, but then his voice became deeper and deeper. I'm sorry, please accept it. It can be considered as an expression of my apology. After dinner, Wuyu kept looking in the direction of the crow, but he was thinking about the hero in the little boy's mouth. Is this what you call a hero? It's really ironic. In the distance, two hidden ninjas from Taki Ninja Village appeared in Crow's sight. These ninjas only appeared there in the afternoon to monitor whether the grandfather and grandson leaked the secrets of Taki Ninja Village. He felt very sarcastic about this behavior that was neither embarrassing nor embarrassing. That if he had done so, he would have killed the grandfather and grandson directly on the pretext of preventing leaks. In Taki Ninja Village, this behavior was called taking off his pants and farting. Not only do you want to keep your reputation in the country, but you are also afraid that they will reveal the location of the ninja village. It seems that the Taki Ninja Village is really in decline, and it doesn't even understand how cruel it is. We really didn't want to pay too much attention to these two crappy ninjas. The location of Taki Ninja Village had long been exposed to his sight, and he couldn't cause trouble here. One night passed, Wuyu seemed to have not noticed the two ninjas, and slept extremely soundly. There was something wrong with Xing's expression, but she still pretended to be calm and cooperated with Wuyu's performance. The two ninjas didn't seem to hide her perception. After bidding farewell to the grandfather and grandson, the carriage continued toward the border. The next country was the country of fields, which he was extremely interested in. The back of the carriage disappeared into the village, and the two ninjas talked in low voices. How about it? Nothing wrong was found. It seems to be an ordinary passerby. Why do we spend so much effort staring at these grandparents? It's boring to be like this all the time. Shut up. Your Majesty has his own reasons for asking us to do this, we just need to implement it honestly. After scolding his companion beside him, the mature-looking middle-aged man continued to carry out the task belonging to the two of them. The young man beside him curled his lips and said nothing more. What they didn't know was that a crow stood quietly behind them, looking thoughtfully at the two lame ninjas in front of them. Interesting, it seems they have a lot of secrets. Two marks were silently imprinted on their bodies, and the crow turned around and flew in the direction of the carriage. The marking is complete, let's explore here again when you have time. The person who can call Takin an adult must have a high status. The crow clone drove the carriage and rushed towards the country of Tien. There is no ninja village in Tien country now. To be precise, the ninja village in Tien country was actually a force established by Orochimaru to facilitate his experiments. Right now, the kingdom of Tien is a somewhat special country. It has not signed a military protection agreement with any major country. As for what is so special, you will know just by going there and taking a look. Tien country, one of the small countries bordering Konoha. To the east of it is an endless ocean. In addition to the land of fire, neighboring countries include the land of Taki and the land of iron. As a country without ninja power, Tien's Higua's position is very embarrassing. Most of its neighbors are not weak, and because of its proximity to the ocean, it has a lot of products. This also led to Tien's Higua being a big piece of fat in the eyes of other countries. It is a pity that the kingdom of Tien has not experienced any huge wars. The reason is that one of its neighbors, the kingdom of iron, is a permanently neutral country, and even the Third Ninja World War has not been affected. It is precisely because of the special geographical location that Orochimaru bribed the daimyo of Tianakuni to form an Oto ninja village in this country. In the territory of Takano country, the carriage slowly walked towards the east. The scenery along the way was beautiful. The pedestrians and farmers who were passing by were obviously living a better life than the people of Takano country. Wuyo-kun, why do the more you go east, the more smiles you see on people's faces? Tien country is a small country that mainly produces grain. There are fields growing rice everywhere, so their lives are naturally very prosperous. He looked through the forest towards the fields not far away. The green rice fields were swaying gently in the breeze, and the farmers not far away were diligently taking care of them. Unfortunately, people's desires have no limit. Even the great names of a country cannot restrain their greed for wealth. In the end, the kingdom of Tien was still controlled by Orochimaru. Looking at this place with an expressionless face, Miyu felt no fluctuation in his heart. How the people here lived had nothing to do with him. The only thing he was curious about was when Orochimaru would come here to form the Sound Ninja. Theta Xiang Liao's mother held the child and walked to Xing's side and whispered a few words. Xing's face also looked a little embarrassed. What happened? Xiao Xianlan's clothes are a little too small. She wants to make some clothes for her in a nearby town. The two looked at him cautiously, waiting for Wuyu's answer. After thinking for a moment, Wuyu replied, "Okay, add food and fresh fruits by the way, but don't have too much interaction with those people, especially those ninjas wearing forward protectors." After getting the exact reply, the expressions of the two relaxed a lot, which made him a little speechless. Is he so scary? After Xiang Lu was put on the carriage by her mother, she staggered towards Wuyu. He subconsciously gave Xiang Lu a hand to prevent her from falling. Xiang Lu seemed to sense something and smiled at Wuyu. At this moment, Wuyu seemed to have remembered something. He looked at the child in his arms with some suspicion, and a somewhat disdainful plan appeared in Wuyu's mind. Quickly returning to the depths of his mind, Wuyu woke up Julai, who was sleeping. "Wake up quickly, there is something you need to confirm." Returning the child in his arms to his mother, a unique little crow appeared in his hands. Sure enough, the crow formed with the nine-tailed chakra and mental power is stronger and has much greater control than ordinary crows. So, forming the seal of Ren on his hands, Wuyu opened his mouth and recited silently, "Seeing, does the thing she gave you have a sealing technique similar to it?" Seeing in the carriage was a little surprised, and then thought in his heart, "I don't know if there is any sealing technique, but how can I let you see that knowledge? Just recall it in your mind and I will identify it myself. It is good. As time went by, Wu Yu carefully studied these knowledge that were obviously related to the sealing technique. This kind of knowledge, which is extremely precious among all major countries, deserves his serious treatment. Soon, he sifted out things that were useful to him from that knowledge, especially the chain sealing technique called King Kong sealing, which made him a little jealous. This was Kushina's technique to restrain the Kyuubi's movements at that time. That although he did not have the chakra of the Uchiha clan, he had the chakra of the Kyuubi. It might be useful if you improve it. After getting the knowledge he wanted, he felt that the feasibility of the plan was increasingly improving, and only the most critical experiment was left. Experiments are experiments, where can I find the materials? After thinking hard, he finally decided that it would be better to take a look at the lawless zone of Tian country. It would be better if he could get a few ninjas. The country of fields, the city of rice. Outside this town named after food is endless paddy fields. In order to protect this important production area, the residents of the town consciously formed a guard militia. What a vast farmland. Is this the country of fields? Well, the environment here is not bad, and it seems that there should be plenty of items. As the group approached the town, they noticed a huge notice posted at the city gate. The city entry tax is 200 taels per person, half price for children. City entry tax, how come the city tax is collected here? Singh looked confused. They had traveled to 4 or 5 countries, but they had never heard of the city entry tax. Logically speaking, only businessmen need to pay the tax. Why do even civilians need to pay the city entry tax here? It seems that the clan here is causing the drama. They are so greedy. The richer the place, the more people desire wealth, and the same is true for the clan class that has no power to restrain it. The clan class of Tian country is rotten to the core from top to bottom. At least most of them were like this, except for those clan disciples who still had conscience, but he didn't know how many people had conscience. After paying the city entry tax, several people entered this bustling town. The streets and alleys were full of travelers coming and going, and many women in gorgeous clothes were blatantly dragging passers-by along. There are izakayas, temple fairs, entertainers who make a living, gangsters who are nostalgic for gambling houses, and thieves who are the wallets of passers-by. There is no doubt that this is a lively town. Find a place to stay first. I have some things to do and need to stay here for a few days. After wandering the streets for a while with the carriage, they finally checked into a hotel on the east side of town. After Wu Yu settled a few people, he walked towards a small shop in the north of the city. Any black market will always use some special marks to express its existence. They are like the shadow of the city, existing silently in those inconspicuous corners. Boom, dong dong. The store door opened, and a strong, gloomy man appeared. He looked the crow clone up and down and motioned for him to go in alone. Smiling politely at him, the crow clone walked into the room carrying the box. The mechanism was opened, and a hidden underground staircase appeared in front of the crow clone. Under the leadership of the man, the crow clone came to a moldy room. The long-haired man in a black robe asked lazily, "What do you want to buy?" "Ninja tools, messages, detonating charms, and corpses." "Corpse? What kind of corpse do you want to buy?" The expression of the man in black robe changed, and he looked seriously at the strange young man in front of him. The body of a ninja. Not for sale. It didn't go beyond Wu Yu's expectation. He didn't say he didn't have it, but he didn't want to sell it. Forget it then, take out the kunao and shurikens and take a look. I want a stack of detonating charms. The man in black robe nodded towards him, turned and walked into the room where the weapons were stored. Soon after, the man walked out of the door holding 2 boxes and placed the boxes in front of him. The detonating charm is 800 taels per piece, the kunao is 3,000 taels per piece, and the shuriken is 500 taels per piece. Our store will not bargain. Looking at the garbage in his hand, Wu Yu subconsciously curled his lips. If he had the nerve to take out this kind of garbage, Grandma Mao's shop would be better. Although he was very dissatisfied with the garbage in his hands, considering that the Iron Kingdom would not be able to replenish these things in the future, he still bought the garbage in his hands. Information, I want to know where Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, is. Please give me a price. 3 million taels, although I don't have it here, but I can mobilize people from other places to help you inquire. He frowned slightly, the price was a bit high. Wu Yu continued to ask, how much time do you need? 1 month at the latest. It's too slow. I will wait here for 3 days at most. If there is no news after 3 days, there will be no need for you to exist here anymore. Throwing the small box in his hand over, Wu Yu looked a little impatient. The man in black robe opened the box and placed a stack of 200 tael bills neatly inside. Okay, come find me here in 3 days. The man looked solemn and expressed his next transaction. Just as Wu Yu was about to leave, the man called him from behind. Guest, please wait a moment, are you interested in making money? Wu Yu looked back at him and motioned for him to continue. This is the bounty list here. If you are interested, you can take a look. Everyone on the list has a rich bounty. You will not be disappointed. Looking at the list gathering dust in a dark place, Wu Yu showed no interest at all. The people who set up this list are a little uneasy and kind-hearted, especially the bounties targeted at the leaders of each village are pitifully small. It only cost 6,000 million taels to assassinate the Hokage. Who are you looking down on? Mr. Sarutobi is now in his prime, and even if he doesn't count his clones, he may not be able to defeat him. Let's talk about it when we get a chance. By the way, have there been any exiled ninjas around here? Exiled ninjas? Well, it seems there have been, but exiled ninjas basically don't come here. Really? Are there any bandits or the like around here? Oh, well, please be careful that you can't tell who is behind those bandits. The man in black robe had a subtle expression, as if he knew something inside. It's better to get the information I want as soon as possible. I'm sure you don't want to know the consequences of accepting money and not doing anything. Gah, gah, gah. Wu Yu's body turned into crows and left here. The black-robed man's pupils shrank, feeling that the trouble was a bit big. Is it an illusion? When did you fall into the trap? This man is a bit ridiculously strong. The man in black robe took out a piece of paper and quickly wrote something on it. Soon after, more than a dozen falcons flew to various places. If that man made any mark on his body, he would have no place to cry. In the hotel, the crow clone has rushed back here. According to the man in black robe, the bandits here seem to have a good background, and there are even exiled ninjas involved. It just so happens that his technique requires ninjas as experimental subjects. When the time comes, he will catch a few people and experiment to prevent accidents. In the men's bathroom in the hotel, Wu Yu took a hot bath and lay comfortably on the bed. The fatigue caused by the long journey was gone. Boom, boom, boom. Please come in. Sing opened the door and saw Wu Yu lying lazily on the bed. For a moment, he forgot what he wanted to ask. What happened? Wu Yu-kun, how long should we rest here? 3 days, wait until the information is obtained and then set off. Wu Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked like he was sleeping but not awake. Seeing his appearance, Sing could only swallow the words in his stomach and left his room. Back in her room, Xiangling's mother looked at her with a smile and asked in a low voice, "How about it? He seems very tired and has taken a rest." Xiang Phosphorus on the side walked to Sing's side and said loudly, "Laugh, laugh." Sing hugged her and smiled, but said nothing more. Seeing that she was a little disappointed, Xiang Liao's mother whispered something in her ear. Sing's eyes lit up and the smile returned to her face again. In the evening, noisy noises came into the moonless room. He was lying sleepily on the window with a coat on his face. Groups of strangely dressed pedestrians were parading in the street. Temple Fair, this is quite strange. The countries he had traveled to before were either at war or in poverty. This was the first time he encountered a town holding a celebration like this. Scattering her long hair casually, Wu Yu put on her cloak and walked out. "You're awake. Where's Sing? Have you gone to the temple fair down there?" Sing originally planned to go to the temple fair below with you, but seeing that you were too tired, she went alone. Xiang Lu's mother stood behind Wu Yu and answered Wu Yu's doubts. "Really? I see." Just as he was about to go out, he seemed to remember something again. "Aren't you going? That little guy probably hasn't been to the temple fair yet." "It doesn't matter, I just stay here and take care of her." Take her for a walk. People grow up through experiences, no matter whether they are good or bad. A wad of banknotes fell into Xiangling's mother's hands, and Wu Yu had already left the hotel. Looking at his back, Xiangling's mother shook her head slightly. When facing him, she always felt like facing those old people who see through the world. She was obviously a child less than 7 years old. "Let's go, Xiao Xianlin, go to the temple fair with mother." Temple fair. Yes, temple fair. Among the lively crowd, a young man with long hair was walking slowly among the crowd. From time to time, curious and surprised eyes were cast on the handsome and slightly lazy child. The young man ignored those looks and walked towards the temple not far away. Temple fair, how can it be called a temple fair without a temple? When Wu Yu arrived, Sing was concentrating on worshipping the statue of an unknown god. Judging from the shape of his mouth, he should be paying homage to his adoptive parents. When she turned around, she was surprised to find Wu Yu standing behind her, looking at herself thoughtfully. "What happened?" "Nothing, let's go. I also want to see what the temple fair is like." He walked into the crowd without turning his head. Sing followed closely behind him, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. In the evening, a hidden moon hangs in the sky, and the dim moonlight silently reminds people that it is getting late. Under the moonlight, a grand temple fair was being held in a bustling town. "Wu Yu-kun, don't you bow to me?" "No, I'm not interested in gods or anything like that. Except for the Shikigami of the Uchiha clan." After thinking for a moment, Wu Yu declined Sing's invitation. The two of them walked aimlessly on the lively street, quietly watching the people celebrating. "Why are temple fairs held here? I heard from people here that the big families here are getting married, but I don't know the details." "In-laws, this is in line with the clan style. The clan class is like this. Even the ninja world war will not affect the nobles. The evidence is that the people of the clan still live luxuriously during the war. There is a snack vendor there, do you want to check it out?" "Ah." Sing agreed gently and followed him towards the small shop. Time flies, and the pyrotechnicians in the distance have set up the fireworks racks and are patiently waiting for orders. Teams of dancers appear from time to time at the corners of the streets, heading towards the center of the town. Occasionally, there would be people dressed in strange and weird costumes dancing unknown dances, making passers-by laugh. He and Sang were sitting at the door of the shop, with a few apple candies and some dumplings in front of them. Just as Wu picked up a dumpling and ate it, the sound of voices in his ears caught his attention. When do you start? When fireworks are released, be quick. The two men with hoarse voices spoke a few words in a confused manner, and then disappeared into the crowd. Interesting, it seems that this temple fair can be more lively. A weird smile appeared, making Sing opposite him subconsciously nervous. Liu-kun, what's wrong? Did something happen? It's nothing, there are just a few interesting mice, we can just watch the show here. To signal her peace of mind, Wu ate dumplings and silently waited for the fireworks to rise. Whoosh, snapped. Fireworks of different colors rose up. Wu showed no interest in them at all. Instead, he focused his attention on the center of the town. Under the cover of fireworks, a light blue crescent moon flew into the sky from the center of the town. Let's go back. Sing looked at the sky, his mouth opened in surprise and he forgot to close it. Liu-kun, what is that? Wu pulled her towards the hotel without looking back. She originally thought it was a few thieves, but now it seems that the water here is very deep. That light blue chakra sword light is clearly the chakra sword of a samurai. I don't know if it's an exiled samurai or if he has another agenda. However, since there is a samurai here, his experimental materials are already available. Samurai are people who can also use chakra. They don't form seals like ninjas. Their attack method is to plant light blue sword light. Samurai, are they strong? There are strong people, but the current mainstream is still ninjas. Most of the strong warriors are concentrated in the country they pass next, the Kingdom of Iron. The strength of the samurai lies in their close combat capabilities. Ordinary ninjas basically have no chance of forming seals when facing samurai at close range. Unfortunately, they basically have no ability to deal with enemies from long distances. The distance of the sword energy depends on the amount of chakra of the user. He has never seen a sword that can span more than 100 meters, so he cannot judge the attack power of the sword energy. Why are they back here? Who knows? Robbery, revenge, personal grudges, entrustments, there are so many reasons. How do I know what they want to do? It's probably for money, but those bandits and nobles are not good people. After a long time, Wu took Sing back to the hotel, and Xiang Phosphorus and her daughter also returned safely under the leadership of the Crow clone. Go back first. Soldiers will probably come over later. It's better to wait in your room for a while. Looking around with his peripheral vision, most of the people in the hotel looked panicked, and the few guests who remained sane had already returned to their rooms. In Wu's room, his eyes were slightly closed, his hands were in Ren seal, and he kept making comments. Tisk, 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 that's quite a feat, for samurai who are at least Chuunin level, and two exiled ninjas, who raised these vicious dogs. Over the town, a purple crow looked at the battle below with a little greed and curiosity in its eyes. The two ninjas are fat and thin, and the ninjutsu they use is also very interesting. Fatty's ninjutsu is mostly water escape, and his physical skills are just average. Other than that, there is nothing to judge his identity. The thin man is different. He is actually a relatively rare wind escape ninja, and he uses the wind blade well. Why do I always feel like they are stalling for time? Isn't their purpose to destroy the temple fair? After a while, several crows began to investigate along the east side of the town, and indeed they made a lot of gains. In a luxurious mansion located in the center of the town, a sneaky ninja team sneaked in. 10 minutes later, the group ran out holding a ball of sheets. With moonless eyesight, he could clearly see a pair of girls' calves. It seemed that this was the target of this group of people. When they left, the crow landed in front of the mansion and took a look at the family crest. The fallen leaves and the moon are the emblems of the Kyuyu family, one of the three major clans here. The crow flew into the mansion, and the pungent smell of blood and the wailing not far away attracted his attention. Is it just hurt but not fatal? It seems that they still care about the status of the Kyuyu family and don't dare to go too far. The only daughter of the Kyuyu family, one of the three clans, was kidnapped, and whoever benefited was the mastermind behind it. Now is not the time to watch the show, just look at the materials for a while and then run away. Protect yourself here, I'll go out. After the explanation, Wu left from the second floor of the hotel and chased them in the direction of their retreat. In a hill to the west outside the city, a dozen men in black robes were standing in the forest. Not far from them was a struggling sack, and faint cries could be heard. Be honest. The guarding man was a little impatient. He picked up the scabbard and struck it hard. The man in the sack wailed and fainted. Soon, several people who disrupted the temple fair arrived here. After seeing that their men were safe and sound, they asked the man carrying a long knife on his back, "How's it going? Are you done?" No one found out, and no one was injured. The old fox must have a wonderful expression when he found his daughter tied up when he came home. "My lord has been waiting for a long time, please go back first." Just as they were about to evacuate, a young man's voice came from the shade of a tree not far away. "Excuse me, which village are you the rebel ninja from?" The expressions of several people changed, and sword lights and wind blades flew towards the source of the sound. Dust was flying, and a long-haired man emerged from the dust. "What a warm welcome, it's a pity that it's of no use. The tall and thin man at the head looked at the big tree that had been reduced to pieces not far away, and then at the uninjured crow clone. His eyelids twitched subconsciously. "Who are you, Your Excellency, and why do you want to block my way?" "Don't be nervous, I have nothing to do with the person in your sect, I just want to ask you for help with something." The crow clone's soft tone unknowingly made them subconsciously relax their vigilance. "No, fix it," the tall and thin man shouted loudly, waking up his companion who was trapped in the illusion behind him. The warriors quickly pointed the swords in their hands at the crow clone, their expressions extremely ugly. "Who exactly are you? If you use this method again, don't blame me for being rude." The tall and thin man stared at him solemnly, the fear in his heart getting stronger. He can easily make so many people fall into illusion, and his terrifying strength cannot be underestimated. "Oh, I can actually resist this attack. It seems there are still some shortcomings. Forget it, it's better to end it as soon as possible." Finger-thick blue chains emerged from the ground and wrapped directly around their bodies. The long knife in his hand was slashing wildly, but there wasn't even a single scratch on the light blue chain. "Damn it, Fang escapee Feng Kie." The tall and thin man formed a seal with his hands and attacked the crow clone not far away, but the wind blade passed directly through the crow clone's body, and the faces of those people turned ashen. "Don't act rashly, I just want you to cooperate with me in completing a small experiment. If it succeeds, I will naturally let you go." The smiling smile appeared again, and crows appeared around the crow clones. The red color in their eyes was extremely chilling. "First one, start." Suddenly there was a wail in the silent forest. The scream was as horrifying as if someone had been cut to pieces by 1,000 knives, and then it stopped abruptly. 10 minutes later, Wu Yu frowned and shook off the minced meat in his hand. "I didn't expect it to be so difficult to freely control the chakra buried in other people's bodies." Wu Yu frowned, feeling as if he had forgotten something important. He originally wanted to secretly hinder the recipient's actions by injecting a mixture of himself and tailed beast chakra into other people's bodies, but now it seems that this method can only be abandoned. Whether it is his own or Julai's chakra, once it is injected into these people's bodies, the chakra in their bodies will fight against them and then explode. Looking at the last exiled warrior, he vowed to find another way if it failed. 2 minutes later. Bang! With another piece of meat on the ground, Wu Yu gave up the idea completely. Unlike a way to solve the conflict, his method seemed unable to be used. Just as he was about to leave, the crying in the sack caught Wu Yu's attention. Since ninjas who have already cultivated chakra can't do it, what about ordinary people who have never practiced it? When this idea appeared in Wu Yu's mind, he decided to experiment as soon as possible. Opening the sack, a girl with a tall head appeared in front of Wu Yu. Judging from the big bump on her forehead, it seemed that she had been taught a lesson by those people who turned into balloons. "Benefactor, did you save me?" The girl looked at the flesh and blood residue nearby. Her face became extremely pale, for fear that the long-haired man would eat her. "Don't worry, I will definitely let you go. I just need you to cooperate with me in doing a small experiment." Wu Yu grabbed the girl's throat and used chakra to stimulate her meridians, causing her to enter a comatose state. A dark purple crow emerged from his body and slowly merged into the girl's body. Just as her body began to swell, a flash of spiritual light flashed, and Wu Yu subconsciously used the 4-symbol seal on the girl in front of her. When her body returned to normal, Wu Yu understood how to use her thoughts. Since direct injection is not possible, he can imitate the Jinchuriki's form and use his natural ability to control crows to trick a wave of people. "You're lucky." Wu Yu opened the girl's eyelids, fixed the 3 Megatama, and began to pry into the girl's memory and identity. After completing the final work, I would not be able to leave here without a month. As for this girl, as the only successful product, he wanted to observe if there were any adverse reactions in the next few days, and maybe he could find some improvement measures from the girl. Shortly after Wu Yu left, a group of villagers holding torches found the forest. When they saw the girl lying in a pool of blood and the mutilated corpses, this group of people subconsciously felt chills running down their spines. "Hurry! Tell Lord Kyoyu that the young lady has been found." Early the next morning, Wu Yu lazily climbed out of bed and walked out of the room with sleepy eyes. Most of the chatting guests on the way were discussing the attack last night, and even more meddling people had already figured out the kidnapping of the only daughter of the Kyoyu family, one of the 3 major clans in the city. Even Wu Yu admired this intelligence ability, and what he admired even more was their persistence in gossip. At the same time, Wu Yu took a piece of breakfast and ate it silently, but his eyes had already turned to the Kyoyu family's mansion. Sure enough, are there any flaws in the temporary 4-image seal? The ceremony table must be prepared in advance when using it in the future. One of Wu Yu's eyes connected with the crow squatting outside Kyoyu's house. At this time, the maids in the mansion were frantically putting ice cubes into the girl's bathtub. No matter how weak Julie's chakra is, it is still Jutai's chakra. Without the restraint of Wu Yu's crow, it will naturally gradually merge with his body. The simple 4-elephant seal was not as strong as the Bagua seal used by Minato on Naruto, but it still acted as a hindrance to a certain extent. The evidence was that the girl was not burned to death by the 9-tails chakra. Grumpy. The temperature of the water in the bathtub rises and the water in it begins to evaporate bit by bit. The girl's father, the head of the Kyoyu family, looked at his daughter worriedly, with an unknown fire burning in his heart. The temple fair was attacked yesterday. As the abbot and organizer of the temple fair, he naturally had to go there personally to stop the attackers. But when he returned home, he found that most of his clan members had been killed, and even his daughter was missing. This made him directly send all his people to search for her. If most of his samurai and ninjas hadn't gone to the daimyo, how could his mansion have been attacked so easily? As for who was behind it, he already had a guess in his mind. Regardless of whether it was them or not, his Kyoyu family, as a branch of the daimyo clan, would have to make the murderer pay the price. Lord Kyoyu, Miss is ready. A little girl dressed as a servant came to him and said happily, "It's fine, it's fine, it's fine." Chu Yuefan breathed a sigh of relief, and then returned to his bedroom with a tired look. He had not rested for a day and a night, and he could finally let go of his hanging heart. In the world of red and black, a man with long hair reaching his waist stood in front of her. The man smiled at her, and a jet-black crow flew towards her, with 3 jet-black megatama slowly rotating in its strange eyes. Her lips opened unconsciously, and the crow penetrated directly into her body, and the burning feeling filled her whole body. Just when she was about to burn out from the heat, the cold feeling gave her hope. In the Kyoyu family's mansion, Kyoyu Ling's body couldn't stop shaking, and then she opened her eyes in horror. "What? The lady is awake. Please tell the adults that the lady is awake." The maid on the side gently helped her out of the tub, and several little girls wiped her body with soft towels. "Help me go back first and tell father that I will see him later." Although she didn't know why she returned home, Ling, who was well educated, tried her best to steady herself and calmly issued the order. In the hotel where Wu was staying, he was writing and drawing in his room, and from time to time he was observing the state of the girl named Ling. The body is feverish, and the tailed beast's chakra is suspected to be burned. The crow clone's control ability is slightly weakened. It seems that the human body's mental power can affect the crow's control ability to a certain extent, but the impact is not significant. After recording the experimental data bit by bit, Wu burned the data in front of him and looked out the window thoughtfully. Judging from her symptoms, there are still some small problems with using crows as the source of chakra, but the general direction is still right. He went to great lengths to prepare this kind of thing, just to trick people at the critical moment. There is no other way. Who will let him be free? After Orikimura defected, he had to return to Tien country with his mother and daughter. However, Orikimura would probably be interested in his eyes at that time, and it would be necessary to let him see the difference in strength. As for the Kyoyu family's experimental specimen, let her live for the time being, maybe it will be useful someday. In the afternoon, in the Kyoyu family's mansion, several men holding swords saluted the head of the family, their eyes revealing anger and murderous intent. They had just returned from the daimyo when they learned of the attack on their home from passers-by, and rushed straight to the mansion without even taking a rest. "You are back." The gray-haired head of the Kyoyu family looked at the capable men in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. "My lord, how is the situation?" Their goal was Ling, so they didn't do much killing, but, "Please make it clear, my lord." A ninja wearing a rain ninja forward protector with a crack in the middle asked in a low voice, his expression a little gloomy. Hayukiera, who had just returned from the daimyo of Ta no Kuni, had just learned that his child was injured and his wife lost an arm, which made him unable to suppress his anger. Originally, he fled to Tianzi country to seek a stable life, but now this result is difficult for him to accept. "I have already thought about this matter. Once it is confirmed." Just when the head of the Kyoyu family wanted to continue speaking, a girl's voice came from outside the door. "My lord, the lady would like to ask you to meet her." "Ling, I understand. I'll be there later." Picking up the folding fan, the Kyoyu family head walked directly to the back house. He is nearly 50 years old and has only one daughter so far. Naturally, he will train this only daughter strictly according to the status of the head of the family. At this moment, he believed that his daughter definitely had something she wanted to discuss with him. The back house of Kyoyu residence, outside Kyoyu Ling's room. A screen separated the father and daughter, and the head of the Kyoyu family patiently waited for his daughter's words. After a long time, a piece of drawing paper was handed into the hands of the Kyoyu family head by a servant. "Father, this man is the benefactor who rescued me from the thieves. Please find him. I want to thank him personally." "Ayako, what did that person do to you? Was the change in your body caused by him?" "Father, please don't ask any more questions. My daughter has her own ideas." "I understand, then do as you say." After he left, Shu Ling looked at the crow on the branch and asked in a low voice, "Aren't you coming out yet? You've been there since the morning to observe my actions, pervert." After a moment, the crow flew slowly to her shoulder, with a human smile in his eyes. "As expected, the power of the crow has greatly improved your senses, although I have no intention of covering it up." Ignoring her livid expression, the crow combed its feathers. "What is your purpose? Why do you want to leave that kind of thing on my body?" "That kind of thing? You're talking about a crow. In fact, it has no purpose. It's just that the experimental materials are missing, so you can just do the experiment. I didn't expect it to be successful." He said words that made people desperate and helpless in a careless tone. "I have to say that this can be regarded as we use bad taste." When she heard his words, the girl panicked for a while, but quickly adjusted her mentality. How can I take out the things inside my body? Please tell me the conditions. Take it out. How naive, girl, the things in your body have become one with you. When you take it out, your life will be gone. What a pity. Xu Ling was completely stunned after hearing this, and even her disguised expression was a little broken. He was tied up inexplicably, used as experimental material inexplicably, and something was stuffed into his body inexplicably. Everything is like a dream, extremely illusory but disappointing. You seem very sad. How do you feel about not being able to control your own life or death? There is no way, things are unpredictable. Who made you happen to be there? While talking about chicken soup without any care, the crow lay lazily on the floor and soaked up the sunshine. Xu Ling looked at the crow on the ground fiercely, wanting to throw this annoying big bird to the dogs. Besides, the power of the crow has also brought you a lot of benefits, just like you can sense my existence. Don't just focus on the disadvantages. Ha ha. Ling left here directly, leaving only the crow lazily basking in the sun in the courtyard. Seeing that the culprit didn't ask anyone to drive me away, it seems that you also have a heart that is unwilling to be lonely. Wuya chuckled a few times and continued to observe this cherished experimental specimen. In the hotel, Matsuki counted the ninja tools and kunao as usual, and also adjusted his condition. He didn't stop what he was doing until there was a knock on the door. Crow Clone opened the door, and a familiar man was waiting for him outside. You came early enough. Where is the news I want? It's right here, please keep it. A scroll was placed in the hands of the Crow Clone, and the man who sold the information left here as if he was avoiding the plague. After laughing twice, the Crow Clone opened the scroll in his hand. The news on it made him look solemn. We're actually in the Kingdom of Thunder, so we're really in trouble now. Wuyu was speechless, as the thing she was most worried about happened. The relationship between the Kingdom of Thunder and Konoha is not very good. During the Third Ninja War, Minato also fought against Rabbi Kiri, the eight-tailed Jinchuriki. Although he has nothing to do with Konoha, as one of the three ninjas, Tsunade is in the Kingdom of Thunder, and the articles here are very exciting. I originally wanted to observe it for a while, but now it seems I'd better forget it. Wuyu left his guest room and walked towards the next room. Get ready, leave here tomorrow and go to the Kingdom of Thunder. The Kingdom of Thunder? Aren't you going to the Kingdom of Water? There's nothing we can do. Qing's condition is not good. It's better to take her to a doctor first. After a few brief explanations, he began to supply some necessities in the town. The next journey is to reach the northern coast of the Kingdom of Iron and take a passenger ship before arriving in the Kingdom of Thunder. The villages in the Kingdom of Thunder are built on high mountains, and the climate on the mountain peaks is mostly cold, so he also needs to prepare some cloaks and thick clothes. On the other side, Kyuya residence. The crow lay lazily in the sun. Whenever a servant wanted to chase it away, Ling would stop them unconsciously. This also made her deeply realize what kind of manipulation had been done to her, and she subconsciously protected the annoying strange bird. Don't stare at me like a harem. I have a proposal. Are you interested in hearing it? As he spoke, the crow cackled unconsciously, making Ling, who was already wary, nervous again. What proposal? Are you interested in ninjutsu? Ling's expression changed, and she stared at the crow in front of her warily. Are you a rebellious nin who escaped from some village? I won't worry about it now. Let's go back to the topic. How about it? Are you interested? The girl in front of him sneered. If I promise you, will you take the things out of my body? This is unlikely. After all, I just stuff it. If I take it out, I can only see whether my life is good or not. As he spoke, the crow burst into laughter. The phrase, kill, don't care, bury, is quite appropriate to use here. Xu Ling angrily picked up a vase and threw it at the crow, but as soon as she raised her arms, her body refused to obey and froze in place. Poor kid, I've already told you it's useless. It's better to just give up resistance. Amidst the crow's evil laughter, the difficult training officially began. In the evening, Wuyu, who was fully prepared, sat in the lobby of the hotel, casually drinking the juice in front of her. Crow's clone and Xiang Ling's mother were being interrogated by the soldiers. Looking at their lazy attitudes, Wuyu knew that these people were just here to act. The team that actually took action has secretly ambushed near the mansions of the other two clans. It seems that there will be another good show tonight. When the interrogators left the hotel, Wuyu returned to his guest room. It's okay. Let's go and rest first. We have to leave early tomorrow morning. After signaling everyone's peace of mind, Wuyu went straight back to his guest room. He was going to set off early tomorrow morning, and he wanted to take advantage of this time to have a good rest. As for the fighting among the clans in the city, what does that have to do with him? Anyway, they can't find it on him, so it doesn't matter who lives or dies. As the night passed, except for the occasional shouts of death coming from the city, basically no one else disturbed his sleep. In the early morning of the next morning, the news that the other two major clans in the city had been attacked spread a lot in the city, and even those of them who were about to leave got a general idea from passers-by. Wuya really has no interest in this kind of childish battle. Instead of caring about them, it would be better to care about the Iron Kingdom, which has been neutral for a long time but is powerful. Frankly speaking, Wuyu actually likes to fight against the warriors of the Iron Kingdom, because they cannot avoid Wuyu's illusion. Now is the era of ninjas. Although the samurai who have come to an end cannot be underestimated, they still lack the ability to resist illusions. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Mutsuki's Sharingan is naturally the means to defeat those warriors. However, he is not looking for trouble. If he can avoid conflict with the samurai, he will not conflict with him. Wuyu-kun, why did you buy so many cloaks and autumn clothes? Sing, who was sorting out his clothes, was a little surprised. The climate in the Kingdom of Iron is cold, and our next destination, the Kingdom of Thunder, is even more so. There is nothing we can do about it. Wuyu, who was sitting next to the crow clone, answered lazily, looking weak. Wuyu-kun, what's wrong with you? I always feel like you have no energy. After Sing put away his clothes, he walked to Wuyu's side and stroked his forehead with his cold hands. It's normal, isn't it? Are you sick? Human, there are always more than 300 days a year when you don't want to talk. You should go over and help her coax the children, and don't worry about me. Sing sighed helplessly, and then returned to the carriage. While he was typing haki, July in his body said tiredly, Father, can I rest? I'm hungry. After feeling another crow taking shape inside her body, Wuyu let July go back to sleep. How strong is a crow made from tailed beast chakra? Really looking forward to it. Looking at the dark purple crow with unusually deep eyes that emerged from his body, his eyes were full of fear. The tailed beast jade that can turn is really an indispensable weapon for destroying corpses and eradicating traces. Having said that, if this thing exploded now, would I be able to survive? After hesitating for a long time, Wuyu placed the crow next to him. Wuyu is still very confident in her control over crows. It's a pity that it takes 3 days to accumulate chakra to create a tailed beast jade crow. This is why it only requires -% of the chakra. If I create more, I'm afraid it will tire me to death. The sound of children's babbling came from the carriage, and wisps of morning light dispersed the fog, reflecting on the crops in the distant farmland. Many farmers have begun to work in the fields, and in the distance there are old men driving cattle to reclaim wasteland. The scenery is unusually peaceful. Counting the time, it will be midsummer when we reach the border. Time really slips away without noticing. After ending the distracting thoughts in his mind, Wuyu once again recalled the Bagua seal that Minato had placed at that time, and began to compare the differences between it and the 4-symbol seal in his mind. The difference between humans and animals lies in learning and exploration, which is what he has always believed. After he has thoroughly studied the Bagua seal, Wuyu can officially enter the experimental stage, instead of being as simple as the previous 4-symbol seals. Midsummer nights make people anxious, and the snakes, insects, rats, and ants in the forest are also annoying. On the flat grass near the carriage, several hungry wolves were staring greedily at the little girl in front of them with green eyes. Wind escape, wind cut. Rounds of wind blades attacked the gray wolves in front of them, but they were avoided by them. Judging from the cunning look flashing in their eyes, it was obvious that they were very intelligent. You have a keen sense of smell, and your vision at night is very sharp. Can you detect the wind blade at night? Sing stared at the gray wolf in front of him with a serious expression. A moment later, several smoke bombs appeared among the wolves, and several clouds of smoke exploded instantly, blocking their vision and smell. More than a dozen wind blades appeared again, and those hungry gray wolves turned into pieces of corpses on the ground. Not far away, Wuyu was sitting by the fire, with a few barbecue skewers in front of him. The speed is too slow, and the physical movements are a bit redundant. The most important skill of a ninja is to discover and exploit the opponent's weaknesses in battle, so as to defeat and kill the enemy. While patiently pointing out Sing's problems during the battle, Wuyu was also refining chakra bit by bit in his body. It is the instinct of a ninja to refine and accumulate chakra in battle. She still has a lot to learn. After all, not everyone has a tailed beast. Not far away, Xiang Lu's mother was coaxing Xiang Lu to sleep. When she saw the two whispering, she couldn't help but laugh a little. For that pretty little girl, she subconsciously wanted to take care of Sang. In this chaotic era, kind-hearted children like Sing are rare. As for the boy who scolded her, she honestly couldn't understand it. She and her husband have been wandering since the destruction of their village a few years ago. When Xiang Ling was about to be born, he sacrificed his life to protect their mother and daughter. Since then, she has been wandering around the borders of various countries with her children, living in confusion. When I originally thought that I and my children might never survive, I happened to meet these two children. Although she didn't know what their purpose was, she still supported it for the sake of her daughter. Fortunately, the two children didn't ask her to do anything bad, they just took care of the unconscious little girl, which made her let go of her hanging heart. However, it is not known whether the child can keep his promise and place the mother and daughter in a safe place. As soon as his thoughts changed, the child named Wuyu came over with Sing. Please restore chakra for her. Nothing. Xiang Lu's mother put her index finger on Sing's teeth, and after Sing gently bit it, power continued to flow from her lips and teeth to her limbs. The physique of the Uchiha clan is quite strange, but unfortunately it cannot be used too many times. This power that can heal injuries and restore chakra should come from the sacred tree. Patiently observing the changes in the stars, Wuyu was certain that this change definitely came from the resurgence of his bloodline. The The Senju clan and the Uchiha clan are distant relatives. Their bloodline is derived from Azura. The power that can make tailed beasts fall into piece is the power of the sacred tree. As for the wood release used by Senju Hashirama, the strongest member of the Senju clan, it should be the resurgence of his bloodline brought about by his being a reincarnated person. But what puzzles Wii is that the ability to recover wounds without treatment is definitely not just as simple as wood release. The immortal mode should also play a key role. After a long time, Singh nodded towards Wii, indicating that his chakra had fully recovered. Thank you for your hard work, go and rest. Based on observations over the past few months, it can be concluded that there will be no problem if a small amount of that kind of chakra is consumed, but if a large amount is involved, it will have some effects. It's unclear whether it's good or bad, but he won't use this chakra to create a crow clone. Early the next morning, Wii sat on the top of the carriage and looked into the distance with a somewhat subtle expression. Most of the beasts in this world are huge, even the grey wolves Singh dealt with yesterday are the same. A pair of convoys not far away were being besieged by a group of tigers. Judging from the forward protectors of the ninjas escorting the convoy, the ninja protecting the convoy should be an IWA ninja. A ninja team usually has 4 people. Those children should be the genin and the team. Where are the jonin? While he was looking for the jounin to lead the team, a change in one of the children attracted Matsuki's attention. The brown-haired, spiky-headed boy's hands flashed with a metallic luster, and he smashed hard at the tiger that jumped in front of him. A small pit the size of a fist was printed on the tiger's skull, which cheered up the rest of the team. When Wuyu on the roof of the carriage shed saw this scene, his eyes narrowed subconsciously. Blood succession limit steel release, is this teenage boy hunting? This kind of strength is almost the same as that of a special jounin. Is he the leader of the team? Soon, the tigers in the distance were cleared away, and the people in the convoy were cheering. But Wuyu's face was a little gloomy, because he saw an extremely troublesome guy, and Julai also started to make trouble inside his body. Wearing a red hat, a rock ninja forward protector on his forehead, and a red armor. Absolutely, this guy is the Five Tails Jinchuriki. The most crucial point that allowed Wuyu to determine his identity was that the guy was rushing in the direction where he was. It was definitely the 5 tails in his body that had sensed something. What a hassle, change. After the smoke passed, the long-haired man appeared in Wuyu's position, his eyes a little helpless. Singh, take the 2 of them out of here. Trouble may come to your door later. After Singh drove the carriage away, Wuyu waited patiently for Han's arrival. As soon as the carriage left, a big man wearing red armor appeared in front of Wuyu. Who are you? Are you the one who peeked at us just now? Why did King Mu sense a familiar feeling from you? Given the current situation, you wouldn't believe me if I told you I was just a passerby. Then let me experience the power of the steam ninja. Despite what he said openly, Wuyu was still a little uneasy facing this battle. The person in front of him was definitely a perfect Jinhuriki, otherwise Wuyuvi would not have been able to tell him the news about Muyu. Now in a head-to-head fight with a perfect Jinhuriki, he would most likely be the one who died. Forget it, just take you back to the village and let the old man take a look. White steam began to emit from Han's body, and appeared beside Wuyu in the blink of an eye. With one flying kick, Wuyu was kicked hundreds of meters away, plowing a deep ravine in the forest. Is this the power of steam ninja? Not bad taijutsu. After the smoke and dust dispersed, light blue chakra covered Wuyu's body, and the feathers shattered by the kick gradually became fixed. Han's expression condensed and he looked at the long-haired man in front of him with a hesitant expression, feeling extremely troubled. Who exactly are you? Han's brows furrowed, and his tone under the scarf also fluctuated. I originally thought I was here to deal with a guy who was peeping in secret, but King Mu came over to take a look because he felt a little concerned, but now things have become a little more serious. Although he didn't use boiling just now and only used his own physical skills, he was able to receive his attack without any damage. This long-haired man is definitely a powerful opponent. Are the guys from IWA Ninja Village so disrespectful of etiquette? Forget it, I was the one who peeked in first, so I'll forgive you this time. Wuyu wiped the dust off Afraid's body and replied without changing his expression. Through the previous confrontation, he could determine that this Han was a very difficult enemy. The armor on his body is definitely not a decoration. Not to mention its astonishing hardness. The small holes scattered on his body are also weird. It seems that he has some hidden moves besides the tailed beast suit. Tell me your purpose, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Didn't I say it? I'm just a traveler passing by, why do I have to dwell on this? Wuyu looked at the disbelieving Han, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He was really just passing by, he just saw something of interest and was ready to find an opportunity to do something about it. Although I don't know who you are, the strength and malice you expressed make me unable to sit idly by. Be careful, don't die too miserably. Pale white steam began to rise, and the red figure tore through the air, attacking Wuyu like lightning. The fists and palms struck each other, and cracks several meters deep emerged from the ground. The power was so great that even Wuyu was secretly shocked. This speed is a bit ridiculous, the power is almost half that of the 9 tails. Is this still the state where the tailed beast clothes are not turned on? What a monster. On the other side, Han, who had retreated dozens of meters away, looked at the calm expression of the long-haired man in front of him, and suddenly felt a huge increase in pressure. He didn't hold back at all during the fade done just now, but he still took it steadily. His boiling style is different from other boiling style ninjas that he can use the holes in his special ninja armor to instantly increase his speed and strength. Even Raikage Han, who is famous for his speed, is confident to compete. The long-haired man in front of him was different. He judged the location of his attack before it arrived, and then used the layer of light blue feathers on his body to slow down the attack while using a power not inferior to his own. Who are you? With this level of taijutsu, you are not unknown even among the major ninja villages. Also, what were you going to do to my men just now? The long-haired man smiled strangely, and then spoke perfunctorily. You have so many questions, how should I answer you? I just have a question that I would like to ask. Shouldn't ninjas focus on their missions? If the mission fails, it will be difficult. Are you right? As soon as he finished speaking, long-haired men appeared from the forest one after another, and several others had already surrounded the convoy that was transporting an unknown object, with no hint of threat. When, shadow clone. Just when Han was surprised, 3 dark purple crows flew quietly. Without waiting for King Mu and Han's body to remind him, the 3 crows turned into huge black balls and exploded. Earth-shaking explosions resounded throughout the forest, and the powerful shock wave instantly leveled thousands of meters of the forest to the ground. In the smoke and dust, a giant beast nearly meters away retracted its 5 white tails that protected the convoy and roared loudly toward the sky. Just when he was about to settle the score with the culprit who caused the explosion, the figure of the long-haired man had already disappeared. Deep in Han's heart, King Mu, is there no way to confirm the location of that guy? The white beast sitting behind Han whispered, there is no way. The feeling before seemed to be blocked by something. After the white beast answered, he asked, did you see what just happened? Well, that's absolutely right. That thing is definitely a tailed beast. Jade. Could it be that he is also the Jinchuriki of the tailed beast? I don't know. Although it feels a bit similar, there seems to be something extra. It always feels a bit weird. Han, who had completely released his tailed beast transformation, looked at the frightened people and his subordinates, and suddenly felt that one was bigger than the other. I'll have to work hard to explain later where the bastard that long-haired man came from. Don't let him see that guy again. In the carriage more than 10 miles away, under the command of the crow clone, several people successfully led the carriage out of the dangerous area. Within seconds after the tailed beast Jade exploded, Matsuki escaped from the hands of the Jinchuriki, who had completely transformed into a tailed beast, relying on the cover of dust. The 5 tails was not the 9 tails. He had the confidence to entangle Han, but he did not have the confidence to record the biological model while defeating him. There is no way. The perfect Jinchuriki is not as easy to deal with as a single Kyuubi. If he dares to use the Sharingan to perform illusions, King Mu and Han's body will definitely wake him up, and then his identity will be completely exposed to the sight of Uegakur village. There are gains and losses. At least he has tested the strength of the crow clone, but it is a pity what he has achieved during this period. The explosive power of the 3-tailed beast's Jade Crow can instantly reduce thousands of meters of forest to the ground. The amount of chakra required is not small, and it can be regarded as one of the life-saving moves. After using it, Uchiha once again felt wise that he could control the 9 tails to release the tailed beast Jade to a minimum. If Kyuubi were allowed to release the tailed beast Jade on his own, he would have been blown up to pieces. Several kilometers away from the white beast, black chains as thick as fingers tightly trapped Uchiha's body, and Julai's perception was weakened to an undetectable level. After it said that it couldn't feel King Mu's breath at all, Uchiha rushed in the direction of the few people. The seals currently appearing on Uchiha's body are the Vidra sealing, the 4-symbol seal, and his self-created crow binding, which almost completely blocks the tailed beast's perception. Ever since the day he got Julai, Uchiha had been wary of the telepathy-like ability between tailed beasts, and naturally prepared ways to deal with it. Lao Ziai didn't sense his existence that time because he hadn't reached a consensus with the tailed beast sealed in his body and became the perfect Jinchuriki. This time it was really an accident that came too suddenly. He was about to fight the 5-tailed Jinchuriki without any preparation. If he hadn't prepared many trump cards, he might have been kneeling here. After a long time, Uchiha returned to where they were. After saw the chains wrapped around Uchiha, he quickly helped him into the carriage. Although these seals are not the same, they all have the disadvantage of restricting the flow of chakra. At present, he has lost half of his combat effectiveness. He will not dare to unlock these seals until he leaves here. There is no way. Who allowed the accident to happen so suddenly? Late at night, beside the carriage, Uchiha sat by the fire and silently looked at the people cooking in the pot, and then looked at the seals on her body, feeling helpless. At present, his chakra flow is suppressed, and he is basically unable to use ninjutsu except for commanding the crow clone. Unlike the Bagua seal, the sealing method he prepared for himself did not have the means to transform chakra, so he could only forcibly endure the side effects of the seal. However, half of his combat power is concentrated on Yafen, and he is not worried about encountering those difficult enemies. While coaxing her child, Xiang Lian's mother unconsciously glanced at Muyu. The chakra needles and chains seemed familiar to her, but their nature was quite different from the sealing techniques of the Uchiha clan. It seems that the sealing technique in the village was given to him by the child. That although he was a little helpless, the village had long been destroyed. After all, the mother and daughter had to rely on this child to survive. She could only pretend that she didn't know about it. The dinner was very simple, just a few bowls of broth and a few dry biscuits. After eating simply, Wu began to improve the sealing technique. The knowledge of sealing techniques is extremely precious. His crow binding is just a simple sealing technique developed by restricting the flow of chakra meridians. The bulk of the improvements must be placed on the Vajra sealing and 4 symbol seals. After hesitating for a long time, Wu walked towards Xiang Ling's mother. When it comes to sealing techniques, he must be prepared to do what he can. Sorry for disturbing you. It's okay. Xiang Lu fell asleep too. What's the matter? Looking at the child in front of her, Xiang Liao's mother asked gently. I have something to ask you. Wu spoke out her question, and Xiang Liao's mother listened with half understanding. I don't know what you are talking about. I am not a ninja. My clansmen forced me to memorize this knowledge when the village was about to be destroyed. Her words did not surprise Wu. If she were a ninja, she would not be in this situation. I understand. I want to get the Uchiha clan's knowledge related to the sealing technique. What do I have to pay? It doesn't matter. The village is gone. It's no big deal even if I leave it to you. She smiled reluctantly, the helplessness and sadness in her eyes not concealed at all. It really doesn't matter. The village has been destroyed. How can there be so much consideration? In that kind of war-torn era, everyone can only rise and fall in the long river of fate. Only those with strength can save their lives. Under the dim candlelight, Xiang Lian's mother patiently explained the secret knowledge of the Uchiha clan, and Muyu sat in front of her and concentrated on studying. In the early morning, the sun shone in the carriage and woke up Wu from his deep sleep. Several other people got up early and went to the nearby river to wash themselves. Last night, he got most of the knowledge about sealing from Xiang Ling's mother, which gave him a lot of inspiration. The essence of the sealing technique is to use powerful chakra to form a conversion technique, allowing the sealed person to stay in the body of the recipient for a long time. The Bagua seal used by Minato on Naruto is one of the sealing techniques formed by 2 layers of 4 symbol seals and a special combination. Compared to Minato's sealing technique of converting chakra, his needs for sealing are obviously different. What Wu wants is the kind of sealing technique that can block perception, but this problem is a bit tricky now. Whether it is the 4 elephant seal or the King Kong seal, they do not have the ability to block perception. It seems that he will eventually have to rely on him to develop it himself. A few days later, in the border village of Tian country, after Wu slowly unlocked the King Kong blockade on his body, and when Julai confirmed in his heart that he could not sense Han's presence, he breathed a sigh of relief. His presence can be sensed from such a distance, and the connection between the tailed beasts is ridiculously strong. Even the pirated Kyuubi seem to have the ability to invade the spiritual connection points of other tailed beasts, which made some thoughts arise in his mind. Not far away, Xiang Lu was trotting with 2 fleshy calves shaking, and he was talking a lot more fluently. Just a few days ago, the little one officially celebrated her first birthday, which was considered one of the joys of the journey. Is at the end of June. From here, if you walk for a while, you will reach the border of the Kingdom of Iron. Sing walked to Wu's side and heard a different meaning in his tone. Wu-kun, are you worried about anything? Wu glanced at her and shook his head helplessly. Well, although I have found Tsunade's location, I am not sure that she will rescue her. I can only go there and check the situation. It doesn't matter, Mr. Wu will definitely find a way. Really? Who knows? Smiling at her, Wu put away the seal chain in his hand and prepared to open the last 4-image seal. Now that he has determined that Han will leave here, he should untie these things that limit his strength. At that time, he was a little anxious to apply the sealing technique, but he didn't care about any odd-even techniques. Coupled with his crow binding, the flow of chakra was completely weakened by at least twice. The fact that he could still walk normally was already the result of his perseverance, otherwise Sing wouldn't have been anxious to help him when he saw the chains wrapped around his body. With the soft ink-colored light in his hand, Wu pressed it towards his abdomen. The pattern that originally represented the 4 images melted like ink stains, and the door sealed deep in the heart was slowly opened. Ugh, father, I finally opened this thing. I'm going to be suffocated during this period. It can be seen that it has been choked up during this period. Why does it add a Wu in front of it when it speaks? Is that what the fox calls? The current Julie is already as tall as his calf, but there is still a gap between Julama, who is nearly 100 meters tall and whose 9 tails are 100 meters long. Signing it to stay aside, Wu returned to reality again. After such a long rest, it was time to hit the road. If he didn't leave the influence of the Earth Kingdom, it would be difficult to encounter Han again. Moreover, Wu really didn't want to learn Chen Dun now. That thing was not something that ordinary people could take on. Wu-kun, the seal on your body. No problem. Let's take a rest and get ready to go. Remember to hide your ninja tools. After giving a vague explanation, Wu turned around and cleaned up the traces of the carriage. The Kingdom of Iron is not a fun place. There are an astonishing number of samurai there, and the leader Mifune is not inferior to Hanzo, the three pepper fish. The three Jiraiya earned the title of Sunin from Hanzo, who was called the demigod, and their strength should not be underestimated. Unfortunately, it cannot avoid becoming a stepping stone in the later stage. In early July, at the junction of the Land of Fields and the Land of Iron, most of the passers-by put on autumn clothes, and some even put on winter clothes. Since entering the Kingdom of Frost, the weather has become colder and colder, and it doesn't look like summer at all. The weather had improved a lot when we arrived at the Country of Fields, but when the carriage arrived at the Country of Iron, we knew how naive she felt at that time. Even in the summer, the temperature in the Kingdom of Iron gives people the feeling that it is spring. That you can imagine how outrageous the winter here is. Looking around, the carriage was surrounded by caravan trucks, and the variety of goods on them was astonishing. Although the Iron Country is not rich in products, its commerce is very developed because of its status as a permanent neutral country and the excellent conditions for trade in coastal countries. In addition, the Kingdom of Iron is rich in weapons and minerals, and it is completely a template for a big country among small countries. Even the Kingdom of Water is not as wealthy as the Kingdom of Iron. The prosperous commerce and bitter cold environment created this place and its reputation as a country of warriors. At the end of this long dragon, teams of warriors with swords on their waists and gas masks on their faces patrolled vigilantly along the city wall. Wii looked at the number of people patrolling and found that the level of alert here was comparable to that of Konoha. Every 5 minutes, a 5-man patrol team passes by. It seems that they are all capable of fighting. In other words, they are at least genin level? And the leaders, their murderous intent is almost as strong as those of the Umbu Jounin. It's really a difficult place to deal with. The sun rose into the sky, dispelling the dark clouds that obscured the sky, but still did not bring any warmth to the people waiting below. Just as Wii was falling asleep, a fierce quarrel broke out at the front of the team. When the scene fell into chaos, a short man took the opportunity to slip out. Spread! A loud shout came, followed by a vertical chakra blade. The light blue sword light passed through the short man's body like a crescent moon, and then flew into the distance without hurting any innocent person. Wuyu's pupils shrank, and the original sleepiness disappeared. A master, definitely a master. It seems that there is a master among the people in charge here. Several warriors slowly approached the dead short man and began to search for the relics on his body. Brother Okasuk, this guy has a detonating talisman on him. The team leader among the 5 shouted and completely destroyed the detonating talisman in his hand. Among the samurai team, a middle-aged man whose armor style was obviously different from the others came out and directed the other samurai to deal with and appease the traders and passers-by who were about to enter the city. Okasuk, that sword light was used by him. He can avoid innocent people at a distance of at least 100 meters, so he has good strength. Wii narrowed his eyes and looked at the warrior who handled the matter in an orderly manner, with a strange expression on his face. For some reason, he always felt like he had heard this name somewhere. Where exactly did he hear it? The curtain of the carriage was opened, Singh carefully stuck out his little head, and looked around cautiously. What happened? What happened just now? I heard a faint scream. It's nothing, just a guy who tried to attack the Iron Kingdom's fortress but failed. Go back. After Wuyu signaled her to feel at ease, he controlled the crow clone and moved forward. After this incident, the immigration inspection became more stringent until it was almost afternoon before it was their turn. Bring out the directions and identification, and explain your purpose of coming. The samurai under review asked the crow clone in an unusually serious tone, possibly because of the attack. Here's my identity. The main reason for coming to the Iron Country is to take my daughter to see a doctor. See the doctor? What's wrong with her? The samurai wearing a gas mask opened the car curtain and saw the unconscious Ching, and solemnly asked the crow clone. I don't know why, but one day I suddenly fainted at home, so I wanted to take her to the Kingdom of Thunder to see. The crow clone replied in a low voice, and the expression on his face made people unconsciously feel sympathy. After the inspecting samurai whispered a few words to the team leader beside him, the samurai behind him began to search the belongings of several people. After a search, the samurai who did not find any contraband allowed them to enter the Kingdom of Iron. Before leaving, the crow clone glanced at the samurai named Okasuk, with an inexplicable color flashing in his eyes. And as if he felt something, he looked back at the crow clone. Smiling at him, the crow clone drove the carriage into the Kingdom of Iron. Wuyou remembered who the samurai named Okasuk was. He is one of Mifyun's samurai. He once commanded the battle for Mifyun during the 4th Ninja War. He is a true samurai. Judging from Mifyun's attitude at that time, there was also a vague intention to cultivate him as a successor. I thought he was an ordinary expert, but I didn't expect to meet him here. Logically speaking, a samurai of his status cannot be subject to border inspection. Could it be that something happened in the Iron Kingdom? Wuyou, who couldn't think of anything after thinking hard, could only give up. The Kingdom of Iron appeared too late, and he basically had no understanding of the intelligence here. If the samurai named Okasuk hadn't participated in the 4th Ninja War, he might not even be able to remember this person. After officially entering the Iron Kingdom, sporadic snowflakes began to fall from the sky, which actually made the children in the carriage very happy. She was happy, but Wuyu's mood was not very good. The carriage trudging through the snow will inevitably slow down its movement, and coupled with the heavy cotton on the horses, the movement speed will be slowed down again. The group of people traveled for a whole day without seeing a single village, and they could only deal with it in the snow tonight. He seriously doubted whether the warriors of the Iron Country would be able to support so many combatants if the Iron Country was not located next to the Tien Country. After tightening his clothes, the crow clone began to look around for possible animals. Not only carnivorous creatures, but also creatures such as snow rabbits and goats cannot be spared. Most of the creatures living in the wild are omnivorous, and even those herbivorous creatures will eat flesh and blood when hungry. In the early morning of the same day, the group of people who could barely cope with one set off along the tracks of the truck's wheels, and finally arrived at the first village in the Kingdom of Iron just before noon. Here, Wu finally realized the meaning of the country of warriors. Not only the adult men are holding knives, but even the children playing are honing their skills, which is extremely terrifying. The afterglow of the setting sun scattered on the clouds on the horizon, embroidering the white clouds with a layer of red. Children in the distance were laughing and playing with wooden knives in their hands, but the strength of their attacks made people a little uneasy. The store owner seemed to notice Wu's curiosity and worry, and said with an indifferent expression, "Guests, don't worry, the children here are very tough and won't yell because of such a minor injury." Sure enough, when Wu saw one child's wooden knife accidentally hit the back of another child's hand, the child smiled and chased after him without any intention of being hurt. Do the children here usually play like this? This is your first time coming to the Kingdom of Iron. This is the environment we have here, and we have been used to it from generation to generation. The boss, whose face was red from the cold, sighed that he subconsciously took out the cigarettes on his body and motioned for him to take one too. The crow clone waved his hand and declined his kindness. The boss glanced behind and beside the crow clone, and asked in a low voice, "Guest, why are you bringing your whole family here? The Kingdom of Iron has not been very peaceful recently. There is no way. One of the children is sick. I want to take her to the Kingdom of Thunder. I heard that the best doctor is there now." After the boss glanced around subconsciously, he said to Wu in surprise, with a tone of disbelief in his tone, "If I read it correctly, that person must be your lover. You have 3 children and one who is sick, and you have to go all the way to the Kingdom of Thunder. You are really rich and have an excellent physique." Seeing the admiration on the boss's face, the crow clone smiled and said ha, and returned to the carriage with the purchased items. Wu stood there, and after the crow clone left, he asked in a tone suitable for his age, "Uncle, what happened to the Kingdom of Iron?" The boss was a little hesitant, but after seeing a 6 or 7-year-old child in front of him, he still answered him. "Recently, some unknown people came to attack the border, and they didn't know that it was the evil country that was doing good things." The boss subconsciously wanted to curse, but when he saw the child in front of him, he took back his words, turned around and muttered something vaguely. Seeing that this man didn't know any useful information, Wu turned back to the carriage and rushed towards the izakaya not far away. The location they are currently in is a small village behind the Iron Kingdom fortress, which can also be regarded as one of the small strongholds serving the group of warriors. As for why there are children here, it can only be said to be forced by life. From the map, the terrain of the Iron Country looks like a hammer, and Wu and the other's destination is the other end of the hammer. That being said, the span of this hammerhead is a bit larger than that of Tianziguo. The land area of the Kingdom of Iron is at least twice that of the Kingdom of Fields, which also makes the borders of the Kingdom of Iron somewhat difficult to manage. Lifting the car curtain, Sang asked him in a low voice, "Wu-kun, how are you? I don't have any useful news, I just know that the Kingdom of Iron is not safe recently, so it's better to be careful. The Iron Kingdom is so strong, how could someone attack it?" During the conversation, Singh subconsciously did a good job of vigilance and took out the weapons hidden on his body. Wu smiled disdainfully and answered her doubts. "Is Konoha still strong? Aren't there still people attacking it? This is the case for all countries in the world. While ensuring that they are strong, they make some moves in secret." After a few sneers, vivid images appeared in his mind. The 3rd-generation Hokage of Konoha plus Danzo, the Hokage's advisors, the stubborn old man from the land of Earth, the Kazekage who used his son as a Jinchuriki, etc., can be said to be countless. Of course, there are also various mercenary organizations that are causing trouble behind the scenes, militants like the Take Torai clan, and the Akatsuki that is about to rise in the future. They are all destabilizing factors. It is strange that the world situation can get better. Driving the carriage, Wu began to think about how to reach the Kingdom of Thunder. Originally, he planned to take a boat, because that way he could travel day and night and move faster. But when he knew that the Iron Country was not safe recently, he hesitated. The insecurity at the border means that key inspection areas such as docks will be much stricter, and it will be safer to go by land. But if they go on land, their progress will be much slower. Ching's condition has begun to get serious, and if he goes any slower, his plan will definitely be ruined. After thinking again and again, Wu looked coldly into the distance. "I went to the dock. If it didn't work, I even robbed the people in the boat. I didn't believe that I couldn't reach the Kingdom of Thunder." The carriage continued to move toward the east, and his destination was the dock 100 miles away from here. This location was what he had just learned about from the shop owner. According to the speed of the carriage, it would take at most half a month to arrive. By then, he would be able to relax a bit. The mental burden of controlling the crow for a long time was not small. The country of soil, Yin village. Han was very angry when he returned to the village and was called into the office by Iwakage. From the sight of the ninjas and villagers, Han smelled something bad. As soon as he entered the door, Han saw Wenya standing in the corner facing the wall, as well as the third Suchikage, who was so angry that he ducked to his waist, and the 2-day scale Onaki. What happened? Brother Han, Brother Zi left the village, I didn't stop him. As soon as the words came out, Onaki, who had calmed down a lot, became violent again. Didn't you stop me by yelling? You didn't even do anything, you. Click. The clear voice echoed in the office, and Onaki returned to his seat, holding his waist. After resting for a long time, Onaki looked at the man he trusted deeply with a gloomy face, and said in a gloomy tone, Han, can you bring that bastard back, life or death? Han pressed the bamboo hat on his head and answered in a low voice. No, I can't stop the 4 tails that have completely transformed into tailed beasts, just like Brother Zi can't stop me. Really, forget it then. Please give this letter to those secret agents later and ask them to find a small ninja organization to handle it. Han sighed silently, and then firmly agreed. Before leaving, Wenya smiled at Han, and then was scolded by Onoki, and he faced the wall obediently. As Han walked out of the office, suspicious glances and disgust were secretly cast at him, none of which could hide from his perception. Is it really impossible to hide it? Still don't want to hide it? Forget it, I've long been used to it. Taking the power of attorney that Suchikage handed him, Han walked downstairs. Brother Zi, are you leaving after all? Han was a little helpless. As Lao Zi, who was older than him, he often took care of himself in the past. He defected this time, and even he fell under suspicion. Hope you find what you're looking for. Walking downstairs resolutely, he also had to work hard for his pursuit, in order to no longer be discriminated against by the people in the village, in order to be able to walk in the village as a native ninja. A few days later, at the border between the land of Earth and the land of birds, Han and several Earth ninjas hid in the dark and silently watched the handover of the task. When a man wearing a black trench coat with a few red auspicious clouds embroidered on it appeared on the opposite side, Han's brows frowned unconsciously. Is that guy the one who accepted the mission this time? I always feel that there is some danger. What is the name of their organization? Brother Han, their name is Xiao. They are a mercenary organization that has just emerged recently. I heard that there are only a few main members. The Earth ninja who was hiding aside replied in a low voice, as if he was not surprised. There can be more than a dozen of these small organizations popping up a year, and each time at least half of them are lost in task commissions. I don't know what the people are like this time. I always feel that something is wrong. It would be better for the old man to have less contact with them. After several people confirmed that the task delivery was completed, Han took them away from here. But what Han and his group didn't know was that shortly after they left, a figure emerged from the ground nearby, and on the tree trunk next to him, a half-black, half-white guy with a body shape similar to aloe vera also appeared. Aren't you going to do it now? It's not time yet. It will take at least a few years before the heretic golem is summoned. The balance in the body has not yet been completely restored. A gloomy voice sounded, and the man wearing an orange whirlpool mask subconsciously touched his eyes, with a hint of regret on his scarlet Sherinan. Ah, how boring. What does it feel like to have a bowel movement? Another voice emerged from the masked man, with a hint of teasing. Baiju has already been targeted at him. Just wait patiently for him to be untied. Where's the 4-tail side? I also asked Baiju to follow, but a crow seems to have fallen far behind the 4 tails. I don't know which side it is from. Oh? The masked man did not continue to speak in the end. After his figure was sucked into the whirlpool-like space, he disappeared from the spot. After a while, Han, who had left, returned to the place again. For some reason, he always had a bad premonition, but he could never find the source. The several Earth ninjas following him were breathing heavily, and their bodies were covered in sweat as if it were raining. I don't know what happened, but just now their team leader started his escape and returned here, and then left with a lot of worries, without any intention of communicating with them. Just when the people in the team wanted to ask, they were stopped by their teammates. In their opinion, they must have confidence in their captain at this time. After all, their captain is well known for being a strong taijutsu expert. No matter what, they are not something that a Chunin can worry about. Let's go back. Although his intuition told him that there was something wrong here, there was no evidence at the moment and he couldn't stay here. This is a tense moment. If you stay outside the village for too long, others will think you are at risk of defecting. Yes, several figures were running towards the kingdom of Earth, but little did they know that a white figure was hidden in the trees, following closely behind them. On the other side, in the land of rain, in the Rain Ninja village, the young man with orange hair looked at the never-ending rain without any expression. The man in the orange swirl mask appeared behind him and whispered, "The combat power in the organization is a bit low. It's time to recruit a few members. Do you have any choice?" His voice was as cold as a dead person, without any emotion mixed in. The masked man didn't pay attention and continued, "The rebellious ninja of the kingdom of sand, the scorpion of red sand, if you have time, go and bring him here." After saying that, the masked man disappeared directly from the spot, leaving only the corpse with black chakra conductor rods interspersed all over his body standing there silently. At this moment, Wu, who was driving the carriage, smelled something wrong. He quickly turned on the sensory sharing of each crow clone, and directly asked July to activate the perception mode. Sure enough, he noticed a strange figure melting into the big tree from behind the four tails. White Jew, targeting the four tails so early, he has really been planning for a long time. When he saw that Bai Ju, who thought he had hidden it well, was still looking at his crow, Wu knew that his identity had been exposed. There is nothing that can be done about it. Anyone who finds a crow following their target will be able to sense that something is wrong. Even for people like Bai Zetsu who have a childish temper. Forget it, they can't do anything now anyway, just follow them. If they could take action now, there wouldn't be a battle like the Fourth Ninja War, and Ban wouldn't be able to crawl out of the underworld. A small black spot appeared not far from the front of the carriage. Several people in the carriage were actively teaching Xiao Xianlin how to speak, looking extremely peaceful. There were many corpses lying on both sides of the carriage, most of them had extremely frightened expressions, as if they had seen something scary. Wu Yu, who was testing the illusion technique, made a sound with disdain in his eyes. Isn't it just that I watched some things that made San worth going crazy? As for being so fragile, they were all frightened to death. Watching the tentacles eat you bit by bit is indeed a bit scary, but it can be improved. Muyu, who had a bad smile on his face, withdrew his chakra, and those who were frightened to death by the illusion were completely turned into ashes. In the evening, after Wu arrived at the village, he took a few people to stay in a BNB temporarily. Of course, necessary rewards are definitely indispensable, and he once again saw the charm of money. In the guest room, the hospitable landlady was helping Xiang Ling's mother tidy up the bedding, and her husband was also preparing today's dinner. He listened to the chat between the two, and also let him know the name of the pier. Yungang Port, a port specially established by the Kingdom of Iron for trade and transportation with the Kingdom of Thunder, has been heavily guarded recently. Whenever Xiang Ling's mother and Crow Clone were snooping around to find out about the attacker, the couple would always subconsciously change the subject, as if they didn't want others to know. In desperation, Wu had no choice but to pretend that she didn't know about this and rested here for one night. He suspected that if he asked again, the couple might kick them out. In order to have a peaceful night's rest, Wu chose to selectively forget. Early in the morning, Wu got up from the bed and glanced at the stars beside him, then walked out directly. A BNB is not a regular hotel, so a group of people can only stay in this room for one night. Even if you deal with it, it's better than sleeping in the carriage and lighting the heater. Smiling and saying hello to the landlord who was cleaning the snow, he started today's morning exercise. Dark clouds obscured the sun, followed by heavy snow that filled the sky. Crystal snowflakes were scattered on the path of the carriage, and the biting cold wind sliced through Wu's body like a boning knife. Walking a dozen miles further, you can clearly see the port and the unfrozen sea. This is one of the few good news. Subconsciously looking at Qing in front of him, Wu's face couldn't help but darken. Her physical condition is getting worse and worse, and even the help of Xing and Xianlin's mother can't make much difference. There was also Bai Ju hanging behind the four tails, and the bandits who occasionally jumped out of the wilderness. Troublesome things were placed in front of Wu one by one. It was normal for him to feel unhappy. At noon, when the carriage slowly drove into the dock, the heavy snow had subsided a little. Subconsciously scanning the surroundings, Wu led the carriage towards the hotel closer to the garrison. The long knife on his waist warned those Xiao Xiao who did not overestimate their capabilities. But even if you do this, there are always some people who don't know how to live or die. A thin man with a reddish face staggered towards the Crow Clone, the blade hidden in his hand flashing with cold light. Ka-ba! There was a crisp sound of fractures, and his nearby accomplices who were ready to respond slowly surrounded him with kunao in hand. The dock is like this. No matter how many troops the administrators station here to maintain law and order, these bugs hiding in the dark will always come out from some unexpected places. The blade in his hand flew out and shattered into countless pieces after hitting the wall nearby. Seeing this, the person who was vaguely the leader among the few people quietly left with the broken pickpocket, without even daring to say a word of protest. After Wu led the carriage away, the belated warriors asked the people around them, but no one recalled what happened just now. After hurriedly finding a place to settle several people, the Crow Clone quickly rushed to the place where the tickets were sold. When he learned that the earliest departure time for the ship to the Land of Thunder was 2 days later, Wu's face turned darker again. When they returned to the hotel, several people saw that he looked strange and didn't ask any questions. Even Xiang Phosphorus, who had always been noisy, became much quieter. After spending 2 days in this weird atmosphere, a few people finally boarded the passenger ship heading to the Kingdom of Thunder. Looking at the cold ocean in front of him, Wu felt that his mood had recovered a little. There has been a lot of trouble lately, and it's really made me feel a little uncomfortable. This feeling that someone is always looking for trouble is quite unpleasant, but there is nothing he can do about it. Wu-kun, are you feeling better? Xing silently walked behind him and asked in a low voice. I don't know why, but I always feel irritable. This is not a good thing. Soothing his tone, Wu answered her concern in as calm a tone as possible. The atmosphere returned to silence again, and he looked at himself carefully and noticed a slight violation. It's impossible for his character to be upset about something unless the ghost is really lingering, but what can you do now? He sneered twice and turned back to his room. After departing from the port, the passenger ship will head to the Kingdom of Thunder along the offshore coast. In order to guard against those exiled ninjas and bandits who have become pirates, the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Iron both have their own maritime forces to protect the safety of the sea. A few days later, the passenger ship docked at a small dock for supplies. Wu did not get off the ship, but he was afraid that his intermittent cerebral tics would cause something bad. Just as he was admiring the silent sea as usual, chaotic cheers erupted from the other side of the boat. Wu-kun, why don't you go and see it together? The new artists on board are performing acrobatics for free. You go ahead, I need to calm down my mental state. Waving his hand, Wu walked silently towards his cabin, looking uninterested at all. Seeing this, several people could only helplessly approach the acrobatic troupe that had just boarded the ship yesterday. Wu in the room was holding a pen and writing something on the scroll. The content on it was also encrypted with a special code word. Studying makes me happy, After cheering himself up, Wu continued to focus on the development of new techniques, and at the same time, the irritability deep in his heart was relieved a lot. This is the case with sailing on the sea. As time goes by, the exciting and surprising scenery becomes boring, and the same is true with life. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and the only time Wu changed significantly was when the ship encountered pirates. Originally, he planned to grab some experimental materials, but after the ship of the Kingdom of Thunder appeared not far away, Wu still did not take action. There was no other reason than he just wanted to see the fighting ability of ninjas on the sea. The result did not surprise him. It was still a small team operation, without any feeling of a formal army. Compared with the well-trained Iron Country opposite, Wu doubted whether this group of people called ninjas were qualified regular combat troops. Not far away, several people performing acrobatics looked at each other and continued the performance silently. Little did they know, their every move had already been seen by the Crow. Intelligence-gathering ninja organization, an exiled ninja entrusted by someone, or a dead soldier preparing to attack. No matter what, you'd better be honest before disembarking from us. Crow had used the suggestion jutsu on them as early as they were sleeping. Until Wu disembarks, they may not be able to complete the work they want to do. Not paying attention to their private actions, Wu returned directly to his cabin. In the cabin, a ceiling platform decorated with bagua was ready, except for the last problem that remained unresolved. The bagua seal is a sealing technique that allows one's physique and the tailed beast to merge and transform into each other. It's really hard to decide. Wu knew that once he really used the seal, it would mean that his life and Julai's life were officially bound together. This price was not a small price for him. Everything has advantages and disadvantages, and while enduring the disadvantages, it naturally possesses the benefits that belong to it. According to Wu's estimation, after he really completes this technique, his connection with the Nine Tails will be much closer, which will definitely be of great help if he wants to peek into the place where the tailed beasts communicate. Hesitant, extremely hesitant, this was his current mood. After much thought, he decided not to use the bagua seal now. Even if he uses it, he has to wait until he has completely discharged the hidden dangers from his body. The passenger ship slowly sailed into the dock. Several clowns looked at their companions with strange expressions, and they didn't know what to say for a while. Did we miss the mission objective? The clown with oil paint on his face asked the person next to him. It seems, indeed. The musician in charge of playing the shamisen nodded, his expression extremely ugly. Then. Why didn't we take action? Several people looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became weird and absurd. What they didn't know was that the real initiator had already disembarked from the boat and was resting nearby with the people around him. A lot of money flew out of his hand. Wu's mood did not fluctuate at all. Things like money are still very useful in normal times, just like now. Wu bought another large carriage and several good horses, and also replenished many needed things along the way. Looking at the residents and ninjas nearby, Wu wondered if he had come to a tribe belonging to a certain race in his previous life. But if you take a closer look, the skin color of the people here is still much lighter, and it looks a bit like a caste-based country. Tightening his clothes, he took the crow clone and rushed towards the temporary resting place. The altitude of the Land of Thunder is a little ridiculous. The closer you get to Cloud Hidden Village, the higher the altitude becomes. Union, their villages are built on the towering mountain peaks, and the climate is not bad, and it is definitely not good. The port where the few people are staying now is considered to be a place with a good climate in the Land of Thunder. The further north you go, the colder the climate becomes. Who knows, it is almost entering autumn now. In the B&B, several people were warming up around the stove. After seeing Wu come back, they also made room for him. Let's take a rest here first, and wait until the crow clone comes back with the news before we set off. We can't always chase them. Regarding his arrangement, several people did not put forward any opinions, because it was useless to raise them. There was a knock on the door, and the kind-hearted hostess of the B&B brought a lot of snacks to a few people. After thanking him, the Crow clone asked nonchalantly where there were many casinos in the Land of Thunder. The proprietress smiled knowingly and began to tell the Crow clone about the famous casino locations in the Land of Thunder. Before leaving, she did not forget to give him an ambiguous look. The Crow clone sent her away with a smile, and then returned to the room expressionlessly. Frankly speaking, black skin is not within his preference, and his body and condition do not allow him to get close to this time-wasting pastime. There is no other way. Right now, it is better for the Crows to investigate those major locations and the places around the intelligence as quickly as possible. It is really troublesome. Although the room is large, it always seems a bit cramped for 5 people and a Crow clone to live together. Wuyu sat on the desk in the room and continued to modify the sealing technique. Xinja continued to use chakra and practice today. As for Xiang Lu's mother, she was currently teaching Xiang Lu basic writing skills. It seemed that she wanted to hand over that knowledge to her as soon as possible to prevent the inheritance from being lost. There was no words for the whole night, and everyone spent their time in this silent atmosphere. In the early morning of Shuri, Wuyu woke up as usual and inspected the crows scattered in the Kingdom of Thunder as usual. In order to remain hidden, he also deliberately changed the appearance of the crows into common birds in the Land of Thunder to avoid being detected by the sentient ninjas patrolling the country. Deep in his heart, Wuyu looked at the sleeping Julai and kicked him awake. Ouch, what's going on? Seeing Wuyu standing in front of it, Julai subconsciously stuck out her tongue. Father, I was just lazy for a little while. Julie, do you know what other name this place has besides the depth of the soul? Ugh, I don't know. The realm of honesty, another name I gave this place. Wuyu looked around the light blue water, with a complicated expression on his face as he looked at the little guy in front of him who knew nothing about his own power. Here, our emotions are the same. In other words, your emotions and mine are connected. You understand? Ugh, I'm sorry, I'm so sleepy that I fell asleep at midnight last night. Wuyu looked as if this was indeed the case. Fortunately, he had set hints for each crow clone, otherwise he would have missed a lot of things. Forget it, that's it, be more careful next time. Seeing that Wuyu had no intention of blaming it, Julai's mood obviously improved a lot, and then she went straight to sleep for the day. After checking the general location of the crows, his mood became worse again. Can dozens of crows, flying day and night, find Tsunade's location within a week? Ask yourself, Wuyu feels a little difficult. Although the land area of the Kingdom of Thunder is not at the top among the big countries, it is still in the middle of the pack. As one of the most powerful countries in the world, there are also many sentient ninjas patrolling and vigilant in the country. It is undoubtedly a tedious task to rely on crows to find 2 people from the Kingdom of Thunder. Returning his attention to the scroll in front of him, he silently continued his improvement work, and Sing also began to train his physical strength according to the plan he made. When the bed and breakfast proprietress saw Sing running aside and Crow's clone following her, she subconsciously thought that the handsome man was abusing her child. After all, it is autumn now, and the autumn wind in the Kingdom of Thunder is not something that children can bear. Just when she wanted to ask the child's mother, she saw Wuyu writing and drawing on the scroll with a pen, and taking a sip of strong tea from time to time. It was obvious that he had stayed up all night. She was in a bad mood now. She originally thought she could make a small fortune by meeting a generous customer. But now, she always feels like a group of weirdos live in her home. The father who takes his daughter for a run on a cold day, the child who stays up too late, and the mother who teaches a 1-year-old to write. Forget it, they give you more money anyway. Comforting herself in her heart, the lady boss put down the snacks in her hands at the door and prepared to clear the snow in the yard. Time passed by in a hurry, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Wuyu stretched lazily, a long-lost smile appeared on his face. The sealing technique similar to the Bagua seal was completed, but it did not have the effect of converting chakra, but instead strengthened the ability to connect with the tailed beast. Even he was a little surprised that he could improve to this extent. Brother. Seeing the smile on his face, Xiao Xianlin went directly to his side and shouted, "My perception is really sharp, I will be a perceptive ninja in the future." Randomly taking out a bunch of dumplings from the plate on the side and handing it to her, Wuyu walked to the yard with a slight curve in the corner of his mouth. It seemed that the good news didn't stop there. The falcon was hovering in the sky, its eagle eyes looking coldly at the 2 figures 10 kilometers away, with a hint of joy flashing in its eyes. After flying for 3 days and 4 nights and covering hundreds of kilometers, Tsunade's location was found. I have to say that the 2 of them moved really fast. They walked from Konoha to the Kingdom of Thunder in more than half a year. Their mobility was really extraordinary. The falcon flew forward and locked onto their upcoming destination, making Wuyu completely relieved. If he couldn't find them again, he would have no choice but to dig out Qing's eyes and preserve them. Although it was cruel, he couldn't just watch a pair of kaleidoscopes disappear in front of him, especially at the moment when he needed it most. The proprietress on the side moved some bamboo tables and prepared today's breakfast. Sang also finished his morning exercise at this time and was wiping the sweat on his forehead. After seeing a group of people coming together, the crow clone said, "Get ready and leave this morning." Xiangfo's mother's hands holding the chopsticks paused for a moment, and then she fed the child next to her as if nothing had happened. Have you found it yet? Sing was a little surprised. He didn't expect to find the ninja who Wu called the best doctor so quickly. That it was really unexpected. Well, she is in a casino hundreds of kilometers away from here. We can only follow her as soon as possible to avoid being discovered by her. Wu smiled. It seemed that he had good luck this time. The saying that good fortune never comes alone but misfortune never comes alone did not come true for him. Hundreds of kilometers, this distance is a bit long. Sing subconsciously looked at Xiang Phosphorus and his son beside him, and said to him worriedly, "There is nothing we can do. We are asking for help. We can't capture a hostage and ask her to treat us. After all, she is a ninja after all." As someone who participated in the Third Ninja War, Matsuki did not believe that the hostage trick would work on Tsunade, even if she was suffering from blood phobia. Moreover, the real person who performed the operation was not her, but the being who was regarded as a hostage by Wu. After several people finished their breakfast quietly, the crow clone drove the carriage and left the place. The proprietress of the B&B looked at the backs of several people reluctantly, sighing that the rich sponsor was gone, and she didn't know when she would meet such a rich person next time. On the other side, under the gaze of Falcon, Tsunade walked into the casino with Shizun beside her. Judging from their current expressions, Tsunade has not yet reached the level of being called a fat sheep, but she has definitely lost less in the past half year or so. Since you are asking people to do things, you must be prepared to get stabbed. He has prepared nearly 3,000 million taels of general-purpose coins. If he still doesn't agree, don't blame Wu for being rude. If he can't deal with the Sunin, he can't deal with a follower. The crow clone is not afraid of poisonous needles and strange powers. It would be great if he dares to summon slugs. He is worried about not being able to get the coordinates of the Shigibone forest. The most important thing in a battle between ninjas is the information gap. As long as you know their methods, you can develop some restrained ninjutsu. Wu's sealing technique is not just for himself and Julai. The strong horses ran towards the southwest. The ice and snow along the way did not freeze their enthusiasm, but it was obvious that they were a little tired of holding back during this period. The carriages galloped on the slippery dirt road, and the light blue chakra firmly grasped their horses' hooves to prevent them from falling. Wu's face was full of anticipation, as if she had already seen the moment when she would turn on the kaleidoscope. In the town's casino, Tsunade put game coins into the slot machine in front of her as usual. Shizun, standing next to her, whispered, "Tsunade-sama, all our travel expenses will be gone later. What does it matter? Just wait until there is no more and we can talk about it." Pulling down the operating lever of the slot machine, the pattern in front of you rotated rapidly. When the first 7 stopped, she looked indifferent. But when the second 7 slowly stopped in front of her, Tsunade's expression became a little wrong. Soon, the third 7 slowly lined up with the other 2, and Tsunade's expression became serious. Stacks of game coins popped out of the slot machines, and the machines in front of them also sounded a pleasant congratulatory sound. "Congratulations to guest number 143 for winning the grand prize. Congratulations to guest number 143 for winning the grand prize." Shizun standing next to her was a little surprised. It was the first time in half a year that her teacher had won a prize. "Tsunade-sama." Without waiting for Shizun to say anything, Tsunade walked to the game console next to her and put in a game coin again. When the same result appeared in front of Tsunade, she breathed a sigh of relief. Illusion? What she didn't know was that a falcon diverted her attention and flew towards a nearby village. The chain sealed off the falcon's presence, completely hiding its breath in the darkness. When keen people encounter something that could endanger themselves, they will often get warnings from some inexplicable and wonderful things, and ninjas who have been through life and death all year round are no exception. Rather, it is precisely because they have experienced birth and death all year round that their perception is better than that of ordinary people. Wu also has no method for that kind of thing that is more appropriately described as a sixth sense rather than perception. But he has a way to block other people's perception, and even the tailed beasts can't sense the presence of the falcon without his using the means. What's more, a falcon's eyes can clearly capture its prey from a distance of 10 kilometers. Even an excellent perceptive ninja wouldn't be able to detect it at such a long distance, unless that perceptive ninja had the blessing of the 9 tails, but this was impossible to happen. With a smile on his lips, Wu leaned in the carriage and waited patiently for the day when he would meet the crow clone. "Wu-kun, what does this change in nature mean?" "The nature of the change, do you see it there? Is it progressing quickly?" He walked to Xing's side and began to explain carefully what the change in nature meant. Xiang Ling, who was sitting in her mother's arms, looked at the two of them curiously, with an inexplicable light shining in her eyes. Seeing this, her mother stretched out her finger and gently touched her head. "Do you want to learn too? How about you wait until you grow up and let your brothers and sisters teach you?" "It is good," she agreed with a sweet voice, and Xiang Lian continued to learn the knowledge taught by her mother. The wind and snow outside the carriage began to get heavier, but the crow clone still drove the carriage expressionlessly, without any complaints. The 2 horses are also covered with a light blue protective layer to prevent them from freezing to death on the road. Haru's face turned pale again, but she should be able to hold on until she saw Tsunade. The best medical ninja? Let me see it. The biting cold wind howled in the stone forest, and a carriage loaded with wind and snow drove from a distance. 5 days had passed since they left the border, and they were only halfway through the journey. Fortunately, Tsunade and Shizen seemed to be planning to stay in that town for a while, which also gave him a chance to rest. There is not much vegetation in this poor place like the Kingdom of Thunder, and the terrain is mostly rocky stone forests, which is really hard to accept. After looking around, Weo parked the carriage under the leeward rock wall and prepared to bury the pot and make rice. Sing also began to prepare feed for the horses to help him share some of his energy. Traveling during the day and resting at night, under such high-intensity pressure, the two horses did not have the same spirit as when they set out. After a few people dealt with them briefly, they continued to rush south. On the other side, in the town where Tsunade is. At this time, Tsunade walked into an izakaya with an unusually relaxed expression. She was relaxed, but Shizen who was following her was extremely distressed. Although money is not a problem for the time being, if you lose at this rate, you will really lose every point. Soon, under the reception of the waiter, several plates of snacks and a bottle of white wine were placed in front of the two of them. Tsunade-sama, will drinking during the day cause? Shizen, have you felt Ruiaoruo's gaze in the past few days? After drinking down the light wine in the cup, Tsunade asked the disciple beside her casually. Tsunade-sama, you mean? Shizen looked a little nervous, and it was obvious that she still trusted her master. Don't be nervous, it's probably Kumagakure's umbu, just relax and relax. Tsunade, who motioned for her to sit down and have a drink, didn't care at all. As long as she didn't show any hostility, Kumagakure's ninjas wouldn't come out to stop the two of them. The Third Ninja World War has ended, and even Kumagakure, which is dominated by the martial arts sect, will not start another war at this moment. But Tsunade-sama, after all, this is. Before she finished speaking, a piece of pickled radish was stuffed into Shizen's mouth. When the two left the izakaya, the man diagonally opposite waved a small flag in his hand to attract passers-by. Take a look and take a look, buy a lottery ticket and draw a lottery, the maximum grand prize is 50 taels, you can claim it. The hexagonal box in front of the man caught their attention, and a slightly tipsy Tsunade walked over with Shizen. You two ladies, do you want to give it a try? As long as you buy a lottery ticket for 50 taels, you will have a chance to win the luxurious grand prize of 50 taels. A treacherous smile flashed in the man's eyes, and he spoke to Tsunade in front of him with a sincere expression, as sincere as he wanted. A lottery meeting, Shizen, do you want to try it? While greeting Shizen, Tsunade skillfully handed over a 50-tael note like a boss. Shizen shook her head and stood silently behind her to prevent any blind guy from approaching Tsunade and risking her life. Shaking the lottery machine casually, Tsunade took the snack from Shizen's hand nonchalantly, trying to get rid of the taste of alcohol in her mouth. Just as she was about to leave, a cry of surprise appeared from behind her boss. How is that possible? I have obviously. Subconsciously covering his mouth, the boss of the lottery said with an ugly face, congratulations to this lady for winning our grand prize. Please keep it. Tremblingly handing the 50-tael bill to Tsunade, the boss closed the stall with a gloomy expression. He clearly remembered to fix the position of the little golden bead before going out. How could someone take away the top prize so easily? Tsunade looked at the bonus in her hand, and an ominous premonition came to her mind again. That's awesome, Tsunade-sama. Shizen happily put away the check, with indescribable excitement in her expression. Ever since they left Konoha, they had lost every time along the way. From the land of fire to the land of thunder, they had not won at all. Since coming to this place, Tsunade-sama's gambling luck has begun to improve, which makes Shizen extremely happy. What Shizen, who was immersed in excitement, didn't know was that Tsunade, who was standing next to her, looked a little solemn. Tsunade, who is well aware of her gambling luck, knows that this sudden change of fortune means that many bad things will happen, just like her family and lovers. Shizen, get ready, let's get out of here. Master Tsunade. Immediately. Without any hesitation, Tsunade walked straight to the hotel where she lived, but just as she was about to arrive, heavy snow suddenly fell in the sky, interrupting her movement. Shizen, who was following closely behind her, hurriedly said, Tsunade-sama, there has been a snowstorm in this area these days. It would be better for us to set off again after some time. Looking at the slowly falling snowflakes and the distant feeling of surveillance, she could only do what Shizen wanted. As one of the three ninjas, she had nothing to do with such a big snowstorm, but Shizen beside her found it difficult to cope with the harsh weather. In the end, Tsunade and Shizen continued to stay in this small town, waiting for the end of the blizzard. Weo, who was more than 100 kilometers away from this town, observed the actions of the two people, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Is even God helping me? This snow came just in time, ha 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 ha. Without hiding his smile, the crow clone vigorously waved the riding crop in his hand, urging the horse to speed up again. After Xiang Ling in the carriage heard Weiyu's laughter, she imitated her imitation. In exchange, her mother slapped her hard on the butt. Weiyu-kun, what's wrong? The town where they are is experiencing a snowstorm, and it seems they can't leave there for the time being. Wuyu, who was accumulating chakra, spoke without stopping the movements of his hands. No matter what, he still had to be prepared for a head-on confrontation. Is it a snowstorm? Aren't they ninjas? How could they stop their actions because of a snowstorm? Because this snowstorm is big enough. Wuyu's sight penetrated the sky and looked toward the endless dark clouds in the north. The howling wind swept through the entire mountain forest, and the continuous blizzard covered this ugly land with its own white clothes. He had never seen such a big snowstorm before, and now he doubted whether the carriage he was riding in could survive the snowstorm without being knocked apart. Singh looked worriedly towards the direction he was going and complained, Autumn has just entered, how can there be a snowstorm here? Who knows? But it will be somewhat beneficial. Are you ready? Speed up. Several light green pills were put into the mouths of the horses. Their eyes became extremely violent and they ran towards the north quickly, leaving only deep footprints. 4 days later, near Tsunade's town, the blizzard gradually dissipated, and the earth was covered with a crystal coat, the deepest part of which reached Wuyu's thighs. Beside the carriage, 2 skinny horses died in front of him. They were foaming at the mouth before they died, and the redness in their eyes had not faded. Have you reached your limit? Forget it, it's close at hand anyway. By stimulating the potential of these 2 horses by accelerating blood flow and supplying food pills, coupled with the rush day and night, it is remarkable that they can survive until now. A black shadow passed by, and the falcon landed on Wuyu's shoulder, guiding him in the direction of the town. Several people came out of the carriage and followed him closely. The icy cold wind made Xiangling's mother unconsciously hug the sleeping little Xiangling tightly, and followed with difficulty. Wuyu-kun, do you need my help later? No, just be responsible for protecting them, I'll just take Ching over there. The long-haired man who had transformed into a crow clone was walking leisurely with Ching on his back, staring ahead expressionlessly. Wuyu was not sure whether Tsunade could cure Haru, but she still had to make some attempts after all. If pleading doesn't work, use coercion. If that doesn't work, use illusion. If it really can't be saved, then he can only dig out his eyes. There is no way, who makes him a scumbag. Time flies, and evening comes in the blink of an eye. Residents of the town were clearing snow from the streets. Not far away, there were several dilapidated houses that were crushed by the heavy snow. When Wuyu and his party appeared in the town, most of the residents here looked at them with surprised eyes. They were really lucky to be able to survive such a heavy snowstorm. Several people hurriedly arrived at a hotel, and Wuyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Ching's condition is not too bad, at least she can survive until Wuyu takes her for treatment. In the hotel, Mizuki, who was alone, sat in the bedroom after setting up the barrier, hesitating whether to contact Orochimaru. He has not defected yet, and letting him speak for him may increase the probability of Tsunade's treatment. After hesitating for a long time, Wuyu's hands slowly formed a spell. In the quiet and dark laboratory, wailing sounds appeared faintly from time to time, and gloomy and hoarse laughter came, as if some progress had been made. Several new seals were cast on the crow's cage not far away, but it was still of no use. No matter how many times, the environment here still makes me feel uncomfortable. After a long time, Orochimaru emerged from the dark and damp laboratory, the vertical pupils in his eyes flashing with coldness and cruelty. Why did you contact me suddenly? I see what you said. Isn't it the courtesy of a disciple to contact a long-lost teacher? Staring at the crow in front of him with interest, he subconsciously licked his lips with his long dark purple tongue, and a hint of sarcasm flashed through his eyes. Don't waste my time anymore, tell me your purpose, Jijijija. Crow put away his false smile and asked solemnly, how is your relationship with Tsunade-sama, who is also a Sunin? Tsunade, it's a familiar name. Do you want to seek treatment from her? It's such a familiar name. It's a pity that you will be disappointed. Her current condition is not very good. Wuyu was not surprised when the hoarse voice sounded. Perhaps Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas, has a good relationship with Tsunade now, but under the current situation, the possibility of her taking action is really low. Are you afraid of blood? That would be really troublesome? Interesting, where did you get this information? There was a look of surprise in Orochimaru's eyes. Logically speaking, it is impossible for this level of information to be exposed. Where did Uchiha Mizuki, a guy who had left the village long ago, learn about it? Although the possibility is low, I still want to ask you to do a small favor. Don't worry, the reward will not let you down. The cunning look in Crow's eyes was not concealed at all, he had laid down enough chips for this transaction. Oh, tell me, what do you want me to do to ask Tsunade for help? Have you ever heard of a Nagara no Jutsu? Mutsu's words made Orochimaru look solemn, as if he had remembered something. Have you met Bailahu? His research is very interesting, but it's a pity that the data was destroyed. He looked at the crow in front of him with regret, not knowing whether he was remembering his old childhood friends or lamenting those precious research materials. His Oinai seems to be unfinished, and I only have part of the information here. Are you interested in it? After a moment of silence, Orochimaru wrote a letter and handed it to the crow clone who had been waiting aside. Wuyu also kept his promise and handed over to him all the information on the Oinai technique that he had on hand. To be honest, he was also curious about how Orochimaru would complete this technique. If Orochimaru, a forbidden technique madman, didn't know how to study this technique, Matsuki would write his name upside down. Your clone is still so interesting. Do you really not want to consider exchanging it with me? I have a new achievement, its name is Curse Seal. Are you interested in trying it? After the crow clone took away the letter, the crow in the cage said, it's definitely impossible to say that I'm not interested in your forbidden technique, but I have something else to do right now. Let's talk about it later. Smiling and brushing off the matter, Uyo directly cut off the contact. Let me tell you a joke, Orochimaru's curse seal, his brain would be melted by sulfuric acid and he wouldn't learn it. In the hotel room, Matsuki cut off communication with Orochimaru. Fortunately, he left a few crows to monitor Konoha's movements in real time, otherwise it would be really troublesome. Sensing the distance of the crow from here, Uyo considered whether he should find some time and space ninjutsu from somewhere, and running back and forth like this was not an option. Boom boom boom. Uyo-kun, dinner is ready. Do you want to come with us? Wait a moment, I'll be there soon. After hurriedly dealing with the barrier, Uyo quickly left the room, preparing to enjoy a long-lost dinner. On the other side, in the hotel where Tsunade was staying, Shizen was packing her luggage, and Douda sitting beside her looked at her quietly, as quiet as she wanted. Hurry up, Shizen, go to the next casino. No, the hotel won't wait for us. Tsunade-sama, the hotel won't run away, so we should wait until tomorrow before setting off. Helplessly packing her luggage, Shizen helped the drunk Tsunade aside, and then continued her work. For some reason, even she could sense the dangerous aura now, but she just couldn't tell where the dangerous aura came from. Tsunade-sama. Looking at Tsunade sleeping beside her, Shizen silently prepared her weapons against the enemy. Hope it won't be as bad as expected. In the early morning, the bright sunshine shone on the floor of the bedroom. Shizen looked at the sleeping Tsunade and sighed helplessly. Tsunade-sama, aren't you leaving here today? The hungover Tsunade turned over and had no intention of answering Shizen. Judging from her appearance, she seemed to have completely forgotten the ominous premonition she had before. Just when Shizen was about to forcefully wake Tsunade up, there was a knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Please wait a moment, I'll be here soon. Shizen quickly covered Tsunade with a quilt, and then quickly walked to the door. Who will come at this hour? Hotel staff. Although she had some doubts in her heart, she still opened the door. Who are you looking for? The man who appeared in front of Shizen was at least a head taller than her, and he was carrying a little girl with a similar face on his back. The man has a delicate appearance, with long hair hanging down behind him like tassels, and the boundless starry sky seems to be hidden in his eyes, making people immersed in it unconsciously. Excuse me, is Tsunade here? I would like to ask her to help my daughter see a doctor. When Uyo mentioned Tsunade, the girl in front of her immediately reacted and looked at the man in front of her with vigilance. Who are you? Why do you know Tsunade-sama is here? Shizen's hand lowered quietly, and poison-quenched steel needles appeared in her hand, waiting for Uyo's answer. The handsome man smiled at her and replied in a low voice, I can answer your questions, but maybe you can't invite me in first, I'm afraid my child won't be able to bear it. Watching the man in front of her warily, Shizen slowly made a small gap, not daring to relax at all. With smart judgment and a vigilant posture that hides most of his weaknesses, he is a qualified ninja, but it's a pity that it is of no use. When you walk into the room, the first thing you see is the wine bottles there and the sleeping Tsunade. Sure enough, as expected, he is really addicted to drinking and gambling. Carefully putting Haru down on his back, Matsuki also put the box he was carrying next to him, waiting for Tsunade to wake up. Shizen also didn't dare to leave Tsunade easily because of the presence of Uyu, an outsider that she was deeply afraid of what this somewhat mysterious man would do. The atmosphere in the room fell into an eerie silence. Uyu picked up the wine bottle beside him, silently poured himself a glass and drank it. Time passed, and the empty wine bottles in the room were replaced by Uyu's service staff, who also prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Shizen looked at the long-haired man's operation and was a little confused for a moment. Shizen, give me a cup of tea. Master Tsunade. Shizen on the side quickly poured a cup of tea and handed it to Tsunade's mouth. After a long time, the hungover Tsunade finally regained consciousness and looked at the stranger in the room. To be honest, the first impression of Tsunade in front of Uyu was that she was big, and then she had a terrible drinking capacity and temper. Frankly speaking, although her appearance was in line with Uyu's preferences, her temper still made him feel at a distance. Who are you? Why did you come to me? Shizen had already repeated it in her ears, but it looked like she hadn't woken up from her hangover yet. With a low sigh, Uyu repeated, Miss Tsunade, I would like to ask you to treat my daughter. The terms are negotiable. Tsunade looked at Haru who was lying beside her, her expression a little subtle. Your daughter? This child is a ninja. Which village are you from? Are you an exiled ninja? Tsunade's tone was a little rough, as if she wanted to find out the identities of the two. When people live in this dark world, they will always encounter some helpless things. Now I am just an ordinary person who wants to live a stable life. Can you please stop delving into it further? Wuyu's expression was gentle, but his own aura became a little violent. Huge chakra filled the air, making Tsunade in front of him look at him solemnly. You bastard, who the hell are you? In Wuyu's sight, Tsunade's muscles began to change subtly, and it seemed that she was ready for battle. Did you know it would be like this? Then please come with me. Matsuki walked out of the room first, with Tsunade and Shizun following closely behind him, ready to attack and hurt anyone at any time. The three of them came to the open space not far from the town one after another. Wuyu stood in front of the two of them, looking helpless. I don't want to be rude, but it seems that there is nothing else you can do to treat her except this method. What do you mean? Wuyu's expression softened, and he said calmly to Tsunade in front of him, let's have a fight. If I win, you will treat her. If I lose, I will leave here and never appear in front of you again. How's it going? My proposal isn't bad, isn't it? Wuyu lowered his hands and said in a calm tone. Shizun stood next to Tsunade, her face looking a little anxious. It can be seen from the momentum just now that the long-haired man in front of him is definitely not an ordinary person. To be able to be so calm in front of Tsunade-sama, who is known as one of the three ninjas, this person is definitely very strong. Okay, that's it. Tsunade-sama, you. Shizun looked at Tsunade beside her in surprise, her expression unusually helpless. Wise decision, little girl, stay away from her. You are a bit in the way now. Wuyu's words made Shizun's expression change, and she unconsciously looked at the teacher beside her. At Tsunade's signal, Shizun could only slowly retreat dozens of meters away, ready for support at any time. At the same time, the chakra with an ominous aura emerged in the darkness, and the sense of crisis in the air made Shizun's eyelids twitch wildly in the distance. Who is that guy? Does the mere aura of the confrontation make the body constantly warned to stay away from this place, Tsunade-sama? Shizun's face looked a little worried. Tsunade didn't want to be like that during the Great Ninja War, especially now. Who are you with this unknown chakra? At this moment, Tsunade looked directly at the long-haired man in front of her, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, and her expression unusually solemn. Are you ready? It's time to go. The snow beneath his feet suddenly exploded, completely burying Wuyu's figure. 5 black shadows instantly surrounded Tsunade, attacking the weak points of her defense. You guy, who are you looking down on? The ground beneath his feet cracked, and the open space became fragmented as if it had experienced a small earthquake. A few streaks of white mist dissipated, and Wuyu's figure emerged from the snow and mist. When he looked at the pit that was 5 meters deep, he looked a little scared, and there was a faint trace of cold sweat on his forehead. You must not be hit by this violent woman, otherwise you will really die. Outside the small town where the cold wind was howling, Wuyu looked coldly at Tsunade, who was not far away, with a somewhat scared expression. Fortunately, he let the shadow branch test it first, otherwise he would have been accidentally tricked. TCH, shadow clone? Tsunade curled her lips, her expression seemed a little pity. The temptation is over, let's be more serious next time. As soon as he finished speaking, a pale hand tightly grasped Tsunade's ankle and pulled her underground. To Junna, the art of beheading in the heart. However, just as the shadow clone was about to drag Tsunade underground, a crushing force hit the shadow clone's body, completely interrupting the ninjutsu. Before Tsunade could slow down, the huge water dragon bit her. It's not over yet. Water release, water dragon bullet technique, earth release, earth current wall. The two shadow clones cooperated tacitly and directly lifted the ground where Tsunade was, trying to trap her in the water dragon. Laugh. The light blue chakra cut through the water dragon like a sharp blade, and Tsunade stepped on the water with a solemn expression. In just a few seconds, the two had fought several times, and the danger contained in them made Shizun, who was hiding nearby, break out in cold sweat. Only now did she understand the meaning of the long-haired man's words. Her current strength would only cause trouble for Tsunade. She couldn't intervene in a battle of this level. Water escape, earth escape, shadow clone technique. Why don't you use the technique you were good at? Are you afraid of being spotted? Did you notice it? I told you I didn't mean any harm. We just want to live an ordinary life. It's really helpless. The mist filled the air, and Wuyu's figure was once again hidden in the darkness. Is it Kirigakure's silent killing technique? Who are you? He is worthy of the title of Sunin. What comes next will not be as simple as before. Be careful. As if she sensed something, Tsunade immediately lifted the rock under her feet and guarded herself from all directions. The extremely sharp wind blades instantly chopped the rocks in front of Tsunade into pieces. Wind escape Feng Kie. There was no expression on Wuyu's face. He knew that this move did not touch Tsunade's body at all. The Kirigakure jutsu used by Matsuki contains his chakra, and he can clearly sense whether the attack is effective. In vain, a white fist slammed hard into his body, with a force that was comparable to the sharp claws of Nine Tails. Up there, is the layer of chakra on her body her way of concealing her aura? You really can't be careless at all. Bang! Wuyu's figure turned into white mist and dissipated, and Tsunade's expression did not change at all. It's a shadow clone again, can you just hide around? After all, the opponent is the legendary Sunin, so you must always be prepared. The snowflakes gathered, and Wuyu's true body emerged from the wind and snow. The falcon above the clearing was hovering in the sky, and its pair of eagle eyes had already turned into a Sharingan eye. Since the beginning of the war, Wuyu's eyes have been collecting Tsunade's fighting habits and the changes in her muscles when she strikes, in order to predict her movement direction. Wuyu came to the conclusion that whether it was combat experience or consciousness, he was much better than him. If he hadn't had the falcon warning in the sky to monitor the battlefield movements, he might have been defeated at the hands of Tsunade. This is the conclusion reached when Wuyu does not want to reveal his identity, and it fully illustrates how troublesome the woman in front of him is. The strength is very strong, but the difficulty is weaker than that of Orochimaru. Compared with Jiraiya, it may be about the same. After all, the healing and chakra recovery capabilities of the Hyakuya no Jutsu are very strong. What a hassle! Wuyu knew that this strength alone could not force Tsunade's psychic skills to come out, but due to her identity, she was destined to be unable to use her full strength. There is no other way but to be as hidden as possible. Deep in the soul. Julai, give me your chakra, just a part of it is enough. A steady stream of power filled the whole body, and each crow clone turned into a ball of chakra, completely wrapping the Nine Tails chakra, flowing in Wuyu's body in an almost unchanged form. Water escape, a great waterfall art. The overwhelming flood rushed toward Tsunade, and the shadow clone standing next to Wuyu quickly formed seals. Countless electric currents were spread along the flood, making those who were hit instantly lose consciousness. Combination ninjutsu is one of the ways Wuyu considers fighting enemies in his spare time. It is a ninjutsu that can only be used when it is inconvenient to reveal one's identity. Shizun, come closer to me. Tsunade shouted to Shizun, who was hiding aside, her expression slightly anxious. The stormy floods crashed onto the land covered with ice and snow, and stone pillars were washed away by the seawater from time to time. In the sky, Tsunade looked at the current-filled seawater below with an unusually serious expression. Spirituality. A huge slug appeared in mid-air, and the water splashed when it fell formed a vacuum area. It's finally out. It's been a long wait. A crow appeared on Wuyu's body, with a scroll full of spells in its mouth. Half of the goal has been achieved. Next, we still need to break it up to make it easier to start. Forming seals with his hands, water masses emerged from the small lake created by Wuyu, transforming into his appearance. Slug, be careful, this guy is very tricky, prepare to use acid. Yes, Tsunade-sama. The voice of this mollusk was unexpectedly gentle, and Wuyu sighed at the wonder of this world. Light yellow acid erupted from the slug's mouth and faced the water body surrounding them. Just when the acid touched the water body, an unabashed smile appeared on Wuyu's face. No, stop. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous explosions appeared in front of Wuyu, and the strong shockwave caused this behemoth to break into countless small slugs. The crow clone also took this opportunity to dive under the water. As a guy who believes that art is explosion, how could he not prepare some special gifts to welcome his enemies? Each water body has a detonating talisman mixed in its body, and Wuyu deliberately mixed in a few tailed beast chakras to prevent it from being insufficiently powerful. Now it seems that the power is still very good, at least it will blow the slug's body apart. Under the water, the crow slowly approached the slug that was blown into small pieces, and the scroll in its mouth released dark chains to trap it tightly. Successful. Next are those two people. Walking on the water, Wuyu stopped in front of a slug several meters in size. You guy. Tsunade and Shizun emerged from the slug's body, looking extremely tired. Isn't the art of hundreds of heroes completed yet? That's right, it's only been less than a year or so, how could it be so fast? Rubbing his forehead with a headache, Wuyu carried the two of them directly back to the hotel with one hand in each hand. Before Tsunade fell into unconsciousness, Wuyu's words reached her ears clearly. I told you that I just asked you to save people, that you have to force me to do such a heavy hand. Whether it was anger or exhaustion, Tsunade tilted his head and fainted from anger, leaving Wuyu speechless for a long time. At noon, in Tsunade's room, Wuyu looked at the two unconscious people with no trace of emotion in his eyes. The dishes that were originally served were also replaced by him and a new one was prepared. Time passed slowly, and Wuyu was summarizing the gains and losses of this battle while tasting the food in front of him. There is no doubt that Tsunade's strength is comparable to that of Cage level, but that was when she completed the Hyakuya no Jutsu. Now, she is strong enough, but she lacks the means at critical moments. When encountering an enemy like her, some despicable means must be used, just like Wuyu deliberately expanded the scope of the Great Waterfall Jutsu slightly. Soon after, Tsunade slowly woke up. When she found herself lying in the hotel room, she subconsciously alerted her surroundings, and then she spotted Wuyu enjoying food. Are you awake? Do you want to try the seafood in this store? It tastes good. Tsunade sat in front of Wuyu, poured herself a cup of wine and drank it all in one gulp. Your ninjutsu is very common, but your grasp of the timing of battle is perfect. I should not have seen you on the battlefield. Who are you? Putting the vegetables in front of him into his mouth, Wuyu looked helpless. Although I used to be a ninja, it's different now. The Great Ninja War has been over for almost a year, and the ninja affairs have nothing to do with me. During the conversation, Wuyu put her hand on her forehead, her expression unusually soft. Now I am just a businessman. I just want to take my family with me for the rest of my life without any worries that you will fulfill this wish for me, right? Just when Tsunade wanted to continue asking, Shizen woke up beside her. Master Tsunade, are you alright? As soon as she woke up, she hurriedly looked at the teacher beside her, her worried look showing no trace of falsehood. It seems that you also have juniors who care about you very much. This makes me feel more at ease, ha ha ha. Wuyu chuckled twice, his tone full of different meanings. What the hell do you want to do, you bastard? Several steel needles appeared directly in Shizen's hand, and the next second they were about to be shot at Wuyu, who was enjoying the food in front of her. Stop, mute, it's useless. Tsunade's expression became extremely soft, and a charming fake smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Do you want me to treat the child lying next to you? Wuyu was extremely helpless. This woman was really difficult to deal with. The way she looked now, it was obvious that she wanted him to relax his vigilance, and he could use his toes to figure out what would happen next. I think you misunderstood. Although I learned about you from other places, I came here with sincerity. Opening the box next to them, a neat stack of banknotes appeared in front of the two of them. There are 2,000 million taels here. If it's not enough, we can discuss it again. When the box of banknotes appeared in front of Tsunade, Wuyu did not see any signs of relaxation in her body movements. Do I still need to use that letter? I really can't trust Orochimaru. There's nothing I can do about it. Just when Tsunade was about to speak, Wuyu said again, actually, I came here because of a person's suggestion. I hope you can take action to save this child for his sake. After solemnly handing over Orochimaru's handwriting, he looked at the woman in front of him quietly, waiting for her decision. Tsunade-sama, it's me. It's okay. He tore open the envelope in front of him and familiar handwriting appeared in Tsunade's eyes. For a long time, Tsunade looked at the long-haired man in front of her with a scrutinizing expression. Are you familiar with that Orochimaru guide, Master Orochimaru? Shizen on the side was a little surprised. As a ninja of Konoha, Shizen naturally knew how difficult Orochimaru was to get along with, who was also one of the three ninjas. Wuyu's expression was a little helpless. He knew Tsunade would ask this. Yes, Mr. Orochimaru suggested that I bring her to you because you are the best medical ninja in the world. Just take the blame for me if you take the forbidden technique. Anyway, you will be blamed for it in the future. Wuyu's expression was extremely sincere when he was vomiting with malice in his heart. Two white fingers tapped on the table, and the atmosphere in the room became inexplicably solemn. Although she wanted to fight off the man in front of her now, he was not weak, and there was no secret message in Orochimaru's letter. It seemed that this man was really an acquaintance of his. Tsunade didn't care how Orochimaru knew him, as long as she made sure he was not an enemy of the village. After hesitating for a long time, Tsunade asked, where did you meet that guy? I'm sorry I can't tell you this. People's acquaintance always happens inexplicably, and the same goes for accidents, just like you are suffering from blood phobia now. As soon as they said this, their pupils shrank and they looked at the long-haired man in front of them in disbelief. Did that guy Orochimaru even tell him this? What is this person's identity? Allow him to tell him his weaknesses without reservation. Seeing that the two were silent, Wuyu took out the test tube in his arms and silently observed Tsunade's changes. Sure enough, Mr. Orochimaru did not hide the news. When Tsunade saw the blood in the test tube, her tense body began to tremble slightly, and her eyes were slightly shaken. Taking back the test tube in his hand, Wuyu's expression did not change at all. No matter what, I still want to beg you to heal this child, please. After giving a solemn salute to Tsunade in front of him, Wuyu stood aside, waiting for her decision. You know clearly that I can't perform surgery, but you still come to me. With your knowledge, even an ordinary medical ninja can become a first-class being by giving him guidance, let alone a carefully cultivated disciple. After secretly complimenting Shizen, Wuyu looked at her with a smile. I know, put your things away and check on the kid. Tsunade was a little helpless, but she still agreed to Wuyu's request. Yes, Shizen on the side walked towards Ching and began to check her physical condition. Shizen's actions also made Wuyu sigh in relief, and she sat silently in the corner of the room. He knew that Orochimaru's snake skin was still very useful. After all, it is a friendship that has lasted through life and death on the battlefield for decades, so it will play a certain role. As the treatment began, Shizen's face became extremely solemn, which also made Wuyu a little worried. Tsunade-sama, please come and see for yourself. What happened? At this time, Tsunade was sitting in front of the banquet table, paying attention to Shizen's actions. When Shizen called her, she knew it was time to show her steps. The inspection lasted from afternoon to evening, and the expressions of the two people became more and more serious, and even he couldn't help but become nervous. The setting sun slowly fell into the sky, and Wuyu was also driven out of the room. When Tsunade personally checked Ching, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Nearly 3 hours had passed, and he still didn't get any news from the two of them. In the end, Wuyu could only wait for the result outside the room. Just when his patience was about to reach its breaking point, Tsunade walked out of the room with Shizen, looking slightly tired. How's it going? Wuyu looked at her expectantly, but there was speculation in his heart. This little girl has a special chakra that is constantly changing in her brain, and her will to survive has also declined. Are there any cases of her? Seeing Mizuki shaking her head, Tsunade expressed her speculation. Did this little girl see an accident or something that stimulated her spirit before she woke up? Her brain problem is still extremely difficult even now. Are there no clues? Brain stimulating accident? Does it matter if your only friend dies in front of you? It should count, right? After hesitating for a moment, Muyu asked, then is there any way to stimulate the will to live? Tsunade frowned and asked Muyu directly to the side. Do you know how to use mental ninjutsu? If you can use ninjutsu to enter her mind, there is a chance to wake her up. This is just a suggestion. If you don't know how, then consider other treatment options. Muyu's expression was a bit ugly, and she didn't know how to speak for a while. Spirit ninjutsu, another term for soul ninjutsu. The simplest spiritual ninjutsu is an illusion that fools the enemy's senses. The spiritual ninjutsu that can make Tsunade ask must be more than that simple. In other words, it is a ninjutsu that touches the soul. Wait a minute, Muyu can't do it, but there is a guy inside him who is good at it. Can you give me a few minutes? I want to confirm something. Muyu walked directly to the side room and asked Julai, who was sleeping, to prepare chakra. If he remembered correctly, Kyubai's chakra seemed to be able to connect people's spirits together. At this time, Qing's face was getting paler, and even Muyu could tell that her condition was deteriorating again. Whether you can succeed or not depends on you, don't blame me. The door was sealed with a spell, a purple-black crow appeared on his body, and the faint chakra fluctuations made even Muyu feel a little scared. This specially made crow is at least a bit stronger than the ones used to explode the 5 tails, and the 9 tails chakra contained in it is also much more violent. If Muyu and Julai hadn't joined forces to control it, I'm afraid it would have gone out of control on its own after a while. The preparation of the altar is complete, the next step is to apply the sealing technique. Without any hesitation, Muyu directly integrated the crow into Qing's body, and along with the crow came a series of dark chains. Let's start. Outside the bedroom, that strange chakra vaguely emerged, and Tsunade and Shizun waited silently. Unlike Tsunade, Shizun's face looked a little strange. Tsunade-sama, is that letter really written by Orochimaru-sama? Well, that is indeed his handwriting, and there are no problem code words left on it. It's just. Tsunade's expression seemed a little confused, as if some fog was covering her memory. Tsunade-sama, nothing. Is there something wrong with that child? That child's chakra always feels inexplicably familiar to me, as if I've seen it somewhere before. Where is it? As the sun slowly set below the ground, Tsunade and Shizun sat in the next room, waiting for Matsuki to appear. Until now, she still could not recall where she had seen similar chakra fluctuations before, and in the end she could only give up the idea. After another half an hour, the door sealed by the technique was opened, and Muyu appeared in front of the two of them with a tired look on his face. I'll bother you next, I need to take a rest. The two nodded to him and hurried in. What the hell is going on? Shizun looked like she couldn't believe it, and even Tsunade looked a little surprised. Qing, who had some muscle atrophy due to long-term immobility, now looks like a healthy girl, and even her pale face has recovered a lot. It's this kind of ominous chakra again. What did that person do to her? After Shizun patiently checked Qing's physical condition, the disbelief on her face became even stronger. How about it? Tsunade-sama, this little girl's body functions have fully recovered, and she is no different from a healthy normal person. I understand, prepare for treatment immediately. Yes. On the other side, after Muyu swallowed a soldier food pill, he slowly condensed his chakra. The sealing technique that can seal a tailed beast is extremely energy consuming, even if the sealed thing is not even a tailed beast. I did everything I should do, and I also did a lot of things I shouldn't. Whether Qing can wake up depends on her own fate. If even Tsunade can't do anything, then he can only think about how to maximize the benefits. As soon as his thoughts changed, the crow held the scroll that sealed the slug's clone in his mouth and placed it in front of him, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It's not that there is no gain at all, at least there are clues to the immortal mode, haha. What will the legendary Holy Land as famous as empty Mayaboku and Ryachi Cave, the place suspected to be the source of the Senju Hashirama sage model, look like? Really looking forward to it. Just when Muyu began to daydream about the scenery of Shiju Forest, there was a knock on the bedroom door. Who? The treatment is complete, you can take this child and leave. Tsunade's voice sounded outside the door, and Muyu quickly ran towards the door. At this time, the treatment had completely ended, and Shizun was collecting the magic scrolls that assisted the treatment, looking extremely tired. Tsunade looked at the sleeping Haru hesitantly, wondering where she had seen that weird chakra fluctuation. Muyu held Qing's hand and felt her condition. Sure enough, she had completely woken up, but she needed to take a short break because she had not yet adapted to the outside environment. Thank you very much. You are indeed the best medical ninja. Please wait a moment, what did you do to this child before? Why did her physical function and mental state return to a level similar to that of a normal person? Judging from the previous examination results, this child has been in a coma for at least half a year. What is the sealing technique on her belly? Is it a Jinhyura key? Tsunade asked curiously, her tone full of temptation. After a moment of silence, Wu opened his mouth to answer. This involves my personal privacy. Please forgive me for not being able to answer, so I will take my leave first. Wu left the hotel with Qing, without any concealment of the threatening look before leaving. Tsunade-sama, would you like to contact the village? After Shizen saw Wu leaving with the little girl, she asked her teacher in a low voice. Get out of here first, and we'll talk about the rest later. Tsunade walked straight to her bedroom, but there was always an ominous premonition in her heart. What exactly went wrong? She picked up the wine bottle placed aside but did not drink it. She just held it in her hand and rubbed it repeatedly while staring at the snowy scene outside the window in a daze. Just when she had no clue, Shizen ran over in a panic with the information in her hand. Tsunade-sama, something happened in the village. Tsunade grabbed the scroll and looked at it carefully. When she saw the Kyuubi attacking Konoha, a flash of inspiration flashed in her mind. But after reading it carefully, the light in my mind disappeared again. The fourth generation died in the battle. Was the Kyuubi sealed in his child? Why is such important information sent here now? Shizen answered carefully, Tsunade-sama, you said at that time not to bother you no matter what happened, so the village did not pay attention to the information given to you. The veins on her forehead popped out, and Tsunade was in a bad mood now that the clues she had finally figured out were now broken. Isn't it a tailed beast? Could that kind of unknown and huge chakra be innate? After a long silence, Tsunade gave up. Shizen, go get another drink and head to the next casino tomorrow. Master Tsunade. From time to time, snowflakes fell in the breeze on the dim streets. Wu walked toward the hotel where she was staying with Qing on her back. Wu's last look at Tsunade showed no trace of murderous intent, and I believe she would also understand what he meant. How easy it was to fight a ninja whose information was basically completely exposed, and it only took a few minutes for Mutsuki to finish. It is much easier to deal with a shivering ninja who is afraid of blood than to deal with a jounin who is determined to die. Just as he was about to arrive at the hotel, Qing's back was shaking a little, and his closed eyes slowly opened. Fortunately, it was night time, and the surrounding light was not sufficient, and it did not cause any stimulation to Qing. You're awake. Turning his head to look at the waking girl, Wu showed a long-lost smile on his face. Who are you? I always feel familiar. When Qing noticed that she was on the back of this long-haired man, she subconsciously wanted to get off. Sorry, the transformation spell has not been unlocked. Wu's figure changed into what it is now, looking at her with a smile on his face, followed by a friendly fist. Wu's crow clone immediately flew 4 to 5 meters away, and the main body hiding in the dark also cut off the pain sense. You guy, you must have faked your death to lie to me. When Qing saw Wu with a fake smile on his face, he understood that there was definitely something wrong with this guy standing in front of her at that time. She didn't know it at the moment of crisis, but now that she thinks about it carefully, she understands how a guy like this who usually sends his avatar when doing tasks could stand in front of her. After soothing his bones, Haru stepped closer to Wu, who finally couldn't afford it. The 3 Megatama in his eyes rotated crazily, forming a pattern similar to Fuma Shuriken. Should I be so exaggerated? The crow clone was about to leave, but found that he was controlled in place and unable to move. Looking up, Qing pinned him down and delivered another friendly punch. The power was so strong that even Wu, who was hiding in the dark, was a little frightened. After taking the opportunity to take a look at the kaleidoscope pattern that was also sunny, Wu recalled the kaleidoscopes of the Uchiha clan in his heart and came to his own conclusion. Straight, it's not surprising, Haru is still better at taijutsu than ninjutsu, so there is no problem in opening the toma. After the chakra used by the crow clone to fix its body shape was completely dispersed, another crow clone appeared from the darkness, smiling and looking at Haru, who was breathing heavily, with an unusual expression on his face. Are you relieved? You bastard, you haven't changed since then. With another punch, the crow clone's head exploded, and then slowly fixed back together. There's no other way, I'm just trying to do everything. The new power is pretty good, but it's a power that can only be used when your loved ones are dead in front of you. It's really ironic. After sneering for a while, the crow clone sat in front of her, waiting for her to adapt to this new power. In the biting cold wind, 2 boys and girls sat on the ground, seemingly unaffected by the weather, and began to study the power in the kaleidoscope. I seem to be able to make myself perform some special moves now. Do you want to try it? When Haru revealed his ability, Mutsuki immediately handed her the kunao in his ninja bag, ready to see what the power of Haru's kaleidoscope was. When Qing's eyes focused on the kunao in his hand, he could clearly feel that a mark had been made on the kunao. Later, when the dagger penetrated the crow clone's throat, Wu's eyes were filled with shock. It's so fast, the speed is comparable to the 4th generation Flying Thunder God technique, but I don't know if it can lead people. Just when Wu was about to speak, Qing's behavior once again made him feel happy and even a little scared. Qing, who was originally on the same spot, instantly moved to the position of the dagger, leaving him no time to react. Time and space ninjutsu. Before he could be happy for a long time, Qing, who was stuck in place, fell into a coma. After a little inspection, he understood why Qing fainted. The eye power has consumed too much. It seems that this technique is too heavy a burden on her body. Even with the tailed beast chakra, there is nothing she can do. Is it a low-end version of the Tenshao power, and it can only move near the object that creates the mark. Ida really call it weak, a life-saving skill. To say it's strong is to say it's a bit rubbish. For a moment, even he didn't know how to evaluate this pupil technique, so he could only carry the unconscious Qing back to the hotel. Originally, he planned to use Qing's eyes to open the eternal kaleidoscope, but now it seems that it is better to make plans early. The Sharinan is the reflection of the soul that she really wants to get rid of her identity as a ninja and live peacefully. Otherwise, there would be no pupil technique similar to Tenshao's power. It's a pity that meeting him is a bad experience. In any case, he will not pin his fate on two little brats. Soon, Wu carried Qing back to the hotel. Wu-kun, is Miss Qing awake? Well, I just woke up and played myself unconscious again. Let's take her to have a rest. After seeing carefully wiped the blood off Qing's face, he helped her into the bedroom. Wu also withdrew his gaze and took out the scroll that sealed the slug. Should we go there now? After much hesitation, he took back the scroll and walked towards his long-lost bedroom. The weather that had weathered the snow for a long time began to clear up, and the bright sunlight shone through the window on the tatami in the bedroom, forming small spots of light. Qing opened her eyes tiredly and found that she was in a strange bedroom, and her clothes had been changed into pajamas. She climbed up with difficulty, looking at the furnishings in the room from time to time. Suddenly, the door to the bedroom was opened, and a girl in a sky-blue kimono looked at her, seemingly surprised. You're awake. You are. Qing looked at the girl suspiciously, but she had suspicions in her heart. This is our first official meeting, right? My name is Yu Sing, and I am now considered a disciple of Lord Wu. When you were in a coma, I and another mother and son took care of you. Hearing this, Qing quickly bowed to the girl who was about the same age as her, and at the same time recorded the account on Wu. Thank you very much for causing trouble along the way. You're welcome. I can fulfill my wish only with Wu-kun's help. It's not difficult at all. After hearing Xing's experience, Qing immediately equated the definition of Wu with the beast that deceived ignorant girls, and the expression on her face was a little gloomy. That bastard, I thought he was a coward, but I didn't expect him to repay a favor. It's really. After anger boiled in her heart for a while, Qing sighed and silently followed Xing to the side. The world is so dark, and it's really hard to keep oneself alive. Where is the extra energy to deal with things you don't want to do? Although she had some objections to Wu Yu's approach, Qing ultimately selectively ignored them. Pushing open the door, a sumptuous banquet table appeared in front of the two of them. Wu Yu was holding a scroll with an unusually troubled expression. You guys are here, sit down first, and you can start eating when the dishes are all served. After the two sat down, Xianlian's mother, who took Xiao Xianglian to wash up, also came here. Qing observed the companions around her, then looked at the nearby scenery, and already made a judgment in her heart. 1. What kind of status do we have now, Wu Yu? Identity: he can barely be considered an ordinary person, as long as he is not discovered by the guys in Konoha. The answer Wu Yu gave her did not satisfy Qing, but now she could only force herself to accept the reality. Rebellion: it's really your style. Putting down the scroll in his hand, he had a habitual smile on his face. Strictly speaking, I am the only rebel ninja, and you are just ordinary people I rescued on the way. After all, you have not graduated from the ninja academy. After breakfast, Haru stared at Wu Yu, who was condensing chakra, and expressed her doubts. How long has it been since that battle? How long has it been? It's still more than 2 months away from the year. Time really flies. Then where are we going? What about the mother and son? After thinking for a moment, Wu Yu answered. Go to the Kingdom of Water first. After I finish the current affairs, I can arrange an escape route for the mother and son. What's wrong? This is not your usual style. After a long silence, Qing said slowly, I just don't want that child to experience the pain of losing a loved one. If they are helpful to you, just pretend I didn't say these words. They are survivors of the Uzumaki clan. Their physiques can heal injuries, and their effects are much stronger than ordinary medical ninjutsu. You can still persist without them. Taking a deep breath, Qing calmed down her mood. I understand, just do as you arrange. Just when Qing was about to leave, Wu Yu, who was concentrating his chakra, said directly, don't use the kaleidoscope unless necessary. Even if there is a crow in your body, that is not a book you can use now. Wait until you officially become an adult. You already know the consequences of using a kaleidoscope, right? Qing stood there with an extremely ugly expression on her face. Ever since she woke up, she had discovered that her eyesight seemed to have weakened partially. She originally thought this was just a sequelae, but when Wu Yu spoke, she realized just how terrifying the sequelae were. I see. By the way, you can help me train Xing. By the way, her perception ability is good and she is very suitable for training as a sensory ninja. Qing left without looking back, leaving Wu Yu alone in the room. The leisurely time is over, and now it's time to go to the Kingdom of Water to get Mingdu. In the past few days, Wu Yu has been very troubled because he was not sure about one thing, that is, if he reached the Shigibone forest, he would be digested by the slug's body without even leaving any residue. Unlike Miyama Mountain and Ryachi Cave, there is only one life in the wet bones, and that is Slug Immortal. As the only life in the wet bone forest, Wu Yu was curious about how big it was. Even during the Fourth Ninja War, Tsunade and Sakura channeled almost 1/10 of the Slug Sage clones with the addition of the Hyakuha no Jutsu and the Nine Tails Chakra. One can imagine how huge its body is, and we have seriously doubted that the size of the Ten Tails might not be as large as that of Slug Sage. If you want to get the Immortal mode, you can't bypass the Slug Immortal level. The key to the Shigi Bone Forest was now in Wuyu's hands. The question he was worried about now was what the Slug Immortal's attitude was towards him: friendly or hostile, indifferent or interested. As a psychic beast who signed a psychic contract with Tsunade, will Slug Sage be hostile towards him? It is absolutely impossible for Wuyu to put herself in danger without being fully prepared. Should we wait until the main Jikaya Sharinan is activated? What a tough nut to crack. On the scroll that sealed the Slug clone, the light blue chakra pointed to the southeast, which seemed to be the location of the Wet Bone Forest. Although Wuyu once considered going to the Shimagun Forest through the principle of reverse spiritualism, he thought that he did not have the same luck as Jiraiya, so he simply used the echo between the clone and the main body to create this pointing scroll. By increasing the number of slug clones in the scroll to point to the destination, it seems to be working well. Wearing clothes, Wuyu admired the snowy scenery outside the window, and began to consider how to start. Right now, the Mizukage of Kirigakure village in the Land of Water should still be the 4th generation Mizukage Goju Yagurat. I don't know if Obito is targeting the three-tailed Jinchuriki now. It's gone around and back again, it's really. Wuyu was a little speechless. Originally, he didn't want to get too close to the Kingdom of Water, but he didn't expect to go there anyway. He had to say Shiyam Injai. Time and space ninjutsu, I am really envious. With a sneer, he hid his figure in the shadows and continued to prepare his new trump card. A few days later, Wuyu and his party left this small town and rushed to the Kingdom of Water in the southeast. Different from when he first came, now he has another outstanding fighting force by his side. Although Kaleidoscope has the risk of reducing vision, it is still very good to save life at critical moments. The only depressing thing is that there is no place to sell horses in this town, and their carriage can only be sold by Wuyu. Thinking about it, how could anyone raise horses in an environment like the Kingdom of Thunder? Even those with extraordinary status mostly rode in sedans, and very few people drove carriages. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been praised for his wealth by the shop owner in the Iron Country. There was no other way. In order to maintain the forward speed, Wuyu could only let the Crow clone carry Xiang Phosphorus mother and daughter forward. As a result, their progress was much faster. After all, they are 2.5 ninjas, so they can't be too slow. On the way forward, Qing looked at the surrounding environment and suddenly said, "What are your plans when you get to the Kingdom of Water? Do you want to find a place to rest for a while after finishing what you mentioned?" "Well, I might have to go somewhere first and then rest for a while." As if remembering something, Wuyu cast his gaze in the direction of Kirigakure. If I remember correctly, the tailed beasts in Kirigakure village are 3-tailed and 6-tailed. The final endings don't seem to be very good. After sneering twice, Wuyu led a few people and continued moving forward. In the sand-filled desert, a handsome man with long red hair walked alone, with black smoke rising from the village behind him. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in the man's eyes, and the screams behind him did not change his expression in any way. What a deserted village. There seems to be nothing that can be used as materials. I hope there will be something harvestable in the next village. In vain, a strong gust of wind and sand blew by. The man subconsciously blocked it with his hands, and his expression became gloomy unconsciously. The news that the ninja villages scattered in the Kingdom of Wind were massacred overnight has been heard several times. The red-haired man looked up and saw a blue-haired woman wearing a black windbreaker with several red auspicious clouds embroidered on it. She was flying in the sky and looking at him quietly. "It seems to be your masterpiece, the red sand scorpion." Xia stared coldly at the woman flying in the sky and asked in a low voice, "What's your purpose?" Papers were flying, and the blue-haired man replied expressionlessly, "I would like to invite you to join Akatsuki." "Xiao, never heard of it. Future activities need your strength, come and help us." Scorpion's expression was a little sarcastic, and he replied with a sneer. Haha. Look at your tone, you are quite contemptuous of others. You can think of Akatsuki as a refuge for those who betray the ninja village. The blue-haired woman landed opposite Scorpion, and the pieces of paper behind her were scattered in all directions. Xia vigilantly observed the pieces of paper surrounding him, a hint of interest flashed in his eyes. The whole picture of the blue-haired woman was also presented in Scorpion's eyes. The most eye-catching thing was the black lip nail and the paper flower on her head. As long as you successfully complete your mission, no one will care what you want to do. I see, it doesn't sound bad. The corners of Xia's mouth raised slightly and he continued to speak to the mysterious woman in front of him. "It doesn't sound bad though." Xia took out the scroll he placed behind him and quickly placed it on the ground, but his expression became extremely cold. "What do you want to do?" The blue-haired woman turned a blind eye to his actions and asked without any fluctuation in her tone. "It's a pity that my principle has always been to protect myself from others." Biting his thumb, he pressed the blood onto the huge purple scroll with 3 written on it. "It seems that my luck is not bad. Although I failed in the village just now, I have good quality materials delivered to my door. Be happy, I will make you a collection of the same level as the third Kaze cage. With a move of his fingertips, the chakra line attached to the human puppet in front of him, and two sharp blades appeared from the puppet's body and flew straight towards the woman in front of him. The sword flashed, and the woman in front of him broke into three pieces. The corners of Xia's mouth were raised, and the expression on his face was a little joyful. But as the blue-haired woman in front of him was scattered into countless pieces of paper, he once again returned to his expressionless look. Here we go again, what kind of ninjutsu is this? The breeze blew, and countless pieces of paper gathered together again to form a woman's body. I really can't help you. Scorpio looked solemn, and the third Kazekige's puppet returned to his side again, wary of the blue-haired woman's actions. In this case, I can only use force to take you away. The blue-haired woman's eyes revealed murderous intent, and she looked indifferently at the boy in front of her. Scorpion's pupils shrank, his expression full of arrogance. Haha. You are quite interesting. Let me investigate thoroughly. On the stone pillar in the distance, two people wearing the same clothes as the blue-haired woman were observing the battle not far away. The expressions on their faces did not change at all. Aren't you going? After all, he is the guy who killed the third Kaze cage. That puppet is quite interesting. Xionen's strength is more than that, she won't lose. You really have the same trust as always. The man wearing an orange mask disappeared into the whirlpool, and he had no time to appreciate the ensuing battle. Anyway, God's way is here, so there won't be any problems. There are a lot of things to do next, and he still has to see where there are suitable manpower. There is no time to waste here. The orange-haired man stared at the two fighting men, his rippled purple eyes showing no emotion at all. It was noon, and Wu and his party found a leeward place to cook. After traveling all morning, his body was fine, but Qing, who was barely recovering from a serious illness, and Xing, who was weak in physical strength, were a little unbearable. As it turns out, he was also the one responsible for preparing lunch in the end, and Hoshi was asking Haru about chakra condensation. Only for this reason, Wu was unable to provide any help. When he had little chakra, he could prepare it casually. Now the person responsible for storing and condensing chakra for him is Julai, not himself. Put the prepared vegetable buns and dried meat into the pot and cook them briefly, then add a few dry biscuits, and today's lunch is complete. Considering that several people were in the stage of growing body, he deliberately adjusted the ratio of vegetables to a nutritionally balanced level, so that certain diseases caused by loss of nutrition would never occur. During lunch, Qing asked in a low voice, "Do you have any information about the Kingdom of Water? Although I really want to say that there is, don't expect to know too much from me. After all, it is a big country that does the best in keeping secrets. There is not much news spread to the outside world." Wu smiled, feeling that these words were a bit sarcastic. The country that does the best job of keeping secrets doesn't even know that its village chief is being controlled. The indescribable irony is overwhelming. After sharing the information they knew with a few people, they continued on their way after taking a short rest. Time waits for no one. If Obito was blocked by him after he controlled the Mizu cage, it was unclear what would happen to Mizuki. The current situation is that Wu and his party have to rush to the pier on the other side of the Kingdom of Thunder and take a boat to reach the Kingdom of Water. The pier they used to disembark from the Kingdom of Iron is another sea. There is no way. Why are these two sea areas not connected? After a short rest, the group continued their journey to the Kingdom of Water, but what Wu didn't know was that the wheel of history was also slowly moving forward. In the Kingdom of Sand, somewhere near a destroyed village. As the puppet fell, Xiaji completely lost control of the three generations of puppets in front of him, and the pieces of paper scattered around completely blocked his movements. The breeze caressed her gently, and Scorpion's face no longer had its original calmness. Cut! With a cold snort, he stared at this troublesome guy, a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. I say it again, give us a helping hand. After hesitating for a moment, Xia slowly raised his right hand. Destroyed. The human puppet controlled by Xionen turned into white mist and returned to Scorpion's scroll. Since I can't win against you, I have no choice. I will follow you and go wherever you want. I didn't expect it to be unexpectedly reasonable. Xionen's tone was much softer, but she still didn't take back the pieces of paper that were scattered in the breeze. Scorpion laughed to himself and replied in a low voice, I just want to see who the members of Akatsuki are. At this point, he looked at the pieces of paper floating in the sky and continued to answer. Just like your ninjutsu, you may be able to experience an artistry that you have never experienced before. I can't give you a guarantee at this point, but as long as you decide to join, fine. On the stone pillar not far away, the original two people had left for a long time, and the person who stayed here to watch the battle was a guy who looked like aloe vera. It's going pretty smoothly here too. After sighing, it blended into the stone pillars under it and left here. Xia took the ring and clothing with jade written on it, followed Xionen and left here. After a long time, the situation in this village was discovered by a passing traveler, who quickly informed the nearby sand ninja. Captain, there are no survivors left. After the search was completed by several sand ninjas with puppets, their eyes were full of surprise and regret. I was surprised by the cruelty of the methods, and regretted that part of the national power of the Kingdom of Sand was once again consumed. Captain, this is a handiwork, is it true? A man who was obviously a puppet trooper asked the squad leader next to him in a low voice, hesitating whether he should tell others about this. Well, that's absolutely right, it's that guy Xia. Why did Mr. Scorpion, known as the genius stylist, disappear from the village for no apparent reason? Seeing that he was surrounded by trustworthy subordinates, the turbaned captain replied in a low voice. What follows is just a rumor. Just listen to it for yourselves. Rumor has it that the time when Xia disappeared coincided with the time when the third generation disappeared. I don't know if this news is true or false. The atmosphere was extremely solemn that if it was really the Red Sand Scorpion, they didn't know whether they could make it back alive. Okay, let's go see if there are any survivors. If there are no survivors, go back immediately. Yes, in the end, the people of Sand Ninja Village had a rough understanding of the matter because they found no traces of the murderer and no survivors in the village. After all, the Kingdom of Sand is currently suffering from a loss of strength and can only try its best to complete other tasks. Due to the disappearance of the third Kaze Cage, the newly appointed fourth Kaze Cage did not hesitate to use the tailed beast sealed in the temple to protect the village in order to ensure that the power of the village was not weakened. He did not know whether it was right or wrong. The team leader wearing a turban shook his head helplessly, turned and left. In the evening, in a tent set up in the leeward area, Wu was spreading knowledge to the two ninjas in front of him. Xiao Xianlin, who was sitting nearby, was also listening with interest, but she didn't know whether she understood what Wu was talking about. There are 7 types of changes in the nature of chakra: fire, water, wind, thunder, earth, yin, and yang. Most ninjas with blood succession limits have mastered 2 changes, just like the wind and thunder of the stars. In addition to the 5 common properties mentioned above, many blood successors will develop new ninjutsu through their own research on ninjutsu to enhance their own strength. Just when Wu wanted to continue speaking, Ching, who was sitting next to him, raised his hand. Then what's going on with our clan's Sharinan and the Uzumaki clan's physique? Okay, let's talk about this in advance. Wu cleared her throat and continued to preach. In addition to the ninjutsu formed by the reorganization of Itaka's nature mentioned above, there is another kind of ninjutsu in the blood inheritance limit, which is the special change brought about by the ninja's own blood. I call it the organ transformation type. A certain shameless person is still there to popularize science, not caring whether anyone comes to hold him accountable. Most owners of this type of blood step boundary will be reflected in their own bodies, such as Sharinan, Byakugan, etc. They are the most famous blood step boundaries among the organ-changing types. As for the physique of the Uzumaki clan, I personally think it is more appropriate to call it bloodline atavism than the bloodstain limit. After all, not everyone can have the power to restore other people's chakra, just like not everyone in the Uchiha clan can open the Sharinan. Ching nodded thoughtfully, while Sing was lost in thought. The changes in the nature of chakra can be mastered through acquired practice, but you need to be careful not to develop ninjutsu without authorization. Once you make a mistake, the consequences will be unimaginable. While speaking, he glanced at Sing, who was standing aside, with an unusually serious expression. After ensuring both, he began to explain the changes in the properties of yin and yang. Logically speaking, he should not introduce this knowledge to the two of them, but there is no guarantee that they will not encounter enemies who use yin-yang escape technique in the future. Yin escape is based on the spiritual power of mastering imagination, creating forms from nothing. Enemies who use true yin escape are very rare, at least I haven't seen them yet. Maybe there will be a chance in the future. Yang Dun is based on mastering the power of life and injecting life into the form. Just remember these 2 powers and don't think too much. Ching looked at Wu, who was telling the story in front of her, but thoughts were turning unconsciously in her mind. Escape? So what is the origin of the Shikigami that protects the clan? Although she wanted to ask clearly now, for some reason, Ching never spoke. Perhaps it was Wu's scheming that made her unconsciously vigilant, or perhaps it was her lack of security that made her keep a trump card for herself. Is this the sea? The salty wind mixed with the unique sea breeze blew against my face, and Ching, who had never seen the ocean, sighed at the side. Sing looked at the sea silently, seeming to miss the homeland that still existed in his memory. Xiang Lu's mother held Xiao Xiang Lu, with a trace of worry in her eyes from time to time, and then taught her child as if nothing had happened. Wu, who had taken in all this, didn't say anything. Instead, he leaned on the guardrail next to the coast, with a faint smile on his lips. It took more than a month to get here, so I can take a break. What a hassle. How great it would be if the guy named Zhong Yoshi came to your door. Wu looked at the sea in front of her, feeling bored. The ocean will gradually turn into land over time, and life will gradually decay and decline. Judging from his knowledge of this world, the only thing that remains unchanged is probably the silly boy in the moon. Looking at the moon in the sky, Wu slowly laughed, and then his thoughts were interrupted by Ching beside him. Why are you giggling while looking at the moon? She looked a little helpless, as if she was worried that he had another brain disease. Nothing. What do you think eternity will feel like? Eternity? The sun and the moon? Obviously, this question was beyond Ching's cognition, and she only came up with an answer that was within her cognition. That's right, let's go back. It is winter now, and the water country has very little communication with other countries. If you want to take a boat to the Kingdom of Water, you have to wait until a boat arrives, and it will take at least a week for the next boat to arrive at this dock. Don't be too slow, this is already the fastest speed. Otherwise, how can we say that trading is one of the most profitable industries? The profits generated from this trip alone are enough to pay for more than a dozen S-level missions. In a B&B near the pier, Wuyu sat on the windowsill, looking out the window unconsciously. The moonlight is like a wash, dispersing the long dark night and adding a solitary glow on the distant sea. He put his hands in front of him, quietly admiring the changing chakra. Flame, water flow, thunder and lightning, breeze, fine soil. Even though he could achieve these changes, his eyes were still dissatisfied. I still can't do ninjutsu like the blood succession limit, and it's a bit too difficult. Should I still put my hope in other tailed beasts? Only by using two chakras with different properties at the same time can a ninjutsu similar to the blood succession limit be released. The difficulty here is no joke. This is equivalent to the 4 uses of distraction. Not only must the changes in the nature of chakra be controlled, but it must also be used in a coordinated way. If the two chakras collide, the power produced is not as simple as an explosion. If you're lucky, you can save your hand, but if you're not lucky, your chakra meridians won't be saved. The development of jutsu is accompanied by risks. It remains to be verified how many of the ninjutsu recorded in the sealed book in Konoha were developed by oneself. At the very least, the current sealed book is much thicker than when the second Hokage was in power. Not to mention anything else, Minato's sealing technique of sealing the 9 tails is definitely qualified to be recorded in the Book of Sealings, otherwise Sarutobi Hiruzen would not have the chance to know that technique. From this point of view, the sealed book has done a good thing. Otherwise, Orochimaru's attack on Konoha might not have happened. Aging is really a scary thing. In the early morning of the rising sun, Wuyu was concentrating chakra in his bedroom as usual. As for how to deal with the escaped ninja, he already had a plan. There is a limit to the chakra that the human body can withstand, and even people with the blood inheritance limit cannot withstand the power of tailed beast chakra. The density and properties of the tailed beast's chakra are quite huge. As long as he dares to use dark escape, death is not far away. What Mizuki was worried about was not this matter, but the 4th Mizukage Gotekibana Yagura. His Sharingan is only 3 Megatama, so even if he can be temporarily controlled, it won't last long. Haru's Manjikyu Sharingan has just been activated, and Naoba is not good at illusions yet. Even with the help of tailed beast chakra, his eyesight will be irreparably damaged. At this time, Wuyu was deep in his heart. July, who eats and drinks well every day, is almost as tall as him. She usually does nothing and concentrates on gathering chakra for him. Despite its efforts, Wuyu's crow clone still has not been completely updated. Even if he only needs to provide % of the chakra, that is a somewhat terrifying number. There was a familiar knock on the door. It seemed that dinner was ready. No way, what entertainment activities are suitable for children in winter? Apart from eating, he really couldn't think of anything else that would make those two people knock on the door. After all, a certain little girl is much more popular than him. The knock on the door rang again, and Wuyu answered impatiently, "I'm coming." When Wuyu opened the door, she found that the person standing in front of her was not Ching or Sing, but the service staff of the B&B. "Excuse me, is something wrong?" "This guest, because the weather is getting colder, we have prepared a lot more stoves. If you need it, please come to me at the front desk at any time." "I understand, then I'll trouble you." Just when the waitress was about to leave, she seemed to suddenly remember something, and Tsungshang said to Wuyu, "The guest is a foreigner. There may be many ninjas passing by during this period. I hope you don't mind." "Many ninjas? Can you tell me what happened?" Wuyu became interested and asked curiously. The waitress replied with a smile. "It seems that someone of high status is about to return to the Kingdom of Thunder. Even the ninjas from Hidden Cloud Village have to rush over to escort him personally." Wuyu calmly took out 2 banknotes from her wallet and placed them in her hands, with a faint smile on her face. "Can you go into more detail?" As the waitress left, Wuyu frowned slightly and turned back to her room. "A person of high status has recently returned to the Kingdom of Thunder. How noble is it? Who will be responsible for escorting? I originally planned to leave as soon as the boat came back, but I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. God help me. It just so happened that he didn't know the location of Kirigakure village in the Kingdom of Thunder. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing before leaving. It would be good to take this opportunity to send a crow to touch the Kirigakure village." Before he could start making the crow, there was another knock on the door. "Wuyu-kun, lunch is ready. Do you want to join us?" "Coming." Wrapping his own clothes on his body, Wuyu walked straight out. "We'll talk about the crow later. Lunch is more important right now." A few days later, a giant ornately decorated ship docked slowly near the pier. After several young men and women in luxurious clothes stepped off the boat, heavily armed soldiers were distributed around them to protect their safety. In the darkness, a dozen Kumagakure ninjas were lurking nearby, and no one dared to let down their guard. Unfortunately, the traces of these people were exposed to the eyes of the crows hovering in the sky, and no traces were missed. The three ninja teams, judging from the neatness of their movements, are at least shinin and above in strength. And why is that guy here too? Are there any direct relatives of the daimyo among those people? Wuyu in the BNB was a little curious, but more than anything, he was surprised because he found a familiar target person. Dark-skinned, black sunglasses, light yellow hair, the iron character tattoo on his right shoulder, and those 7 swords. I didn't expect to meet the 8 Tails Jinchuriki here. It's a pity. At this time, Kiribi was hiding in the dark and singing softly, completely unaware of the scrutinizing eyes on him. If there was Ming done now, Julie would have a big meal, but it's a pity that he appeared at a bad time. Controlling the crow to follow the 8 Tails, Wuyu picked up the hand-drawn map on the side and marked it silently. The map of this world is a very expensive thing, and if there is any important information marked on it, its value will increase several times. The map in Wuyu's hand marked certain special things, such as someone's laboratory, the specific coordinates of a certain village, and the specific defense situation, etc. There was no way around it. As a rebel ninja, his intelligence capabilities were not as good as those of the ninja villages. He could only rely on his own accumulation. After the group of soldiers escorted the group of distinguished people into the sedan chair, the ninjas from Union Village also left. The crow was hanging far behind them, gathering information for Wuyu. Boom boom boom. Wuyu-kun, what are you doing? Sing opened the door and saw him leaning on the window sill with an inexplicable smile on his face. He was curious for a moment. It's nothing, I just saw some people worth paying attention to. Are you ready over there? Well, Sister Ching has finished packing her things and will be leaving soon. Really? That's good. The ship has docked at the port. Leave here immediately. Time waits for no one. After laughing a few times, Wuyu picked up the suitcase that had been prepared and walked outside without any intention of hiding her emotions. Although it was impossible to copy the 8-bit life model immediately, being able to touch the location of Union Village saved a lot of trouble. Come back later, I won't let you go, Niugui. In this way, Wuyu and a group of people boarded the gorgeous building ship and headed towards the Kingdom of Water. In the Kingdom of Rain, Zionin took Xia to the stronghold of Akatsuki. Oh, is there a newcomer again? A low voice sounded, causing Xia to look at the source of the voice. A man with stitch marks all over his body sat in the room, looking at the new ninja. Okay, everyone is here, let's start the meeting. The orange-haired man stood in front of the two of them, with no emotion in his tone. Those eyes, samsara eyes. Although he was surprised as to why this man had the samsara eye, Xia still stood aside patiently, waiting for him to introduce himself. Welcome to officially join Akatsuki. We are currently short of manpower, so you two will temporarily form a team. No, forget it, I don't want to team up with him. What a coincidence, that's what I meant too. Xia looked at the man with stitch marks all over his body with a half smile, and the disgust in his eyes was extremely obvious. Akatsuki's team is composed of 2 people. They form a team temporarily first, and then consider changing teammates after the newcomers arrive. The two looked at each other and silently followed the orange-haired man into the room. What happened? The man wearing a whirlpool mask sat in the secret room and asked in a low tone. There are still too few members. Are there any suitable people anywhere else? After a long silence, the man in the whirlpool mask replied in a low voice. Then, I'll go look for them again. Don't have too much hope. Let them accept the mission first. It's not the time to officially appear in front of various countries yet. The orange-haired man turned around and left, with no intention of looking back. After he left, Ju emerged from the ground. The new members don't seem to be cooperating well. Shut up, Shiro. Obito glanced at Zetsu and asked in a low voice how things had been. It's all done, why don't you go take a look now? A hoarse voice sounded, and Heiju answered his question. Is it? The sound of footsteps echoed from the secret room, and Obito slowly walked outside the secret room. Then, let's go to Konoha and have a look. There might be someone worth noting. The Sharingan under the mask slowly rotated, and Obito's figure disappeared into the secret room. On the boat, Wuyu calculated how long it had been since he left Konoha, only to realize that almost a year had passed. Time flies so fast. Uchiha Itachi must have already entered school at this time. Looking in the direction of Konoha, he suddenly remembered something. When did Uchiha Obito set his sights on Itachi? Why would he deliberately kill his teammates to help him open his eyes? If you think about it carefully, the water here doesn't seem to be shallow at all, but unfortunately it has nothing to do with him. When I get the Ming done, I'll find a way to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan. Time is tight and we can't delay it any longer. If he wants to turn on the kaleidoscope, he must put himself under extreme sadness, but there is no existence in this world that can make him sad. Since there is no family, just make a batch. As long as the other self can believe that those are family members, right? Smiling slightly nervously, Wuyu continued to store mental power in his body and continued to prepare the long-planned conspiracy. Sing, who was studying on the side, glanced at him subconsciously and asked Xiang Qing in a low voice. What's going on, Mr. Wuyu? Why are you smiling so weirdly? Don't worry, that guy was like this before. He always smiled inexplicably and had an unusually weird expression. Qing looked unfazed and didn't care about Wuyu's actions at all. As everyone knows, Wuyu's laughter is also related to her. After all, apart from the main Jikaya, Sharinan and its superior existence, Matsuki really couldn't think of any other illusion that could hide it from his eyes. Even the Manjikyu Sharinan can only be achieved with the cooperation of Wuyu himself. Otherwise, when the illusion is cast on him, it will be broken by the Julai in his body. The Kingdom of Water, one of the 5 major ninja countries, is famous for its unique geographical environment and folk customs. Its geographical location is located on many islands and has a natural confidentiality advantage. Although the country is surrounded by sea water on all sides, it still has a special terrain with many peaks. In addition, the large and small islands around the main island also have various customs and habits, and there are not a few islanders who live according to the customs. Because it is far away from the mainland and separated by the ocean, this is also the reason why the Kingdom of Water rarely intervened in the previous ninja wars. To put it simply, the people are strong and the resources are scarce. No one except countries and ethnic groups with mental illness are willing to provoke this country. Yes, Theta S the Take Torai clan. Logically speaking, for a country that does such a thorough job of keeping secret, Wuyu should not know the specific location of Kirigakure village. However, because he had stolen memories from the minds of several Kirigakure rebellious ninjas, he really knew the location of Kirigakure village. It's a pity that the code words for entering the village and the command to pass the barrier of those rebel ninjas should no longer be used. There's no way around it. Kirigakure's password change date is a little too late, so if you want to sneak in secretly, you probably won't be able to do it. But his purpose is not to sneak into Kirigakure village. He just needs to wait until the blood successor ninja comes out on his own. There is no need for him to take risks and go to other villages to arrest people. Although there are few missions in Kirigakure village, they are not completely absent. Wuyu didn't believe it. He was a blood succession limited ninja and didn't leave the village to do missions. After all, in addition to the 7 ninja swordsmen, the only ninjas in the Kirigakure village who can be used are the blood successor limit holders and Jinchuriki. Kirigakure village's strength is considered to be last among the 5 major countries, but I don't know if he can deal with it alone. For now, we should wait until we officially arrive in the Kingdom of Water before making any plans. The first thing to do is to find out the situation, and we will consider the rest later. Withdrawing his divergent thoughts, Wuyu concentrated on the food in front of him. The man on the side couldn't stand it anymore and hit him hard with his elbow. "Why are you eating in such a hurry? Are you going to be reincarnated as a starving ghost? There's nothing we can do. We need to concentrate chakra later. How can we not replenish some energy? Aren't you running low on chakra? Why did you start condensing chakra again? Are you cured of your illness?" Ching looked at Wuyu curiously, waiting for his answer. "How should I put it? It's good, but the method is a bit special." "Isn't it special? There are many living things in his body that can eat and sleep, and can make him cheat at critical moments. The most important thing is that there are still people who are always thinking about him." "Really? That's fine." Ching smiled at him, and there was no trace of falsehood in her face. "I used to worry that you would run out of chakra and die inexplicably that day, but now I don't have to worry anymore." Singh, who was sitting on the other side of Wuyu, subconsciously paused for a moment with the chopsticks in his hands, then put down the chopsticks in his hands as if nothing had happened, and quietly left the room. "I just have little chakra, and I didn't extract chakra forcibly. How could I die inexplicably?" Putting down the rice bowl in his hand, Wuyu turned and left. Seeing that she was the only one left at the dining table, Ching also left. Special people will come to clean up this place later, so they don't need to worry about it at all. High-quality service means expensive prices. In order to save time, Wuyu spent a lot of money to get the ferry tickets. The price was so expensive that even he, who often cheated on others, found it difficult to accept it. Wuyu stood on the deck and looked at the distant scenery. Most of the tourists in 2s and 3s were chatting with their relatives and friends. Most of the people on this ship were wealthy businessmen connected to certain clans, so naturally they didn't care about this little money. At a casual glance, another singer was performing on the stage not far away. A life of corruption and luxury. After sneering a few times, Wuyu returned directly to his room. When enough power comes to tear through this false power, they will realize how superficial the idea of AA using resources to control forces, especially in this world where personal force can destroy everything. Halfway through, Wuyu spotted Queen Sing, who was looking at the singers in a daze, and quietly appeared beside her. "What's wrong? I don't seem to have much appetite lately. I didn't even eat much for lunch. If Wuyu-kun hadn't rescued me, would the same ending as them have been waiting for me? It's hard to say, it might be worse than this." Looking at the singers showing off their singing voices, Wuyu shook her head subconsciously. A woman's beauty may also be a kind of wealth, but what is needed to protect wealth is her own strength. The ability to define status comes from strength. Large countries are stronger than small countries, and they can easily plunder resources from small countries to strengthen themselves. The difference is that some countries' eating is more elegant, while others are more direct. Thinking of this, he looked in the direction of the Kingdom of Water. Isn't this the reason why the Kingdom of the Sea pays military protection fees to the Kingdom of Water? The people who suffered were never the clans and their subordinates. I understand that I will definitely work harder to have enough power to protect myself. That depends on your talent and perseverance. No one knows how far you will grow. Watching the performance on the stage, Wu felt a little bored and turned back to her room. Not to mention the single form of entertainment, he was not interested in those songs at all, that he was more interested in studying the art. On the other side, when Sing felt someone looking at her, she turned and left near the stage. With that kind of malice and greed appearing in her perception, it would be better to talk to Wu first. Two middle-aged men in luxurious clothes looked at her back and exchanged words in a low voice. Jeshu Jun, whose family does that child belong to? When she grows up, she will be a beauty that will conquer the entire country. Guya Jun's words make sense. Why don't we get to know her details? The slightly thin man kept stroking his mustache with his right hand and replied in a low voice. It's not a good idea to do this. What if you offend someone you don't want to offend? Some middle-aged men with general bellies on the side touched their bald heads and smiled maliciously. Hey, Mr. Guyu is confused. Apart from the few people who left before, who else on this ship has a greater background than the two of us? Don't worry, if he takes action, there will be absolutely no problem. The man named Guyu also shook his head and smiled bitterly after thinking of his newly recruited subordinates. In that case, please leave it to Mr. Tetsashao. Don't worry, Mr. Guyu, I will send her to you intact when you get off the ship. I don't know about the mineral vein. Let's talk about it then. After the thin middle-aged man left, the bald middle-aged man with a general belly let out a low sigh. Old fox, sooner or later I'll make you spit it out. Then he cursed and left the deck. In the evening, the building boat sails on the wide sea, and the lights are bright, as if they will never go out. The fat man named Zetshao called over his newly recruited ninja, with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Go and capture the little girl who appeared during the day and send it to the old guy. Remember, do it cleanly. Yes. The ninja responsible for protecting his safety was naturally present during the day. As for the little girl his employer mentioned, he had already noted which floor her room was on. In Wuyu's room, when he heard someone spying on Sang, his first reaction was that he had been exposed? No, if it was really exposed, then they would not dare to start a war on this ship full of wealthy gentry and wealthy businessmen. But Donati talked too much. Ida better to be careful. Don't worry, with your current ability, ordinary ninjas basically have no chance of escaping. As for the extraordinary ones, leave it to me. Yeah, I'm going back. After Sing left, Wuyu's thoughts kept spinning. Who is it, Kanaha, Yue Gakur, or did Union Village notice the crow following them? Impossible. The puzzled Wuyu really couldn't figure out what went wrong. He could only wait for Sing to discover the malicious actions to confirm his purpose. As night fell, the lights on the ship gradually went out, leaving only a few bright lights for the crew to still shine faintly. The ninja groped quietly into the little girl's room, and the kunao in his hand had been specially treated so that it would not reflect a trace of light. Carefully observing the two rooms on the fourth floor, the expressions covered by the towel were extremely cautious. The room on the left belongs to the little girl's father and brother, and the one on the right belongs to the little girl and her mother's correct target. Although he was a little confused as to why the child's parents didn't sleep together, he didn't delve into those issues. After quietly prying open the lock of the door, he took out the smoke bomb in his hand and threw it directly in. When the room was filled with special smoke, a knowing smile appeared on the ninja's expression. The next step is to kill people and silence them. This must be done neatly so that the employer can believe in your strength. Just as he put on the gas mask and walked into the house, a white and pink fist smashed the gas mask into pieces, and a pair of blood-red eyes appeared in front of him. Riding round eyes. Without giving him a chance to be surprised, Ching struck his neck directly with a knife, causing him to faint and fall to the ground. Why are you so weak? Hoshi stood next to Haru and began to search for things that could prove his identity as a ninja. Sister, have you seen this ninja mark? The forehead protector from the land of rain. This guy is still a traitorous ninja. What's going on? After Ching discovered the forehead protection mark from the kingdom of rain, she frowned and felt a little strange. If you want to know what's going on, won't you understand if you take a look? Wuyu appeared from the shadows, squatted next to the ninja and began to peek into his memories. After a long time, Wuyu glanced at Sing with a strange look, and for a moment she didn't know how to speak. What is the problem? Seeing Wuyu looking at Sing strangely, Ching standing next to him began to urge. There is a guy with a strong background who seems to have his eye on the star and wants to capture her and offer her up to get business help. Hoshi's face turned red, and the hand holding the kunao was trembling slightly. Calm down and let me handle the rest. Taking a deep breath, Sing temporarily suppressed the anger in his heart. What are you going to do? How to do it? Of course, just like a pineapple, throw it away after eating it. The identities of those guys can be used. It just so happens that we are short of money recently. After answering Ching's question, Wu Yuan smiled and called up the miscellaneous fish ninja lying on the ground, and followed him towards his employer's room. Ching had already thought about how disastrous the consequences would be for that guy. In her memory, any guy who was targeted by Wu Yu would usually have a bad end. It's not good to mess with anyone, but I messed with him all the time that I really feel that my life is too long. After letting out the smoke in the room, the two of them continued to rest. Matsuki followed the miscellaneous fish ninja named Kakairo and quietly approached his employer's room. Originally, he wanted to see who was planning to attack his group, but he didn't expect to get an unexpected bonus. This was really a big gift package falling from the sky, just waiting for him to receive it. Following the code in his memory, Kakairo knocked on his employer's door. "How about it, sir? It's done." The door slowly opened, and a middle-aged bald man with a general's belly came out. Behind him, there was a pretty woman sleeping faintly. The fat man looked a little unhappy, but he still looked at the child beside him. When he noticed something was wrong with the little girl's height, nightmare-like eyes appeared in his sight. So this is it, a wealthy businessman who made his fortune selling weapons. No wonder he has so little background around him, but the other person's identity is somewhat interesting. After Wu Yu searched his memory, he also revised it a bit. This fat man named Zheshao is a wealthy businessman who is responsible for transporting and processing weapons raw materials for the Kingdom of Water. There are no less than a dozen or 20 such wealthy merchants in the Kingdom of Water. His identity is not a big deal, but the guy named Guyu is a little different. He is the head of the clan in the Kingdom of Water, and his territory is quite large, as big as a small island. More importantly, someone recently discovered a large-scale mineral vein in his territory, which made Jeshu even more delighted. As a businessman who sells weapons raw materials and processes them, he clearly knows how valuable a mineral vein is. Even if the vein was only small, it would be enough to support him in earning money for several years, not to mention that it might be a medium-sized vein. So, for his own business, he accompanied Guyu to visit relatives in the Kingdom of Thunder. Not only did he cover all the expenses along the way, but he also tried his best to meet all his requirements. Logically speaking, as the clan leader, it was the best choice for Guyu to leave the mineral vein behind. But there was a shortage of labor on his island, and he would probably lose money if he mined it rashly, so he wanted to sell it to a businessman close to the country of water. A vein of minerals is not worthy of those truly wealthy businessmen. Only a businessman like him who has just emerged would be so desperate to acquire it. The reason why Jeshu asked his men to kidnap Singh was because Guyu liked little girls like Singh very much. In other words, the head of the Gaia family is a person with a special hobby who likes heavy industry. The hobbies of nobles are always so unique. Wu Yu, who was bombarded with information in his previous life, understands it very well, but this does not mean that he will forgive it. With a few sinister laughs, Wu Yu walked upstairs. On the far left side of the 5th floor was Guyu's room. What happens next is not up to him. Boom boom boom. Which one? Lord Gaio, the task you entrusted during the day has been completed. Do you want to enjoy it now? Oh, Brother Jeshu, can it be done so quickly? You are really resolute. The door slowly opened, and a strong man dressed as a ninja came out and took the child from Hikairo's hand. My lord, there is no problem. After Guyu heard this, he touched his beard and nodded slightly. Remember to tell Brother Jeshu when you go back. I will consider what he said. Yes. Hikairo turned around and left here, his eyes hidden in the shadows flashed with a scarlet glimmer. In the elegant bedroom, Guyu lit the pipe in his hand and took a slow drag, with an expression on his face as if he was about to ascend to heaven. After signaling his bodyguard to leave, he walked straight towards the thin figure on the sofa and laughed a little sickly. Just when his hand was about to touch the thin body, an unfamiliar face appeared in front of him. Surprise? A pair of blood-red eyes reflected deep in his heart, and the pressure coming from all around made the middle-aged man named Guyu unable to move. Snapped, snapped, snapped. The sound of clogs echoed in the empty bedroom. Guyu looked at the source of the sound with joy and subconsciously wanted to struggle. Those were the shoes worn by the ninja who was responsible for protecting his safety. That ninja had been following him for so long, and there was no way he could have heard it wrong. Later, Guyu completely realized the feeling of dashed hope. He completely lost consciousness as his personal ninja bowed to the boy sitting on the couch. This feeling of first giving people hope and then destroying it is also very interesting, but it's a pity that it's a bit unsatisfactory. There was some dissatisfaction on Wuyu's face that she didn't expect that this guy named Gaia could hire a Kirigakur, but he wasn't very powerful. However, since he has the ability to contact Kirigakur, it means that he can entrust tasks to Kirigakur. Okay, let me see your memory. Their gazes faced each other, and the Megatama in their eyes slowly rotated, clearly observing his entire life. After a moment, Wuyu's face looked a little strange, and he looked at the man named Guyu with unusual disgust. Although I really want to kill you right now, your identity still has a lot of value, so I'll spare your life first. Thank you, sir. Gaio and the ninja behind him saluted Wuyu, and they returned to their positions again, waiting for his orders. Every time he peeked into the memories of these people, Wuyu would find something that refreshed his outlook on things, which was really hard to accept. Have their lives become so boring, or is it that the feeling of something being broken is extremely pleasant? After leaving here, Wuyu returned to his bedroom and continued to sleep. Did the memory of Gaia really shatter his outlook on life, or was it better to forget it temporarily and return to an innocent person? In the early morning, the warm sunshine shone on the moonless quilt, and he accidentally overslept. Wuyu-kun, we are coming in. When the door was opened, Wuyu lazily got up from the bed. What happened? What happened? What happened to that bastard? Ching asked him impatiently, with a sense of interrogation in her tone. Sang sat silently next to her, with deep anticipation in his eyes. Since she woke up, her personality has changed a lot, and she seems to be even more difficult than before. Is that bastard? He's already under control. He's been given a taste of despair before he was under control. He'll be dealt with after he's used it up. Rubbing his forehead, Wu recalled the memory of that bastard again, his expression slightly ugly. What's wrong? Is your head starting to hurt? Do you want me to treat you? It's okay, I just remembered something bad. How many days do we have until we can reach the Kingdom of Water? Taking the teacup handed over by Xing, Wu drank it all in one gulp and shook off all the thoughts in his mind. We have at least another month, and that's without severe weather, is it? Putting on his coat, Wu left the room, ready to wash up. Facts have proved that as long as you can afford it, you can bathe in fresh water every day, even on a boat. On the dining table, a lobster weighing 4 or 5 kilograms was placed in front of several people. In addition, there were also a dazzling array of exquisite dishes. This is just their breakfast, and there will be snacks specially prepared for the children later. The thoughtfulness is really comforting. I don't know who the boss behind this ship is. The people who may be doing business with the wealthy merchants of the clan are probably people of the same status. During the meal, Wu put down the chopsticks in his hand and said to the two people beside him, Ching, please come to my room with Xing later. There is something I have been thinking about for a long time, and I should ask for your opinion. What on earth is going on, so serious? Ching swallowed the food in her mouth, her eyes a little curious. It's nothing. I recently completed a new life-saving technique. I wanted to ask if you two are willing to learn it. Wu answered nonchalantly. In fact, he had completed this technique a long time ago. He just wanted to add an insurance policy to prevent any accidents. It always feels suspicious, are you right? Ching blinked at the star beside her, with a subtle expression on her face. Xing didn't seem surprised, and just sighed inexplicably. Wu left their room and turned back to her bedroom. In the living room, a sealing table that had been prepared was placed in the center, and it was surrounded by candles. His purpose was obvious, which was to seal the tailed beast chakra into the two of them. This was the result of his careful consideration. Right now, both of them have the opportunity to fuse the tailed beast's chakra. After all, Ching already has a crow on her body, and Xing's mental power can keep Julai's chakra stable. The two of them still have too few life-saving means. Even if Ching can barely use the kaleidoscope, the level of physical development limits their own abilities. Kuobai's chakra can enhance their physical recovery ability and also give them the means to save their lives at critical moments. More importantly, as long as both of them possess the tailed beast chakra, he would be sure to reduce the risk when turning on the kaleidoscope. There is no other way. How could someone who is so cautious like him not leave a few more tricks open to him? With a thought in his mind, two crows slowly appeared beside Wu, their black and purple lustrous feathers full of a different kind of charm under the candlelight. When Xing Yuking came to his room, Wu asked with a smile, "Are you ready? Let's start later." With two low chuckles, the door was slowly sealed, and the ominous fluctuations were also sealed in the room. "The Ouija, what on earth are you going to do? Lie on it and show your belly and you'll know." Slowly adjusting his chakra frequency, Matsuki urged Haru to act quickly. When Ching was lying on the pedestal, the sealing technique on her stomach slowly emerged. "Is this a sealing technique? Why does the technique appear on my body?" Ching's tone was a bit dissatisfied, and her eyes also had a hint of anger. Thinking about it, anyone would definitely be a little angry if they knew that something unknown was sealed on their body for no reason. "Calm down first, I'll explain it bit by bit. Listen carefully and don't ask random questions at critical moments." Wu motioned for her to calm down. The noise just now almost disturbed him from condensing chakra. "During the time when you fainted, I found Tsunade who left the village, the one with the highest level of medical ninjutsu. Your will to survive was too weak at that time, so I sealed some of the things I got into your body for auxiliary treatment. This was a helpless move at that time." After Wu's adjustment was completed, the crow on the left slowly fell into his palm and curled up into a black-purple spherical chakra ball. "It's all thanks to it that you can recover so quickly, but things are not all good. If that chakra ball is extracted from your body, your life will be gone. So, you called the two of us here to replenish chakra again. Does this feeling come from that demon fox?" Ching didn't panic at all. She didn't believe that Wu worked so hard to rescue her just to kill her at this moment. "That's half right. Tailed beast chakra can enhance your recovery ability, which is also good for your eyes. It can greatly increase the pupil power of the Sharingan, and maybe it can delay the decline of vision." The chakra in his left hand gently moved on Ching's belly, and the 4 elephant seals were slowly opened. After soothing the crow clone in Ching's body, Wu melted the crow in the palm of her right hand into her body. After a long time, Wu wiped the sweat from his forehead, the smile on his face not covered at all. This process went surprisingly smoothly. It seemed that the training on chakra control during this period was not in vain. After Ching came down from the communicating platform, she asked Wu with a strange expression, "How to use this thing? Just let it lend you its power. If you use it all up, you may be weak for a while. The crow will keep the minimum amount of chakra in its body." After a while, the dark-tailed beast clothes wrapped Ching, and even the smallest fluctuation made Zingan's hair stand on end not far away. This kind of terrifying power is really terrifying. If you want to play, go to the other side and finish. There's one more thing to deal with. Wu looked at the stars not far away and whispered, "You heard what I just said, are you willing to take this risk?" After hesitating for a moment, Sing nodded vigorously. "It's okay, I also want to be able to help Wu-kun, and I also believe in that little guy." As if recalling that fluffy little fox, a long-lost smile appeared on Sing's face. "I understand, then just lie down on the platform and expose your belly." Forming a seal with both hands, the candle extinguished by the tailed beast clothing was lit again. Wu walked to the prepared star, and the crow in his hand slowly merged into her body. After it was over, Wu looked like he wasn't surprised and took back all the psychic towers. The birth of July also referred to Sing's mental power model. It was strange for her to be able to control this so easily that an accident would happen. "Okay, if you encounter danger, just use the method I told you before. You should be able to save your own life. Everyone go back, I want to have a good rest." Sitting on the tatami panting, Wu motioned for the two of them to go out. "Thank you, Wu-kun. There's no need to be polite to him. Everyone gets what he wants. He can only say this word. Let's try how strong this thing is first." Ching grabbed Sing and ran towards the door. Wu shook his head and smiled bitterly before lying back on the bed. "Oh, father, I'm hungry. Bear it." As night fell, Wu also walked out of his room and admired the scenery in front of him. The seawater is like a mirror, reflecting the stars in the sky. This building boat seems to be sailing on the galaxy, making people forget to leave. The only drawback was that it was too cold, so he only admired it for a moment before returning to the cabin. After lighting the candle on the desk, Wu began to memorize the ninjutsu brought from the Uchiha clan, and would hand it over to them after a while. Human energy is destined to have its limits. Even if he has a clone, he cannot do everything. He still needs to train a few helpers to ensure that he can save the day at critical moments. After transcribing the key ninjutsu, Matsuki sealed the scroll with encrypted ninjutsu. After stretching, he returned to the bedroom again. The Chinese New Year will be coming again in more than 2 months. Time flies so fast, I don't know if I will be able to meet Orochimaru when he defects. Uchiha Itachi is about to graduate. In other words, are there still 6 years left until the clan is exterminated? By then I should open my eyes and join in the fun. No matter what, he couldn't let go of Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. Even if his main Jikaya Sharingan's ability to predict the future was a rumor, he would never let go of friendship. After all, in addition to his need for eyes, Haru also needs a pair of kaleidoscopes to enhance his strength. According to his estimation, there should be no problem with 3 pairs of kaleidoscopes for 2 people. To be on the safe side, it would be better to get the power of Indra from some kid first. Along with the moonlight, Wu fell into sleep unconsciously. More than a month later, in the Kingdom of Water, near the small island at the edge of the Kingdom of Water, Wu and his group followed Guyu and walked towards the pair of retainers who were not far away to greet him. "My lord." The head butler subconsciously looked at the children behind him and didn't feel anything strange. "Jeshu-kun, I will leave now and come back in a few days to discuss the specific details. Brother Guyu, don't worry. I will rush over immediately with my manpower, and I will definitely come up with a price that satisfies you." After Guyu nodded, he ordered the housekeeper beside him, prepare a few sedan chairs for them and prepare to go back. "Yes." The retainers on the side quickly carried a few more sedans and led a few people towards the prepared private boat. As for the inspection, just kidding, who dares to inspect the clan head of the Kingdom of Water? If a truly noble clan leader came back, such as a daimyo from a small country, the Mizukage would have to personally escort him, let alone the ninjas stationed at the border. In this way, a group of people mixed in with Guyu's family and officially entered the Kingdom of Water. In the spacious cabin, Wu looked at the faint outline of the island, his eyes a little strange. This guy named Gaio has a good reputation in his own territory, and he can be considered an outstanding clan leader in this land of water with many taxes. But who would have thought that he was a pervert with unspeakable quirks? Wu also lamented that if you want to see a person clearly, you cannot start from a certain aspect of him. Although Wu's impression of him has changed, this does not prevent him from killing this guy. Ching walked in, looking a little tired. "Is everything done?" Everything was controlled with illusions, and I almost died from exhaustion. After pouring herself a cup of tea, Ching subconsciously rubbed her eyes. It seemed that she had consumed a lot of chakra. "How's it going? The tailed beast suit isn't bad." Ching looked at him solemnly, her expression a little serious. "My eye power has at least doubled, and my illusion skills have also improved a lot. Don't be too hasty. As time goes by, the tailed beast chakra will gradually improve your physique, and maybe it can prolong the decline of the Sharingan." Slowly drinking all the green tea in the cup, Wu explained to her with his own guess. "Maybe? Don't you know if tailed beast chakra has this ability? To be precise, no one from the Uchiha clan has ever become a Jinhyuriki. That I should be the first one. That how could I know such a thing? The Ten Tails Jinhyuriki does not count. Anyone who becomes the Ten Tails Jinhyuriki is considered to be close to a sage. There is no need to worry about the vision loss of the Sharingan. Silently complaining in his heart about those guys who were used as pawns in calculations, Wii took out a scroll from his ninja tool bag and handed it to Haru. These are the fire escape and forbidden techniques of the Uchiha clan. It's good that you have a general understanding of the forbidden techniques, but those things are not something you can use now. Looking at the thick scroll, Ching couldn't help but ask, how much did you take from the clan? Did the clan leader agree, or did you sneak into a forbidden area? Of course, others agreed with me to learn it. As for the clan, their current situation is not very good. Wii chuckled a few times, and the look in his eyes was called schadenfreude. Just when Ching wanted to ask further questions, there was a knock on the door, causing her to swallow those words unconsciously. Sir, the ship is about to dock. I know, prepare for those children, I'll be there right away. Gaio, who was in the guest seat, said, and the crow clone controlled his body and walked outside. Let's take a look at the situation first and wait until we have the chance to talk about the rest. Seeing Wii leaving, Ching also hurriedly followed. The reason why Wii let the crow clone control Guyu and said to be prepared was because this was not the first time that this happened. Every time he rushed back to his territory from other places, he would have his favorite children hidden in the sedan behind him and never let them show up. That's how Guyu's behavior all along was not exposed and ruined his reputation. Of course, the sedans that are nominally following him are all children he kindly adopted. When they grow up, they will be sent to other territories of his family to help deal with things. In fact, none of the children sent in can come out. Mother and daughter Wu Yu and Xiang Phosphorus were sitting in a sedan, located in the middle of the team. Ching and Xing's sedan was located at the end of the team. Teams of warriors were responsible for protecting their safety. The team walked for a full day before arriving at Gu Yu's residence late at night. The servants of Gu Yu's family were no longer surprised by the several sedan chairs behind them, and directly welcomed them to the guest room in the back house. It went more smoothly than I imagined, but it will be a little harder next time. In order to take care of himself and his relatives, he actually trained hundreds of cronies that he really had so much money. In the end, with Wii and Ching's full efforts to activate the genjutsu, it took half the night to control all the people in the mansion under the genjutsu. If it weren't for the increase in the tailed beast's chakra, the two of them would have almost finished their work. Early in the morning, when Wii was sleeping, a clear voice came from the door of the guest room. Sir, it's time to wash up. Wii opened her eyes tiredly and washed herself under the service of the maid. Now he can also experience the corrupt life of the clan class. That he feels pretty good, but he always feels a little weak. He followed the maid to the banquet room and found that everyone was there except him. Not only Xing and Ching, but also the fat man named Jeshu also rushed over overnight. My lord, do you have any orders? Gaio and Jeshu saluted Wii with a hint of flattery on their expressions. You are about to develop that mind. Remember to issue a mission to Kirigakure. Be sure to add at the end that you really want Nakayoshi to accept this mission. Do you understand? After the two nodded quickly to express their understanding, they left the banquet directly. Genjutsu is really scary. Fortunately, I have the Sharingan. Ching sighed, seeming to have forgotten that she also had a share of credit in this. Then you'd better practice more. The main Jikaya Sharingan can't completely resist all genjutsu. Seeing Wii ruthlessly destroying the situation, Ching rolled her eyes and continued to enjoy the delicious food in front of her. Xiangling's mother looked at them, the worry in her eyes getting stronger. It would be troublesome if his daughter was affected by following them, but what she didn't know was that Wii planned to send them to a person with even more crooked views than him. In terms of three views, who can be more twisted than Orochimaru, who believes in science. But I have to admit that he has always walked on his own path and never changed. Wii also admires this mobility. A few days later, Jeshu's mining personnel gradually arrived, and the power of attorney was also sent to Kirigakure village. Next, as long as the owner of the blood successor boundary arrives, Wii can get what he wants immediately. Just as he was thinking about the future, the voice of Sing came to his ears. Mizuki-kun, can you please teach me this ninjutsu later? And I, too, don't understand the fire release, impatience, flower claws and red technique. Rubbing his tired eyes, Wii nodded to indicate to the two of them that he understood. I originally planned to take a rest, but now it seems that it is better to give them some guidance on ninjutsu and then practice their lower body skills. By the way, if you haven't practiced physical skills for so long, you want be deteriorating. After breakfast, Wii took the two of them to the backyard of Gaiu's house. This place, which can be called a small forest, is enough for them to train, and it just so happens that Wii also wants to find someone to practice physical skills with her. Are you ready? It's time to go. Kunao fell to the ground, and Wii rushed towards the two of them. The day's training officially started from this moment. Within the water country, in the Kirigakure village surrounded by mountains and mist, a young ninja wearing red glasses and a red prayer bead on his chest knocked on the door of the Mizuki's office. Please come in. After a serious voice came from behind the door, the young ninja opened the door to the office. Mizuki-sama, do you have another commission? The expression on Zongji's face was serious, and he did not look down on the other person because he looked like a child. Yagura placed a letter in front of Zhongyoshi and said solemnly, "There is a task for you, because the client is a bit special. I will keep the story short. The name of the task is to maintain safety. The difficulty is A. The main content is to maintain the safety of the technicians and clients responsible for mining the ore veins. Please wait a moment, Mizukichi-sama, why did you ask me to go there by name?" Zhongyoshi felt a little strange. Logically speaking, naming ninjas to protect technicians shouldn't be looking for him. Isn't there something weird here? There is no problem with the entrustment of the task. The entruster is the head of the Gaio Island family, and the other partner is the businessman responsible for providing raw materials to the village. Although Mizukage explained it to him, Zhongyoshi still spoke cautiously. "Mizukichi-sama, if there is really a problem, don't kill the clan heads and merchants, I will take care of the rest." "Yes." After getting a satisfactory answer, Zhongyoshi also left Mizukage's office and began to make the necessary preparations. After Nakayoshi left, Yagura placed the task entrustment in front of him and fell into deep thought for a while. For some reason, he always felt that there was something wrong with this mission, but he couldn't tell where it was. Zhongyoshi is also a good player in the village, so there shouldn't be any mistakes. After putting the power of attorney aside, Yagura continued to deal with the mountain of documents. On this side, the three ninjas who had been waiting in the mission hall for a long time couldn't wait to rush forward as soon as they saw Zhongyoshi appear. "Brother, do you have a mission?" The person who spoke was a man who looked similar to Nakayoshi, and he was accompanied by two teammates with hedgehog hair. "Well, let's get ready first, and then meet at the village gate." "Let's go, let's take a rest first, brother." "No, it's an urgent mission, I'll give you 10 minutes at most. If you haven't arrived at the assembly point after 10 minutes, you can explain it to Mizukichi-sama." Zongji left quickly, leaving only the backs of the team members behind him. When several people left Kirigakure village, they knew the content of the mission. When they learned that the client this time was the head of the clan, they all laughed involuntarily. The commission content and reward from the clan head are generally not small. In addition, the other party names the captain to take action, so the reward will definitely be even more impressive. A few people didn't notice that Zongji's brows had completely furrowed and his expression was unusually solemn. There was one thing that he had never understood. Why did the head of the family ask him to go there instead of the more famous 7 ninja swordsmen? Where did he hear his name? With the village's confidentiality measures, it's impossible to leak his name. What's going on? With all kinds of questions, Zhongyoshi took his ninja team and rushed to Gaio Island, located to the west of the Kingdom of Water. Little did they know that what was waiting for them would be a trap that had been planned for a long time. That night, when the news that the mission had been accepted was presented to Wyu, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. "It's finally here. Next is the time to reap the results. Don't let me down." Crows clung to Guyu's bodyguards, their eyes full of anticipation. Time flew by, and it was 3 days later in the blink of an eye. After the ninja team from Kirigakure arrived at Gaio Island, they were directly taken to Guyu's mansion by the people he arranged. "Brother, that team of guards is a little strange," Zongji's younger brother Zayaji whispered to the side, his expression full of caution. "What happened?" "The chakra fluctuations on their bodies are a bit strange, and there is a sense of foreboding in their breath. It's very wrong. I understand. Let the two of them be prepared and kill them on the spot once they take action." Zhongyoshi naturally talked to the butler next to him, pretending that he didn't notice anything wrong at all, and his acting skills were quite good. But what they didn't know was that a falcon hovering in the sky had quietly captured their information and was silently monitoring their every move. 1 perceptual ninja, 2 auxiliary combatants. It seems that there is a medical ninja among the 2 people. Is the leader the one who owns the blood inheritance limit of Mingdu? A standard ninja team, they seem to be working together very well. The sentient ninja looks similar to Chuyoshi. Are they brothers? After sneering a few times, it seems that it can test the strength of normal Mingdun owners, and test the limits of Mingdun at the same time. Soon, a huge mansion appeared in front of the Kirigakure ninjas. These people were already accustomed to this. The clan class will always reflect the differences between itself and others in all aspects. When several people walked into the living room of the mansion, they found a delicate-looking child sitting in front of them. "Ninja Zongji, this is the first time we meet. Please take good care of me." Scarlet eyes were reflected in the sight of several people, and those ominous eyes instantly sent chills down the spines of several people. "Don't look at him, it's the Sharingan." Zhongyoshi subconsciously looked back and saw that everyone except him was controlled by the Sharingan's illusion, which also made his body tense. Is it too late? Why does this child have Uchiha Sharingan? Is he a traitor? What is your purpose? Why did you trick us into coming to this place? Zhongyoshi did not try to unlock the genjutsu on his team members, because they had already been pointed at by samurai swords. "My time is very tight, so I will make a long story short. I want your blood inheritance limit. Can you please cooperate? Are you a traitorous nin of the Uchiha clan? Why do you want to provoke Kirigakure? Are you Konoha going to tear up the armistice agreement less than a year after it was signed?" Seeing that Zongji had no intention of agreeing, Wyu shook his head. "Well, I know you won't cooperate. For the sake of the blood inheritance limit, I will give you a chance. Come with me." Wuya walked slowly towards the back mountain. Although Zongji didn't know what medicine he was selling in his gourd, he still followed him. Now that the client is under control, his brother and team members are also captured. No matter what, he will find a chance to leave here, even if it means sacrificing his own relatives. The clouds cover the sun, and the dull air makes people feel tense unconsciously. Zongji followed Wuyu and followed him to a hidden place in the back mountain. On the way, Zongji felt that there were inexplicable eyes locked on him. As long as he dared to make strange movements, those eyes would swarm him. Okay, it's very quiet here, no one will disturb us. The child in front of him had a smile that showed he was in control of the overall situation, and he didn't care about Zongji's actions at all. What the hell do you want to do? Subconsciously looking at the surrounding environment, Zongji asked expressionlessly, but felt helpless in his heart. Boundary, it seems that there is no way to ask for help from the village. The person opposite has the Sharingan, so he is definitely not an ordinary person. Wuyu allowed Zongji to observe the situation without any surprises. This place has been surrounded by crows, and it is basically impossible to escape from the crow's pursuit, unless he can burrow into the ground like Orochimaru. My purpose is very simple, I just want you to escape. By the way, let's take a look at the limits of normal escape. Can you satisfy my small wish? As soon as he finished speaking, Wuyu's hands slowly formed seals, and the chakra fluctuations emerging from his body made Zongji's brows jump wildly. Be careful, fire release, fireball technique. The fireball, which was more than 10 meters in size, flew towards Zongji, burning all the trees along the way. With this level of fire escape, he is indeed a member of the Uchiha clan. Zongji raised his right hand flat, and two overlapping diamond-shaped holes formed in the palm of his hand, silently watching the incoming fireball. Ming escapee suck * hole. As the chakra slowly inhaled the fireball in front of him, Zongji's face looked slightly ugly. The amount of chakra is too great. Judging from his expression, this is probably just a random move. There is no other choice but to break out of the encirclement as soon as possible. When the Go fireball was completely absorbed, Zhongyoshi flew back and formed several seals in just 1 second. Ming escapee evil will destroy itself. The light blue flames directly engulfed Wuyu's figure, and the powerful impact tore a ferocious wound in the forest behind him. Is this the dark escape? The power is okay, but the speed is a bit slow. A crow transformed into Wuyu's figure again and blocked Zongji. Entity? Shadow clone technique? No, they are all clones with entities, not just shadow clones. Dozens of Wuyu surrounded Zongji, with faint smiles on their faces, making people feel a chill inexplicably. Okay, I've seen Ming Dun's attack mode, now let me see where its limits are. The huge chakra ball spun in the hands of the crow clones, and the two crow clones rushed directly towards Zongji. When he held the two Raisnans with both hands, Zongji knew that he might not be able to escape. With this huge chakra, who are you, bastard? Oh, it seems that the ultimate limit of Ming Dun is still worth looking forward to than the next group. Soon, the crow clone that disappeared with the Raisnan retreated directly, and the other two crow clones used the Raisnan at Zhongyoshi again, completely giving them no chance to use the substitution technique. Damn it, we can't go on like this, the chakra meridians can't stand it anymore. The meridians on Zongji's arm have begun to ache. If he continues like this, he will definitely be burst by chakra. Soon, when the crow clones connected, Nakayoshi used the Kirigakure no Jutsu at the risk of serious injury. His actions also made Wuyu, who was hiding in the dark, frown slightly and look a little dissatisfied. Can't you stand it after forcibly absorbing 6 Raisnans? That's right, after all, it's not like using Kiyaro to increase the body's chakra carrying capacity to that high level like Baraho did. The blue flames engulfed dozens of crow clones, and even the forest with a radius of several hundred meters turned into a sea of AA flames. Zongji was hiding in a tree not far away, looking at the sea of AA fire with lingering fear, and the sweat on his forehead was evaporated by the flames without a trace. Who is that guy? His name is not in the wanted ninja handbook, and there is no news about the defection of ninjas from the Uchiha clan recently. What is going on? His hands kept shaking, and the chakra meridians on his arms ached, and he could no longer hold on. No, we must report to Lord Mizukage. With perseverance, Zhongyoshi rushed towards Kirigakure village. Just when he was about to leave, a pale wrist grasped his ankle, and a nightmarish voice sounded behind him. This is not possible. If you just leave like this, I will be distressed. Earth release, heart beheading technique. It's over, Mizukage-sama. Wuyu, who was hiding in the dark, came out and pressed his right hand directly on Zongji's brain. After a long time, Wuyu nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, the biological model of the owner of the bloodline limit is indeed different from the model of a normal person in several ways. So, now that I have obtained Mingdun, what should I do with you? Wuyu looked at Zongji in front of him and the crow clones around him and fell into deep thought. Take this opportunity to get the 3 tails out of Kirigakure village? The idea is beautiful, but the reality is a bit cruel. He has enough power, but his power is not enough to control the Jinhyuri Ki perfectly like Obito. Karu's eye power is sufficient, but she can't adapt to the tailed beast chakra yet, and it will take some time before she can. It's a pity that if there are Hashirama cells now, we can use them to amplify the pupil power of the Sharingan and suppress the tailed beast chakra to achieve perfect control of the Jinchuriki. What should I do with you? Forget it, let's kill you. With a twist of his wrist, Zongji's neck made a crisp sound, and Wu also left this place. Now that you have decided to take action, you must erase all traces. Ching and Xing came from a distance, and the other two crows extinguished the fire in the forest and rushed towards Guyu's mansion. We've got the stuff, get rid of those guys and get out of here. Wait a minute, where's that bastard? Although Ching didn't say it clearly, Wu could still tell who that person was. Of course I will take all the money and kill him. Is it possible to keep him to spend the new year? Xing couldn't bear it, but still didn't stop Wu. At this moment, in Gaia's mansion, when Xiang Phosphorus and her daughter were picked up by Crow's clones, the brutal and inhumane massacre began. Maybe there are innocent people among them, but in his opinion, as long as there is a possibility of exposing his whereabouts, he will nip it in the cradle. Thick black smoke rose, and the Crow clones rushed to Wu's location carrying several large boxes. Soon, when the residents of the town discovered the fire burning in the mansion, it was already too late. Wu and his group also rushed to the nearby dock and prepared to leave the island. A few days later, at Gaia's residence, teams of Kirigakure Umbu dug out the burned and disfigured corpses and placed them neatly in front of Yagura, the third Mizukage. Lord Mizukage, we have collected all the bones of the Nakayoshi brothers and others. The leader of the Umbu team knelt down on one knee and reported seriously to the baby-faced boy in front of him. Send their bones to the inspection team to see if there are any other clues. The enemy's methods were very clean, and no strangers were found by the surrounding villagers. In addition, all the property in the mansion was looted, and even the businessman died here. Taking a deep breath, Yagura suppressed his anger and ordered in as calm a tone as possible, collect as many clues as you can, and don't let go of even a single trace. After the squad leader left, Yagura fell into deep thought. This time the head of the Gaia family died, and the pressure on Wien village was not as great as usual. The seriousness of this incident even alarmed the daimyo of the Land of Water, and a letter of accountability was sent to his desk overnight. Although the Guyu family only has this direct bloodline, there are many collateral bloodlines. The reason why they put pressure on Kirigakure is simply because they want a piece of the pie. After all, it is a medium-sized island, and the profits it brings every year are not a small amount, and he is a little helpless, as his ominous premonition has come true. Zhongyoshi, who had the limit of blood inheritance, and Zayaji, the best sentient ninja in the village, died in this way. The murderer's vigilance was far beyond his imagination, and even the Umbu under his command could not find valuable clues. Asshole. The original baby face became a little ferocious due to anger, and the scar on the cheek became a little distorted. Angry, still rare, Yagura, ha 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 ha. Shut up, Ji Teng. Yagura's face looked a little ugly. At this moment, the tailed beast in his body was causing trouble, making his already bad mood even more uncomfortable. I really want to see who could make you so angry. I really should thank him. Ha 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 ha. Ha, you don't want to see anyone before I die. Yagura left Gaia's mansion with his Umbu. The crow that had been hiding in the forest spied on this scene and flew directly into the distance. On the boat in the distance, the crow flew to Wu's side and slowly integrated into his body. Are the crows back? It seems that people from Kirigakure have already been there. Unfortunately, the action was too slow. This ship can only help them leave Gaia Road and turn to other small islands to take merchant ships, but cannot make long-distance trips. Although it was a pity to let the three tails go, it was more important to get the information about the cursed seal from that bastard named TNZ. Even if negotiations with the Slug Immortal in the Shigi Bone Forest fail, we must try our best to obtain the information on Immortal Mode. The boat staggered towards the distant island, and the crow clones at the stern were accelerating the boat. No matter what, they must reach the small island that is more than 20 miles away today. Looking up, dark clouds were chasing towards the direction of the boat, and heavy rain had begun to fall on the other side. Is it raining again? Not so lucky. During the conversation, the boat seemed to have a power system and jumped hundreds of meters directly. The Raisnan is quite good at accelerating the ship. This is also a helpless move. Who makes them anxious, plus the ship is considered strong. In the evening, the sky was completely gloomy. Wu and his party also landed on the island before the heavy rain came and found a small, dilapidated fishing village. In the rotten wooden house, a strong wind blew away the accumulated dust, and several people frowned and got into this relatively intact house. Water dripped from the roof from time to time, and several people had to avoid that place temporarily and lit the indoor stove. Mother and daughter were warming themselves up over the fire, while Xing sat opposite Xiaonu and taught her how to speak in a low voice. Qing was processing the internal organs of the fish and preparing for today's dinner. As for Wu, he was playing with the crow in his hand, with a faint smile in his eyes. Late at night came quietly. Wu waited until several people were asleep and quietly left the cabin. The next technique cannot be used here. At least it has to be a few kilometers away from here to make him feel at ease. There is a town in the center, so I'd better stay away from it. I hope it can be as successful as I want. On the beach of the small island, two crows with special colors descended here. Whether Ming Dun can absorb tailed beast chakra, don't let me down. The two crows transformed into human forms. One of them had a small black diamond-shaped hole on his arm. The other crow's arm was slightly stretched out, and a small purple black ball was slowly taking shape. Ming does suck asterisk hole. Mini-tailed beast Jade. Wuyu, who was hiding a few miles away, could clearly see with the sight of crow clone Ming that although the mini-tailed beast Jade showed signs of moving slightly towards the suction hole, it never succeeded. Sure enough, the weight of the tailed beast Jade is so amazing that Ming Dun cannot swallow the tailed beast Jade. So, is ordinary tailed beast chakra feasible? The mini-tailed beast Jade in the crow's clone's hand was thrown into the distance, and the light black-tailed beast clothing was wrapped around its body, waiting for Minjayo's movement. Soon, the experiment began again. This time, the Dark Escape was able to absorb the tailed beast's chakra into his own body, but his arm was soon burned off by the excessively hot chakra. Crows made with ordinary chakra can only barely absorb a little bit. Forget it, we still have to use the tailed beast chakra to create it. Wuyu was a little helpless that if he wanted to use dark release to absorb the tailed beast's chakra, he could only let the tailed beast stand there obediently and not move. With his current eye power, he definitely cannot do this, even if Qing is added to it. There are two consciousnesses in the Jinchuriki's body. It is basically impossible to control the perfect Jinchuriki, unless the tailed beast of the Jinchuriki wants to die with the Jinchuriki. In addition, if you want to restrict the Jinchuriki's actions, you can imagine how difficult it is. There is no other way. After we get the information about the curse seal from the guy named Tianzi, it will be like a way to open the Mangekyo Sharinan. Rubbing the corners of his eyes, he laughed inexplicably. In the end, you still have to rely on that guy. Don't blame me for being cruel. You are really unlucky. Back in the wooden house, Wuyu quietly slipped into her sleeping bag. Suddenly, a familiar voice came into his mind. Where did you go? It's nothing, let's go and experiment with the new technique. I stayed away because of the power issue. What's next? How long will it take to run around again? Come on, wait until you get what you want from the Kingdom of the Sea, and find a place to rest for a while. I hope it's like you said. Qing broke off the contact and turned away from him. Wuyu smiled, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. In the early morning, the thick fog buried the morning light. After washing up by the river, Wuyu caught a few fish to prepare today's breakfast. Although the food he made could only be considered edible at this juncture, he couldn't care too much about the taste of the food. Throw phosphorus to remove the dirt, pinch off the head and tail, then add the spices from Gaio's house, and a pot of fish soup that is barely edible is ready. After a while, when several people came out of the wooden house one after another, they all felt a little surprised. You actually know how to prepare breakfast, it's really strange. Qing looked at the food in the pot with a suspicious face, wondering whether it was edible. There is no other way. Take the time to prepare it. We will leave the Kingdom of Water soon. I'm afraid the alert level at the border of Kirigakure village will be greatly increased. After serving them the fish soup, Wuyu gave them the dry biscuits that he had ordered the servants to prepare beforehand, and sat silently enjoying today's breakfast. After finishing their rest, a few people sneaked into the market in the center of the island and prepared to take the boat here to leave the Kingdom of Water. What will happen when a few unfamiliar faces suddenly appear on an island where the residents are familiar with each other? The answer is quite unpleasant. Whenever there are inexplicable eyes on him, Wuyu will feel inexplicably unhappy, especially at this moment when he needs to hide himself. With no choice but to take them, he quickly purchased the necessities, rented a boat at a large price, and rushed to the nearby large dock. On the boat, several villagers who were in charge of driving the boat peeked at this rich man who spent a lot of money from time to time. The greed in their eyes was so strong that they could not hide it. It's not that he wants to recruit these people, but that only these people dare to go to sea at this juncture. How long does it take to get to the dock? My lord, and, the leader of the villagers raised their heads and looked at him, then fell completely into darkness. The people around him who were responsible for driving the boat were also controlled by Qing one by one, and became puppets of the illusion. What to do with them? It's the old way. After several crow clones slowly emerged from the body, Wuyu's smile became cold and cruel. I hope he doesn't encounter any difficult problems, otherwise he won't care how many people die. At noon, the thick fog on the sea has not yet been dispersed. The villagers followed their usual experience and skillfully moved the boat to the shore. As soon as a few people got off the boat, they rushed directly to the merchant ship heading to the Kingdom of the Sea. As soon as they got there, Wuyu discovered that groups of soldiers in the Kirigakure hiding in the dark were strictly examining the passers-by. Sure enough, once the nerves of those clans are touched, the level of vigilance in the Kingdom of Water will be greatly increased. Short black hair, sharp teeth, no eyebrows, plus that sword. Isn't this 3 ninja swordsmen? Because they touched themselves, were they all transferred to a nearby large dock? The 7 ninja swordsmen, who were kicked to death by 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen who were kicked open by Matkai's father, were somewhat unexpected by Wuyu for their arrival. Although their strength was not low, the thought of someone slashing the tailed beast Jade with a sword made him want to laugh inexplicably. What happened? No, I just remembered something interesting. Wuyu, who couldn't help but laugh out loud, hid in the dark and tried not to look at Loquat Juzang's face. At least he did something Wuyu didn't dare to do until now. What should I do with so many Kirigakur? It's okay, they will leave later. Wuyu laughed inexplicably, with an unusually subtle expression. What do you mean? Before Haru could ask, a shocking sound came from a distance, attracting the attention of the Kirigakur ninja. What happened? Mr. Juzo, the chakra fluctuations there are extremely strong. I understand, the sensing ninja is coming with me, and the rest of us will stay here on standby. Yes. In a hurry, Loquat Juzang led Kirigakur's sensory ninjas to the direction of the explosion. Wuyu took this opportunity to sneak into the chaotic dock and prepared to board the ship and leave. Just when he was about to succeed, a young voice came from behind Wuyu. You were the one who was spying in the dark that day, right? Oh, isn't this the third Mizukage-sama? What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Matsuki slowly turned around and saw several Umbu teams from Kirigakur surrounding him tightly. The third Mizukage stood on the deck and stared at him coldly. Did Loquat Juzang leave directly because he was here? I'm in some trouble, and I don't know if I can survive until it's time to leave. There was a trademark fake smile on his face, and the mocking look in his eyes was not concealed at all. Although I don't know what your purpose is, I still ask you to come back with us and spend the rest of your life in Kirigakur's prison. Water escape, water prison technique. The huge water ball swallowed his figure, and a look of finality appeared on Yagura's face. Really, that's not necessarily the case. In the water prison, Wuyu's expression was extremely cold, and he formed seals as if he was not restricted. Crack! The huge black and purple-tailed beast jade expanded rapidly, and the powerful shockwave made Yagura's expression change. Explosions resounded throughout the world, and even those huge merchant ships were blown away from the dock by the shock wave. The distance is just right. Now comes the tricky guy. In the ruins, the third-generation Mizukage wrapped in the tailed beast clothing stared closely at the long-haired man in front of him, and howled like a beast from his mouth. The three-tailed Jinhyuriki, what a shame! The tailed beast clothes slowly took off, and the third Mizukage looked coldly at Muyo, who had escaped from the water prison, his eyes full of coldness. This is the tailed beast Jade. Who are you? Who knows? With a free and easy smile, Wuyu stared at the water shadow in front of him, with an unusually unbeatable expression. Can you show me the technique of the three-tailed Jinhyuriki? I'm very interested in this. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and hundreds of wind blades flew towards Yagura. Water escape, water mirror art. In the water mirror, another Wuyu emerged from the mirror, and the same number of wind blades flew towards Wuyu's himself, who was preparing the next technique. Is this a trick? It's a bit tricky. The time is coming. I'll play with you again when I have the opportunity. I hope you can survive until that time. Looking at the baby-faced Mizukage with pity, Mizuki's figure began to fade, and the dark-tailed beast Jade in his body made Yagura's eyelids twitch subconsciously. The tailed beast Jade in Crow's body was different from the one that exploded before, and contained at least twice the amount of chakra. A pure white glow emerged from inside the Crow clone, and after Yagura glanced at the dock behind him, a determined look appeared in his eyes. Boom! The gray turtle used its body to block the shock wave generated when the tailed beast Jade exploded from the island. The powerful force caused the entire island to shift a short distance. After panting and returning to his original body, Yagura recalled the face of the long-haired man, his expression becoming even colder. At this time, Wuyu, who had already blended into the merchant ship of the Kingdom of the Sea, laughed. For some reason, he began to look forward to the time when he would meet Yagura again. Dallin Island, Jiro Island, the country of the sea, I'm back. Looking at the sea country in the distance, Wuyu's smile contained a little nostalgia, and his thoughts had already drifted back to the day he came here 2 years ago. Sing stood beside him silently, with a slightly complicated expression. The Kingdom of the Sea, this is the country where you went on a mission, right? Is there any reason why you have to come back here? Ching remembered clearly that after Wuyu told her that she was going to carry out a mission, she also specifically looked up information about the Kingdom of the Sea. Of course there are many important things here. Did my respected teacher Orikimura specially build a laboratory here? Laboratory? What's going on? We'll find out when we get there. I suggest you two be mentally prepared. What do you mean? Ching stared at Wuyu warily, the look in her eyes was called suspicion. You'll know when you get there. The ship has docked. Let's find a place to rest first. Crow Clone carried the luggage and led Wuyu and his group down the ship's ladder, preparing to find a safer place to stay for a few days. I definitely can't go to Beiju Hotel, so it would be better to find another hotel. Although Wuyu adheres to the creed of never treating him badly if he can't treat him badly, it would be a bit bad if he met an acquaintance here. Finally, Wuyu and his party stayed at a B&B on the Mother Island. There is no way, except for the Shiro Gaiku Hotel, other places in the Kingdom of the Sea are not very good. It's better to stay in a B&B for now, at least they don't have to worry about anyone disturbing their night movements. For people with families like them, the owner of the B&B is very welcoming, especially the guests who spend a lot of money, which is even more reassuring. In the slightly shabby B&B, after asking the landlady to prepare food for the children, Wu Yu took Qing and Sing to the bedroom nearby and began to make plans. Although the strength of that glasses bastard is not very good, it is Orochimaru's testing base after all, so it is better to prepare in advance. The time came in the afternoon, and Wu Yu began to condense chakra as usual. The creation of a clone of the Dark Escape Crow was also put on the agenda. In order to successfully extract chakra from the tailed beast, he mixed the chakra of the 9 tails into it according to the method of making a clone of the tailed beast Jade Crow. As long as the 9-tailed chakra is mixed into the crow clone will become resistant to the power of the tailed beast, and there will no longer be the problem of the arm being burned off. The door was opened, and Xiao Xianlin ran to Wu Yu's side with her chubby little legs. "Mom, what is brother doing?" "Okay, don't disturb my brother and go play somewhere else, okay?" "Okay." Xiangling's mother nodded towards Wu Yu and left the room with Xiangling. Can she even speak? Time flies so fast. After sighing for a moment, a brand new crow clone emerged from the body. After having July, his chakra amount and recovery speed have increased a lot. Apart from his small size, he is still very satisfied. "Guest, dinner is ready." "I know, I'll be there soon." The formed crow merged into Wu Yu's body again, and then led by the crow clone, Wu Yu walked into the main hall. The long-haired man's vest was seen by someone from Kirigakure, so the face prepared this time was that of a middle-aged man with a hedgehog head. For some reason, Wu Yu found that the mainstream hairstyles of ninjas were either hedgehogs or long hair, or some weird shapes, which was really frustrating. Eat. Xiang Phosphorus, let's wait until our brothers and sisters arrive. It doesn't matter. If you're hungry, just eat first. You don't have to wait for us. Right, Xiang Phosphorus. After touching Xiang Lu's hair, Wu Yu sat on the main seat and spoke with a kind expression. After a while, Qing and Xing also walked in together. It seemed that they had not relaxed their practice for a moment. Hot pot, it's really rare. You should eat hot pot in winter. Have you never had it before? I've seen it on the ship before, but I haven't eaten it once because I have to maintain my weight. After dinner, the mother and daughter Xiang Phosphorus also left the main hall directly. After Wu Yu used magic to prevent anyone from eavesdropping, he solemnly spoke to the two of them. The target this time is Orochimaru's research information, and the second is the person in charge of that laboratory. He is a ponytail bastard who likes to speak rudely, and sometimes wears eyes. The physical characteristics are a white coat and a ponytail. Once you encounter him, you will immediately restrain him. Wait a minute, why did Orochimaru build a laboratory here? Isn't he one of the legendary Sunin? Hearing this, Wu Yu couldn't help laughing. When she saw him smiling, Qing asked angrily, What's wrong? There is nothing wrong. You will understand after you go there. You are all considered ninjas, and you all know that the world is not black and white. I hope you can remember this special experience. Get ready and set off tonight. The substitutes and people who will protect their safety are ready. Don't have anything to worry about. Wu Yu left the main hall, and his originally smiling face returned to expressionless. Although he didn't want to do such a thing as destroying the little girl's outlook on life, in order for the future plans to proceed smoothly, don't blame him for being cold and ruthless. Qing and Xing looked at each other and smelled a strange aura from Wu Yu's words, but he refused to say it, and the two of them couldn't pin him down and beat him up, so they simply waited for night to come to see what tricks he was playing. Late at night, the stars are shining brightly, and a silver moon hangs high in the sky, dispelling the eternal darkness. Wu Yu led the two of them to Ghost World Island, accompanied by a few crows who were responsible for sealing off the area around the laboratory. Remember, don't destroy those experimental facilities and try to reduce the scope of the battle. I know. Soon, several people arrived in front of a stone wall. Recalling the seal at that time, Wu Yu slowly formed it. After a long time, seeing that the stone wall had not changed at all, Wu Yu started talking to himself. Have you changed the barrier seal? Then it can only be removed violently. Which technique has the quieter sound? Forget it, just dismantle it. An ordinary Raisnon appeared in the palm of his hand and smashed hard against the stone wall in front of him. Collapse. The rock in front of him collapsed. Wu Yu said to the two people behind him, Go in, good luck to you, and don't spit it out. Qing Yixing walked in directly without any hesitation. Are you looking down on them too much? But the things here are really interesting. I hope he didn't destroy all the information about the cursed seal. The soft moonlight fell on his body, and the moonless aura dropped to a level that was difficult for others to detect, hiding silently in the darkness. In the dark corridor, Qing and Xing watched the surroundings vigilantly, and the kunao in their hands could be adjusted to the best direction at any time. They moved slowly along this winding corridor, cautiously wary of possible enemies. As time passed by, the two figures merged into the darkness without leaking any breath. Soon, a little dim light attracted their attention. The two looked at each other, and Qing immediately rushed out in the direction of the dim light, while Xing carefully lurked in the dark, wary of someone sneaking up from behind. After a long time, seeing that Qing did not give a signal, he set a trap at the only entrance of Xing and ran towards the direction of Yuguang. When she saw Qing, who was standing aside and the object soaked in the petri dish, she subconsciously wanted to divert her attention, but when she thought of what Wu said when she came in, Sing resisted the feeling of vomiting and looked at the petri dish. Objects in all he saw were lumps of minced meat connected to unknown organs. The pink tendons were still twitching, making Sing almost vomit out his dinner. Sister Ching, what's wrong with you? Ching silently stared at the petri dish in front of her, her face slightly pale. Is this what that guy is talking about? Is Orochimaru, known as the Sunin, conducting this kind of experiment secretly? Do the people in the village know what he is doing? Silver teeth were clenched, and the anger in his eyes surprised the stars nearby. She fought for her life in Konoha, and even becoming a ninja in the end was a choice that life forced her to make. But Orochimaru's behavior completely shattered her beautiful illusion about the village. She didn't know how much Konoha knew about this kind of behavior, and she didn't know how Wu, who had been here before, discovered this place. The only thing she wants to know is, does the village know about this? If you knew, why didn't you stop it? How much does Wu know about this place? Suppressing the anger in her heart, Ching said to the star beside her, speed up and find that guy who said that asshole, and leave here with those information. I have something I want to ask him. I understand. Sing nodded vigorously and quickly moved deeper into the corridor while covering Ching's back. After a while, a crow slowly landed in front of the petri dish, with human mockery in its eyes. Oh, it seems that guy's progress is not slow. I remember the content of this laboratory is, the amphibious ninja force should be this, now human muscles have been connected to fish scales? It's a pity, I can barely be considered a talent, but my vision is too narrow. Well, let's kill him. After deciding the fate of that guy, the crow continued to fly inside. He was not worried about their safety, but worried that they had missed some information about the curse seal. If it weren't for the idea of training their mental endurance, he should actually come down to search by himself this time. If he didn't crush their temporarily formed three views, it would be difficult for him to establish concepts suitable for surviving in this world. After Wu sensed the location of the two of them, he controlled the crow to immediately fly towards their location. Now that they were very close to the position of that bastard named TNZ, they couldn't let them kill him in a fit of anger. At the very least, they had to wait until Wu got the information about the curse seal before dying. The dim corridor gradually opened up, and the two people's speed gradually increased. According to Wu, the person in charge of this laboratory should not be very strong. The only thing that needs to be paid attention to is the range and speed of the attack. At the same time, TNZ, who was checking the information, heard something vaguely. He frowned slightly, put down the information in his hand, and prepared to go up and observe to see if there was something wrong with the petri dish. As for someone invading? Just kidding, this is Orochimaru's secret laboratory. Basically no one knows about it except him and Orochimaru. When he reached the corner of the corridor, he happened to meet two people running towards him. As a result, before he had time to react, he was hit with a knife and completely fainted. White coat, ponytail, this guy is the person in charge here. Scene, you take him back up there, and I'll collect the information that guy wants. Sister Ching, be careful. After tying TNZ tightly, Sing carried him and ran towards the exit. Ching stood there silently until she couldn't see Sing's back, then she slowly spoke. Come out. I know you've been following me, don't force me to do it. Really, why do you have to call me out? Forget it. It seems like there will be trouble again if I don't explain it to you. Just ask whatever you want. The crow landed on Ching's shoulder, combing its feathers lazily, and even his tone seemed a bit lazy. How much do you know about this place? I've only been here once. I came with Mr. Orochimaru. He also brought me here to see the research that cannot be put on the surface. How much does the village know about this place? The sarcasm in Crow's eyes was not concealed at all, and he said from the perspective of a bystander, well, it's hard to say. The only thing that is certain is that there are definitely high-level people in Konoha who support Orochimaru. After all, Orochimaru's contribution to the village is there, and these things do have an indelible share of technology. With a quick glance, you could clearly see the black line on Ching's forehead. Why not just destroy this place after we leave the village? Because it's not in my interest. After saying this calmly, Crow opened his mouth and added, when I cannot guarantee my own safety, I will not easily target my allies, even if it is just a relationship of mutual use. Ching looked at the crow on her shoulder in disbelief, with a hint of inexplicable anger in her tone. Are you an ally with him? It's barely enough now, but it won't be there in the future. It's just a relationship of mutual use and transaction. Seeing her silence, Wu opened his mouth to tell his reasons. Even if you destroy this place, you can't stop him from building a new laboratory. Orochimaru has at least a dozen laboratories of this size. In terms of strength, maybe your kaleidoscope can deal with him if you grow more, but it is simply a fantasy to kill him completely. In terms of status, Orochimaru, who has not yet had the incident, is the Sunin of Konoha, a powerful ninja who has won countless benefits for Konoha. Crow looked at the petri dishes displayed around him and laughed disdainfully. This world is so cruel. The powerful can play with the lives of the weak at will. If you want to change all this, you must have overwhelming power. You are still far behind. After Ching put away the information, she walked out of the laboratory without saying a word. These things in front of her and Wu's words made her impression of Konoha change more obviously, and also made her realize the cruelty of the world more clearly. Ghost World Island, at the entrance to the broken laboratory. Singh put the fainted Tianzi aside and washed his face with cold seawater, trying to eliminate the discomfort in his stomach. After a while, Ching came to Wu with a thick pile of information. After confirming that there was no missing information, he walked to Tianzi's position and called him up. "Long time no see, you crazy bastard. Are you, Uchiha?" Before he finished speaking, Tianzi completely lost consciousness. Moments later, Wu crushed his throat and threw his body into the sea. It's a pity that all the experimental specimens were taken away by Orochimaru, otherwise we would have found some interesting things. Looking regretfully at the experimental base behind him, Wu left the place with the information about the curse seal. He also deliberately left a letter deep in the laboratory, and he didn't know when Orochimaru would find it. The next step is to find a place that is isolated from the world, create some special memories for yourself, and start the kaleidoscope. On the way back, Singh looked worriedly at Ching, who was a little distracted, and didn't know what to say. The impact of what he saw today was too great, and Singh faintly noticed that the thing that made Ching lose her mind seemed not to be those test subjects. There was no words all the way, and the few people quietly went back to their rooms and prepared to rest. Wu couldn't wait to light the candle, trying to find any clues in those written materials. What he really wanted to get was not the defective product, but the clues to the specific location of the Kongyu clan and Ryakai cave, one of the 3 holy places. Although Orochimaru's curse seal gave him the ability to survive no matter what, it was of no use to him. Wu couldn't split the crystal in his mind like a chakra mark. Even if he could, he wouldn't use this method, and he wouldn't do anything to kill himself. After the candle burned out, Wu put down the information in his hand, his face full of disappointment. Only the characteristics of some experimental objects are recorded, and the key origin locations and possible conjectures of the experimental objects are not mentioned at all. It is too rigorous. I have no choice but to take the risk and go to Shiju Forest to see for myself. Flames emerged from the fingertips, burning all the information. The original intention was to leave a way out, but now it seems that it is better to talk to the slug fairy honestly. It's really troublesome. I hope it won't be melted into a pile of bone residue by the strong acid. The breeze blew by, and the ignited smoke flew out of the window. Wu lay on the tatami and fell asleep. In his sleep, a vague voice whispered in his ear. After being woken up, Julai looked up blankly and looked around, then fell into a deep sleep without noticing anything wrong. In the early morning, after Wu woke up from his bedroom, traces of blood appeared in his eyes, and a sense of irritability filled his mind. It's really troublesome. Isn't it even possible to stop people from sleeping? Putting on some clothes casually, Wu walked towards the bathroom outside the corridor. On the way, I happened to bump into Ching, who was in a dazed state. Looking at her bloodshot eyes, he knew that he was not the only one who didn't get a good rest last night. "What's wrong? Are you still worrying about what happened last night?" Ching glanced at him silently. "Your words are like those uncles who hang out in izakayas for a long time. They are inexplicably disgusting." As soon as these words came out, Wu's sleepiness was completely driven away. "How can you be so heartless? What are you talking about to a child who is not yet a minor? A kid who kills people without changing his face is really scary." After sarcastic remarks to him, Ching returned to her room with a smile, her mood obviously much better. "That's why I can't understand them. It's really troublesome." After the cold water hit her face, Wu felt a little better. Then she sat in the main hall and waited for breakfast time. "The matter at hand has come to an end for the time being. If you want to create a seamless family in a small country where no one will disturb you, where should you choose?" Looking at the map in his hand over and over again, he couldn't decide which small country to rest in for a while. "Wu-kun, you got up so early today." Singh walked in, holding a towel in his hand. It seemed that he had just returned from his morning practice. "You too." When he continued to look at the map, as if recalling something, his eyes focused on the corners of the map. "By the way, you can go to the land of Rainbow. The country can be considered a strong country among small countries. It is usually far away from big countries, so you don't have to worry about Konoha ninjas rushing there to do tasks. It's a great place. Besides, it would be good to take this opportunity to eliminate hidden dangers." Thinking of this, Wu said to Singh, who was resting, "Singh, the next location is confirmed. Let's go to the Kingdom of Rainbow." "The Kingdom of Rainbow, I understand. You may have to live there for a few years, so you should take this time to get familiar with the crows." Picking up the green tea on the table, Wu took a sip. Just when he wanted to continue talking, the sound of footsteps outside the door made Wu temporarily stop talking. Boom boom boom. "Guest, breakfast is ready. Do you want to start now?" "I understand, so please." The door opened silently, and the service staff of the B&B placed plates of tempting breakfast where a few people were, and then quietly retreated out. "Fish, vegetables, light soups, and specially prepared meats are a bit too light. It's better to add some salt after exercise." Just as he was reviewing the dishes in front of him, Ching, mother and daughter, came to the main hall with Xiangling. After the door was closed, Wu used a technique to seal the place to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. "Let's talk about the next arrangements while everyone is together. We may have to live temporarily in Singh's hometown, the Kingdom of Rainbow. for a period of time, possibly 1 to 3 years. I've been running around for so long, it's time to take a good rest. After listening to Wu Yu's words, Xiang Lu's mother was stunned for a while. Then he solemnly bowed to Wu Yu. I can't thank you enough. You're welcome, you deserve this. If your constitution hadn't been delayed for a while, she wouldn't have been cured so easily. Taking a deep look at Wu Yu, Qing said nonchalantly. You don't have to be polite to him. He went to the Rainbow Kingdom because he had something to do. You are wrong. The protagonist after arriving in the Rainbow Country is not me, but you. Looking into Qing's eyes with a half smile, Wu Yu said meaningfully. What are you planning behind your back? Well, you'll know when you get there. After a few chuckles, the group's breakfast officially began. On the sea shrouded in mist, a solitary boat was drifting with the waves. Wu Yu and his group were on the boat at the moment, sailing towards the Rainbow Kingdom, which was not far from the Sea Kingdom. The current season has reached the depths of winter, and the Spring Festival will be ushered in 1 month. There are basically no people who want to go to sea at this juncture, so naturally there is no one to lead the way. In desperation, he had no choice but to buy a small boat and take a few people to the Kingdom of Rainbow. The sun dispersed the dark clouds, and the mist lost its protection and completely disappeared above the sea. Wu Yu admired the scenery in front of her expressionlessly, but she felt a little more sigh in her heart. The existence of things is short after all, even the sea in front of me. When can I completely get rid of the fear of death? Wu Yu subconsciously touched her eyes and smiled meaningfully. Patience, and plenty of time, will suffice. Turning his head slightly, his movements remained the same, waiting for Qing to explain his purpose. How long can you stay in the Rainbow Country this time? If it's fast, it's about a year, if it's slow, it's up to 3 years. After thinking for a moment, Wu Yu answered Qing's question. In any case, he will return to Konoha in 3 years. How could such an interesting thing as Orochimaru's defection not involve him? It's really not in line with his character not to take advantage of that moment to go over and join in the fun. Have you ever returned to the village? Qing looked at the sea in the distance with a sad expression. No, but I left a spy there. Are you homesick? There was a hint of smile in Wu Yu's tone. It seemed that she still had something that she couldn't let go of Konoha. Maybe it was her parents buried in the cemetery, or maybe it was the pitiful few friends. You do not want it. Qing set her sights on Wu Yu, looking forward to his answer. After a moment of silence, he said coldly, this will never be my home. So, where is your home? The atmosphere fell into silence. Wu Yu looked at the fish swimming in the sea and suddenly spoke. Your and my residence have been completely demolished. The current Uchiha clan has been expelled to the corner of Konoha and is semi-isolated from other major clans. Uchiha's anger is constantly building up until the day it breaks out completely. An atmosphere of silence appeared between the two of them again. Qing sat there, watching the waves rolling with the sea breeze with a slightly complicated look. Really? They've come this far. It's not surprising, right? Well, I have felt the clan's dissatisfaction with the village since a long time ago. I didn't expect this day to come so soon. Looking at Qing with interest, Wu Yu asked Qing with a smile. When did you find out? My sight. Every time the teacher looks at Uchiha, the way he looks is wrong. Qing looked like you were blind and had no intention of continuing to talk to Wu Yu. Yes, testing and counter-testing, everyone wants to find out where the other person's bottom line is. The Nine Tails incident can also be regarded as a catalyst who makes the power that resides in your eyes so jealous. When he asked back, the corners of his mouth were completely raised, and the smile on his face was not a trace of falsehood. What do you know about it? Susanoo, the Shikigami who protects the Uchiha clan, can only be possessed by those who activate the Mangekyo Sharinan. In fact, I also want to have the same eyes as you. Qing showed a hint of understanding, and she knew that Wu Yu's purpose of saving her was not simple. So, do you want to take my eyes as your own? I won't agree to this. Maybe there will be one day, but definitely not now. But maybe one day you will beg me to change my eyes. Hey, why do you feel like you know the kaleidoscope better than me? I was the one who turned it on first. Staring at Wu Yu suspiciously, Qing looked like she had already seen through him. Judging from the information Wu Yu had, it was clear that he had planned it in advance and was waiting for her to walk into the trap step by step. Okay, is there anything else? If not, I will continue to sail. Controlling the speed of the crow is very hard. Rolling her eyes at him, Qing left here silently. A lot of the doubts in my mind have been solved, and the remaining time is better to amuse the children and relieve their boredom. The waves hitting the hull gradually became smaller, and the originally biting sea breeze gradually began to stop. Wu Yu estimated the distance and looked behind him thoughtfully. At the current speed, the typhoon behind us should not be able to reach here. Forget it, let's speed up a little bit. Why do we keep encountering this kind of weather lately? Could it be that our luck has decreased? Wait until you get to Rainbow Country and buy a ticket to confirm. The time came in the afternoon. Wu Yu and his group hurried to the shore and walked towards the small village not far away. Behind them, they could vaguely see a sweeping gust of wind, so powerful that even seawater was sucked into the air. I didn't look at the almanac when I went out. It's my fault. In the dilapidated village, the crow clones were reinforcing the somewhat dangerous simple houses. This village has been abandoned for a long time, and even the walls of the houses are a bit weak. You're talking nonsense there again. If you have such leisure, you might as well come and help strengthen it. It's okay, you'd better go in first, and I'll take care of the rest. After signaling a few people to enter the house, the crow clone stood around the house, making seals with both hands. Two done, two liubi. After the earthen wall tightly enveloped the house, he also deliberately covered the house with a huge stone slab, leaving only a slight gap. That's no problem. Wait until this gust of wind passes before going to the village in front. If the conditions are good, settle there. The strong wind hit, and even the wall formed by earth escape shook a little. When it was completely over, Wuyu breathed a sigh of relief. Man cannot contend with natural disasters, at least not right now. Maybe July can do it when she grows older, but for now, it's better to just hide in the house. Kunao slowly carved a gate on the earthen wall, and Wuyu and the others walked outside. After seeing the muddy dirt road and the uprooted tree, the crow clone hugged Xiang Phosphorus and her daughter and led them along the branches towards the village not far away. Although it was definitely a mess there now, it was still better than staying in that completely uninhabited village. Halfway through, Ching asked Wuyu in a low voice. Okay, now we have entered the Kingdom of Rainbow, tell us your plan. You may be a little confused about the next words, so it's better to wait until you are completely settled before talking. Don't be scared by me. To make things mysterious. Leaving these words behind, Ching returned to the end of the team again, alert to possible enemies. Who knows? Wuyu had put his trust in the two of them, and hoped not to disappoint him. Looking at the village not far away, Wuyu accelerated his speed again and rushed there. How is it here? Is it too empty? It doesn't matter. Staying away from the crowd is the best choice. Otherwise, what about your usual training? After observing the nearby terrain, Wuyu decided to build his next residence on this hill. As for the small town more than 10 miles to the west of this hill, he decided not to communicate with them as much as possible after careful consideration. The first is identity. Being too close to the villagers will not help them hide their identity. Secondly, those villagers still have a role in Wuyu's plan, so they can't be allowed to die now. It would be troublesome to find another village, and he didn't have that much time. The crow clones were currently cutting down trees and clearing the foundations, preparing to build several sturdy wooden houses. Ching and Xing were following Wuyu's request, camouflaging the environment near the house, and taking a look to see if there were any large beasts around. Looking at the empty space that was gradually being cleared, Wuyu showed a look of pity. It would be great if I knew the 3 rooms and 1 living room technique. It would definitely save a lot of time. I always feel like I don't have enough time, and I don't know how long I have to sleep this time. It's really troublesome. In his opinion, ninjutsu is meant to serve life, and abilities that do not help life are naturally useless. As a ninja, fighting is also a part of life, although he is a bit incompetent as a ninja. The crow clone in charge of purchasing has not returned yet, but this does not prevent him from building a wooden house. Wuyu is still good at simple mortise and tenon techniques. As for whether it is strong or not, wouldn't it be a problem if we added a layer of earth wall outside? In just over an hour, with the concerted efforts of dozens of crow clones, a huge wooden house was completely completed. Soon after, Ching also rushed back here. There are no beasts of note around. Xing, who hurried back, also came to the two of them. Wuyu-kun, the spell has been laid, is there anything else to do next? Well, let's take a rest first. Once the crows finish cleaning the house, we can officially move in. Those logs were just cut, won't they get damp? Ching's words made Wuyu frown. It was processed when it was cut down, so there will be no problem. But how are you mastering the crow's power? You will need its power in a few days, so don't let anything go wrong. Is that why you can't trust me? Ching's pretty face darkened, and Ching's brows almost stood up, with a hint of anger in her tone. We'll wait until tonight to discuss the specific matters. I have completely entrusted my life to you two. Don't let me down. Wuyu's words made them look solemn, and also made them understand how important the next thing was. In the afternoon, after Crow Yao, who was in charge of purchasing, prepared all the daily necessities, several people officially moved into this wooden house with 4 bedrooms and 1 living room. While Xiang Ling's mother was preparing dinner in the kitchen, Wuyu took the 2 of them into her bedroom. After vigilantly sealing the room with his technique, he looked solemnly at the 2 people in front of him. What follows is a secret of the Uchiha clan. Just keep it in your heart. I wonder if a member of the Uchiha should avoid it first. Wuyu smiled at Xing. It doesn't matter, this matter is also related to you, just stay and listen. After whispering in response, Xing returned to his original position again. This thing is the opening condition of sharing on, just like your eyes now. Wuyu glanced at Ching with a solemn expression, and her tone was a little complicated. The condition for opening the Sharingan is that after the Uchiha clan receives strong stimulation of the brain secretes a special chakra to complete the transformation of the eyes. This is not only the condition for opening the Sharingan, but also one of the conditions for the Manjikyu. The opening and liberation of power is naturally accompanied by risks. While the kaleidoscope brings power to the holder, it also brings strong side effects. Even the ordinary Sharingan will reduce its vision with use, let alone the more powerful Manjikyo Sharingan. What exactly are you trying to say? Seeing Ching's look a little impatient, Wuyu said gently. What I want to say is that there is a way to eliminate the side effects of kaleidoscope, and it can make your power even higher. What is needed to achieve this is another pair of kaleidoscopes, which is the exchange of eyes. After he finished speaking, he waited patiently for Ching to digest the message in his words. Hoshi looked like he was just listening to it as an anecdote. So, you approached me just because you wanted my eyes. Wu looked at Ching's face and slowly said, not entirely, but I have to admit that there are considerations in this regard. Ching's face was a little pale, as if she couldn't accept this fact. Wu didn't pay attention to her expression and continued. Okay, then I'll continue. If you want to turn on the kaleidoscope, you have to subject yourself to extreme stimulation. Now I obviously won't feel sad, even if I kill my relatives and friends with my own hands. Right now, the only people I can call friends are you two, and I have no intention of killing you. So, I prepared a plan. After Wu finished talking about his plan, even Ching, who was a little sad, looked at him in disbelief. Are you crazy? I'm not crazy. This is the most comprehensive plan I can come up with. Therefore, I entrust my life to your hands, and I will leave everything to you. You are absolutely crazy that you actually want to use illusion to create another version of yourself, and then let him turn on the kaleidoscope for you. Are you so obsessed with power? Ching stood in front of Xing, her tone became increasingly restless, and even a little sad. Xingyi looked at him worriedly and unconsciously agreed with Ching's words. After a moment of silence, Wu continued, only those with power can decide their own lives. Haru, I have always been grateful to you. Thank you for helping me when I was at my weakest, so I took you out of Konoha. The profession of ninja is made up of hatred. It may also contain other spirits, but now its tone is black. My power cannot protect everything about me, even if you are added to it, it is not enough. No matter where we hide, we can't escape the light of the moon. So, just like I trust you, trust me again. When this is all over, I will give you a satisfactory answer. After hesitating for a long time, Ching took Wu's right hand. I believe it again, you must wake up. Wu-kun, I will also protect you. Xing placed his hands above the two of them and spoke firmly. It's all up to you. Wu's plan is very simple, that is to use the spiritual energy of the star to wake up another Wu hidden in his head, and then witness the death of his parents again. Use his power to open the Mangekyo Sharinan. To be precise, the Sharinan he is using now was not opened by himself, but the guy sleeping in the body who chooses to escape from everything is the owner of this body. As for Wu now, he couldn't tell who he was. The only things that existed in his memory were those vague memories and his understanding of the world. Reincarnation, rebirth, or a combination of memory fragments. He didn't know it himself, but the only thing Wu knew was that he was brought into this world by the crystal in his mind. Perhaps it was the protection of the crystal that prevented his soul from being completely destroyed, but basically he could not recall the memories related to his identity. As for the real Wu, the child who witnessed the death of his parents, his soul was also shattered into fragments under the influence of the crystal. He was able to think of using mental power and illusion to create a false soul in his mind, which was also due to the mental fragments that were whispering in his mind from time to time. Although the feeling of whipping a corpse is not very good, and his soul will be temporarily sealed in the crystal, this is the most perfect method you can think of. There was no way Haru, as the owner and combatant of the Mangekyo Sharinan, couldn't tell whether he could control him with genjutsu, but Wu knew that even if he killed her, he would not be able to activate the kaleidoscope. How could a calculating person have such strong love that he could distort himself? Therefore, it is better to let Wu turn on the kaleidoscope and die cleanly. This time, he wanted to completely eliminate the hidden dangers in his body. Wu had an inexplicable premonition that perhaps he could truly control this body after this time. In the bedroom, the soothing incense burned slowly, and Wu began to explain the details of the plan to the two people in front of him. During this period of time, we need to investigate all the people in that small town, and then select the family that is most suitable for me and implant memories with as many flaws as possible into them. Wait, are you sure my kaleidoscope will work on you? Ching suddenly interrupted him. The power of the Mangekyo is superior to the ordinary Sharinan. This is an undoubted fact. I will also be prepared to temporarily block my memory, which also requires the help of the star. After smiling at her, Wu continued. The next point is very important, that is, you two should not appear in front of me no matter what, even if I am about to die. Regarding this plan, Wu explained it clearly in as much detail as possible. After it was over, the sky turned completely dark. Kids, dinner is ready. After Xiangluan's mother greeted them, she walked to the kitchen with the big-headed little Xianglan. When the crow clone purchased daily necessities, he also specially bought some teaching materials suitable for children. Sometimes he felt like a devil, especially when he saw children being tortured by mathematics until their heads grew big. After dinner, he returned to his room and continued to improve the technique that could seal memories. Ching walked into his room silently and looked at Wu, who was busy without saying a word. What happened? It's nothing, it's just that we haven't been like this for a long time. The last time we sat together so quietly was when we were in the village. The candlelight swayed gently, and Wu laughed. Sighing is not a good habit. Be careful of getting wrinkles on your face. You guy, forget it. With a cold snort, Ching no longer had the intention to speak. After a long time, Weo replaced it with a brand new candle, and Kinja finally couldn't help but say, "Do I have to turn on the kaleidoscope? Well, this is the only chance we have to control our own destiny, and it's the only way I can think of to minimize the risk." Ching smiled, with deep confusion and helplessness in her laughter. "You have always been like this before, that you never communicated with others or told others what you thought, that you just did your own thing. Even if I fall into your hands, I don't know if I am lucky or unlucky to meet you." The hand that was writing the technique paused slightly, and Wu Yu said seriously, "Who can tell whether we are lucky or unlucky? At least we are still living in this world and have our own tomorrow. Are you going to live the life of a rebellious ninja? This tomorrow is really gloomy." To correct you again, we are not rebel ninjas, we are just ordinary people who know a little bit of ninjutsu. A silver moon slowly rose from the east, and Wu Yu also completed the final improvement of this ninjutsu. This technique has only one function, and that is to seal his soul perception, which is a seal that allows him to temporarily stay with July in the depths of his soul. The created blank soul will temporarily control his body. When all preparations are completed, the blank soul will open the kaleidoscope in despair. The principle is similar to the sealing technique, but the difference is that he holds the key to unlocking the seal. Okay, we're almost ready. Let's see if there are any suitable families. After all, I want to find another set of parents for myself. No matter what, I want to find a family that loves my children. Only by letting him feel the truest love will the strongest hate be born after everything is torn apart, and this hatred will become the key to opening the kaleidoscope. To be on the safe side, temporarily close it to the crows monitoring outside, and then re-enable it after it is completed. After asking the crows responsible for monitoring everywhere to stand by according to the original instructions, Wu Yu took Ching and Sing to start the investigation of the town. It wasn't until after investigating every family in the town that Wu Yu chose a couple. The husband's name is Nohara Chizuki, he is 37 years old and runs a small shop, and the business is okay. The wife's name is Tanaka Megaman, 36 years old, and she runs the business together with her husband. She has never had children. The family composition is good, and the couple has always wanted a child, so there will definitely be no incidents of abuse. It's just their family that will start in a few days. I'll forge the memories of other residents. You only need to forge my memory. After instructing Ching again, he solemnly asked Sing, who remained silent, "How much has your mental strength increased?" "A bit more than before. Please transfer your mental power into this scroll and imagine it flowing here. I will do the rest." "I see." After the thorough preparations were completed, 3 days had passed. Wu Yu held the scroll in her hand tightly, with a look like a gambler's in her eyes. "Let's start." Eternal darkness shrouded this lonely water, and a thin figure stood there blankly. He tried to touch the water with his hands, but he could never get through. Where is this place? Who am I? Just when he vaguely noticed something, a familiar call completely woke him up and made him leave this place that was full of weirdness. "You, aren't you awake yet, ready to eat?" When he opened his eyes, he saw the white ceiling. He subconsciously began to look around. The old bookshelf is full of books, and the lily on the windowsill shows signs of withering. He was lying on the spacious bed, and the warmth brought by the quilt made his body resist getting out of bed. The doorknob turned slowly, and a middle-aged woman who looked somewhat similar to him walked in. "You, what's wrong with you? I have to help Mom clean up later, and I have to study after that." Recalling everything in his mind, he asked in an uncertain tone, "Mother?" The woman frowned and walked to Yu's side, touching his forehead with her slightly rough hands. "You're not sick. What's wrong with this kid? Remember to come down and eat. If you feel unwell, take some rest." After the woman left, Yu held her forehead and subconsciously began to think about the clues in front of her. Nohara Yu, 6 years old, 1 month shy of 7. "My father is the owner of a small store, and my mother also runs the store together. Now I go to school in a small town." School is a term used in recent years, and its origin seems to be related to the clan's private school. As for why he knew this knowledge, it was because he was very interested in these uncommon knowledge. School is on vacation during this time, and he will also help his parents take care of the business in his free time. It is rare for a child like him to go to school with money in a small town. At this time, his peers are still having fun in the fields, but he has successfully advanced to the 2nd grade. Knowledge is very useful, at least you have to learn simple mathematics. His father said this, and his mother naturally agreed that he should go to a nearby school. For some reason, Mr. Yu felt that there was something wrong with his memory, but he didn't find any loopholes in his mother. In desperation, he started his life today as he remembered it. Breakfast is short but well prepared. 2 fried eggs, some bread and milk. In his memory, this kind of breakfast is almost standard here. As one of the few shops in the town, the Nohara family's business is still very good, otherwise there would be no financial resources for him to study. After eating the last piece of bread in a hurry, Yu followed her mother and walked towards the store downstairs. Soon, a somewhat weathered middle-aged man was outside transporting goods inside. Yu's mother saw this and hurriedly ran to her side to help. My dear, slow down, didn't you just reach your waist a few days ago? It's okay. Is the child awake? When the middle-aged man looked at him, you said hesitantly, Father. After the man put the goods away, he subconsciously wanted to touch Yu's head, but after taking a look at his hands that were stained with dust, he still took back his outstretched hand. Well, I'll leave the accounting work to you. Remember not to run around after you're done. There are always some inexplicable crows flying around outside recently. After the man chattered for nearly 10 minutes, a thick account book was handed into Yu's hands. This is his task today, to help his parents calculate the payment, and then hand over the results to them. Of course, re-examination is also essential, but usually the results he gives are basically error-free. As usual, he walked back to his bedroom with his account book and then started working on the work at hand. The sun gradually rose from the horizon to the center. Yu also finished her work and got a chance to go out and play. Wearing thick clothes, he walked slowly on the street, occasionally meeting familiar strangers. As time passed, the feeling of disobedience lingering in Yu's heart did not fade at all. Looking at the peaceful scenery in front of him, he always felt that there was an inexplicable illusion. This kind of life should be far away from him, at least that's what he thought. Ga, ga, ga. 3 or 5 crows flew over his head, attracting Yu's attention. For some reason, he always felt that those crows had an inexplicable sense of intimacy, which made him silently record this feeling. Hey Yu, do you want to play together? Yu subconsciously looked behind him, and it turned out that a group of children were shouting his name. After hesitating for a moment, Yu quickly ran towards them. Maybe I can think of nothing from them. With this idea in mind, Yu merged into them and walked towards the open space near the town. After he left, the little girl who was hiding on the roof stood up and glanced hesitantly at her companions behind her. You go over first, remember not to appear in front of him. But Sister Ching, your health doesn't matter. It's nothing. The sherry nan is overused. Just rest for a while and it will be fine. Haru, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, motioned for her to follow quickly, and Hashiya had no choice but to quickly follow behind Yu. After she left, Ching slowly stood up from the ground. She didn't dare to tell Sing that now she was seeing double images. Even under the influence of the kaleidoscope, the cost of forcibly transporting those memories into that bastard's brain is not small at all. This is still because he is in a state of closed perception. I really don't know how he did it. After taking 2 unsteady steps, Ching looked at a place called Nohara Store and left the place without looking back. She also knew what kind of ending the couple would have, but she had no reason to stop what Weo wanted to do. People are selfish, especially when it comes to those closest to them. No matter what the outcome was, she could only watch Yu go on silently, even if the final result was cruel. In the evening, Yu hurried back home with a lot of snowflakes on her clothes. His mother took one look at it and put the dirty clothes in the washing machine, ready to wash them after dinner. In the living room, his father was holding a newspaper and looking attentively. When he came back, he poured him a cup of hot cocoa and placed it in Yu's bedroom. As the day passed, that inexplicable sense of dissonance gradually weakened as time passed. Perhaps this is really my home and they are really my parents. With those inadvertent concerns, Yu fell into sleep. Endless darkness appeared in front of him again, and the light blue water exuded a soft glow. Where is this? Who are you? Under the tranquil water, a pair of scarlet vertical pupils glanced at him coldly, and finally closed their eyes again. After Yu opened her eyes to the extreme, she ran around the water several times before she could clearly see the owner of those eyes. What kind of guy is he with red fur and 9 tails? He was startled as the words he was thinking echoed loudly through the space before he realized it was his own voice. 1, 2, 3. After the sound appeared in his ears again, he vaguely understood the function here. Can you directly express the sounds in your mind? It's such a weird place, and that weird guy under the water, why is he in this place? Yu tried to communicate with it, but in the end his throat was dry, and the strange guy showed no sign of paying attention to him. There is no timing tool in this weird place, so Yu can only rely on the flickering frequency of the water curtain to judge the time. It wasn't until the water curtain flickered nearly 3,000 times that he felt the familiar attraction. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in the familiar bedroom. What is the origin of that place and that fox? His innate caution made him involuntarily want to figure out its origin, but the cruelty of reality made him extinguish his thoughts. There is no valuable information in this small town, and even if there are books, people of his status cannot afford to consult them. Most of the remaining bookstores sell newspapers, some fairy tales, various teaching materials, etc. There are no books related to history. The only places where historical books can be confirmed to exist are the private collections of those clans. It's really troublesome. Is there any other way to find out? There will definitely be clues for such a precious animal. It's a pity. It would be great if I could go back to school. There will definitely be clues in the school library. Just as he was complaining, his mother's voice came from outside the door. Aren't you awake yet? It's time to wash your face and eat. Coming. He quickly put on his clothes and walked out of the bedroom. During breakfast, his father Chisuk suddenly spoke. I'm going to the mountains to worship my ancestors in a while. Now that my child is a little older, shouldn't I take him with me? My dear, what nonsense are you talking about? The child is only 6 years old and it is still winter. How can you take him to the mountains? His mother gave him a fierce look and placed the porridge in front of you. We are still 1 month away from being 7 years old. It is also time to understand the position of our ancestors. When we grow up, we will go there by ourselves like a man. After Shizu's long speech, Huai had no choice but to agree to his request. The place where the ancestors are buried is not far from this town. It only takes a morning's walk to reach the hill. He didn't have any objections to this, since he was idle anyway. In the following days, no matter how much he communicated with the fox-like creature, he still made no progress. However, the fox's faint gaze on him made him a little worried. That kind of inexplicable coldness and confusion really made Nohara a little confused. Time flies, and more than half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. In just 1 week before the new year, their family has officially embarked on the road of ancestor worship. Just as they left the town, Ching, who was hiding in the darkness, used a special spell to contact the stars in the distance. The target has set off, let the bandits pass. It's only been more than half a month. There won't be any problems, right? Since he is confident to do this, then he should do as he says. If there is a problem, he can only blame himself. After hearing what Ching said, Uchiha had no choice but to agree to Ching's plan and lead the group of bandits who had already been controlled to ambush them on their only way. When the family of 3 arrived, it was already noon. Nohara Kishu carried the sacrificial items and cleaning tools and walked slowly up the mountain. When he found those brand new footprints, he didn't pay much attention. There are no bandits near the town. This is all due to the great ninjas. After all, they have to pay a large amount of money every year. But when the ragged bandits came out of the forest, he realized how big a mistake he had made. Guys, we are just here to worship our ancestors. We don't have much money with us. If you can't keep me as a hostage, how about letting my wife and children go? Cautiously pulling out the weapon for self-defense, Nohara Shizu looked at the bandits surrounding them vigilantly. The leader of the bandits remained silent, but he put his hand on the handle of the knife at his waist and slowly pulled it out. In just a few seconds, a dozen bandits slashed at them with their swords without any hesitation. Take the children and escape, quickly. Nohara Shizu tried his best to stop several bandits, but his body was already covered with several deep wounds. It's so strange, why do I always feel like I've seen this scene before? Where exactly is it? When the blood flowed down his mother's hair and onto his face, you remembered. Slowly breaking away from the already cold embrace, you silently looked at the long knife that was gradually slashing towards him, and exerted slight pressure on his 2 fingers. Ding, laugh. The bandit in front of him covered his wrist and completely fainted in front of him. I am. His hands formed a seal, and his eyes were full of hatred and madness. Wind escape, wind cut. Hundreds of wind blades cut through the air, splitting the bandits in front of them into countless corpses in an instant. The splattered flesh and blood dyed the white snow red, leaving only a dozen broken knives to prove their existence. He looked at the 2 cold corpses and cried bitterly. Father, mother, I. Do you remember it? That memory is buried deep in your heart. I saw the surrounding ice and snow slowly changing, and a 3-year-old child lay crying in front of 2 cold corpses. Nohara you looked at that familiar figure and subconsciously felt her heart begin to twitch. Father, mother. The little boy's voice became deeper and deeper, but his dark eyes slowly turned into a pair of scarlet eyes. Because the change was so slight, even the adults responsible for taking care of the children didn't notice it. When the little boy fainted completely, several people took him back home. In the ice and snow, Ching frowned slightly as she looked at the child who fainted on the ground. Move him back and hope it can start smoothly. What should the residents of that town do? Star asked in a low voice. Wait until he wakes up and let him solve it by himself. According to his character. Without continuing, K. Singh already understood what Ching meant. At the same time, in the light blue water, a figure that looked exactly like him stood opposite him, staring at him expressionlessly. Who are you?